What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and this is for my YouTube peeps. We are now live, I believe. Yep, looks like we're good. The quality is good. I'm about to start my TikTok up, so give me just a second. I'll do another intro because that's how we got to roll. It's kind of an odd. Trump is still a fascist. Saturday edition of Liberal Loudmouth. Saturday politics. All right, maybe we just do anything goes today. I may just do that. I got a shitty phone call this morning. I had done some prep work, but yeah, not so great. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again for another episode of the Liberal Loudmouth. Now, let me tell my people that we are live because we are live, and that's how that goes. We are live. All right. So let's open things up here. If you want to come on the panel, you're welcome to come, obviously. You just click on the guest button next to the message bar, and then you'll be able to come up on the program. Now, I did create a video, and I had planned to post it before I went live. I didn't get a chance to, so let me just open it up and play it. Let me see if I can.
Nothing beats it.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. All right, let me full screen this biatch. What's up, MBM Uncle? All right, let me swap out to my display.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet 2 holidays. Package holidays you can trust. International protected.
I don't know, something about that, just all look the same, the exact same, right? The exact same treatment, the exact same level of resisting. It's all the same. We're in America. I mean, this is just normal shit here in this country, and you know it's kind of gross because those things didn't happen too far apart. That one, the black gentleman was a guy named McNeil, who is now represented by Ben Crump. The officers involved weren't found, that they'd done anything wrong. Of course, they investigate themselves, and that's what they always find. It's fucking gross, to be quite honest with you. Now, I may do just a full panel, so if you're wanting on the panel, come on up. You're welcome to come up. We may do that today since it's Saturday. I still got a lot of extra work to do, but I'm just sick of seeing things like that. I just watched another video of these kids in a barn where this group of white children are screaming the N-word, F that N-word up, and just, go to beating on this kid, a black kid, and wasn't racially motivated. Nah, he was just invited there by friends to get jumped like that. Jeez. Call him Dizzy. You can't fix stupid, but the red hats sure help to identify. Ain't that the fucking truth? It's like the mark of the beast, y'all. I mean, this thing is like, if you take that mark of the beast, we know what you are. We know what you are. Like when you sit up here like yesterday and you argue, they had rogues. They're narco-terrorists, and therefore they must die. I don't know. I don't know how any human being can have that mentality. Can just, and I wonder if Like, how much of that is just the cult, right? There's just this cult behavior, and they don't really believe it, but they, because they want it to be true, they just stick to that. I don't know. Fucking wild. Legitimately. Ain't seen you in a minute. What's up, man?
What's good, bro? What's up, my lizard?
Your lizard. Your lot lizard. You know what a lot lizard is?
My lizard, my lizard. Who doesn't know what a lot lizard is?
Oh, good. That's a liberal. Anyway, what brings you up, sir?
I was just wondering who the leader of the Liberal Party is right now.
Don't have one.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Who would you pick?
I don't know, man. We got several years to figure that out.
I know, but just like pick one. Like, which one do you think it's AOC? Do you think it's
Nope.
You think it's Pritzker?
Nope.
He's too
I
large.
think the DNC wants either Pritzker or Gavin Newsom, but that's not who I'd pick.
Gavin Newsom, man, his hair is worse than Donald Trump's.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie, somebody said Bernie in the comments. That's pretty accurate. I mean, but again, they're just fucking ignored the guy. Despite these crowds in a non-election year.
Yeah, but isn't Bernie Jewish?
I think so.
He doesn't have a chance then. I mean, don't you guys dislike the Jews pretty hard?
It has nothing to do with Jewish people or not. Sir?
You know who disliked the Jews?
Who?
I think Germans. They had a thing with them. They did. Yeah,
Hitler did. But we're not Germans.
The thing about Germany is, man, those guys aren't good people at all.
Okay, anyway, so you asked a question and then you start going into, racist rhetoric about Jews.
Rigmarole.
Yeah, so Bernie Sanders is going to be ignored even though he draws a huge crowd in a non-election year. And if they were to back his policies, I think most of the Democrats would be successful. If they had the level of integrity that Bernie has, but many of them don't.
As long as they had wheelchair-capable debates, I think he'd do pretty good.
Wheelchair-capable debates for Bernie?
For his fans. They're all like over 90.
No. Bernie reached the young crowd.
He looks like the Crypt Keeper.
Okay, do you want to have a policy discussion or do you want to discuss, like, ageist shit and racist shit? I don't get it.
So you want to go with an older person than the last guy that was senile? That's a good choice.
I said he's the leader of the party. I didn't say he was going to run for president.
Yeah, I don't think he's the leader of the party.
At this point, he's the only one out there drawing these massive crowds, and everybody just ignores him. The DNC ignores him because they're afraid to let go of this corporate shit, which is what Donald Trump is doing. He's just latched onto the corporations, and he's sucking at the teat of the corporations. Like, here's a great example of your orange sky daddy. Let me play you a video here real quick. Give me just a second. Let me cue it up.
Off to the orange sky daddy in the sky.
Yeah, orange sky daddy is about right. Let me.
How much are you
here we go. This is Mark Zuckerberg and Donald Trump.
Mark Zuckerberg's definitely a lizard.
Both of them suckling up to each other in different ways.
How long is it? All right, cool.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh, gosh. I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
Paying attention, but sorry, I wasn't ready to do for announcement.
He said I
wasn't sure what number you wanted to go with.
To go with, I wasn't ready for our inaudible. They're just making the shit up, bro. These jobs numbers are so trash that Donald Trump is traipsing out these fucking billionaires to make up numbers of investments into the country because everything else is going to shit. This is your orange sky daddy. Now talk to me about policy if you'd like.
When you're this far at the bottom, you can only go up. And since Joe Biden dragged us all the way to the bottom with 9% inflation, we don't have anything to work.
Inflation is going up, sir.
You can't do anything to us. Though.
Cost of goods are going up. Unemployment is going up. Jobs are being lost.
17 million illegals self-deported.
Jobs are being lost. And that's going to hinder and hurt the economy.
No, just
you guys didn't think this through. Your racism wouldn't let you think it through.
How are you talking about racism? You're white.
I'm not white.
Okay, you're not.
I'm not white.
No, you're not.
And how am I talking about racism?
You're not white
because
at all.
I didn't vote for the guy that hated brown people.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
And black people.
White. You're not. You're.
It's
black.
irrelevant anyway. Even if I was white, it wouldn't fucking matter.
So what are you? Italian?
Does it matter?
You sound white.
Why do you care? Wait, I sound white?
No, you look white.
You said I sound white. You said I sound white.
You sound whiter than you look.
You know what's interesting? Throughout my entire life, I've never had anybody come up to me and accuse me of being white. I had one guy, he asked, what are you, Japanese or something?
What? You're not Japanese.
I'm not as dark as I used to be. But I'm certainly not white. And I'm certainly not Japanese.
Oh my God.
So aside from that, it doesn't matter anyway what race I am or am not. Whether I'm white or not doesn't change the fact that a segment of this population voted to harm themselves because they hated somebody that looked different from them so much.
That you guys have been going with that for 10 years now. It's still not working. Donald Trump got elected twice ever since you came up with that.
What do you mean going through what?
Using the whole race card in order to get
the race card? Okay, let me show you. Let me show you this video. I want you to point out the difference here.
I just think it's funny that a white
hold on.
Nothing.
I want you to watch this video and tell me if you can find the difference. If you can spot the difference. Here, let's see here.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Abtra protected.
What the difference was between those two, and you say we shouldn't worry about it. Is racism dead in this country?
Well, that video of the guy on the right, he was refusing to identify himself.
What was the guy on the left refusing to do, sir?
I don't remember seeing that.
At one point, the guy on the left grabbed at the holster of the police officer.
Probably resisting arrest.
And grabbed at the holster of the police officer. And never once was punched, wasn't tased, wasn't treated like shit. Yet the other guy said, call your supervisor. He wanted a supervisor because he got pulled over by cops because, quote unquote, his lights were off and there was inclement weather. And when the officers arrived on scene, none of them had their fucking lights on. Not one of them had their lights on, so it was a bullshit thing to pull him over, and so he didn't want to comply. Which
what state were those in?
I don't know.
Well, that's kind of important. They were probably liberal. They're probably in liberal states.
Oh, okay. So it's okay to be racist depending on the state that you're in. You can treat black people like shit, and the same situation but worse on the other side with a white guy.
Liberal states are worse toward African American people.
Right. So you say.
No, I know it.
Okay.
I've heard how they speak about them. I have tons of liberal friends. They just use black people in order to get their vote.
Right. So you say.
Just like you are right now.
What office am I running for?
No, you're using the plight of African American people in order to prove your point. But you would, meanwhile,
The
you
point
have none
that
of.
this country
How many
is
times a week do you
racist
have?
still
How
to
many
this
times a week
very
do you
day.
have?
That
How many
you
times a week?
guys, hold on,
You
you
have no
guys,
black friends.
hold on, you made a very very shitty claim,
You can
and I'd
talk
like to
about black
respond to
people,
that.
but you don't hang out with them.
Actually, one of my good friends is black.
Nope.
Okay, but not that it matters anyway. The
Acquaintance, maybe.
the fact of the matter is that this country was founded on
The fact
racist
of the matter
bullshit.
is that you're
It was
confusing
founded
black
on
people as
white
much as possible.
supremacy. It continues to this very day.
Those
It's
are all
not as
liberal
bad as
states.
it used to be.
The white supremacist
I'm
states are
sorry
liberal states.
if you believe that you get to come up here on my panel, make claims about me, about whether I'm racist or not, and then interrupt me when I'm talking.
Well, you're
Is
speaking
that
for black
legitimately
people.
what you think is okay to do? To
You're
go up on
speaking for
people's
black
panels?
people as a white
It
person.
sounds like you're a very entitled person, sir. Are you very entitled?
You're speaking for black people. You have no right to.
I'm not speaking for black people.
They don't want you to talk for
I'm
them.
speaking for what I can see with my own
Black
fucking
people
eyes,
do not
bro.
want you talking for them.
Here's what we know. Donald Trump's economy is trash because he took a huge number of people and he started scaring the fuck out of them. So they don't want to come over here. Tourism is down. He's going into people's businesses. He's going to schools. He's snatching all of these people up in businesses, and then he's putting tariffs on every fucking thing, and it's
I can't wait
causing
till he's in
businesses to
Chicago.
not hire. So now you don't have the economic churn that you once would when you had a bunch of people who, undocumented or otherwise, were putting money back into the economy by buying shit, because people that are here are going to buy shit, which is
mean the
economic
criminals?
activity, which is good for the country. And you
Who cares if
guys
criminals
were
buy
like,
stuff?
I hate brown people so much that I am going to bitch about Joe Biden's inflation, even though it wasn't Joe Biden's. It was
Once again,
because of
that's not
COVID.
working.
I'm going to bitch about that for 4 years. Vote for a guy because he hates brown people and black people the same amount that
This is
I
all
do.
you have.
And then you're going to put him in there to turn around and cost you more money. And then
This is
you're
all
going to
you have.
tell me that it's patriotic to pay more money because it's America first, which in your eyes is white people, right?
I don't speak for black people. You do.
I'm not speaking for black people.
I think that they're equal with us. You think they're less than us.
Okay. You believe you're entitled to everything. I get it.
Well,
That's why you think
speak
that
for
you
them.
can come up here and just
You think they
interrupt
need
and
you
shit.
to
Yeah.
speak for them. I don't think they need me to speak for them.
What am I speaking for them on?
I don't speak for black people. Black people
no,
are
no.
normal.
Quote
Black
what I
people are just
said.
like everybody else
Quote
to me.
what I
It's
said.
different to you.
Quote what I said where I was speaking for black people. Go ahead.
Black people are just like me.
Quote, hold on. Quote what I said
They're no
where I
different
was
than me, so I
speaking
don't need to talk down
for
about them.
black people.
Just
Quote
in how you
what
talk
I
about
said,
them.
legitimately. I'm going to ask you until you answer. Quote where I said anything that was me speaking for black people. Go
Everything
ahead.
that you've said has been an
What?
opinion. You're trying to defend
What?
the plight of black people. I don't
No,
think
no.
that they're going
Okay,
to class.
so
They're just
comment
like me.
section. I want to point out, legitimately is taking this to mean where I'm pointing out that racism exists and these people that voted for Donald Trump exists. That to him is me speaking for the black community. It's not just black people that are being treated like shit in this country. It is absolutely not black people that are being treated like shit in this country, or at least not the only group. Yet you think that I'm speaking about black people when I'm talking about just racism in general, because you guys are fucking racist.
You're putting them down in how you're talking.
Am I?
Yep.
Quote what I said that put anybody down.
Why would, if you think someone's equal to you, why do you think they need you to speak for them?
I'm not speaking for them.
Because you're entitled
Again,
and you feel like you're better.
Okay, legitimately, quote what I said where I was speaking for them.
You're trying to defend African American people. They don't need you to defend them. They're
I'm not
just-
defending anything. I'm calling out racists for being racist.
They're just like me. They're like everybody
I'm
else.
calling out racists for being racist. You're speaking for black people. The
No,
fact
you're
that
just-
you take those two
just
things
hate-mongering.
and you think racism equals black people means you know that this nation is full of racist people. That is called a guilty conscience. You just tattled on yourself, sir.
Okay, I guess that's what. How did you
Yeah,
get that?
because what I'm talking about was fucking Mexican people Hispanic people, anybody that's brown and came from the southern border, you guys voted against your own best
Those people work
interest
harder than you've
in
ever
order
worked
to
in your
get
life.
rid of them.
They don't need you to speak for them. They've worked harder than you've ever worked in your whole life. They don't need you to speak for them.
Then why do you want them to be gone?
They'll be fine.
Why do you want them to leave if you believe that they work harder than you do?
The only people I want to leave that are the people that are illegally here in the country.
Oh,
Pretty simple. Don't break the law.
How do you know that? How do
People
you
that
know if
steal, I
somebody
want
is
to go to
illegal?
jail.
How do you know if somebody is illegal?
They're undocumented and they're
How
not
do you
legally
know?
allowed in the country.
Because in this country, the government doesn't have a right to seize you without probable cause. So how do you get that probable cause if you run across somebody who is white? Do you just assume that they're illegal? Is it based on their language? How do you know if somebody is undocumented that would lead to an investigation? How does that work?
I'm not an ICE agent.
Well, explain it to me. How do you think that they should do it?
Well, you're just using conjecture. You don't know what they really do.
I'm asking you. I'm not the one that voted for it. You did. So explain to me how you, in order to abide by the constitutional restrictions that the government has placed on itself, how do they find
22% of
undocumented
African
people?
American men
Because
voted for Donald
according to
Trump.
you, you want to get rid of undocumented people. That's what you said. So how do you do that within the constitutional guidelines?
More Hispanic people voted for Donald Trump.
How do you do that within the constitutional guidelines?
More Hispanic people
How do you
voted for
do
Donald
that
Trump.
within? Look, I'm not playing your game. You're going to answer my question or you're going to go. How do you do that within the constitutional guidelines? You want them gone, so explain to me how you do that legally.
I mean, honestly, we won the election. What you say doesn't matter.
Explain how you go after quote unquote illegals
We're doing
while
it.
still adhering to the Constitution.
We're doing
How
it
does
right
that
now.
work? What do you do? What does an ICE
You're
agent
living
just
it.
walk around and holy shit, there's a brown person. They must be illegal. Is that how they do it?
No, we gave them an option to get a free plane ticket and $1,000. They can self-deport themselves. And their families.
Are you trolling? Like, are you for real?
That's
You're
real.
for real. So you're just that stupid.
If you're Hispanic and you're illegally in the country,
So you're just
Donald Trump will
this,
give you
like,
$1,000 and a
obtuse.
free plane ticket back home, and your family.
Okay. And so they found them all that way. Is that
Well, 17
so?
million already.
You're okay with paying for somebody to get a flight back to where they go?
Why do you think that they're redistricting?
You're okay with that?
Because you lost
And pay
so
them
many
because it doesn't
population.
cost $1,000. You're okay with us paying $1,000 per undocumented person? Really?
Each one costs $4 million when they're in the country.
Actually, that's not true. They pay taxes, bro.
How do you pay taxes if you don't have a social?
Have you
security?
ever heard of an I-10 number? Have you ever heard of an I-10 number? You do not have to be documented to get an I-10 number, and you use that I-10 number to pay your fucking taxes. And they even pay into Social Security, Medicare, and they don't get it. But
Not as
they're
much
paying
anymore.
into it.
Far less
You
than-
claim that they cost $4 million when they're in here. Cite that source. I'm going to stick that one on you. Cite that fucking source, bro. Because that's a lie.
I'm sorry, Professor. I'm not taking your class.
Cite your source. You made a claim. Cite the
I have to
source.
cite my source. You're the one that's on the defense.
I'm not on the defense. I'm asking you to cite something that you
Okay,
claimed.
last election,
$4
you won.
million.
This was
you-
a football game.
Okay,
And
I'm not
if
going
This was
to.
a football game. You lost.
Okay, legitimately. If you're not going to answer any questions, if you're not going to have any kind of conversation with me, I don't really care to talk to you. If you want to have a conversation with me and you are in opposition, you're welcome to come up here. But you're not going to come up onto my panel, make claims that are just blatantly false, that they cost $4 million a person. That is just absolutely false. And if you're not willing to, which you indicated very clearly, you're not willing to cite that source, then fuck you. I have no reason to have a conversation with you. If you want to come back later when you've, I don't know, educated yourself a little bit and you want to cite those sources, by all means. But until then, you can get fucked. That is crazy. $4 million a person it costs us for these quote unquote illegals. This dude is smoking something. That is the most ignorant thing I've heard since yesterday. Yesterday we had somebody up here who was okay with keep blocking my words. Spirit chill, what words are you using? Because there are about 7 words that are filtered on TikTok that I put in there because they kept getting my shit flagged. So instead of letting people say something that's going to get me flagged, you don't get to say anything at all. Now, TikTok filters words, other words. So whatever it is you're trying to say, it's not good, because the 7 words that I've put in there as a filter are like nasty, vulgar, racist words. So spirit chill, just tattled on yourself a little bit. It's not going to last 3 years, honey. He's laying the foundation to take pew pew and goofy maggots will turn them over. Yes. Just like now they're what, if you're a trans person, we're thinking about taking your pew pews. That's what they're doing. These people are okay. Spirit has requested up. Let's talk to Spirit. So what was it that you were trying to say in the comments?
Yeah, the Mexicans, they're protesting immigration in their southern border. So
that got filtered?
Yeah, your whole gotcha with him was pretty ridiculous because you're
okay,
trying to...
hold on real quick. Hold on, because you made a claim that I'm filtering words, and I'm going to read the words. Let me read the words, and I'll put it up on the screen so that you know that I'm...
So the sentence that I'm putting out, I'm trying to have a gotcha moment. Bro, you're really weak. Mexicans are protesting immigration in their own country, host. I was literally there in Mexico. I think you're still having your gotcha moment.
Okay.
I keep typing that sentence out.
Go
right?
ahead, Spirit.
So I keep typing that sentence out. This is the sentence that kept getting flagged, and it got flagged just a second ago.
Okay,
So
it got flagged by TikTok. It wasn't by me.
Mexicans are protesting immigration in their own
Again,
country.
okay. Let me go ahead and mute you again, because again, and maybe you're still talking and nobody can hear you because I just keep pushing the mute button and you keep trying to unmute yourself. Again, I read off the fucking words that I have filtered. If TikTok is filtering you, don't come up here on my panel bitching at me about it, because I don't make those rules. Maybe you should adjust the way that you try to talk in panels and type into panels. Maybe that might keep you from being filtered next time. Okay, go ahead, Spirit.
Yeah, it's because I kept spamming it because you wouldn't read it. Jesus Christ.
Man, I can't read these fucking comments. Look at the comments.
Go, dude.
I can't read all the comments. I don't even have a moderator, Spirit.
I really get it. I get it.
Anyway, go ahead, make your point. Make your point. You've cried about that. That's fine. We get it. You're upset because somebody censored you.
You need to talk over me, dude. Shut up.
Well, stop crying about something that I can't do anything about.
Who's crying?
You came up here, you were crying in the comment section, you came up on the panel, and if you think that Spirit is crying, type cry in the comment section. If you think Spirit is crying, type cry in the comment section. Go ahead, Spirit. Make your point and stop crying.
I came back from Mexico, and I filmed it myself. They're protesting immigration in their own country.
Okay.
So I mean, you can talk about immigration and bring Mexicans.
What does that have to do with us?
Because you said you told bro that he wants to deport all the Mexicans. You turned it on and he had a gotcha moment. I get these tactics that y'all pull because it's the only thing that y'all really have anymore because you've lost a lot of support.
Okay.
Your gotcha moments are ridiculous. You guys need to
What's your
just think
point?
about because if you guys want to actually make some change in the world, quit arguing like this. Like, quit having these streams where you're just here to belittle people and just talk shit.
Belittle
It's so
people?
trashy. Yeah, it's trashy.
The
You're
guy
trying to turn
telling me, whoa, hold
you're
on.
trying to
You
turn
think
me
that
into
I
a
was
racist.
belittling the guy that told me that I was using black people and speaking for them, told me I had no black friends and that I was the racist? I'm sorry, come again, Spirit?
I wasn't here for this. I was here just a
Oh,
second.
okay, now I want to address that. You come into the middle of a conversation, you have no idea what's going on, yet you believe you can come up on somebody's panel and speak with any degree of authority about it? Spirit.
I know what.
You need to think and then speak. Don't speak and then think. It doesn't work for you. Go.
I was literally in Mexico filming this myself. So,
Okay.
if Mexicans are
And
in
I
their own
stayed
country,
at a Holiday Inn Express once
protesting.
too. So,
But if
and
you're
I'm telling you,
protesting
there ain't
in
nothing
their
wrong
own
with it.
country, so what was that? Just racism? Is that just blatant racism? They're protesting. Mexicans themselves are protesting.
Do you know what they
themselves.
were protesting? Because you clearly don't understand what they were protesting. Do you know what
Are
they
you
were
talking about
protesting?
the school protest? Because that's a
In
different
Mexico,
protest.
do you know what they were
Mexico
protesting?
City.
Do you know what they
Mexico
were
City is
protesting? Because
protesting
I'll clear it up for
racism.
you. I know why
You
they
need
were
the teachers
protesting, and I
protest,
don't
right?
think maybe it's too complex for you.
There's
But I'll explain it to you if
teachers
you'd like.
protest and there's protests against the government. There's protests against the
Okay.
immigration. There's plenty of stuff going on in Mexico. I just came
Sure.
back from Mexico City. Sure, right? Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to
What?
explain to you why they're
You can
protesting?
you can pull up the videos
Do
on
you?
TikTok.
Oh, I know. I've seen them. I've seen them. Yeah, I know
So
exactly
you
what you're talking
understand
about.
that they are protesting immigration then. Okay, cool.
Do you
Because as long as
understand?
you know
Okay,
that.
guys, she won't shut up because, she dropped herself because she knows what I'm about to say is about to destroy her whole fucking argument. What they are protesting in Mexico is not quote unquote immigration, it is basic gentrification. What white people from America have done, these rich motherfuckers are going into this country and increasing the price of every fucking thing, and it's pushing all of these people who don't have that same amount of money out. That's what they're protesting. It's gentrification, Spirit. If you want to come up here and talk about gentrification, we can do that. If you want to cry some more in the comment section, you're welcome to do that as well. It's a free country, but you still have to do it within TikTok guidelines. And I'm sorry that those hurt your feelings, but oh, you coming back up? Here we go. Round two. Spirit, did you hear what I said? I don't know what happened. Did you drop yourself?
There's classism there in Mexico too, but it's not just gentrification. It was the southern border. There's not white people coming from the southern border.
What are you talking about? They go everywhere.
Look up the southern border.
Because it's cheap.
Videos. Yeah, well, like I said.
Is it cheaper to live in Mexico?
So all the gentrification.
Is it cheaper to live in Mexico? Spirit, answer that question. Answer that question. Is it cheaper to live in Mexico?
Like I keep saying,
okay, listen, you're up on my panel. You are my guest. If I ask you a question, you're going to answer or you're going to go. So answer my question. Is it cheaper to live in Mexico than it is in the U.S.? Go ahead.
You're not my daddy. Anyway.
Okay. Are you going to answer the question? Are you going to answer the question?
The actual answer.
I've asked you like 7 times. If I didn't want you to, no. I want you to make sure that you understand exactly how this functions.
And I will answer.
Answer.
Stop fishing and I will answer. So all the gentrification.
Answer.
Are you going to shut up?
Yeah, I've asked you like 7 or 8 times to answer, and you still haven't answered.
You would shut up.
You don't ever stop talking, so please feel free. By all means, go for it.
All right, yeah. So Mexico, California, all that area. It's all like a long strip. Oh wow, look at it. If you don't have a intelligence capability.
Are you going to answer the question?
You want to hear? Or are you going to play music?
I'm waiting for you to answer the question.
Me, or are you going to listen?
Are you going to answer the question? You've got 3 seconds.
Or are you going to listen to the answer?
I wouldn't ask you the question if I didn't want to hear your answer.
Don't play music.
Go ahead.
if you want to hear it. So all of that, Cali Strip, all that's all lefties. All of the people that are moving down there are lefties. Gentrification is happening because of liberals and Democrats that are moving down there because
Okay.
it's cheaper. And this, what I'm talking
Is
about,
it
has
cheaper to live
happened in
there?
the southern border. Yes,
Is
it's
it
cheaper to live in Mexico.
fucking
Are you
holy
serious?
shit, guys? Hold on, real quick. Holy fuck. It only took us 5.5 minutes, but we got there. It is cheaper to live there, which means Americans are going there for a cheaper way of life. And when they do that, what happens from an economic standpoint? Shut the fuck. Okay, you know what? Look. You're not just going to come up here and fucking Bogart and filibuster. You're not going to do that. So I kicked you that time, Spirit. Don't worry about coming back up here because that shit is annoying as fuck. Okay. Another opposition. If you would like to come up, go ahead and post in the comments that you are opposition, and we will. I'll bring you right in. And anybody claiming that gentrification is a bad argument doesn't seem to understand what that is doing to the lives of the people in Mexico. I mean, if you can't afford to live in your own fucking country, what do you do? What do you do? Holy shit. I was like, oh, you got all these rich people are going to come in here and push all the poor people out. Fuck those poor people. Is she spamming? Because I can't even keep up with the southern border for anyone. Okay, I only see a couple of comments. Anyway, if you are a Trump supporter, please type that in there. Live free or die trying. Okay, let's see if you're a Trump supporter. What's up, Live Free?
Hey, not much, brother. How you doing today,
Doing
sir?
all right.
Good to hear, man.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Okay. Well, you sound more reasonable than the last two.
Well, I'm a very common sense guy. I think that you and I probably have more in common than we don't. I like to find a common ground and try to understand my other fellow Americans that that vote differently from me, and that's part of being an American, and I get it. And I don't hate a person for doing it. Like I receive a lot of hate for voting for Trump. I don't give anybody hate for voting who they voted for. That's their American free will.
Okay.
So, on the topics of, it is cheaper to live in Mexico. I think a lot. I know people that go down there for medical reasons or dental reasons. And it is cheaper to live there, and they are driving up the cost of living down there, and it is disrupting. It is disrupting their country, or it is disrupting Mexico. But I also believe that the Mexican president is, part of the cartel problem, and they take advantage of the people,
You think that Claudia Sheinbaum is part of the cartel problem?
I think that she has fear of them. I think that, it shouldn't be a hard thing to do is to take these cartels out. They don't have a military. They do have a military, but it's just a shame that all of these illegal.
Okay, what should she do?
She should seize their bank accounts.
Okay, pretty sure they do that.
Do they? Well, I hope that
I'm pretty certain that she does. I mean, they they captured and extradited cartel members to us. Mm-hmm. There was 12 of them, I think, recently.
And there's probably 12 right behind them to replace them, my guy.
Yes, but I thought you said it was easy. So are you telling me, wait, is it easy when you've got 12 people that are in this cartel that you snatch up after an investigation, takes you, I don't know, months, maybe a year, however long it takes them, and then 12 more just filter in behind them? Is that easy to get rid of, as you stated?
Well, I think our military could easily take care of them for sure.
Well, what about the gangs in the United States? If it was so easy to deal with cartel members, who, by the way, have far more money than the gangs in the U.S., why do we still have gangs?
Man, it's, there's always good versus evil, my guy, unfortunately. It is just, that's just the human race.
We could just seize their bank accounts, right? It's as simple as that, isn't it?
No. That's part of one of many things that they can do.
Uh-huh. Right, but,
But, you know,
okay.
but
So,
I
do
really
you
want
want
to
to retract your statement that it's easy?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to retract it at all. I think
Okay.
that starting off with seizing their bank accounts, going. I mean, the
So
military knows
we've
exactly where they
chosen
live.
then, the U.S. has chosen to not go after its own gangs. Would you
No,
say
they.
that's accurate if it's
No, I
easy?
think that we. I think that our law enforcement fights it every day. I think that it's like I said. There's always going to be good versus evil, right? And we just can't get away from that. I wish we could. You know.
Sure. So you get rid of one and then another one comes in behind it, but it's easy to just get those next people too.
Well, hey, I don't have all the answers, but I think doing something is part of a process of trying to get to doing something versus nothing, you know?
I mean, sure, but again, we know that they have captured cartel members and even sent them to us so that we could try them at our courts as well.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot
Right.
of them don't want to go to our prisons. I'm not sure we're too nice to them. I know the Colombians back in the day, it was Pablo, paid the government to build his own prison because he didn't want to go to the U.S. prisons. So
Right.
if she wasn't doing anything, if she was part of the cartel issue and or was afraid of them, how would she have captured them and then extradited them to us?
Well, this is me just answering your question. I don't know this to be true, but I tell you one thing: when you got the American military if you got the American military coming after you, you better do something. So they were like, "We're going to have to do something." Now I don't know if that's what was done, Lib. I don't know. I think that at least attempting or trying to stop doing, got to stop it. I think that's a great start somewhere, bud.
Well,
It's got to start somewhere.
you do acknowledge that we have been arresting cartel members for decades, right? Even prior to Donald Trump saying, "Oh, I'm going to bring in the military and declare them a T group." Right.
Right.
I mean, we historically speaking, we go after, we prosecute these people. What was that one dude's name? Like Nacho or something? He had a weird name because I remember the videos of him coming off that plane. He had been extradited to us. You remember that?
Yeah. That was
we did that
quite a
without
few-
military intervention. But do you believe that sending military in is a better way to do it?
Well, I think that with the statistics of we're losing 100,000 of our fellow Americans a year to illegal substances. I think that you got to go in like a bull. I would believe. That's what I would do if I had the. I'd be like, hey, we're not going to stop until we catch these guys. And not only that, they keep their own people under a cloak of suppression and authoritation. No.
I mean, how does that relate to the military, though? Like, I believe it was your assertion, and maybe I'm incorrect, but I believe you said that the military has scared them.
Well,
Is that what you asserted?
I do believe the cartel are definitely scared of the U.S. military. If you remember a few years ago when the cartel shot up that one family down there at the border, and they ended up the cartel captured those 5 guys that were in on it and tied them up and left them on the side of the street with a note saying, these are the 5 people that did this. We had nothing to do with it. They were rogue. Here you go.
Okay.
That right there let me know that, the cartel don't want no piece of the military. And I think that it's,
Okay, so we use military in what? In wartime, right?
Yes, sir.
Are we in war?
I think that when we're losing more of our fellow Americans than we did in World War II or any war, I mean, 100,000 a year, we got to be concerned about that.
Wait, 100,000 losing them to what?
To illegal substances.
Okay,
Fentanyl.
so the illegal substances, the producers of those are the ones to blame for all of those unalivings?
I think that there's a few. I think China sends the chemicals to make it to Mexico. Mexico makes the product.
I'm saying, do we blame the manufacturer for those issues then? Like when they manufacture it and they send us here and somebody unalives, whose fault in that chain is it?
Well, I believe that there's a few people, the manufacturer of it, the people that push it, and the consumer.
So are you then in that vein, since now we know that the powder itself, we'll just call it powder since it's TikTok, the powder itself is is the problem, and the people that make the powder are also a problem. Would you apply that same logic to guns?
No.
So you wait. The pew pew manufacturers produce a product that then unalives people.
Mm-hmm. Well, the product doesn't unalive.
Okay, so I want you to look at this logically, sir. You've got two products, product A and product B. Product A and product B both unalive people when it gets in the hands of somebody else, right? And it's manufactured. Product A and product B are manufactured by somebody. You only want to hold product B's manufacturer accountable, but not product A, even though it's the same fucking thing. And in fact, I would argue that the sole fucking purpose of one of those products is to unalive things. That's the thing with which you draw a line and you're like, no, you can't prosecute those manufacturers. But when it comes to rugs, which somebody chooses to put in their body, you're like, oh, we got to go after those people, not the ones that made the personal choice to put it in their body.
So let's put it this way. You remember a few years back in New York City where there was a daycare and there was a few little infants that lost their lives just by touching the surface of something?
Boogie.
You remember that?
Boogie. If you just subscribed, you may have to go out and come back in, and thank you for the subscription, by the way. Hey, guys, I do have a gifting goal of 50 Let Me Cooks. I have 10 currently. If you want to support the show, please do that, and please keep tapping. And I'm sorry, so you're talking about people touching it and then ODing. Yes, and we also know that pew-pews go off sometimes and unalive children, too, that way, right? When it's totally accidental.
Well, there's somebody. Sir,
it can happen. It happens sometimes, right? It's not often, but it happens. Yeah, totally accidental. Through no fault of anybody's own.
That a weapon went off by itself.
I'm sure that it's happened. I mean, I couldn't pinpoint you to, but I remember an officer in a fucking classroom full of children went to pull his pew-pew out and shot himself in the foot. Remember that?
Yeah.
Totally accidental. Right.
Accidents
just like they do with that other stuff too. So again, it's the same level of problem, right? I mean,
I wouldn't say the same level. I think
one is a personal choice. You know, when somebody puts a pew pew,
takes a hell of a lot more lives than the weapons.
A choice that you made to ingest this thing. In almost every case, some cases there's exceptions to that. Whereas in the pew pew case, aside from self unaliving, somebody puts a pew-pew to the back of your head and unalives you, you didn't choose that. You didn't put that bullet into your body. Somebody else did that. Whereas this rug that you are so hell-bent on going after the manufacturers for, and you want to unalive them and start a war and send in military and all of that, but you stopped short at the thing that was created for the sole purpose of unaliving things.
I don't even see how you're putting it in the same spectrum.
It's the same.
Well, I mean,
from a logical standpoint, it makes you a hypocrite, sir.
No.
Yes, it does.
Because it takes.
Yes, it does.
When they are deliberately taking, these kids go out and they take these Xanax bars or whatever they call them, but it's laced with, and it's laced with it. And if you ask them, hey, would you take this if it's laced with this? They would say no. They're unaware of it being laced. I think that they are deliberately trying to poison our fellow Americans, Lib. And you gotta raise an eyebrow.
But that child still took this product. Yes, somebody didn't shove it down his throat.
Not knowing it had it in it.
You know how you fix that?
Stop consuming it.
Nope. Because you're never going to stop consuming rugs. It's not going to happen. It will not happen ever. Ever in the history of humanity will we ever stop rug use. It is part of our existence. You're not going to get rid of it. You fix that by legalizing it and giving people product that is clean. That's how you fix that.
Could you use the same comment with the firearms? Give everybody one?
You could do that, sure. I'm sure the rates of pew-pews unalivings would go up, but I mean, I guess, take your pick. But you want to start a war with people who are just producing a product, a business that is supplying demand, a demand that will always be there.
Well, I remember I hear all over the place that the shit is laced. These kids don't
Uh-huh.
know it's in there.
It's
They
pretty
don't know
rare.
it's in there.
It's pretty rare, but yes, it does happen. That is not the norm, that is the exception. Because I tell you one thing a rug dealer does not want is clients that can't come back to this person and make another purchase. Right?
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, so they generally don't like that, right? If they get bad source, they don't even know. And yes, there's some nefarious asshole down there, but we've also had people go into stores, and this is the reason why they put those fucking tamper-proof seals on like Tylenol bottles. You remember that? They were going in there and lacing the shit, the Tylenol and whatever, with poison.
Yeah.
We don't go after the Tylenol manufacturers, do we?
Well, what would you suggest? Just let it, what would you suggest?
Legalize the fuck out of it and provide it as a fucking product and have a business model made out of it. People are going to do this shit anyway. And then you take the fucking proceeds from the taxes that you get from that and you put all of that into fixing poverty and fixing rug addiction. That's what you do. That's because have we ever tried that?
No, we haven't.
Nope. We've never tried it. You know what country that did do mostly that? Portugal. And their fucking rates plummeted. It was astonishing. I urge you to go look it up. They didn't legalize it in the way that, I'm talking about. But they did. They weren't throwing people in prison. They weren't criminalizing it. They weren't stigmatizing it. They didn't make it like you're some bad person or something wrong with you when you're using and you get a little too deep chasing that dragon. You know what I mean? Because if you're forced into the black market, you don't know what you're getting.
You're absolutely right, and I agree with you there. And I think that we definitely should invest more into rehabilitation. We should invest, because I'm seeing, and I'm sure you're seeing them too, of videos of people that are on, I don't know what the hell they're on. It might be the
fucking bath salts or something. Or are you talking about like when they're nodding off?
Up. Yeah, they're standing up, with their head on their knees. It's just, it's a sad thing to see, and and my heart goes out to those people.
It is, and instead of offering help to them, we're going to end up spending millions of dollars threatening to invade another country that doesn't want us there, who is doing what they can to solve a problem that is because of us and our consumerism of these rugs, right? And we provide the pew-pews to these cartels that end up using to do what they do. We are the provider of the pew-pews to the cartels that they then use to shit on and treat other people. You take all of that money away from them by legalizing this shit, and they lose a lot. That's how you deal with this. But they won't ever do that because, oh my God, we can't be having people going around making choices for themselves. We're all about freedom, but only the freedom that I like.
Well, I hear you, but then we need to also think about it being of other shit being laced with it. What would you do to stop that? If you say, "Hey, I want to go out and take a Percocet today, and go party tonight," and then unbeknownst to you, that thing is laced with a fatal amount of fentanyl. I don't think that you deserve to go in a box for that. I think that.
No, I don't either. And nor do I think that when you go into a restaurant and you end up with salmonella, that you should end up into a box. That's not right either, is it? But it happens. It happens.
But that's accidental, Lib. That's not something intentional. I think that when you're sitting there taking a party pill, I don't know what these kids take.
E. coli. Let's take E. coli. Is it intentional when a worker takes a shit and doesn't wash their hands?
I just don't understand how you're connecting the two dots there, Lib, on how somebody is intentionally.
The point is that these are exceptions, right? This is not the norm. This is not like, this is something that's just happening all the time, constantly. And we didn't used to have this problem because people could go to doctors and get prescription pain medicine. And then the DEA came in there. And when we started seeing this fucking problem arise, it was right after Obama and then Donald Trump made it fucking almost impossible to get pain medication. So these people who got hooked by Purdue Pharma and these other fucking pharmaceutical companies, when they got hooked by them and they were taken off of them, they went to the black market. And in order to feed that supply or that demand, they're sending this product. And you get a certain percentage of people who want to do harm for whatever reason, and maybe even some of that is accidental as well. Maybe the people mixing it don't realize that they're putting it in there, or they put too much in there than what they thought they were supposed to, and it unalives people. It is not the rule, it is the exception. Just like when you go eat, there is a possibility that you won't survive it. It happens.
Well,
I mean, you see what I'm saying? I mean, it's shitty. I get it. I'm not going to argue and say that it's great and wonderful and that we should do nothing about it. But this is also a substance that somebody chose to ingest, that the government has made so fucking impossible to get that they are forced into these cartels' pockets and these, dealers that have maybe no scruples about them, and they're forced into that by the government.
I hear you, and I agree with you. I have family members that exactly what you just said happened. It made it harder for my sister to get pain medication, and she ended up going to the black market, and then she ended up starting on the fentanyl, and I got her in a drug rehabilitation center as we speak.
And that's great, man. And that's another thing. Like with addiction, somebody who's addicted, like hardcore, it doesn't matter the interventions you do. They have to be ready for it. There's something has to click within them. And this, it's a fucking problem. So to me, if somebody is addicted, you treat them with fucking compassion. You don't make it so that they can't even function all day because they're going through fucking withdrawal or whatever, and they're seeking out the stuff that will end that withdrawal. You deal with it. To me, it seems logical, but, I'm libertarian when it comes that way because to me, I'm sick of the government telling me what to do. If I want to go and fucking snort a line or something, that should be my decision. It's my body. It's my choice, right?
Yep, and I agree with you. I'm libertarian too. I want the government out of my fucking life. I don't need, they don't need to be in every aspects of our life. It just doesn't. I'm a libertarian too. I agree with you there.
Now, I'm libertarian in that way and in some other ways. I don't know. I'm my own person and I fucking don't like somebody telling me what to do. Maybe I'm a control freak. I don't know.
No, you're an American, brother. You're an American with your American rights.
Love my freedom.
Love your freedoms. And that was another reason that I voted for Donald Trump is because the last administration was canceling doctors over the COVID stuff. They were canceling, they were sitting there saying that, Joe Biden comes up on TV and says that we don't have a COVID, we have a lack of vaccinated people in this country, why millions are coming over that aren't vaccinated. There was just so much bullshit that was just like, that's not who we are.
Well, did you take a jab though?
Hell no.
Right. And nobody forced you to do it?
Well, I work in the oil field, and they tapped in on it a little bit, but just no.
So,
they tried to,
I mean, it's like for the medical field, right? I used to work in the medical field, and when I got a job there, I had to take so many fucking shots in my first week or two. It was nuts. Shots I didn't even know I was supposed to have. From being a kid, they came out with so many new shots, and you had to take them before you could be employed. You couldn't be on the floor without these shots. So, like, for the medical stuff, it made sense to me because they've always been that way. It's always been that way because you don't want to be susceptible to those things that you're treating, right? So they, in that sense, it made at least some sense. And you could quit if you didn't want to. And I knew people that did, so they weren't forced into it. That's why when you bring up freedom and you then, that's why I didn't like Joe Biden. Nothing about Joe Biden screamed, you can't do this anymore. But what we have now is a guy who just dropped a bomb on a fucking boat of people that are allegedly running rugs and are, snatching people up because they wrote an op-ed that he didn't like. You know what I mean?
Do you think Trump taking out that cartel boat was a bad thing?
Yes.
Why?
Because that is a terrible precedent to set, that the president can unilaterally unalive 11 people without any kind of evidence whatsoever. We deal in a court of laws because, look, you're not a criminal until you've been convicted. Those men were never convicted. So he murdered people.
This is the way I saw it, Lib, is that, the military followed that boat all the way from where it came from. They were listening to the radios. They knew exactly what was on that boat. They knew exactly what they were doing. And to me, that blowing up that boat saved how many of my fellow Americans, and I applaud it.
And look, they could have interdicted that boat, and they could have used that evidence in a court of law and convicted them, right?
Yeah, but then again, let's go back to if you do the math, how much does the federal government charge each and every one of us to house a criminal?
Oh, I see. So it costs money. So let's just kill them.
Well, I would rather feed a starving child than versus convicting
if you voted for Donald Trump, I would have to say that you wouldn't rather feed a starving child, given that Donald Trump is unaliving the social safety nets that we have in this country, such as free school lunches. Who did that? That was Donald Trump. So no, it has nothing to do with feeding children.
Have to look into that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that one. I haven't heard that.
Well, I only bring this up because you said that you care more about feeding children than you do putting somebody in prison who committed crimes. In international waters, by the way, which is a little odd to me that the United States gets to govern that, but we do.
But I don't understand how it is that you can sit there and feel sorrow for the people that are trying to poison your own American people. I got zero
sorrow. When did I say I feel?
I mean, sympathy. You were like, they should have been,
No, my issue is that this is bad precedent.
I think it sets a great message saying that you're not going to continue to send boatloads of your shit to our country to poison my people.
Didn't you just get through agreeing with me that you want the government to leave you alone? And now you are advocating that instead of imprisoning people, if you've heard something on a radio chatter, let's assume that what you said is true, because I haven't seen that evidence because they never presented it in court, but let's just assume that that's true. If they hear radio chatter that you put some rugs in a boat and are on the water, in international water, that the United States government, the president himself, can declare you to be executed and that happen. And you are okay with that.
I'm okay with doing whatever you got to do to keep that shit from hitting our shores. I'm okay with if sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, and they could have captured those guys and gave them their day in court. And then, 30-year stint in prison cost us $1.4 million, I mean, and then not only that, not going on a different subject or nothing, but then prisons are all, they're not federally owned. They're all privately owned. And they're
it's expensive? The war on rugs.
It is, my guy.
Yeah, it was really fucking expensive? The war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and guess which party did that?
Yeah, I agree. My son went.
So if this is about like economic concerns, spare me. I don't believe what you're saying. I think that you're just using that as a rhetorical argument to make a point, and your point is lost when you simultaneously vote for a guy that is removing all benefits to children, removing benefits to poor people, and you're like, well, but it'll cost so much money for us to house those, so let's just kill them all.
Those are your words, not mine. I'm not saying that at all. I think
that's me paraphrasing.
I think that, you sit there. Everybody's saying that he's taking Medicare away. He's taking Medicare away from people who can actually go out and get a job. You know how many people that I know that they were high school buddies of mine, were associates but not friends because of their lifestyle. But they sit around and they let the federal government support them. You know, and then I even offered a buddy of mine a job. He's like, man, that'll mess up my food stamps, you know. And I'm just like, Jesus, it's a better life, bro, if you just get up off your ass and do something.
Yeah, I agree. You should tell that to Rick Scott, who oversaw a company that committed the biggest Medicare fraud in the history of the country, and in one fell swoop stole more money from taxpayers than anybody that may or may not be sucking off the government tit.
Rick Scott, you mean the Florida politician?
Yes, Rick Scott. Look him up. He was the CEO of a company that got busted. We're talking I believe it was tens of billions that they stole from the American taxpayer, did it on purpose. They knew what they were doing. They kept doing it over and over and over and over and over again. So when you talk about wasted money, you need to look up, man. You keep looking down at these people, bro, that is a pittance of the waste that we see in this country. Those people are stealing our fucking money. I don't know why you're even worried about the rest of us.
Oh, I definitely agree that the government steals our money, both sides, the right, left, center. I mean, they abuse the American tax dollar for sure, you know.
Okay, so Boogie said it was $2 billion. I thought it was 10 or 12 billion. I could be wrong. Whatever the number is, it's a fucking lot. It's a lot, and it's a lot more than any person, welfare queen as it were, is receiving for fucking Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security or food stamps. I mean, you name it. Because that's one company, and you know, these companies do it all the time.
Well, you know.
So, you know, we're going after like pennies instead of going after stacks and pallets of cash.
Well, where would you start? You know,
I would start at them. I would have put that motherfucker in prison, is what I would have done. I would have spent the money to house that motherfucker, and I wouldn't have put him in Club Fed either. I would have sent his ass packing, because if you want to send a message to people that steal money from us, that's a good fucking way to do it. You ever notice the CEOs never go to fucking jail? It's always some fucking little guy just trying to make his fucking way and maybe makes a bad decision or whatever. They're the ones that are getting fucked.
I agree with you.
Even though they're in a fucking system that is unfair to them, and then they do one little thing and they end up in fucking jail for 20 years because, sir, you had 10 pounds of marijuana in your car.
No, I agree. It's a shitty system that we live in. You know, the laws that some people, these politicians make, is that they think it's for us and not for them. And I agree with you. Both sides. You know, there's got to be at some point we got to, you know, stand up and rise against that shit, brother.
All I can say is start looking up, because those are the problems, man. Those fucking people that lord over us as if we're fucking, you know, in a feudal society, right? And they're our fucking lords, and we're over here toiling their fields for them. And the moment that they don't need us anymore, you know, they toss us aside.
Well, let me ask you this, brother. Out of, you know, I'm 54 years old, and I've never seen one of our presidents work so hard to bring manufacturing back to our country. You know, a few years back, you know, when Obama was still in office, remember he said, "What is Donald?" And Donald Trump was running; he was going against Hillary, and Obama says, "What's Donald Trump got? A magic wand to bring these companies back?" No, it's leverage. You needed leverage to bring these companies back. You know, I think right and left, Republicans and Democrats, they sold our big manufacturing jobs off, brother.
You're right. You know? They did. And we transitioned our economy into something else. And now we're wanting to go backwards into something that we haven't been in a while. And we're having to compete with a country that we essentially built on the backs of our corporations over the last, since Reagan essentially is when really this all kind of started. And now we're wanting to play catch up? Or should we do a different thing? Because we can't compete with people like China. We don't have a socialist country, although Donald Trump is trying to create one by nationalizing companies. That's what he's trying to do. He's bought stake into these companies. Now the state owns parts of them, and not temporarily either. So it's not going to work.
What was it that Donald Trump did just get the 10% of the company? It was an Intel, I believe.
And NVIDIA. And
NVIDIA.
Nippon Steel. He got a golden share. And he's working on Lockheed Martin. He's working on those defense contractors, yes.
Do you think but that money's going back to the Fed. It's going back to the Treasury. It's not going in Donald Trump's bank.
So?
Right? So why is it that you can't think that our government can't be self-sufficient? You know, I mean, we give them our children when it's time to go to war. Not a one politician probably knows how to change a tire or build a house. You know, so I mean, we as the American people give our federal government the power and the clout that they have around the world. So, you know, back before federal income tax, you know, we were a tariff country and we were the richest country, one of the richest countries on the planet. So I don't understand why the federal government can't be self-sufficient to where when they do better, or when we do better, they do better. It's set up right now that they do better no matter what, right?
Right. And you think that taxing the people is going to fix that?
No. I'm against taxes, guy.
No. If you're arguing in favor of tariffs, you are pro-tax. You are in favor of taxing the people in this country because that's who pays the tariff.
The tariff is the cost of business of doing goods with one country from another. We've been getting tariff
for decades.
Yeah, it's a tax. We've been getting.
Wait. Okay, so you acknowledge tariff is a tax, and you acknowledge that we pay those taxes. But you said you're against taxes.
No. There's a difference between federal tax and a tariff tax. There's a difference.
It is a tax that is remitted to the fucking government, is it not?
It is a tax taken from other countries to do business in the United States.
No, other countries do not pay tariffs to us. No. Okay, so let's say I own a distribution company and I sell shoes, and I source my shoes from China, right? Prior to Trump, I would source them and whatever the tariff is, you know, maybe a 0%, I don't know. But Trump comes in there and he puts 10% on everything. Now we've got 200% tariffs that he's trying to put on for other countries, you know, whatever. But 10%. Me, the business in the U.S. that is distributing these shoes, I pay that 10%. I literally have a form that I fill out and pay that 10% to U.S. Customs and Border. At the when they bring it in, I pay that tariff to the government as a tax. It does not come from China or whatever country is exporting to us. I pay it. And whenever I have to pay an additional amount, if something is costing me as a business owner more money, guess what I do? I tack that on to the cost of the product so that my profit margin remains. And so now everything that was costing you less is now costing you 10% more. So when you say that you're against taxes, you should also then be against tariffs. Now, tariffs can be used as a tool to protect industry that you have. It's not really good to build industry unless you are in an emerging market. But we're not an emerging market. We're, the richest country on earth, essentially. What you're talking about doing is taking us back to being a shit, country, starting at ground zero and producing all of the little bits and pieces and bibs and bobs that you need for car parts and this and that and whatever. Because every little piece that you import to produce a part in this country is going to get taxed. And that's going to cause the price to go up, which I find interesting because for 4 years, you guys bitched about Joe Biden and inflation. And when Donald Trump gets in office and he's like, hey, I'm going to raise your prices by 10% roughly, if the companies pass that on to you. And you're like, yeah, let's do that. It's weird.
Inflation was up to it was a 9-point-something%. That was very high inflation. Inflation only comes from the federal government spending too much money.
No, that's not true.
Agree on that?
No. Okay, so We're going to go back to C-19, right? You remember when they had all those fucking boats, those ships out at the dock in California and in Oregon, and they were waiting for months to dock. They couldn't even dock. Yet they had products that people were wanting that were trying to fill shelves with, right?
Right.
So they couldn't. That disrupted the global supply chain. China at one point shut completely down. They did it twice. They did it once under Trump when this first happened. Then they did it again under Joe Biden. When that happened, they shut down all of their docks so they weren't shipping any goods. So therefore, a while, for some time, products were not available to be shipped here. This caused an extreme fluctuation between supply and demand. And once shit opened back up, things had to catch up. And now you've got extremely high demand because now people are starting to open back up into the world. We started shopping again. We started driving everywhere. I mean, you remember, I'm sure you lived through it. And when we did that, now we wanted these goods, but the supply chain had broken, so it wasn't available, which causes the fucking cost to go up. Because if you have little supply and high demand, the cost of that product skyrockets, right?
Right.
And that's what happened. That is why it got to 9%. And when it did, Joe Biden worked his fucking magic. This dude did way better than because I didn't like Joe Biden when it came into it. He brought the fucking inflation down. And by the time Donald Trump came in, it was down to what, 2.3%? And now
remember what it was, but
now it's ticking back up again, man.
Don't you think that what Trump is trying to do is to bring manufacturing back to us? Like you said, when China shut their shit off, man, we were just shit out, especially when it come to our medications. I did not know that China supplied, 85% of our life-saving medications that we have to take every day.
That's nuts.
That is crazy.
That's
scary.
Yeah.
That's scary. We should be making our own medication that keeps our own people alive.
I agree.
So
I agree.
In hindsight, I think that what he's trying to do. So if you don't want to get, I own my own business too. I'm a distributor. I work in the oil field, and I've been competing for a long time of trying to keep things built here in America. The high pressure pumps that we use, that cheap metal that comes from China, it's hard for me to compete as an American company with the product line that China sends over.
Mm-hmm.
So the tariffs now are actually doing me a just by making their prices, because we can't pay a kid 12 cents an hour here.
Sure.
Don't work. So
some industries it'll help. Sure.
Yeah, some industries.
Yeah, some industries. Yeah,
but in some industries it's not, and I get that.
Right.
I see that. And I agree with
that. So what you're talking about is take an alternator for example. How many different parts do you need to make that alternator?
Quite a few.
A lot, right?
Yeah.
And we source those parts from all around. So if you add a tariff 10% on it, every one of those little bitty parts is going to be just more expensive, just more expensive. And the only way to combat that, and it's still going to be more expensive because paying people in this country is far more expensive labor-wise, right, than it would be in China, and far less efficient.
Right.
So now you expect us to have these businesses created just because of one president over the course of 4 years is going to implement these tariffs that will eventually go away, and they know it. You want them to spend billions or hundreds of millions of dollars building a fucking plant that will in 4 years be irrelevant and mostly automated anyway. Because they're not going to stick. Because those tariffs they're going to go away.
Well, I think that the first president that comes out and says, look, we're going to stop charging a tariff. That's like, let's say if you wanted to start a fishing pole company, Lib, okay? Let's say you wanted to start manufacturing fishing poles. What our current situation is that our government or our state is going to get so much red tape involved. You're going to have to do this. You're going to have to do that. And the reason that I think that they do that is because they already got stock invested in the company that already makes fishing poles in China for a lot less.
Sure.
So it's so hard for us to get a foothold to start a fishing pole business, because by the time you get done paying all of the fees and all of the stuff, it's not feasible. So that pushes you out of that job or that market, right? So,
Sure.
and let's say let's say you did survive that and you did get the fishing pole manufacturing company up, and you want to start selling them all around the world. But let's say India says, hey, if you want to send your fishing pole over here, you're going to sell it for $50, but I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which now brings your fishing pole up to $150, while China's sending their fishing poles in for $50.
Okay.
You not see a little bit of a advantage of having a president that's willing to tariff a country that's doing the same thing?
Not a blanket tariff. No, we've always had tariffs in place. Tariffs will not, by and large, just go away. Right. So if that's what you took from what I said, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about this blanket tariff. He's tariffing everything. That is stupid. If you want an industry that you want to protect, you can use a tariff to prevent somebody from dumping cheap shit into the country. That's how you do it. Right? That is a protective tariff. Doing that to everything is fucking ignorant, because all it does is drive up the cost, and you're not going to see companies being built producing the little wire coils to go inside of the alternator. And maybe we'd produce them. I'm just using this as an example.
Gotcha.
Fucking shoestrings, shirts, you name it. These are, and now you're asking the American people to just pay more for your shit. Just pay more. You should just pay more, because if you're paying more, you're buying less. Right? If you're paying more, you only have so much money, you're buying less of that product. It's not going to work out. And if it's jobs you're concerned about, they're going to automate the fuck out of that, because they're going to have to compete somehow. And the only way to compete with a country like China is by automating the shit out of it and having as few workers as possible. And with robotics, they're going to be able to do that a lot easier than they would before. So no, it's not, this isn't the 1930s anymore, right? Our economy is far, far different. We're a service economy. We outsource service industry stuff. We outsource intellect. We outsource all kinds of shit. Weapons. We do other things. We don't need to focus on T-shirts or, fishing poles, right? That's not something that we have to do, because we're still the most wealthy country on earth. Now, was it a mistake for, Bill Clinton to sign NAFTA, and GATT, and the WTO and all that shit? Yeah, it was. It really hurt us. But we're not, we're fucking beyond that. Going backwards is just ignorant. Now, if he were to take our money and say, if you want to start this business, we're going to get you off the ground. We're going to fucking buy a plot of land. We're going to build a building here, and then you're going to lease it and pay us back over the course of time or whatever, so that it makes the initial investment cheaper, and then add a tariff onto that industry. That would make sense. But that's not what he's doing. He's just thinking that it's organically going to happen, and it's not going to.
Well, I think that
not in that way.
If I'm not mistaken, it's all reciprocal tariffs. It's like, if you charge us, we charge you. You don't charge us, we don't charge you. It's leveling the playing field. I mean, it's a reciprocal tariff, not a blanket.
Well, do you think that it makes sense for, like, Canada to have a tariff on maple syrup?
Do I think Canada? I think that if
I mean, if you think about it, their maple syrup is the best syrup in the world. I don't know of any other country that produces maple syrup to the level that they do. Okay. That is something that they would want to protect, right? And and that's okay. So there are things that we should have high tariffs on, and there are things that we shouldn't worry about. But that's what those trade deals were for. And people claiming that we were getting the short end of the stick, we're not. We haven't been. We've actually benefited greatly from this global position that we're in, where our currency is the reserve currency of the world. We've been able to have vast amounts of wealth as a result of that.
Well, you say vast amounts. I think, from my understanding, Lib, I mean, my great-grandchildren are in debt to their eyeballs right now with $36 trillion of debt. We got to get a handle on that,
Yep, and look at how much the billionaires have made. Their wealth has gone up exponentially. Elon Musk, for example, they just put a pay package in front of him, paying this motherfucker $1 trillion. $1 trillion Tesla wants to pay him if he meets these certain benchmarks over the course of the next 10 years. while people like us are struggling.
Well, I
Again,
agree with you that there's definitely a problem with, the root of all evil is money. My belief is, I mean, if we would stop spending trillions of dollars on bombs that take the lives of people instead of just spending it on those, spread that out, do something, help people, get things
I
going.
agree. Like the one that they used on that boat.
Yeah.
Total waste of money to me. But that's anyway. Look, I got a lot of people that have been waiting for a little while to get up here, and I really appreciate talking to you. You've cleansed my palate. The first couple of people were a little bit cuckoo, so I thank you for being a reasonable person. I hope you come back up on the panel sometime.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me up, and thanks for the conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes,
I'll go ahead and drop it down now. Guys, if you are enjoying the show, if you're enjoying the conversations, and I'm going to have more people coming up here in just a minute, please keep tapping that screen. If you are able, I would love for you to gift me to support the show. I am looking for 100 bananas. I'm at 4. That is to prevent being bananaed. So if you want to help prevent me being bananaed, send me some bananas. How about that? And thank that last guy for coming on and not being too crazy. Now, guys, I see all of the requests. Paula, where did you go? I was going to bring in Paula. And Boogie. And Maher, I see you. Give me just a second, because I've got other people that I really need to get to. Butch, I know, wants to get up here. Okay. Butch is a friendly. Butch, what's going on, man?
How's it going, Liv?
Pretty good.
I listened to that whole conversation with him, and it's just like, wow. They probably, like they say, off-11 fishermen, because first of all, drug running boats or shrug running boats, TikTok friendly, don't have 11 people on a craft. They have 2.
Right.
I mean, my God. Anyways.
Yeah, the fewer people that you have going to prison, the better. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense, and I have a feeling some investigative reporter at some point is going to find out that was a fucking just a boat.
That's all going to come
fishermen.
out. That's all. Because even if they're apprehended, it's not like they get executed without any evidence. So the bottom line is, this is the caliber of people he's got in his administration. When you vote for a guy, and like I say, he's a figurehead.
Oh, real quick. Holy shit. Thank you, Bunny. I appreciate that. Bunny, 2 Puffs, Kibi or Kebby, Momo, Minnesota. Thank you all so much for those bananas. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry, Butch. Please go ahead. I'm going to add a few more seconds there. Go ahead.
Yeah, just like I say, when they start talking about tariffs and they think like that, it's like, hey, I have no idea. The International Department of Trade for the United States collects the tariff and they send it to the Treasury. That's how it works. It's not China paying it.
And don't they collect it right there like at the importer, like at the fucking station where it comes in?
We were paying $150,000 a container. We anticipated we're going to be paying $215,000, anticipating the other 45% tariff with the additional tariffs that he was putting on. So our containers will be $215,000. We take the widgets, we divide it. That's our operating cost. We put it on, and guess who? That guy pays it. Right. It's a silent tax. Bring up Ronald Reagan. Like I say.
Now, to his point, I will say, when it comes to like national security shit, like our rugs, like things that we need, like insulin, the things that they use to produce some of the rugs in this country, I am all in favor of spending the money to build those fucking plants here if nobody else is willing to do it. And even if it costs a little bit more to produce it here, we should have the ability to fucking do it. It seems ridiculous that we don't. That seems absolutely ridiculous that we would have to rely on another country for something like that. Fucking ridiculous.
Our company, like I say, that we went over in 1988, and to think that we only do 10% of the business in the United States, 90% of the rest of the world. So the bottom line is, are you going to bring your company? Yeah, right. We're not going to open up an additional warehouse. We were going to open up because we're going to end up shutting down another one because we're going to go down to probably 7 to 8%. So did I vote against my interest voting for Kamala? No. Well, we were hoping that she would get in that because the $880,000 in additional taxes we would have paid, we don't have to pay. But the bottom line is, if you have policies in place for small businesses, it means the company's thriving. If the country's thriving, and if it's thriving, you're going to make that up. Instead of 10%, maybe we go to 12 to 13% here.
Absolutely. And some of those small businesses end up being large ones if they're highly successful and they do shit right, and it happens.
Right.
And that's why we should, from the ground up. I agree. Yeah, I don't know, it's fucking crazy. But instead, hey, it's patriotic, though. Remember that? Do you remember when they started coming up saying that shit? It's patriotic to pay more for the shit that you were getting for less under Biden, even though we were bitching about that. It's patriotic. Fucking and strange.
And you had inflation because of all the money that they printed up and dumped in the stimulus checks because but I mean, like this guy's talking, go to another country with inflation that was double digits, close to 20%. And we were at 9% high. It's like, it was coming down. It just started turning the corner. And then you got this bonehead coming in there but I mean, like I say, he only has leeway when you go in. They want to know your agenda with your administration, and they tell you what you're going to do and what you can't do. But you have options. You have opportunity to come up with policies that basically they're going to approve, and then it goes to the Congress that's owned. I don't know if you ever played those two videos, but like I say,
I did. I finally watched them, Butch.
Yeah. And he was a close friend of ours. And the bottom line is, Jimmy, like I say, he gave 8 years of his life because he could have did 90 days.
And he's talking about Trafficant, by the way. He had done time. That's who you're referring to, right?
Right. In 60 days, they came to him and say, sign you were guilty on all 10 and that you will not go public with the knowledge you acquired. And he wouldn't sign the papers.
Fuck you.
He said, he said, he goes, and then they turned to his attorney, say that offer's only on the table till midnight. Right. And Jim's saying, why are you talking to him when I'm sitting here? So the bottom line is that's reality.
Yep. It's really fucked up. Now, Butch, I do have a lot of people in here. I'd like to get another opposition up, but I really appreciate you coming up, man. It's good talking to you. Yep. We'll catch you later, buddy.
All right. Take care.
All right. See you. If there is opposition that is currently in the request box, please let me know in the comment section, and I will bring you up. You'll be first in line. Otherwise, I've got several people that are trying to get in here. Now, Maher, I'll bring you in because I want to get an update, but I won't have you on as long as you were the first time. How are you, sir? How are you doing?
I'm feeling better, relieved so far.
So have you? Okay, so a little backstory. Maher's family still is
there, but a little bit more relieved right now.
Okay, they were stuck. They weren't able to leave. They were being harassed at the Ben Gurion airport in Israel. Palestinian family visiting Palestine, or the West Bank, I believe you'd said. And he has been in contact with the State Department, has done interviews on news stations, to try and get some traction here. So please, I'm going to start your timer. I'm going to add another minute to give you a little bit of time to update us. So please let us know what that's looking like, man.
So I'm going to jump to right now and then track back on some events that took place. So as of right now, they've released the travel ban, and she's due to come back in a couple of days.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Actually, something that actually made me more happy is this morning I was talking to my wife, and she because she didn't like to be publicly out there.
Right.
Like, I just realized that if you didn't do anything, I would not be coming home around, which shows us that stepping up to the plate and not fearing is the best way to do it. But after our last conversation, I was in front of the mayor's office in Meriden. That was Friday. And he didn't do anything, nor did he communicate with me, which shows me what kind of guy he is, which is fine. But after I got it on the news, somebody asked Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut about it, And he goes, certainly anybody that is going through that type of situation is worthy of help. And I was like, okay, those are very soft words, but I'll take it.
Right. Better than nothing.
Right. So shortly after, he gave me a call from his cell phone, and he goes, this
Max
is Senator
Blumenthal.
Blumenthal and
Dick. Okay.
His name is Richard. Yeah, it's Richard Blumenthal.
Richard. Okay.
It was funny because I said, yeah, because I said, thanks, man. I appreciate it as a senator. And then he goes, no problem, Dick. And I thought he was calling me a dick. And then it turns out Richard is so
that's funny.
So him, Congresswoman Johanna Hayes, and Senator Chris Murphy got involved because it became more public, and we started to add pressure. Yeah. So I got CARE involved. And a lot of them started to get involved, but they kept messaging Israel, and Israel never responded, not one word back. And so then I started telling them, well, now you see the way Israel operates. If I didn't have any political representatives such as yourselves even speaking on the matter, I would have never gotten anything.
Yeah, if they won't answer them, they ain't gonna fucking answer you at all.
Well, that's the scary part, right? So finally, the Congresswoman, Johanna Hayes, calls me and she goes, look, I have Ambassador, the Israeli ambassador, I think his name is Leit, L-E-I-T, if you've heard of that name.
No, not familiar.
So he's the ambassador to Israel. So finally, they come back and say, this, I haven't publicized it because I'm waiting for my family to come back. So they tell after 13 hours of detaining my family and all the interrogation, everything they did to them, they come back and say, oh, well, it's just one simple thing. They placed a travel ban on his wife at the airport because she refused to provide her cell phone number.
Right.
And the Congresswoman said, excuse me?
What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything?
Right, but these are intelligence operatives that can be able to do anything, get any information, and their excuse was this. I was like, my dog and my homework is a better excuse. So the Congresswoman was like, this is ridiculous. Let's just play ball. Let's be quiet. Let's just talk about this when your wife gets back. But the excuse was just disgusting. It just shows how petty they can be. And so as of right now, we're just waiting for her to get back, and hopefully they're willing to actually speak up about it when they get here, because a lot of things have been happening. But the interesting thing, I know that's going to pop right now. The interesting thing about it is the way that Senator Blumenthal, he tells me, well, I don't like what they're doing to the Palestinians in the West Bank. I don't support it. And then I started saying, okay, what has Senator Blumenthal actually said and done? Nothing. Right? And then he's like in charge of the military defense. Right?
Oh, I'm sure he's a supporter of Israel.
Huh?
I'm sure he's a supporter of Israel.
Oh, like I heard his nephews are in the IDF.
Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me. They're fucking everywhere, man.
Yeah, so he's not little, and I checked his net worth. It's like over 100 million. Even found out some pretty insane things about these people. But so, anyways.
But if they were raising Cain for you and got some shit working, I mean, I'd take that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very happy about it. But then, the interesting thing is I didn't understand the politics game of it. I thought that these people all work together. Chris Murphy and Blumenthal and Johanna Hayes. So Johanna Hayes was the one that was working 24/7 around the clock. So she gave me her secretary. Her name is Miranda, and I'd call her 7 a.m. or 1 a.m. or in the afternoon, whatever I did. She literally picked up the phone every time. And
nice.
So when she told me that the American embassy released a statement saying that they're lifting the ban on my wife, I imagined that Senator Blumenthal was involved. Now this guy reminds me of Kevin Spacey from House of Cards, right?
Yeah.
So I sent him a message. I said, "Thank you so much, Senator. I really appreciate it. They've lifted the ban." So he calls me back, and then he goes, young man. This is the funny thing. This is where I'm like, okay, am I a pawn? Am I a fool? Or is he sincere? He goes, Mahar, I want to let you know, it doesn't end here. And I was like, what do you mean it doesn't end here? And he's like, I see the way you're advocating for your family, the way you're advocating for your people in the West Bank, and you genuinely care. And the way you handled this was really honorable. And I want to let you know that it doesn't end here, meaning that I want you to continue to bring forward the situations that are happening in the West Bank and be an advocate for your people and come to us. So I was like, wow, does he mean it? Right?
No.
So about 30 minutes later, I get a call from the Congresswoman's office. Hey, did you say anything about what we told you? I'm like, yeah, I told Congresswoman, thanks. Aren't you guys all working together? They're like, well, no. He went and put a statement out there trying to take all the glory. And now it looks
Wow.
like we did nothing. And I was like, oh, shit, I'm sorry. She
Yeah.
goes, and they're like, yeah, and she's up for re-election next year, man. I'm like, oh, dude. So
Yeah,
I
he's
was like,
so full of shit. I would, when you were saying what he said, I'm like, I've friends that are politicians, and they yap like that. They'll fucking pet your ego. They'll say, it's fucking gross how these people can do that. And
yeah, man, I felt bad. So then, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like that book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's like these people fucking just live in that book because that's part of what they do. It's
absolutely.
fucking, that's so gross.
Yeah, I mean, I was very, obviously, I'm not going to tell somebody, hey, I'm a little bit more intelligent than you'd imagine, but I obviously, because of the powers at hand, I know that they can manipulate anything that would go against me. So you have to sit there and kind of be dumb to the matter. But when that they have a lot of, because I did tell him something, because initially he was telling me that he communicated with Israel and they're not responding. And then I said something, but it was a jab, but it was more like pretending to be an ignorant jab. I'm like, wow, I'd imagine that Benjamin Netanyahu is more available, considering that Patrick Bet-David had him on his show the other day.
I saw that. I was like, holy fucking shit. I couldn't believe that that Netanyahu went on that show. Right. That guy is a doofus. That dude is a doofus fuck. Patrick Bet-David.
He's trying to relay this, that because obviously he's blaming Muslims, right? And he's trying to relate to the Armenian genocide as if Palestinians had anything to do with the Armenian genocide, right? And he's trying to imagine, well, if that's what happened, I'd imagine that the Palestinians are the bad guys. And I don't know if you know, and this is something I want to bring attention to, is there's two senators that have recently tried to get into Gaza. They were denied entry. And they also visited the West Bank, one of them the senator of Maryland, and then another one from Oregon. And they went there and they say they are literally doing another genocide. Not genocide, erasure of the people.
Ethnic cleansing, yeah.
Yeah, ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And then I thought to myself, okay, how do we get a coalition? How do we create a coalition of senators and congressmen that are going to step up and just do the right thing?
We have to elect new people because almost every single one of these people have been tainted. There's only like 8 people in our federal government that isn't, somehow puppeted by this fucking regime in Israel. It's crazy.
But wouldn't you imagine creating pressure by state? Like, for example, if every state was to put pressure on their representatives. For example, Connecticut, I'm going to be honest with you, I have relatives that have been suffering. The 3 last martyrs that were unalived in the West Bank, they're all from Florida, from like the same area. They're all related.
And they're Americans?
They're American citizens going there to just have a good time, and they were killed. Kids, brutally murdered from settlers. Nobody brought to justice.
Right.
And those are just
because they're the chosen people. You see, they're the chosen.
That's the problem. So my cousin and I, he grew up there. He told me, "Listen, I'm proud of you that you're speaking so vocally, but don't think this applies to."
Real quick, hi Bray. Not yet, but she in a couple of days she should be on her way. Hybray was asking because Hybray just showed up. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to what we plan to do with you. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're. I'm gonna say what we plan to do when they come back, but this is actually a milestone for us because a lot of family members reached out to me saying, "What are you doing? Why are you being so vocal? You're causing problems with Israel for yourself and your family." And I said, "Look,
give me liberty or give me unaliving." That's what I say.
Right. So like these kids, these fathers that are grieving and mourning their child's loss, that they lost them. I'm like, and others that are in prison, a 15-year-old, and all these. I said, do I have to wait till I become that kind of victim
Right.
before I speak up, or can I speak up on the basic means of uh, being an American citizen is? Because based on the visa waiver program, I think it's absolutely disgusting and biased that somebody from the that Israel can travel to to America with only with only a Israeli citizenship for 3 months without visa, right, and get dignity and respect and everything they deserve from the United States. But if it's vice versa, and you're going to the
Right.
West Bank, you may potentially be linked to the H group, or
Hey,
your
everything to
security.
them's the fucking H group. Why did you unalive that dog? That dog is a hunter for the H group. I mean, they just
They asked
everything.
you.
It's fucking everything.
Well, they claimed they wanted my wife's phone so they could see if she was linked with anybody from the H group in West Bank. And so I told them, I told the congresswoman's office, so wait, they assume that my wife is linked with the H group, and they said, look, I promise you that we wouldn't even be talking about your wife coming back if they actually really thought that your wife was
Right.
linked to the H. This was just BS, right?
Yeah.
So what I plan to do is about giving the credit aspect to all of this. What I want to do is have care, because I don't want to be the guy that said, "Oh, I'm going to invite everybody," and then upset the congresswoman's office. Let's just say, for example, I want to invite all of them to my house because they want the publicity, and I want to see if they say anything that attributes to helping the Palestinian cause. And if it gets me on the camera with both senators and the congresswoman, I think it opens up an opportunity to help others that are going through this. As I've stated, I'm going to give credit to where it's due. The senators and the congresswoman did an absolutely incredible job, while the senators and congressmen in the state of Florida have acquiesced and done absolutely nothing, right? So it
Yeah.
shows you the difference between Connecticut and other states, right? Maryland, great. These senators would step up to the plate. Oregon, we need to increase the amount of people that are willing to do the right thing, because when they relayed the information about
Man,
my wife to
I don't know. I've like, we're a puppet nation to them. I hear you, and that is a fucking cliff to climb. You're gonna need ropes and tethers to get up that fucking cliff. It's a straight face. Say good luck with that.
But
Can't
you imagine that my ambitions are in my heart and my
yes,
dream that
it
I'd
is
love to come
worth
through?
trying, but I'm just saying, like, I've watched this country my whole life, and it's been this way the entirety of it. And
no, I agree with you. I agree with you. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it's fucked. Like, I don't want to get you down or whatever. These fucking people, like that guy just feeding you bullshit in your ear. Just, he doesn't mean any of that. That guy's a liar.
Feeding the ego for these type of people, feeding the ego. So when I told him, look, I want to advocate for humanity.
Yeah.
I want to do things, and I want your help doing it. Look, I'm not trying to make money. I'm not trying to get rich. He didn't listen to the part I was really telling him, right? So the funny thing is, and I heard the ego, he goes, doing humanitarian work doesn't get you rich. And then I was like, so,
wow. Wait, Blumenthal said that.
Yeah, I go in my head.
What
He's like, so what am I hearing? I know it gets you rich, kid. Right?
Oh,
So
my
I'm like,
God.
right? So it's just, don't get me wrong. The guy had a lot of respect for me, but when you listen to these entries, that it's like a gateway of hell that I would never want to get into. And politics is so dangerous because
Wow.
it becomes a game. You don't know who to trust and who not to trust. And I
Can't
realized
trust any of those motherfuckers. You can't trust any of them. The only person I'd trust at this point would be like Bernie Sanders, AOC.
Well, even
the rest
Bernie
of them,
Sanders
I
never
don't.
said genocide. Even
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders has never said genocide, right? So there's something that they're in fear of, right? And when I say coalition, how do you create this effect to where now we got two senators? Imagine we were to push two other senators and say, look, we know the agenda. We know you're waiting until the agenda's over and you pretend you had a sudden change of heart, or now you can see, right? But this is not a big deal for you to call for not unaliving Palestinians in the West Bank as you do, because as an American citizen, right? I have the right to call to my representatives. I have the right to call
Mm-hmm.
to my leaders. They don't over there, right? And even if I do, I told them, listen, if my son was arrested, you would say this is out of your jurisdiction, that you cannot do anything, that it's a sovereign nation, but it's the same sovereign nation that you tell us that you're allies with. The same sovereign
Right.
nation that spit on our passports. And I thought about an idea, and I said, this is a great way to get a lot of Palestinians unalived, is for us to wear those mini secret body cams on the West Bank. So every encounter that we face, it shows that we're not the T words. And one thing that resonated
And
with me,
stream straight to the cloud. That way they can't destroy them.
Right. So what's wrong? Okay, so for example, people are asking me, what do you think you've done? I said either my wife's name is Intifada or because I've been vocal about Palestine, but that wouldn't make sense because if I'm vocal about Palestine and telling people what you do to people, then you come around and do the same thing to me. What does that say about you? Right. So what upsets me the most is every kid that is unalived, they say, oh, he was throwing rocks, for example. Right. So my wife told me that my son went to Bethlehem with his uncles. His uncles are only several years older than him, 19, 20 years old. They put him on their shoulders. He was having the time of his life. And I'm thinking to myself, all these other kids that went to have a time of their life, they end up underground and nobody finds justification. There's no justice. And that's all I'm asking for.
Yep.
It's not like I'm asking for to change the regime and get Israel out.
Man, I'm
like, hey,
look, you got support from me. Look, I applaud you to continue that and not just stop with getting your wife back, which, right now, I guess you take it in stages. This is the first step, is getting her back and your kid back. And then, doing what you can from there. But like I said, man, go in there with the expectation that it's going to be nearly impossible because they are fucking in everything. It's everywhere.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I was invited on the 15th and 16th to Washington, D.C. by a group where they're going to have news outlets discussing Americans that have lost their children due to being unalived, or their children that are illegally detained in military detention. That other girl, I forgot her name, the one that was run over by a bulldozer about 20 years ago. Do you know what I'm talking about? The infamous situation. If anybody in the comments knows, can you please comment? There's an American white girl. I think she's from America. Yeah, she's from America. She was trying to stop the settlement from bulldozing a house.
In Israel. Or in Gaza, I guess. Or okay.
No, I think it was West Bank or Gaza. And they ran her over with the bulldozer, claiming they didn't see her. Her family's going to be over there advocating. And so they invited me. I said, look, I'm not going to go there to take any light because thank God, these things didn't happen to my family. But if I could be able to relay messages and tell the congresswoman, because they're going to be there, congresswomen and the senators, could tell them, look, I'm going to be there. At least show face. Just do something, right? And the fact that I just want them to hear, and the fact that I have relatives calling me and say, look, we are actually so proud of you, but you're stupid. And I said, imagine if I asked my cousin.
It's not stupid. Maybe naive is a better word.
Well, for the way I did this, the way I went to the cameras, the way I addressed it to get my family
fuck
back.
that. Yeah, man, I'd have been, dude. That's how I've gotten the shit done that I've done, is by being the loud asshole, abrasive guy that
the liberal is like I love it.
It's like a genital wart that just won't fucking go away, and you just can't not listen to the guy because he won't shut the fuck up. That's how I've gotten everything done that I've done in my lifetime. And people hate it, but it's effective.
You know,
because they can't get you to shut up, and that's it. Don't shut up, but just know when you're going in there, it's not going to be fucking easy.
Yeah, but I've seen the way that certain on the news, certain senators or certain congressmen or representatives treat people like shit and say, "Oh, your age group," but that's so easy to combat, right? It's like I'm talking about liberties. I'm talking about American justice. What are you talking about? So, anyways, you can hear me excited. I want my family to come back. I'm very happy that I felt like I did something, right? And
you did. Not many people have gotten Israel to capitulate on any fucking thing.
Well, of course, we don't want to ever. I would never say that I got Israel to capitulate, because obviously their ego is very big, and
fuck them. Fuck
Trust
them,
me.
and their egos are as big as God because they think they're the chosen people.
That's a problem. And then obviously the
And
verbiage
but look, Israel is a different beast entirely. So maybe not listen to me because I might be the guy that is like, what is that drone? What is that? And then I'm no longer there because that's
Are
what
you
they do.
aware? Are you aware about the 23-year-old that was unalived, Saif Allah Muslit, the one I was telling you about? I told you that he was targeted by drones. They used the drones to
Yeah,
know
the
exactly
drone
where he
pew
is.
pews.
Well, no, not these weren't drones with pew-pews. These were drones with cameras. And what they did is they'd communicate with one another and say, okay, the Palestinian is here. He's running there. Get him. So no matter where these kids ran, they couldn't escape the settlers. And they'd say, I don't know, understand. And it's a land of, like, I think radius, maybe 15, 20-mile radius. But
Right.
it was insane. So listen,
There's
I've
nowhere to
taken a
go.
lot of your time. I
Yeah.
really appreciate you having me on, and hopefully we can make a change. And I'm glad that we don't have people that are able to say, hey, there's more to this story and she's a bad person, because now we have concrete evidence of the every aspect of what happened to prove that it was unjust. And if it happened to my wife at this small scale, imagine the things that are happening to other Americans and natives to the
Right.
land. And this is what we need people to understand. We're not
Yep.
calling for the deletion of Israel. We're calling for the safety and protection of not only Americans, but look at the people that we are paying and funding the nation to do this to our people. And it's
Yeah, and your wife is an American citizen too, right? Maher, I
I
lost.
can't believe that.
Oh, I lost you there for a second. I think
Oh, can you
Israel
hear
was
me
trying
now?
to tap in. Careful.
No, I'm sorry. My mom drove off in the car, and I think the Bluetooth connected to
Oh,
the car.
so she
Yeah,
heard
that was
me.
just finalizing.
She heard me yapping.
No, she probably had the radio off. She wouldn't know. Yeah, but anyways, I was finalizing with the fact that we just need to get open our voices. More of my family members, because I asked my family members, how many of you have suffered due to the hands of Israel when even entering Ben Gurion Airport or King Hussein Airport? They said every one of us. And I said, you're pointing at the odd one out that has chosen to speak up when each and every one of you should speak up. That is the only reason I'm the odd one
Yep.
out. Had you guys actually had the balls, you know, to speak up, this wouldn't be happening. I had one of my cousins that said they might annex the West Bank. I told him, how much did you spend on your house? They bought 2 houses for him and his brother. He said $4 million. I said, I hope they screw you. I hope they take all of your property, because what you're doing is acquiescing to the point that eventually you're going to lose everything, because you're
Yep.
telling me you're afraid to speak up for justice. You deserve it. And
Yeah.
you're
I
going to
mean,
realize that my voice
at
isn't
the
me
end of the
being
day,
stupid.
if somebody isn't willing to do it, then I guess that's on them. But maybe you need to get you one of these. I see you, Israel. Oh,
That's hilarious, man.
I don't know
You
why the
got so
fucking.
many other people. I want to just thank you again for getting me on, and I hope there's some voices here
There we
that
go. Fuck you.
That's
I
what
hope
I
there's some
say to him.
people here that if you guys had some kind of different perspective on how things happen, to understand that it's not always the way that they point the Palestinians to be horrible people. There's a lot more that's swept under the rug that you don't know unless you live there in the shoes of a Palestinian. So, Liberal
Yep.
Loudmouth, you're doing a great job with everything you do, and I really appreciate it.
Well, Maher, I appreciate you giving us an update, and you're welcome to come back if you get another update and keep us apprised of what's going on, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
once she comes back, the news will be all over this, and I'm hoping they bring it national. But you never know if
What
Fox takes it
shit? She's
national.
welcome to come up too on the show if she wants. You guys
I
can
hope
come up
that
together.
my wife needs to build that courage. She should definitely, but you know how
Yeah.
some people are just afraid to speak, man. But we'll see.
Well,
I appreciate you. Thank
get
you for
a
the
get a
invitation.
get a speakerphone. It makes you feel like you're really there. Get you a fucking megaphone. Matter of fact, I'll be selling some loudmouth megaphones before too long. I'm going to take this beast and turn it into a loudmouth megaphone. So anyway, a shameless
That's
plug.
awesome, bro.
But no, thanks, man. I appreciate you coming up, and I can't wait to hear from you when your wife and your kid get back home.
Thank you very much. You have a great day, bro.
All right, you
Thank
too. Peace. All right, guys, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. If we could keep tapping that screen, let's get to 50K likes as quick as we can. We got, 13K to go, and I still have a gifting goal of donuts. So if you want to help me fill that 50 donut goal, I'd appreciate it. And I want to give a shout out to Uncle Ben. Sent 20 donuts. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Minnesota, thank you for that donut as well. Now, I've got more people coming in here. Matt, I believe, may be next. Matt, what's going on? And real quick before we get started, Matt, if you're opposition, please let me know in the comment section. If you are a Trump supporter, let me know in the comment section, and I'll bring you right on. Matt, welcome in. Go ahead, man.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing fine.
54. I voted for Kamala. I've supported Democrats my whole life, and I've been in the manufacturing business for 30 plus years. Currently work for a major auto manufacturer, and just hearing some of the economic issues that we're talking about here,
like the 22,000 jobs that just came out,
right?
Fucking, and the revision to the lost jobs that we just had. What a fucking joke!
What a joke! Absolutely. And we've lost over 400,000 manufacturing jobs this year.
Yeah,
and if you look under the
he's bringing them back. America first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
this fucking
to me.
Guy.
It's just, he's a man. Just such a joke.
Dotard.
I still can't believe it.
I love that word for him. It's fitting. Dotard. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No. Living in the Matrix, right? I just still can't believe it. My dad fought in the Army Air Corps in World War II, and he was stationed in the closest bomber squadron in France to Germany. And every night they used to have to black out completely on the airfields. I'm sure you're familiar with that, right? And it was automatic court-martial if you had a light, like went outside to have a cigarette or anything, right?
Interesting. Even a smoke. Even a smoke.
Yeah, any light, automatic court-martial, right?
Just it makes sense.
The security, yes.
Yep. It makes sense to me.
It was so interesting. They had a dummy airfield set up with all of the cardboard mock-ups of the planes about 6 miles away. And just about every night it would get bombed by the Schnazis. See, but it was close enough with the reconnaissance they had available in the technology of the time where, when they would spot it during the day, or the ME-109s would chase the P-51s and the B-17s and B-25s back, then they could look at it at night. Okay, it's close enough where, right? That's got to be it. But so he went through that until they had VE Day and liberated Europe. And rest his soul, I'm glad he's not around now, because he would be there with me by his side right now in front of the Capitol. He didn't go through that. And
you fought Nazis to then elect the motherfuckers.
Exactly.
I mean,
it's just.
We were all Antifa
incredible.
At one point, and now they hate Antifa. Fucking wild, man.
That's right. Yeah, he was Antifa. He was Antifa, greatest generation, old school, kick that ass, right?
Yeah.
And to see this now, and the vets. I mean, that just takes us to the vets. Why, when I see him in a live, I say, okay, are you a sucker or a loser? Because that's what your commander in chief called you.
And you know what's crazy to me is that he's so gung-ho about, oh my God, you can't murder flag, you can't torch flag, you can't do that, you're going to spend a year in jail. That's what his executive order says. While he is simultaneously a fucking fascist that we defeated back in the day, and he's turning around and doing the same fucking shit that Hitler did. That is more of a degradation and a fucking spit at this country than burning any fucking flag, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. He's pissing on the Constitution and crapping on the Statue of Liberty.
Absolutely.
It is. It's just terrible the way he's acting like that. And alienating us from our greatest allies, Canada, Mexico, Europe, financially and strategically. Oh, and let's just let Putin take whatever he's got in Ukraine. I just want to stop that. Well,
Right.
vicariously, I think we need to stop him. So we go through different conduits, right? So if he goes there, then what's going to happen? What's going to happen when he's going after Western Europe? What are we going to do then? He's got the show of force, and it just it pissed the orange one off so bad when he saw him standing there with Z and then his little buddy there from
fucking Kim Jong Un.
Oh my gosh!
Wasn't that fucking crazy to see? I thought that was weird. And now he's cut off, the foreign aid to the European nations, and they're like, what the fuck?
And NATO and everything, but regardless of how you stand, the Monroe Doctrine and all, things have been balanced. They have been balanced. There's a lot of things we shouldn't have got into. I agree. We can go on about that, but we're a critical mass right now.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to world financials and the world politics, right?
Yeah.
What's going on with all of this nationalism, like, Putin, he thinks he's, Rasputin, the way he's going.
I still think Donald Trump is I still think he's a Russian plant. And maybe it's not like some deal that they worked out. Hey, I want you to go in there and become president. We're going to support you, this, that. But the end result is the fucking same. Everything this motherfucker does helps that dude in some fucking way. Everything. I tried to find this morning. I spent hours actually this morning looking up things that Donald Trump has done that has hurt Putin in any way. I couldn't fucking find it. I couldn't find it. He said things, but that doesn't actually affect Putin at all.
Oh yeah, and with Trump, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it 2 weeks. I mean, he needs to have 2 weeks tattooed
release the
across
Kraken.
his forehead because
they're gonna release the
Kraken.
In 2
never
weeks.
comes, right?
Oh my God, the fucking My Pillow guy. That shit, that dude. But look, that's what happens to all of his fucking people that surround themselves with Donald Trump and do his bidding. They all fall like the mafia boss that he is. Everybody else fucking collapses, and there he is. He gets off scot-free. Teflon Don, the fucking Mango Mussolini. God, what a fucking mess
exactly
we're in.
Right.
Yeah,
he's like a vampire. He uses them. He sucks. Look at Giuliani. I mean, I never respected his politics, but after 9/11, I thought, well, okay,
right,
right. And look at this guy now. My gosh. Are you kidding me?
He's a shell of a man. He's not even a man anymore. Fucking it's crazy. Well, Matt, I appreciate it. I got some other people I'm going to bring in. I do appreciate you being up here. I hope you come back, and you're welcome to come back up later, but I'm going to try to get through the rest of these people that are requesting.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you so much for the time. And I just ran across you came on my FYP today, and I will definitely follow and join and everything. But, I just love the way you tell it like it is and stand 10 toes down, brother.
Keep it up. It's the only way you can do it. Right. But thank you, Matt. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words. See ya.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Peace. And guys, by the way, if you want to buy me a coffee, you can go to my link tree in my bio. It'll say beacons.whatever. You can go in there. It's got Cash App, stuff like that. If you want to buy me a coffee, 100% of all that stuff goes to me. I hope TikTok doesn't ding me for that, but whatever. Now, Hybrid, I see you in there, but I've got a couple of people that are in front of you. So let me bring in Diesel. Diesel, you said you wanted to come up. What's up? Hopefully you can hear me. You're just buffering at this point. There we go. Diesel, what's going on, man? Yeah, what's up, dude?
What's going on? I'm in my space shuttle cutting through Nebraska. Yes, I was on last time. Although I didn't vote, it is paining me what I'm seeing right now. Trump seems to be going very hard against the black and brown folks. So this is dog whistle language. When he said DC, the people who be arrested in DC with the National Guard, obviously majority black, he said they were born criminal. When you say someone is born a criminal, you're speaking dog whistle language, and that's Yahtzee talk.
That's fucking
And it's just
speaking to that, did you see that judge rip his Justice Department his ass? This judge was
I didn't
apologized to this lady that it was a black woman they, I guess she was in the thing getting transported. I'm going to unalive you. I'm going to unalive, just ranting or whatever. Had done property damage. But she was like, anybody that violates the Constitution, I will do this or whatever. Well, they charge her with felonies and shit. And this judge is now requiring the Justice Department to make a filing Thursday explaining how it handled that case. Her name was Dana, and said, and I'm quoting here, it's September 4th. As of now, we still have a constitutional democracy. I mean, this judge just fucking gave it to him. Basically, all but called him a fucking racist, which speaks to what you're talking about now. This was a D.C. case. Yeah, so what you're saying is, and they've been doing this because there's been an influx of these cases that they've had to drop because it's you grab the black people up,
right,
and then you figure it out, the charges and whatever else afterwards. That's what they're doing. It's gross. Go ahead.
Yes, and this is all too familiar. All of us have a common adversary, the Latinos community. That's who ICE is sick on them. The National Guard, police force, law enforcement, they're sicking it on us. Zionists, they're enabled them to go at the Palestinians before I was born. So it's obvious what the intent is here. Global white dominance. Oh man, I'm about to lose my minute.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
What I'm saying is, it just makes on what plans can we do? I think for me right now, to make enough money and just be able to live out of America until another election. I'm thinking about that governor, the governor of Maryland. He spoke to it because this guy is attacking children. Regardless of how you feel about somebody, you don't attack your kid. You have to have some level. But this shows the level of depravity they're willing to sink to. This shows how low they're willing to go. Just like that woman in the playground who called that child the N-word. And I was on a live
and made $800,000 off of it.
Can you picture Yes.
Gross.
And I was on a live with this white tea Zionist. Hold on, get ready for this. She said, I asked her, could you picture yourself being born Palestinian? And she said, I quote, I can't picture myself being born trash. So I don't know if this is within a race of people, but there's a certain element to them that has a certain depravity where they can go at children. And I'm like, I could not.
Right.
I gotta feed my enemy's kid. If my enemy's child is starving, I would have to feed him over myself. Maybe I'm just wired different. But every child is
they're kids.
You're saying they will, the highest level, the top white man of the world, Donald Trump, is saying black kids get born criminal. And I come from South Central. Never committed a crime a day in my life. So it's like, instead of having fair opportunity, because it's never equal, no such thing as equal.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Say they are born criminal. So that's a dog whistle language. It's like, how would white folks feel if I say, your child is potentially born a mass shooter? Which, by stats, hold up. If you're gonna look at who does the most mass shootings of soft targets in America, who is it? With all the privilege, with all, it's like they can be short-sighted, but they have no matter what economic background, various levels of economic background, in the church, in the schools, school after school, grocery stores, wherever there's soft targets, who goes in there with a pew-pew and shoots innocent people? People who are
generally young white males. Generally speaking. Yes.
So you're gonna say,
and what's interesting, is that when one trans person does it, And I looked up the statistics. 0.07% of mass pupillers since 2018 were trans people, and their percentage of the population is 1%, which means the representation of mass pupillers is extremely low based on their percentage of the population. The moment that happened, what did these fucking guys? Oh my God, we got to take trans people's pew-pews. Yet they will not do it for their own people who are doing the same shit.
Exactly. But get ready for this. That trans man, see, I will say that transgender guy, he's still a man. So he's still a white T man. I mean, I don't care how they identify. I mean, regardless of how they identify, we don't need to, I guess that don't need to be.
Well, legally speaking, her name was Robin. She got her name changed.
But
in
if
a
you're
court.
born a man, for me and where I stand, if you're born a man, you'll always be a man. If you're born a woman, you'll always be a woman. That's just how I feel.
But it was a trans woman.
But it's still a trans, yes, but they're still white T. It was a white T person. Let's just say it was a white
I understand the point you're making, but it's I think could be considered problematic language for a lot of people to put it in that. But I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Just say this is a white T person that does another match of the most innocent of the
children. Who was born a male. Yes.
Yes, born a biological male. And yet and still, it's like Trump can get his ass up there and say people who don't have a fair shake in life, people who don't have equal opportunity, that they're a system that was created for us to resort to criminal activity. He gonna get his ass up there and say that they're born criminal, born into a system where opportunity. See, they'll say we have equal opportunity on the front hand, but on the back hand they don't want equal outcome, which means they want to control the outcome, because to have a close to equal outcome means that you have equal opportunity. It's like,
well, I don't know if we could ever guarantee equal outcome, but we can certainly guarantee equal opportunity, which is what we should strive for.
Or get close to it as possible.
Yeah, but that also means somebody who has a handicap of any kind. I don't use that in a derogatory way. I'm saying, like, if shit is far worse for you starting out, that means your race started way back and somebody else is halfway through the race when they start. When that's the case, you've got to make some serious changes in order to, eventually through generations resolve that. And we were working that way. And then in comes the fucking racist in chief, Donald fucking Trump, and his racist cockroach
when
base.
You say born criminal. So for me, that opens the doors for a whole lot of harmful things to happen to them. When you're at the highest
it's dehumanizing language.
And that opens the door for people to go after us. Say I'll never forgive these people. These people, when they realize they're wrong, some will think they're either entitled to forgiveness, others will say humbly, I know I was a racist, so if you hold a grudge against me, Greg, I'm not gonna hold Diesel, I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Now I will say I remember you now, because you were up here the other day, and when you told people you didn't vote, they fucking all came at you hard. I remember that shit. That was crazy.
No, and it is what it is. I stood on my reasons for not voting. But that does not mean it's like.
Well, are you gonna vote next time?
Nobody. If there's a candidate, hopefully there's a candidate. I like either the mayor of Baltimore or that governor of Maryland, both black. Yes, that's, while it can potentially be symbolism, like I gave my vote to Obama twice, but next time, here's the thing, yes, there's a strong chance I can vote next, because here's the thing, liberation.
Well, I urge you to do that.
You don't get that through the ballot. Yes, you just don't get that through the ballot alone. We do not
Alone.
we're not gonna get fair treatment just via the vote
Sure.
alone. It's gotta be
You're right.
more
You're
than
right.
just
But if you
voting.
forego that vote, you took one duty that you have to your country to offer your thoughts about the person that's going to represent you, and you've sloughed that obligation and duty off. And I would just urge you, because that's one thing that you have that somebody technically can't take from you unless you've, been in jail, etc., go down the line.
Which is wrong in itself.
Right.
Like,
And it's
that
like,
should be changed.
I don't know. To me, not voting seems, it's like, I understand that there's a statement that you can make by not voting, but your statement is better to use when voting, because you don't get a say in the outcome in any way whatsoever, and nobody knows that you didn't vote unless you tell them. They just know a percentage of the population didn't vote.
But listen to this. But listen to this. I knew that we were gonna have to go through some pain. Us as leftist groups that are thrown on the left, blacks, Hispanics. I called out the benign neglect of black people when we did vote, did all the heavy lifting, and all the other groups were comfortable off of us, but yet they're unjustly being killed in the streets, being discriminated on jobs by Latinos. There's a rift in my home state. There's always been this little issue, mainly in Southern California, between blacks and Hispanics.
Okay, how did not voting fix that?
Well, I tell you what, there's a number of Hispanics that have said, yeah, we need to have an allyship. And hold on, and some have said, I used to think black people were just complaining, and they, like a lot of immigrants love to say, oh, black people complain. Now that I'm being racially profiled,
right,
I want to make an apology. So that makes me feel good in a way. I'm like saying, not that I want to see anything bad happen to somebody, but I'm like, sometimes you need a lesson.
Well,
sometimes you just do.
Something that has to be said to a person that can look and see what's going on in the U.S. and say, oh, the racism doesn't exist. And then the moment it happens to them, they're like, oh, my God, I can't believe. Like, how does that not connect to you? Like, I have a friend who, he loved the cops until they showed up at his house, arrested him with fucking riot shields, his pew-pews pulled at his front door, arrested him for trespassing because somebody had lied, and only then was he like, holy shit, these are problematic individuals. And the process of him going to jail, it took him 2 fucking weeks. Exactly. And I'm like, bro, this is what I've been talking to you about for the last couple of years now. I'm glad you finally get it, but it's weird to me that seeing somebody else go through it wasn't enough for you until it happened to you. I don't get that.
Black. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't fucking get it.
Well, see, here's the thing. Oh, but now, also, listen to this. One time, some years ago, I got called the hard ER. I got called the N-word with the hard ER on it by a white T transgender. Now, you want to say this is a marginalized group, but because I said, hey, man, I'm sorry, man, I don't roll that way, they can, it's like, hold up, I said, sorry, man. And he was like, I'm a woman. And you're an N-I with the N-I-G-G with the hard ER on it. It's like,
right.
So because I don't get with.
That's when you throw a hard lemonade, right? Or no, what was it? The T.
Supposed to be marginalized. But
what was that T?
You're supposed to be part of a marginalized community.
Yeah,
you're
twist
supposed
the T.
to, you're supposed to be trying to liken yourself to black, but yet all because a black man rejects you and calls you for what you are biologically. You can call me. I don't care how you identify. There's plenty of people can identify as whatever. You got white tea people who identify.
What does it cost you, though?
To the Middle East.
What does it? What does it cost you?
Like, how do you literally come from
You're breaking up. So if somebody asks you to call them, you know,
what about now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Yeah, if somebody asks you to refer to them by a certain name, you can have a thought about it, but does like being rude about it, does that help?
What do you mean being rude about it?
Well, I mean, if somebody says, you know, I'm a woman, and clearly wanting you to refer to them as a woman, what does it cost you to just say she?
I'm not gonna do. No, I won't do that. No, I won't do that. That takes away from actual women. Now, all the feminists need to go ahead and go at the men who are taking their scholarships. No, I won't do that. I should not have to bend.
Okay, you're okay. So now you're conflating a conversation.
Look, you can choose
in
to
real life
whatever you want to. Now we're getting off topic because as far as I'm concerned,
well, we were talking about marginalized communities, and you are the victim. You've been the victim of systemic racism, so you know what it feels like.
Black American man.
Yet you have another marginalized community that you openly and flagrantly abuse.
He is who he is. He's Galvin. But all these other groups would have been comfortable with a Democrat in office because they are not targeted the way I am. When under Joe Biden, under Obama, I'm still unjustly harmed. These groups will say,
and so are trans people.
They will not. They will even have the audacity.
So
if you're a whitey trans, you're privileged. You still got the white privilege.
You
still got the.
Are you a trans person?
You choose to go do those. I'm a black man.
Are you a trans person?
No,
do you know what it's like to be a trans person?
No.
So then you can't really speak to what level of marginalization that person has been through.
No.
Can you?
No. They are not marginalized the way they're not targeted by the police. When a white trans person, a white gay person gets pulled over, a white female, as far as I'm concerned, depending on how she looks, is the most privileged out of all. Like, there's levels to white privilege. The white female, the attractive white female that I'm lucky to get with from time to time, they're the most privileged out of all of them because the system of racial dominance for her. No, as far as they ain't got no reason to complain at all. You got an issue as a fit. Go to Muslim country.
Okay, you're breaking up real bad. I don't know if you're in a tunnel.
Indonesia doesn't count. Go to a country in the Middle East. No, I'm outside.
Issues that trans people have to deal with that you do not, at least not in that same way. Are you also marginalized? Yes. Do we have a problem with systemic racism and bigotry in this country? Yes. And that includes trans people.
Brother, hello? All right.
Yes. I'm here. Okay, so request back up
what do we say?
When you get into. I just went over some statistics about police.
My signal is so.
Yeah,
I hope that you don't be just say that white transgender got as bad as a.
Okay, you're breaking up. You're breaking up real bad. Diesel, request back up, and I'll bring you up in a little bit when you get to an area that has signal.
It's higher.
I can't. Okay, I can't have that conversation. After I dropped, it was still going. Diesel, if you can hear me, please request back up. Yeah, there was, I'm sure the people in the comments don't want to listen to that conversation either. Hybrid and Love Nature and Matt, I see y'all's stuff. Hybrid, what's up? Oh, Paula, I see you. Let me bring you in next because you had requested up earlier, but you left. I'll bring you in next, Paula. Hybrid, welcome in. Go ahead.
How you doing, man?
Doing fine.
You had a good family reunion?
Yeah, it was good. It's good.
Good. Glad
a lot
to hear
of driving.
That. Yeah, it sounds like it. We missed you. Paula looked out for took over for you. She did a fine job.
Good job, Paula.
She had a few spicy. She got a little spicy in there, but all was good. I wanted to tell a story that one of the things that's been bothering me about this whole issue with the Palestinians has been the absolute refusal by the rest of the Arab world to come to their aid. That they just sit back and watch this done, because I firmly believe that Israel is nothing but a bully. The Zionists, they're nothing but bullies, and like any bully, if somebody stands up to them, they're gonna run and cry to their mother, probably the U.S. But if it's interesting because one of Israel's declared intentions is in their expansion is to actually take part of Saudi Arabia. I wonder how that's going to go over.
One second, Hybrid. Keep talking. I've got to take this phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, man. Their declared intention of.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm live. What's up? Yeah, I talked to his girlfriend. He's okay. He's on a ventilator. He was septic. So that was the problem. I guess he had gotten, some severe constipation and became septic. All right. Thanks, man. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. See ya.
The whip.
Wait, what? Okay, I missed something and I came back.
You sure did, didn't you, man? So he raised top quality Arabian show horses, and he was a prominent Jew. And I asked him one day, I said, why these two things don't seem to go together, that, of all the breeds of horses, why are you raising Arabians? And he says, well, in my experience, the only way that you can deal with an Arab is to sit on his back and beat him with a whip.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so so you started this out with, and forgive me, I just, that was a representative calling me and I needed to take it, but
no problem.
You had said that you had issues with Arab nations not doing anything to support them. Or
because I think if Saudi Arabia stood up and said, you know what, we're not going to sit back and watch fellow Arabs be G-sided, and this has to stop today, I think Israel would stop, because I don't think they would, they're a bully. And like any bully, they're only brave when nobody's bigger is standing up to them.
Do you believe that Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, do you believe all of those would be able to take on the United States?
I don't think the United States would take them on. I think the United States would pull its support from Israel.
Bullshit.
You think the states would stay with Israel and risk alienating the entire Arab world?
Yes.
And seeing their oil supplies cut off from Saudi Arabia?
Yes. Yeah, they absolutely. I think that. Yeah, I think that we would absolutely send our people over there to unalive for this country that controls this country. Yes. Without a doubt. Well, we went to Iraq and Afghanistan on the word of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And we just went and boomed Iran for Israel. Iran is the only nation in that region that could put up a fight against the U.S. Yes, I absolutely believe that the United States would war every one of those fucking countries. But they don't want to, because Saudi Arabia, for example, has a bunch of oil. And we end up paying like Egypt. We pay these countries to shut the fuck up. And we've been doing it for a long time.
True.
Like Egypt gets, like half of everything that we send to them. This was part of the Camp David Accords. They get half.
Yeah. Oh, I remember.
So,
when I was in Egypt, and it was gas was 4 cents a gallon, a liter, I guess it was.
At what year?
Oh.
Or you're just saying over in, because the gas is extremely cheap.
That was about
over there.
8 or 10 years ago. I was in Egypt, and the gas. was 4 cents a liter.
Hell, Alaska gets subsidies for their fucking oil production. Their people get checks. In Alaska. So yeah, I mean, no, I don't. It's not that I don't like that they don't do anything, but I understand the situation they're in. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Well, I don't know, because Israel's already declared that. I mean, it's intending to come for a lot more than just the West Bank and Gaza. I mean, it wants parts of Jordan. It wants parts of Saudi Arabia. I wonder what's going to happen when they
eventually. Yeah.
Is Saudi Arabia just going to sit back and go, okay, well, you can have our land?
That I don't know. We'll see what happens when that happens, but it's not currently happening to them, and therefore they wouldn't involve themselves because otherwise they're going to have serious issues.
Yeah.
I mean, because look at that. If the U.S. wanted to, we could go in and take that fucking country and invade and put boots in the ground and take over just like we did in Iraq. It wouldn't even take very long, I don't think. And take their oil. They know that. I mean, it wouldn't look pretty. Do what?
You don't think it would take long to take Saudi Arabia?
No. Not for the U.S. No, I don't think so. No, their military is not, it's, I guess I don't know much about it, but they're not known for their military might.
I'll have to do some research on that, because I always thought of Saudi Arabia as one of the, mainly because they have nothing else to do with their money. They've bought tons of hardware from the U.S.
From us, yeah. And and they wouldn't get any more if we were gonna invade them.
Oh no,
you know what I mean? And we don't sell our good shit to these people, right? We keep the good shit for ourselves. We sell them the old stuff. Just like, our old jets and stuff that are, out of date. That's what we sell to these countries. Speaking of which, F-16s, Venezuela buzzed our ship with our F-16 that they got from us, which is funny.
Yeah.
To me. I don't know. You saw that? Did you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's pretty kind of ironic. Like SLT said, it's more of a security force than a military. Yeah, I mean, because the U.S. would protect Saudi Arabia too, as far as I can tell, because of the oil reserves. I mean,
they help Saudis against the Yemenis. So
yeah. And I'm sorry that I missed part of that. I had to take that phone call, but I appreciate you coming up. Hi, Bray. I do. Yeah, I'm going to bring Paula in now. So we will catch you on the flip flop, sir. Thank you.
Okay. There goes the neighborhood.
All right, man. We'll catch you later. Peace.
Bye.
And now SLT, I'll bring you in because I saw your request earlier. I'll bring you in after Paula. Give me just a second.
Yeah, I won't be long.
Paula, what's up?
Hey. Nothing's up. I just wanted to come up and say hi and tell everybody to tap that damn screen because you should be at 100K by now.
I should be.
I think you should be.
I should be at 200K.
Pound it. Anyway, good live.
200K.
I'm enjoying it.
Well, thank you.
That's it.
After the opposition left, everybody stopped watching.
I was going to ask what happened.
Yeah, well, so the numbers started dropping when Maher came up here, but I wanted to hear that update because he came up, and I don't know if you're familiar with that story, You know, his wife and his kid. So that was, you know, and it hasn't recovered since because I haven't had any opposition up. People like to hear bitching and crying and moaning and groaning, and you know, if I don't have that, people leave. It is
I don't
what
know
it
where all
is.
the MAGA is. I think they're
They're
all
hiding.
hiding. I think they don't have any more arguments, especially after that last jobs report.
They're
Was
bringing
abysmal.
manufacturing back.
But the whole thing is that because of the tariffs, the trade wars, there's so much uncertainty that it's getting harder to get supplies for manufacturing. So manufacturing lost jobs.
Yep.
So yeah.
Thanks, Trump. Make America great again.
Yeah, I hope if he tries any harder, we'll be bankrupt before Christmas.
Yep. I mean, honestly, everything that I'm seeing lends itself to one conclusion, and that is this dude is literally trying to subtly destroy this country. Or he is just such a fucking idiot, and that explains why all of his businesses fucking collapse.
Well, when he became president, if you don't recall, how much money he made in his first term, and then last Monday he did an IPO for the World Liberty Coin, and he increased his net worth by like $5 billion. I mean,
it's crazy.
I don't understand why MAGA is for this. And then the Intel shares, how are they for that? I thought as capitalists we didn't do socialism.
Right.
It's just
he's a corrupt fucking. You know, he's just corrupt. But again, you go back to the 80s. I mean, this dude has had Russians up his ass for decades now, and
so I do have a quick question before I run. You know, so the MAGA pretzel, do you think they serve nacho cheese? All right.
That's
Talk to you another
funny.
day. Bye,
Nacho
guys.
cheese. Thank you, Paula. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you later. You're welcome to request back up. You know that.
Oh yeah, I do.
All right. Peace. And guys, in the comments, let's get the numbers back up. Please keep tapping that screen. Let's get to. I guess we can try for 100K. Here in about 6 minutes, I'm going to bring in a full panel as I normally do. I'll just do the last hour, like I used to do the regular show. Matter of fact, I've got plenty of people. I'll just start bringing everybody in that's requesting up now. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, please give some gifts and tap that screen, and let's get this back out to the FYP as best we can. Let me start bringing people in. Let's see here. All right, Love Nature. I'll just bring them all in. Come on, come all. All right. Since there's no opposition out there that's willing to chat, we'll bring everybody in. It'll be a party. We got a couple of people still buffering, Love Nature and Hippolito. Anyway, SLT, what's up?
Hey, what up?
Yeah, earlier I saw in the comments you asked why I'm only bringing in one at a time.
Yeah, I just noticed a change in your format. I was just wondering what changed.
Yeah, so it just when we get too many people up here, it turns into a fucking chaotic mess. And
am I considered? I hope I'm not considered opposition necessarily, because I am not opposition.
Just like that.
No, I'm just bringing everybody up. So, but hold on, Diesel, and you still have bars, by the way. Anyway, yeah, so I decided to change the format to do it more like talk radio. And, I'm still working it out, but I'll get better over time. But my numbers are up. Everything has been up since I made the change. So.
Cool. I'll continue to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it is what it is. I thought about implementing like a way to kind of gamify the show a little bit. So like if somebody liked a panelist, they could, drop a confetti or something to make them stick for the next panelist so that there ends up being two, and then they can just do it that way. But I don't know, kind of complicates shit, but Either way, I mean, how long have you been listening?
Probably 4 or 5 months at this point.
Oh, no. I mean, like today.
Oh, just today. I mean, I woke up at 8:15, 8:30. So yeah, right around then I found
sweet.
you.
Well, shit, I appreciate that. Are you Central, Eastern?
No, sorry, I'm Pacific. You started at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I got you at like 9:01. I like was just scrolling through my FYP and found you. So
nice. Okay, so you were right around the beginning, with the two crazies that I had up here. Holy shit, those two were a lot. What the fuck? That was weird.
Yeah, seriously.
Who was that lady? What was her name? Shirley or what the fuck was her name?
Was it Spirit?
Spirit, yes. That was special.
She was a handful.
That was special. She's welcome back, but I don't think she can keep her mouth shut long enough to fucking have a conversation. But either way,
real quick.
Yeah, what's
Hello?
up, Diesel?
Are you able to hear me? I just want to make sure that I'm not opposition. This, like, far as the left, I know that is pretty much the only side of the spectrum that blacks are safe on. Although I've had friends who are conservative, all conservatism means, in simplify it, because I like to break it down and simplify it, it just means maintaining white dominance without challenge. So that's what that is. But far as the left, when I'm calling these things out on behalf of Black America, it's not to be against anyone. Because people over here in the comment section saying, oh, how can a minority be against another minority? Well, that's the thing. I don't believe the rising tide has lifted all boats. All things don't affect everyone equally. It's like a doctor, when a doctor's office, he doesn't give everyone in that office the same medication. And I believe that's what the Democrats have been doing for so long. I as a black man need to have my issues addressed specifically. Whoever else, yeah, we can have things that help us all. I'm all, yes, okay. Things that affect us all can help us all, but things that affect us all can have more of a severity on some than others. When I was saying,
so what it sounds like, and tell me if I'm wrong here, it sounds like you're saying until black people get what you believe they need, and I'd probably agree with everything you believe black people deserve, until that happens, you're not even going to concern yourself with any other marginalized group.
Oh, I did not even say that.
Okay,
but
that's why it sounded that way to me. That's why I wanted you to clarify, because if it sounded that way to me, it might have sounded that way to other people. So, by all means.
Right. No, I just don't want us as blacks being used as a stepping stone. I don't want there to continue to be benign neglect and the disrespect that's See, here's the thing. It's like, we getting pounded on by the big bully, but when that big bully starts going after you hard, see, you were in denial of how the bully was pounding on me and my people, but now that bully is stomping on you, is going at you, and I'm like, well, if we were supposed to take
how does that feel?
And a lot of them want to be on the side of the bully. See, I say as blacks and Latinos, the problem is we have a common enemy. We just don't got a common goal. So a lot of them voted for this bully. A lot of them thought this bully was gonna get them steps ahead of black people. They already ahead of us by their proximity to whiteness, because there's a lot of white tea Latinos. But then look what happened. He started deporting their family, and I just got my arms folded and looking at him like, well, Cubans out here singing, I won't vote for making a whole song talking about they will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, well, now that he's going at your people, rounding them up, and I don't like the ideal of Alligator Alley. I don't like that. I mean, I don't.
So what is your point?
The point is, sometimes people have to suffer a little bit to look at how they've been treating the other. See,
can I respond because it was my comment?
Diesel, let somebody respond to everything that you've said. You've spoken for quite a while. Go ahead. Was that easy made?
No, it's me, Sherry.
Oh, Sherry.
Hey,
welcome in.
And my point is if you're a discriminated minority and then you go out and discriminate against other minorities, it's hypocritical. It's against what our country is supposed to be about. I mean, our motto was of many one, so we're all supposed to be one, and equal. No one's supposed to be more equal than the next person. I recognize that has happened, but we're supposed to aspire to be a more perfect union and change that, not just sit at status quo and go, oh well, that group's okay, so it's okay to discriminate against the other one. And what
Ma'am,
you
I'm
allow
sorry.
to
Ma'am,
be
I'm not
done to
discriminating.
the
I don't have
least
the
of
power to,
us.
as a black man, I
Okay,
don't have the
hold on,
power to do
Diesel,
that.
Diesel,
So,
Diesel, Diesel,
okay,
Diesel,
yeah.
Diesel, Diesel.
Okay,
You
let's
spoke.
go.
Hold on, whoa, sir. You talked for fucking damn near 5 minutes, and she ain't 30, 45 seconds in, and you're already interrupting her. Please let her fucking finish.
Here's the deal. What we allow to be done to the least of us will eventually be done to us. I 100% wholeheartedly believe that. And we have got to evolve beyond groups. Okay? We're supposed to be equal. T people are equal to me. Okay? T people, I believe, are equal to you. And I believe you're being exploited because of economic reasons. I believe people of color, and you might call this racist, okay, see a way out of poverty through sports, and they use the T people argument in sports like they're going to get an unfair advantage against you. And I believe that's wrong. We all sacrifice for democracy, some more than others. And you should be more kinder and think about people. And the not voting thing is doing nothing for you, quite frankly. You have to participate in democracy.
Okay, and now Diesel, go ahead, man. I just look. She was halfway through her stuff, so please respond.
I apologize. No, and I apologize, bro.
You good?
Sometimes I gotta be corrected. But yeah,
You're good.
it hurts when someone says discriminate. First of all, blacks do not have a power. All the discrimination is you got to hold power. I wish I had power. Oh my God! If you place me at the top of the power, everybody would be happy. All my leftist groups, y'all gonna be happy if the correct person like myself, Black American of American slave descent, gets placed at the helm of the power structure. I will resolve everybody's matters. So, but what I'm saying is, when she said discriminate, how the heck am I able to discriminate against any other group by calling out benign neglect, by calling out the thing is, all the other leftist groups, they have not been good team players. If we all got a bully that's stomping us, historically, my people have been stomped on a whole lot more, and they want to, and these other groups want to liken themselves to us when it's convenient. Have you heard of that? They want to have this camaraderie with black people when it's convenient, but when they get comfortable, they're like, well, they're just complaining. What are they still complaining about? But now that it's happening to them, it's like, hey, we need to come together. Okay. We, you know, we've been saying that this what this man is, this what this white tea supremacist is going to do to you. Yet a lot of your people still voted for them. I came across a gay white man in Texas. Surprisingly, guess who he voted for? Trump. So
not surprising.
There's a white tea transgender. There's a white tea transgender on YouTube. I forget Blair. He is a total, as far as a total Trump supporter. So when
Okay,
they
why do you insist on misgendering people? What does that gain you? You've continually done it. You even corrected yourself to misgender this person. Why?
Because this is how they're born. See, here's the thing: when they get mad at me, they go as far as calling me the N-word. for Miss. Now, see,
Okay,
we're fighting over
gasoline.
something.
But that's it. Equal rights is not pie. It doesn't go away. There's not a finite equal rights. They expand to all of us. And I'm a woman, and T women don't harm me in any way. Just like when gay people got married, they didn't harm my straight marriage in any way.
Which may
It's
end
not my
soon.
business.
Ma'am, are you running track? Do you play sports? Are you competing for a scholarship? Why should a biological man take the place of a biological woman when it
That
comes
doesn't
to
happen,
scholarship? Like, it
Jason.
doesn't harm. Of course, it doesn't harm me as a man who truck drives across America. Hey, whatever, this transgender man competing in women's sports doesn't harm me personally, but that is taking food away, especially from someone who's a black woman who's in track. Because I know plenty of black women who ran track, and now you are potentially taking a scholarship away from a marginal, someone who, if we're going to go in the order, black women supposed to be the most marginalized, right? So why
But
do you want a white teen man or
do you
a
understand that you're
trans?
being exploited, your economic fears being exploited to discriminate against another person and other them? Do you get that?
Oh.
How am I? Okay, wait. How am I discriminating against someone when I say these are facts? This is not. No, no, no. We can disagree. I'm just saying. Do you? Okay, who should
What
get
are
the scholarship?
facts?
Who should get a scholarship in track when it comes to the
People.
sport of track?
We're people.
Whoever is giving out the scholarships decides that, not you, not me.
Diesel, do you realize that the argument you're using is exactly the same argument that was used, I don't know, 50, 75 years ago to keep people of color out? That it wasn't fair?
No.
That yes, ma'am, that it was not fair for a white T woman to have to run against a black woman because they weren't. I mean, I don't even want to use the words that were used at the time, but they had all sorts of words and excuses to keep people of color out of sports scholarships. And they use the same excuse that you're almost the same words that you're using now. It wasn't fair. It wasn't equal. These people have an advantage. Just think about that.
Let me tell you, there's a difference. A black woman does not choose to be born a black woman. A white T woman does not choose to be born a white T woman, but a biological man has to make these choices regardless of how we
It's not
have
a
to
choice,
make
though.
chemical.
God damn. What is wrong with people? What the fuck
Wait,
is
wait,
wrong?
no.
Hold on. No, you're not going to sit up here and act like this is something that somebody chooses. I choose to be one of the most mistreated fucking groups of people in the country. I choose that. Bullshit, bro. They don't choose this. This is how they're born. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about. Trans people have existed. Trans people have existed since the fucking beginning of time, my guy. That's a fact.
We gonna have to disagree on that one.
No, you can go back to books. They talk about them in the fucking books. Native Americans had trans people, except we didn't shit on them. We revered them because they could take the role of both men and women. That's why they were held in high fucking regard.
I'll do you one even better. That transgenderism is seen, I mean, far and wide throughout the animal kingdom. And if that is any precursor to our understanding of humanity, which it has been, throughout history, like humans do copy what animals do, and biology acts the same. And so we've observed transgenderism far and wide throughout the animal kingdom. And so it's really not that far of a stretch to say that it is a completely normal thing in humans. It is a completely biologically normal thing that happens.
Time
yeah.
out. Do they have to
I'm
take
sorry, real
medication? Do
quick.
you have to take chemicals to, as a man or a black woman or as a black or as a white
You're
woman? Do you have
conflating
to
two
take
different
chemicals?
things, though. You're conflating two separate things. We now have
Change their
medical
formula.
ability to do this for them, to fix some of the dysphoria that comes
Doggone it.
with that. You're conflating that with transgenderism, which has always existed. This person that can be more fluid between a male and female role, whatever you want to call it.
Can we?
You messed up when you said dysphoria.
Is Brendan Rose in the request?
I didn't mess up whenever I said dysphoria. Who said that?
I
Easy
said
made.
that. So you're saying that
Who's I
trans
said that? I
people
asked who said
have-
that, and you're like, I said that. Who is I? Who are you?
Easy.
Easy. Okay, explain.
Yeah, so you're saying that trans people have body dysphoria?
No,
Like,
that's not what I said.
are they confused? You
That's
said
not
they
what I
have
said.
Dysphoria.
No, they find discomfort.
You said dysphoria though.
Correct.
So did you mean discomfort?
I guess I don't understand. The American Psychiatric Association uses that terminology. Do you want to take it up with them?
Yeah, sure. No, I don't want to take it up with them.
You think they're
There's an argument
problematic
going
too?
around. What I'm saying is there's an argument going around that because they are classified as having dysphoria in this regard, there's a mental issue there, and for that reason, take away their rights to 2A.
It's not considered a mental disorder, though.
You just said that it's in is it DSM-5 or whatever, that it's logged in as that. If that's the case, then that's what they're leveraging. The same exact thing that you're referencing is what they're leveraging. So you doing that is giving credence to that argument. Are you comfortable with that?
Dysphoria is the
this
thing
more
that
of
is
the-
used to describe the discomfort that comes with that when the way that you feel as a person inside, the way that your brain perceives itself is different from your body. That doesn't always happen.
But you
this
referenced
is
DSM-5.
something that does happen. I didn't. You did.
You did. You literally said that. You
No,
said it's,
I said the American
classified in
Psychiatric
psychology.
Association.
Exactly, and it's in the DSM-5.
I
right?
didn't bring up the DSM-5. You brought it up.
Look, what you said, yeah, because you said the American Psychology Association.
Okay,
Are we
what is your point
Are
exactly?
we being dense on purpose? I
No,
think I
are
made
you
my
trying
point.
to pivot
The
this
same-
conversation away from the fact that transgender people have existed throughout all of human history? Do you don't want to have
No,
that
I'm
conversation?
saying
Because that's what we were talking about.
No, we are having that.
You want to
we are having
nitpick
that
semantics? I don't understand your
This
point,
isn't
sir.
nitpicking. This
Yes,
isn't
you are.
nitpicking. You
Yes.
classified them.
Look up, go ChatGPT it and see what to say next.
Time out. Wait.
Can I-
Let
may
me
I-
get a quick
Diesel,
word
can I
in.
have
Do I
just a
feel
moment?
black? Do you feel white? Do you? What are you? Are you Palestinian? Do you feel like a Palestinian? Do you feel? I mean, I'm not catering to people's feelings here. If you're being
That makes you an
starved, that's
asshole.
not a feeling.
That makes you an asshole, Diesel. You're an asshole. No. That makes you an asshole. If I'm not going to cater to your feelings. If you're feeling sad or you're feeling a certain way, I don't give a fuck, and I'm not going to cater to that. And I'm just going to be a rude dick asshole, and I'm going to your face misgender you. I'm going to gender you correctly and then correct myself to misgender you because Diesel is a fucking asshole. Sir, you are an asshole. How does that feel?
Lord.
Does that make you feel discomfort?
You're
And I would
calling me
say that
something
right
I'm
to your
not.
fucking face, bro.
Okay, but you're calling me something I'm not.
You're a fucking asshole is what you are. I called you exactly what you are. You don't even have to identify as an asshole because I can see it with my own two fucking eyes.
But I would like to ask you, Diesel, did you choose your sexuality? Did you make a conscious choice to say, I'm straight, or were you born that way?
I've always liked women. I've always I have nothing against we're not going to go back and forth on whether it's a choice or whether or it's not a choice or whatever.
I'm
The
asking,
point,
did you choose?
when it comes to
Did you
look, when I get
choose?
pulled over by a cop, he doesn't see a
It has
straight
nothing to
black
do with
man.
the color.
Yeah, it does. That
Did you
actually,
choose? No, it
you don't get
doesn't.
to
There
choose
are
and
T
identify.
black
You don't get to
women.
choose. Yes, there are.
Yeah, did you
They don't get
choose?
to. I don't get to choose. No, I don't get to choose that. No, but when I'm pulled over by a cop or discriminated against in a business loan, they don't care how I identify. I could identify as a rich white. I could identify as a white man when I pulled over by the cop. I'd love to. Guess what? I don't get to identify as a white man when I approach an Asian woman.
You're running from the question. You
Guess
did
what?
not choose your sexuality. You were born that way. And you
Fair
have to
enough.
say other people are born gay. Other people are
Yes.
born T. And leave them alone. You are not them. And this is my other question. Why do you think you're so important? You get to decide for everyone in the world who they are.
I don't decide that, but people can decide for me. Like when it comes time to discriminate against me, they already got it made up in their mind less than 10 seconds just by off the surface of what I am.
You're trying to use your trauma to traumatize other people. You're Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, you are lowballing me so hard. You're going hella low for that one.
That's funny.
Ooh, what?
Trump can't take that pew pew.
Hurt people, right? But I'm saying, think about it. Did you choose to be straight? Because I didn't. I was born that way.
What in the world? Look, I'll give you a point. Look, Palestinians got it worse than black people on the global scale. There, I'll put Palestinians up ahead of black people. How about that one? If we're going to have a pecking order, Palestinians,
Never
then
ranked
blacks,
it.
then the Hispanics. Yeah, we got to have some rank and file of who needs the most help first.
No,
So
we
yeah, I
don't.
believe.
No, we just help people. We just help anyone we come across. We treat them fair and equal, and then
Black,
that
homeless.
spreads throughout the world and creates a different world.
Power doesn't think that way. If you're dealing in power, it's always a rank and file in power, and power doesn't disappear. I do believe, if you do rank and file, it helps. It helps.
But you're not
keep
doing
order.
anything. You're not even voting. I'm out here voting for your rights, dude. I'm fighting for you.
Yeah, come fight for me when I drive through the South.
White
How
savior
about
says
that?
what?
I've been there.
Come fight for me when I drive through the South and get my truck when I'm handcuffed by state troopers and they throw
But dude,
stuff out of my
I
trailer.
would.
That has happened.
would.
Okay, I appreciate it. But a lot of white people don't. They say it was right. A lot of Hispanics won't.
But you
They
need
say
to
it
do
was right in
that for T people. You need to do that for gay people. You need to put out too. You're part of America too.
I mean, here's the point. From a broad scale, look, if somebody is being shit on for something like that, whether it's their skin color, whether it's how they identify, whether it's the person that they like to have sex with, or the person that they like to love, if they're being shit on, it's wrong. Would you agree with that, Diesel?
Yes, it is wrong.
Okay,
yes.
then you don't need all the extra other stuff, right? To say, those people I don't want be mistreated. Even if I'm still being mistreated, I don't want me to be mistreated. I don't want them to be mistreated. And so I'm going to deal with those equally at the same fucking time, because nobody should be treated like that, no matter what the fucking reason is.
Fair enough. Do you call Dave Chappelle an asshole? Now, he stood up for Palestinians. He's a black man. Do you call Dave Chappelle? Because my line of thinking is along the lines of Dave Chappelle, except the only difference is I'm not a Muslim, but I got love for Muslims. Now, would you call Dave Chappelle the same way? The same thing that you called me?
If Dave Chappelle came up on my panel and purposely, multiple times, misgendered somebody because you didn't, and this was your statement, something along the lines of you don't cater to somebody's feelings. Yes, I would call that motherfucker an asshole too.
I
boy.
love
And he
Dave. I do. And I can believe he's an asshole. My husband's nickname is asshole.
I don't hate you, Diesel. I'm just saying, look, if somebody is across from me and I don't quote unquote care about how they feel or their feelings, and I treat them with indifference, whatever, that makes me an asshole. If you don't want to be an asshole, don't be a fucking asshole.
Okay, fair enough. And listen, it's not to disrespect somebody, but can we agree that look? You can call me asshole, but can we agree that some people have it worse than others in this whole thing? Can we agree?
Sure, we can play the oppression Olympics if you'd like, but my people would still win to this very day.
You're Palestinian, right? I gave you the lead. I said yes. We need to come to it's all hands on deck for your people, right? I've said it's all hands
And
on deck.
but nobody talks about it. You never once brought up my people.
I've been talked about. Do you realize how many Palestinian forums I'm on? Look at you.
I'm not Palestinian, dude.
What are you? What's back?
I'm indigenous. My mom was forced into a fucking native boarding school and got the fuck beat out of her by a bunch of white people. She couldn't speak her native tongue. She wasn't allowed to have her culture, her religion.
So can they see that you're indigenous on the surface?
I mean, when I was younger, sure.
It's hard for me to know who's indigenous and who's Mexican because a lot of Mexicans are just now declaring their indigeneity. So
they're indigenous to the land too, man. They've been coming here for fucking ever now. They have more of a right to this land than any fucking European ever thought of having.
And I can agree to that. However, what I'm saying is, how do I know who's who? Because it's not.
Doesn't matter.
I can't see. I gotta be able to tell on the surface. Everyone, no matter where I have traveled to in the world, could see on the surface that I'm a black man. They've already made a split-second decision on how they want to go about dealing with me.
And that sucks. And it's not right.
Look,
and
we all have biases.
We shouldn't stand for it. Yeah, we shouldn't stand for it.
But we're Americans, and we should vote for Americans to protect Americans.
Cheers. And TikTok, this is not beer. This is a nos. And no, this isn't an advertisement.
Can I just say something? Hi, everybody.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. I don't think you've talked since you've been on the panel. By all means, jump in there.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm not American. I'm just looking out from the outside. But I do watch American culture, American politics. So I just want to say that in America in general, there is some biases like with people. It should be not just blacks, whatever, white people, women, whatever, white, like that. It should be from class, culture. It should be like people against government, against people who are in charge, not against each other. You know what I mean? Not who you identify. It should be people with power, the 1%, the 99% should be against 1% who is fucking people over.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's taken so much space and time to just transgender, gay people, whatever. I'm being discriminated against. I should do this and that. I shouldn't be this and that. It shouldn't be like this. It should be the 99% all solidarity with each other. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Mexican. I don't care if you're Chilean. I don't care who you are. You should be fighting the system because the system is fucking everybody over. First goes to the first people who they think that they can discriminate against, and then when they think it's allowing them, so they go to the other community and the other one, so that people in that community can just fight each other and without looking in what the system is doing, and that's wrong. And that's my opinion on that discussion. But I just want to say something about the before that they were talking about why the Arab government doesn't do anything. Um, the sad reality, which I think not many Americans do realize, that people in that countries do care, do they want to change but they can't, and if you want to change they lock you up. And what I see, you guys have freedom to talk, to say something, but in
For
that,
now.
and yeah, but there, if you even hold up a flag, they will come to you and take you over, even though if you're Palestinian, if you're not, the first thing they do in that government, whatever you are, if you're in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, in Lebanon, they don't care. If they think that you are Palestinian or extended family is from Palestine, they will come to you and take you and jail you. There's so many people, Palestinian people, in that government, because they think if they don't say anything there and wake people up, uh, they don't have to. They don't have to have people there are so frustrated of their government, but because of America and American politics do control, they are scared. They're scared what happened in Iraq. They're scared of what's going to happen in Iran, and that's why the government, they are traitors. They love power. They love money. It's not about religion. And what I see from media, Palestinians is they're so different. They're Christian Palestinians, they're Muslim Palestinians. Yeah, Muslims are majority, but the Christians, they're Christians too, and they and there's Jew Palestinians, which is surprisingly nobody's talking about. So they are different religion. They were together for a really long time. But you know what? The Europeans and the white supremacy of, oh, let's take this control geographical place that's really perfectly
Colonialism.
aligned. Yes, perfectly aligned in Asia and Africa and Europe, that we can control and to do trade and have this Western alliance, so we can take and control the gas, control the oil, have cheaper labor and everything. And that's
Okay.
why it's so sad, and to see people not waking up. It's been there. It's happening 77 years, and people are propaganda. There's propaganda, and the media is talking about, oh, look at them, they're scary. Don't look this way, and
Okay,
people
so your
starting
your
waking up.
your overall point is what exactly? Because you've touched on a lot of various
Yeah,
things. Put
yes.
all that together in a bow for us.
Yes, I just want people to wake up, to the reality. It's not about trans people, it's not about gay people, it's not about women, it's not about black people, it's not about Palestinians. It's about it's about the 1%. They don't
Yeah,
care
it's a
about what
global
religion.
issue. It is
Yes,
certainly a global issue that
yes,
affects and
Well,
infects
people
every
are
fucking
waking
nation
up.
on earth. I agree.
People
yes,
Yep.
absolutely are waking up, and the
Yep.
only reason that like you say that you think that we as Americans have the power
mm,
or the right to speak up, is because we're the most well-armed nation in the entire world. We can speak up because there is the threat of more violence if we're not
yeah,
listened to. And
yes,
the fact of the matter is that our government and the population has a game to play, and that's what we're doing right now. We're going.
yeah,
The population says we'll take this as far as you want to take it, and the government takes it step by step, and we match them step by step. And so it's only gotten as bad as it is because the government is pushing it, and we
yeah,
will continue. We will continue to fight and match their energy as much as and the thing about it is that people just we're right at the line right now. The government is teetering on the line of, will this become an armed conflict in America or not? And it's up to the government if it is. They're going to either need to back down and listen to the people, or the people are going to have to do what Americans do best. You know what I mean? And like why America is even a country in the first place, and why we have the power to speak
What is
up.
that?
What?
What Americans do best? What is that? What is it we do best?
Well,
Fight back.
impose our collective public will on the country through arms. That's what our country has always done on a small portion. Like
government?
This town or this state didn't like what was going on, and so they took up arms, or this country took up arms against Britain, or
And that's a positive thing?
I don't think that's a positive thing, no. But I think that the reason we have the power to speak and stand up the way that we do right now is because we have that power behind us. Is because we
Founding
have
fathers
the
knew that
promise
from time to time that people needed to rise up to counter a tyrannical government.
But that's simply not true. You change your government through elections.
We don't have a tyrannical government?
Yeah, vote them out. The traitors.
That is
you over.
Oh, okay.
You guys
That is the mechanism.
Vote them out.
And it's like
them
someone
out.
said in the comments, oh, your vote don't count. If your vote didn't count, they wouldn't try to keep it from you so hard.
Thank you,
And the
Misan.
people that
Shout out
gave
to
it up
Misan.
easily,
Appreciate the donuts.
you're capitulating to authoritarianism. This is a full fascist takeover right now. It is slow moving coup. It's time to stand up. We're not standing up fast enough. And we need to, Putin's playbook was divide, divide, divide.
Putin's playbook? Oh, no.
It was
No, I think we're standing up fast enough.
Divide
I
the
think
T
that
people off. Divide this group off.
How are we
and
supposed
then
to fight a fascist
Putin
authoritarian government
has
from
a
the battlefield?
majority then.
How does
We
that work?
all have to stick together. And what is fascism but fear? And how do you counteract fear but with security?
Oh, yeah.
Courage.
We'll just be secure really, really hard. And then that.
Who is that
will fight
talking? Is that Brendan?
We will fight the fascist totalitarian government with
Is that
security.
Brendan talking?
I mean policies of
'Cause
security.
your box is black and I couldn't see any blinking, so I
That
assumed
sounded
it was
racist.
I mean it. Okay. If you're an idiot, maybe.
Yeah. So just to be clear, lefties, we are supposed to fight a fascist authoritarian government with votes. That's how that works.
How do you fight an authoritarian fascist takeover, Brendan?
That's step number one. That's
are
the
hilarious.
first step is to fight with your vote. The next step is to fight with your voice. And if that doesn't work, you put your body on the line. And then we're teetering on the line.
Time.
You mean stand up?
You know, the thing that you guys screamed about during almost the entirety of Obama's 8 years. Oh, they're going to take our pew-pews. We got to take this so that we can take over the government because he's a tyrant. For 8 years, I had to listen to that shit from you guys. And now it's happening, and y'all are like, oh, well, what are we supposed to do? What are you going to do?
Did it change your opinion on the Second Amendment?
Who?
Did this idea of a fascist authoritarian government in the White House and in our Capitol right now, did that change your opinion on 2A?
It doesn't matter what my opinion is because the Constitution makes it very fucking clear. And
My opinion on that
I abide by the Constitution.
Never wavered.
Well, hold on. You asked,
I'm a Democrat,
dude, shut the fuck up, bro.
Democrat and a liberal, and I have never wavered on my belief in 2A. And like you know, whatever you can say, you know, left leaning libtards and blah blah blah. But like, I am a proud gun owner, or sorry, pew owner, and I mean, like, I'm an avid hunter, and I have never wavered in my belief of 2A. Never once.
Don't let too much of the blue team hear that. You might get canceled. You know,
absolutely not. What do you mean, dude?
It doesn't matter how you feel about it anyway.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you feel about it anyway. The law is the law. Get over it.
No, I'm just saying that a lot of your rhetoric, they don't click together. They don't fit.
Who?
That's a lie you tell yourself.
Whose rhetoric?
1 minute y'all are ACAB.
Careful, Lord.
Right? But the next minute, they're the only ones that should have pew-pews. It's hilarious.
Who's the only one that should have pew-pews?
Your rhetoric doesn't fit, right? Like from one minute to the next, you have to pretzel yourself in order to make your own rhetoric fit next to each other, right? Right.
Right? I think you're getting. I think you're getting the fact confused.
No.
You're getting the fact confused that you think that Democrats want to take away or to like not allow anybody to have pew-pews, and you're
it was never the case.
Yeah, you're conflating the fact that like we just want
single
like
time
red
there's a
flag
school.
laws.
It was never the case.
That's what you guys scream from the rooftops.
No.
And then you pretend that that's not what you say.
No, it isn't.
Because you're more interested in virtue signaling than you are in the facts.
You are hearing what you want to hear.
Decisions are born of
Brendan,
fashion and not fact.
you're hearing what you want to hear and nothing else. Because if that's what you heard, that means you weren't listening.
No. Every single time there's a school pew, y'all are like,
do you think? Okay, so Brendan,
2A, scary
Brendan,
pews. That's what you say every time.
Brendan, do you think that people who have been adjudicated as mentally ill, do you think they should have pew-pews?
It's a good start. I mean, red flag laws are reasonable.
Okay, and do you think if somebody has gone off the deep end and the family is all reporting them, that the government has a right or a duty to go in and make sure that everything is secure? Do you believe in that?
So long as they are a threat to the public or themselves, yes.
Then you agree with Democrats, so what are you bitching about, bro?
God damn, you fucking agree. I can't even believe it, dude.
Yeah. See, the thing is that
you agree with us, and you're like, you guys are saying that you want to take the people.
Yeah, see, I couldn't help but notice that you felt the need to interrupt me while repeating yourself. Isn't that interesting?
I'm sorry. So am I on Brendan Rose's show, or am I on... Let's read. Can you read? What does it say at the very top of that, Brendan? Does that say Brendan Rosemouth? Or does that say liberal? If I want to speak on my panel, I'll fucking speak. Period. How about that?
Yeah, you just know how close I am to showing you what a hypocrite you are. So again,
go ahead.
What you guys do every single time?
You have not shown anything.
There's a lot of infighting.
Let me ask you
something. How
many red team are up here on this panel right now?
Now I'm starting to see my.
Just the one?
Red team. The fact that you call it red team is problematic.
I mean,
this isn't sports, bro. This isn't sports, man.
On your side, man.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Even if you have a differing opinion, but like we kind of agreed on the basis of like the real important things, like again, like red flag laws and stuff like that. I'd be on your side, bro.
Yeah, here's what happens. Every single time we try and strike an accord with you people, right? Just like red flag laws, because Trump is totally fine with red flag laws. What do you clowns do? You say
Republicans
Trump is coming to take
shot down gun
every single
control.
Time.
Okay, hold on, SLT.
Weapon.
SLT. Okay, hold. Okay, Brendan. Let's unpack that a little bit. Every time that Trump wants to do red flag laws, you guys say that he's trying to take your pew-pews. No. This dude is now arguing in court that if you are a rug user, that you should not have your pew-pew. And nowhere in the Constitution, no. That is, the courts are in disagreement. Hold on. The courts are in disagreement about that because shall not be infringed is very fucking clear in the fact that you have used rugs, and how is the government going to fucking determine that anyway, aside from making you do drug tests in the first fucking place? There's a difference between being intoxicated and having a firearm and having, using rugs, just generally speaking, and owning a firearm. Donald Trump wants to come and take your guns. He also is now mulling over taking the pew-pews of trans people.
Correct. Because they're mentally ill.
Oh, my God.
They are not.
That is a slippery slope.
They are not. And there you go. Because Paula said it best.
Nobody said something.
What did I say?
Paula said the other day that the moment, because when I look at you guys and you come up here and you make the arguments that it's okay for us to drop a bomb inside a fucking fishing boat because there may or may not be rugs in there and there's 11 people in there, that to me is crazy. That means you are mentally fucking ill, sir. And if that's the case, if we should be able to just take your pew-pews, I would say take every fucking red person's pew-pew away from them because you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you think think that trans people are mentally ill, then I
Yes.
will turn right back around and say, you people are fucking nuts. And if you're going to go down that route, then everybody else is going to go down that route.
Try it.
So how about we not take that
Slippery
slope?
slope.
Try it.
There's
Exactly.
another.
Yeah.
It is a
How about we
slippery
not
slope.
do it?
Maybe in 30
agree
years
that
you'll
they'll
have
take you
someone in the
with
White House
May I?
trans. Try that.
Tim, there's a
I won't agree
conservative.
to that. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
it's going to be
I
at least 30
apologize.
years.
Hold on. I
Oh
would
God.
like to
Oh
take
my
a
Lord.
second.
Everybody shut the fuck up. Paula, go ahead.
Thank you. Beach Geek would like to come up. He's a two-way supporter. I can drop for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Paula. Let me
All right,
drop
see
it.
ya.
See ya. Beach, one of my favorite geeks. Okay. Beach is a very intelligent man. I'd love to hear his take on this subject. Beach, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's important to make the distinction between being adjudicated as mentally ill or mentally defective and red flag laws that would allow confiscations to be made just based on concerns of neighbors or family members that have been reported. I think the part where you go before the judge and you have an attorney to argue your side of the case is important to American due process before anybody should be deprived of property or Second Amendment rights in any way.
I agree. I mean, largely. Now, would you agree with a temporary hold, say a day or two before you go in front of a committee? It doesn't have to be some crazy fucking, court hearing or whatever. In the event that they are getting multiple reports of somebody losing their fucking shit, coming and grabbing those temporarily for a day or two until they can go in front of a judge and see what that's like. Are you in favor of that or no?
That's currently acceptable in a lot of states. For example, you get a temporary restraining order against somebody for domestic violence, and they could have their pew-pews taken away until their full court hearing on whether they should lose their rights due to the domestic violence. So that's pretty much in keeping with current due process. But once things are taken, they have like 72 hours to like 14 days in different jurisdictions to get you that hearing. And if the hearing for any reason doesn't happen, it's not on you, it's on them. You have to get your stuff back.
Yeah. No, yeah. Now it should be on them to give it back to you, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I mean, Brendan, what say you about that?
It's reasonable. And again,
sure.
Every single time we attempt to be reasonable, you fashion that into a weapon against us. So the time for being reasonable, I suppose, is over.
Explain why you believe that we try to fashion that as a weapon against you.
Listen to the rhetoric. They're coming out
give
here.
me actual examples.
Donald Trump is fine with deploying red flag laws, and rather than say, "Oh wow, look at that," Donald Trump is being reasonable about red flag laws. What do? You use that as a weapon against the GOP and against the red team in order to say that, "Oh look, Donald Trump is coming for your pew-pews."
Okay, so you are conflating something. You just said that trans people are mentally ill and should have their pew-pews taken away. Is that not what you said?
Well, it's certainly something to consider. You brought up the fact that he's considered Jesus H. Christ.
Okay, so you are going.
There's not an established, credible mental health entity in the United States that says trans people are mentally ill to the extent that they can't be trusted to own guns. Sure,
that's right.
We abuse trans people. Our society abuses trans people, and that does cause them some mental health problems because that's what happens when people get abused.
So we're causing their mental health problems.
I want to point something out real quick. Brendan, you keep crying. You keep crying because people interrupt you, and then you did the same thing to Beach just now. Would you stop with that hypocrisy bullshit?
Actually, as I was trying to say something, both of you interrupted me, but you don't hear me bitching about it.
No, you did. You bitched about it. You've bitched about it like 2 or 3 times since you've been up here. Yes, you gaslighting fuck. Yes, you did.
7 leftists at
Everybody else saw it. Everybody else heard it.
He said a falsity anyways. He said that Trump agreed with red flag laws, and that's what Democrats used against him to say that he was being a fascist and wanted to take guns away. That is not why we said that. We're saying that because he's trying to take 2A away from trans people, not because he wants to institute red flag laws. We would agree with red flag laws. We don't agree with taking 2A away from trans people.
Right.
That
But
is
the
why
issue
he's a fascist.
is this.
And there you go, interrupting again.
If someone is mentally ill, then the idea that they would have their 2A rights mitigated in this instance is something that you hear on the left. So if one can establish that this trans issue suggests a lack of mental health, then it would be permissible to restrict their 2A. Correct?
No, it requires adjudication, sir. We just went over that.
So where the metal hits the meat is whether or not T's are mentally ill. Yes.
Due process means everybody gets their own day in court. It means we do not take an entire class of people and take away their rights.
There you go.
Period.
So
Everybody
people are found to be mentally
really
ill.
quick, if I may interject, I am so sorry. Now I am open. This whole conversation, my eyes are open. I would never agree, regardless of how I feel about transgenders, I would never agree with them having their guns confiscated, with their pew-pew. I don't agree with having their pew-pews confiscated. As someone who historically is a part of a group who has been, they prevented my people from historically owning. This is why I would never join the NRA. As a Black American who is a fellow pew pew owner, someone who drives across the country, and yes, I own some hardware. What they call the 15. What they call 15. Yeah, I own that as well. I will. I don't even like my home state's laws regarding I don't like the blue states gun laws. So can we I eventually want to touch on that at another time, but I'm sorry to anyone who I might have offended, but yeah, this one right here, no, I don't want them going after transgenders guns, because majority of straight white men have been the ones to commit most of the mass shootings. So I'm starting to see the flaws in my ways. I apologize to anyone. See, I just needed a little correcting. See, there you go, Lip. See, I've come clean. I made my mistakes. Go ahead, keep at it.
Yeah, but you're still an asshole.
Go ahead, call me what you want. Well, call you. I think we all on
I'm
the
just
same page.
fucking with you.
I've gotten back on track. Oh my lord, y'all keep going. Oh Jesus, I see what this is coming to. Nope, don't if they take theirs, they coming for mine. Anytime they
That's
pass
right.
some gun laws, they make a
That's
beeline
right.
for my black ass. So
That's it.
I'm a
Slippery
fellow.
slope.
I need my 2A when I ride through these sundown towns to in my space shuttle to make my delivery. When I sleep at night, I got a 4.5, a 9, and something else loaded, ready for action. So if someone tries to break in my truck, God forbid, but yeah,
it's a fucked up to take a class of people.
I apologize to everyone.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah. So here we go. A diagnosis of gender dysphoria is included in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5. The DSM-5 is published by the American Psychiatric Association. The diagnosis was created to help people with gender dysphoria get access to health care and treatment that they need. A diagnosis
What else
of
is
gender
in the
dysphoria
DSM-5,
focuses on
Brendan?
the feeling of distress as an issue and not gender identity.
What else is in the DSM-5? What other conditions are in the DSM-5?
You want
in
me to
which
read
you
the
buy?
entire
Yeah.
DSM-5
Hold on.
Counselor?
Pipe down, Pookie. Hold on. So, of all of the conditions in the DSM-5, what you're saying by saying that just because transgenderism is or gender dysphoria is mentioned in the DSM-5, then by default we would need to include the rest of those. So, what else is in the DSM-5? Is ADHD,
what we're doing, counselor,
anxiety?
What we're doing,
sir,
counselor, is we're addressing.
I've already gotten under your skin.
Yeah.
If you're having to call me counselor, I've already gotten under your skin, which means I've won the argument already.
Oh yeah, and that's how you generally work this, right? Right. Oh,
I am typically pretty good at getting a soft little man to crash out.
The DSM-5 counselor is because of the extreme distress that these individuals are under. This is why you can't say that.
That is whoa. I want to point out that is the sticking point, because it's only if they are seriously having the dysphoria problem.
There you go.
But it doesn't always happen that way, and the only way that you can determine that is by going in front of a fucking judge, sir. Adjudication.
So Keymaker, what else is in the DSM-5?
There's lots of stuff in the DSM-5. You want me to read the whole
Right.
fucking,
So
you want me to
just
read
by
the whole
default.
fucking thing, counselor?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead, Keymaker.
No, do your own homework. You're good.
Okay, all right. So just to tell you,
Is this where you say ADHD is in there? So we're going to take it from
yes,
everyone
it
who has
is,
ADHD?
and so is anxiety,
Except
depression.
there's not the level of distress for those maladies.
Okay, listen, locksmith, calm
Nice
down.
try,
calm
though.
down. Calm down. So, but by default, because you can't realize the own faults in your argument because you're a soft little man, is that by making that argument that you have to include all of those other conditions in there. And if you're going to say that because of gender dysphoria being in there, because gender dysphoria
how many poor
because
people did you put in jail this month?
Because see,
Counselor.
there we go.
Yeah.
I would like to submit for the record that now we have descended to ad hominems.
You want all your lefties
because we have descended
because
to,
you've been throwing poor
okay,
people
because
in
we
jail
have
for 30
descended
years.
to ad hominems.
Brendan just got dog walked.
Yeah,
within,
Brendan gets
what,
really
30
offended
seconds,
when I
40
talk to
seconds.
him because
That's why I
smack
brought
him
you
around
up.
a little bit.
That's why I
because
brought
he's a
you
chihuahua.
up. Because I saw this coming.
Do you
one
think
leftist at a time.
Do you think veterans shouldn't own guns?
What?
Do you think veterans shouldn't own guns?
Of course not. That's stupid.
Okay. They have PTSD. That's in the DSM-5.
Not all veterans have PTSD.
Okay, and not all trans people. Okay, there you go, buddy.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yep. You just
Lock
proved
the
our
E,
point.
baby.
Appreciate it.
Come
My
on.
God.
Appreciate
I need
it.
you to reach that point there.
I would
Now
like to point
pretzel
out
that.
that really all this is your coping mechanisms going brrr. Do you understand? You guys are coping with the fact that Trump is getting shit done, and you fucking
What is
owned
he
it.
getting
But you're the
done?
one hoping.
Oh God, that's a pivot.
EOs that are all going to be repealed the second he's out of office, bro. All he's done is write EOs.
He's getting
dude.
shit done.
None of those things are going to
Correct.
stick for
Pivoted
longer
so
than
fast it nearly
a
gave me
day
the
after
Effective
he got
president
Bro's
off.
getting
in our
flustered.
generation. He will probably get put on Rushmore, and we're all going to laugh our asses off.
Dude, all he's doing is
I say
writing
the
EOs, man. None of those are actual law or legislation. They can all be
Yeah,
repealed literally
but
within
he has
24
the
hours of
Department
him
of
not
Justice
being
behind him,
president.
so
Like,
good luck
his
now.
legacy will be 4 years and then everything repealed and him pretty much like written into the history books as the worst and
Maybe
most
in 30
terrible
years
president
when you
this
have
country's
another
ever
candidate
seen.
that gets into the White House, maybe then. But it's going to be at least 30 years before you put anyone there.
Okay, so what you're saying,
That is
Brendan,
unless you guys put in Kilmar Obrego Garcia. Because
Okay, hold on. Okay, guys, real quick, hold on, everybody, real quick. Okay, we got 16 minutes left. If you want to extend that, you're welcome to gift myself or the panelists. I will say we are having complaints that people can't hear the conversation, so I'm going to ask you guys to do it one at a time. Let's try to use some fucking decorum if we have any. So, Beach, at this point, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little scared that Brennan thinks that the current occupant of the White House is going to be there for the next 30 years, because I'm pretty sure he should leave office on January 20th, 2029. I'm pretty sure that I can set my watch by that, and if I can't set my watch by that, we have a problem.
That's true.
You know, just going back to the whole due process
we have to assume
thing.
that Brendan wants a
Well, you know, due process is one person at a time. You just cannot categorize a whole group of people and say all these people, whether it's vets or trans folks or anybody. In fact, most of the vets who've been diagnosed with PTSD actually have TBI. PTSD is in the DSM-5 as a mental disorder. However, TBI is not. TBI is a physical injury that often manifests with the same symptoms as PTSD, but it is actually a physical injury rather than a mental illness. So let's not be over-categorizing people in ways that are not fully warranted. And I'll just land my plane right there.
Okay, Brendan.
Ultimately.
Oh, go ahead, Vaders.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, no,
I was just going to go to the next person. Brendan, did you want to add something?
This is just like, this is another example.
Go ahead, Vaders. Go ahead.
I think I have a lag, liberal. You can go ahead and let Brendan go.
All right, Brendan. Let's do this.
Yeah. So this issue you guys, every single time that there's a pew pew incident, you always say the same thing: do something, do something, do something. So here we are doing something. We can say that red flag laws are something that we should explore, and you will excoriate him for it. So we are tired, absolutely exhausted with trying to reason with people who have no reason, who completely deploy their platform based on feelings, based on suspicions. We just don't want to hear it anymore. So we're going to go ahead and govern, and then maybe you'll get a candidate in the White House in 30 or 40 years. Not that it's going to be Trump, but
okay, so
you need to examine the credibility issue you have in your party. Go ahead.
Okay. And I want to address a point also that he made. But go ahead, Vaders.
Yeah, this is just another example of the right bending to their red overlords. Whenever Trump says that, hey, this is bad, then we should just change the constitutional framework. I'm a little bit curious. Like, under the Second Amendment, if we look at it, that right shall not be infringed. And then when we look at the Equal Protection Clause, we see that everybody is due the same due process underneath the law. And if you're saying that just because somebody is trans, then we should make an exception for that, then, sir, you are not anything close to a conservative. What you are is a simp for Trump. You pander to whatever Trump tells you, whatever the red overlord said is good, then it is good. Because what's funny, Brendan, is I've never heard you actually have a fucking spine. You have never once stood up again whatever nonsense out of the White House, because you, as a conservative 2A advocate, which I have heard you say that right shall not be infringed multiple fucking times when we've talked about the Second Amendment, but now because of trans, you're okay with that right being infringed. You are a hypocrite, sir. And I think that maybe if you grow fine, people might respect.
Yeah, I don't have a spine.
You're losing. You've got bars in you. Well,
Devil's lettuce. No, Liberal Loudmouth wanted to go. Liberal Loudmouth wanted to go, so we'll let him go.
Brendan, it won't take me long to make this point. You said that whenever something like this happens, we say, do something, do something, do something. And Trump, a trans person, did a mass pew-pewing, and so Trump's like, okay, we're going to do something. Let's think about taking pew-pews from trans people. But what is that actually doing, Brendan, aside from being a fucking bigot? Because if you look at the numbers, the representation of trans people in this country is 1%. The representation of mass pew-pewers of trans people is 0.07%. You are 14 times less likely to be a mass pew-pewer as a trans person than a cisgendered fucking male. So when you say he's doing something, no, he's doing nothing, because that will not stop mass pew-pewing. So don't fucking bring that up when you want to talk about doing something. It's just bigoted bullshit.
That's the hypocrisy, liberal.
The same every single time.
That's the hypocrisy right there.
So now here we are addressing
you were against that 6 months ago, you daft little bastard. Like, you were against that 6 months ago. Because you started it. Anyways, coming from a pathetic human being like you, I'm not. Yeah, you sure did. Look at the whole fucking counselor thing. But here, let me get to my point.
When I bring out how many poor people you threw in jail, Vader, it always makes you mad. That's why you're up here.
Because I didn't throw poor people in jail, because I worked with the violent crime unit most of my decades. Okay, Brendan, just because you're able to talk the most doesn't make you the most right. Just because you're able to talk the most,
that's why you picked the name Vader, right?
How about we mute the little
work for the evil empire?
Okay, guys. Whoa! All right, everybody, hold on, because I thought Brendan was going to go.
Get in line, Vader.
Agreed.
Hey, get in line.
Get in line,
bitch. You're in my bedroom tonight. You come home to me every night. Be sure the dishes are washed. Fucking punk. Come get some, Brendan. Come get some.
I love you long time.
You fucking pussy.
This is what it always
can we have
the left is so bereft of anything.
Fuck no.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby.
Always turn into
fucking hypocrite.
vulgar.
Rodney,
Okay.
Get
can we all just
go
get
drag
along?
your ass around the ground.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Whoa. Okay,
Whoa,
Vader.
please
I'm going to give Vader 45 seconds, and then I'm going to give Brendan 45 seconds, and then I'm going to move to the other panelists. So go ahead.
I really have nothing. Yeah, I
Okay,
really have
if you
nothing
want to pass
say
it on to
somebody
him,
that's-
we'll
No,
give.
I'll say it anyways. I'll say it anyways, and I'll repeat myself again.
Go ahead.
Brendan, you are a fucking hypocrite. Every single time we have the Second Amendment argument, and you know for a fucking fact that you are a proponent of that right shall not be infringed, but because Daddy Trump came down and said that, hey, it's the trans people now, because that fits with your agenda, you got on your fucking knees and gurgled it like a little boy that you fucking are. You do not have a fucking spine. And you want to bring up the fact that I put poor people in jail? That's a really funny thing, because as an attache for the violent crime unit, meaning that most of my fucking prosecutions were white rich people, because those are the individuals that normally do it. But for you, you want to bring that up because you have no merit in this argument, because you know I'm fucking right. So why don't you sit the fuck down, make some fucking keys, and be my bitch some more?
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay, Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you notice, it didn't even take 10 seconds for Vader to resort to ad homs. Why does Vader resort to ad homs? Because that's the best he can come up with. There isn't a cogent argument. There isn't anything that resembles
bro. You
logic
said
or
it
reason.
before
Oh,
me.
look at
I
that.
addressed your
Hold on,
fucking
Vader.
issue
Hold on, Vader.
beforehand.
Hold on, Vader. Let's let him
What,
finish.
we're just gonna let him fucking lie?
Crash out
Okay.
some more, Vader. Go ahead.
We're just gonna let him lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
He constantly crashes out.
I will
That's
go
really
ahead
all he
because
does. He
I am
comes up here
daddy.
and crashes.
I am daddy. And you're a fucking bitch, and you know it. You wish you were fucking me so that you make these fucking attacks, because all you did with your fucking life was put some fucking keys in a machine and then hand those out to people. You're a glorified fucking high school dropout. Get the fuck out of my face. You wish you were me. You wish you were fucking me. So sit the fuck down and actually grow a fucking spine.
I feel like there's like years of backstory here between Brendan and Vader's. It almost feels like we came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on between them for a while.
Shut the fuck up, Brendan. Nobody's talking to you. Sit down and listen.
I think
crash out harder, Vader. Go
Brendan,
ahead. Little guy.
well, hold on, guys. Brendan still has 34 seconds. I put your time back up there. Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, so every time it's like, oh well, we need to do something. So now here we are doing something, and the left is like, oh
same
no,
argument again that we've already put
you
down.
Can't control yourself, Vader, and this is
no, because I don't want individuals like you to talk.
Because you know,
I don't want you to talk.
That you cannot
Sit
stand
down.
against logic. You cannot stand against
dude, I am the fucking logic.
So
you are the spineless bastard that can't understand it.
Vulgar schmexual attacks.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Get back in the fucking bedroom and wash my dishes. Like, don't be a little punk and understand that you're talking to a fucking man. Like, oh my god.
A man who spent his entire career throwing poor people in jail. Good job.
A man who upheld the law like you claim that you want to do.
Did you make throwing poor people in jail?
I made millions off the oil and gas industry.
Okay.
I didn't. I worked as a public servant. You fucking punk.
See, that
you have no idea what the fuck you are talking about.
I'm my own gas industry. I just wish I could capitalize on it.
We all know what prosecutors do.
Me too.
Okay, so guys,
I just wanted to talk to
Sherry,
Brendan
go
real
ahead.
quick.
Go ahead, Sherry.
That Colorado passed red flag laws during Obama's tenure. Every Republican in my state come out against it. Sheriffs refused to enforce the law because we shall not infringe upon it. It was horrible. It was the worst thing you could possibly do as an American. And now you've changed. They're able to change your thinking quickly and fast because you're a cult. I've watched him do it with Luigi. It took 2 days to turn public opinion on your side. It took 2 days to brainwash you into thinking he was the bad guy and insurance companies are the good guys. That's where you're at. So, yes, you are a hypocrite. I do, in fact, back a red flag law for violent offenders. That is the key word. Domestic violence people people who committed crimes in the past should not be allowed to have weapons. AR should be banned. Weapon magazines should be regulated. You don't get grenades. You don't get rocket launchers. You should not have access to military grade weapons. You're
I should
not
get nuclear
entitled to
weapons.
that.
You don't even know what that means.
We have a right to nuclear weapons.
Bitcoin.
She doesn't know what that means. Whether or
You
not
don't
you
know what it
that
means. What does it
Peter,
mean,
remains to be
Brendan?
seen.
What does it mean? Almighty,
Watch,
all-knowing
I'll show
man,
you.
the
I'll show
key
you.
maker
I'll show you.
from
I'll
the
show you.
Matrix. Please
I
tell
am
me.
the key
Please
maker.
explain to us how you are so intellectually
Go ahead and
advanced.
define
Please.
assault pew pew. Go ahead.
I said AR. I did
Right, I
not
know.
say assault. And I
Right,
do know
right,
what
but-
an
but
What,
AR
the
what,
reason
is.
Brendan, what
And I
does
do
AR
know
stand
that they
for,
were
you dumb fuck?
Stands for Armalite rifle.
to
So go
unalive
ahead and
people
tell us
quickly.
what an assault pew pew is, because the main objection on the left is that the AR, just like you said, is a weapon of war, and it is by definition, according to the left, an assault pew pew. So go ahead and define assault pew pews for us.
Don't tell me what I define things as, first off. Just like you told everyone on this panel that we don't believe in this 2A. We
you're gonna
do.
dodge it?
You said we didn't.
Nice dodge.
You don't tell us what we think and
I
believe.
asked you to define assault
No,
pew pew.
you are
You can't
asking
do it,
me
can
to
you?
define something according to my own definition of a word, which
Okay,
is
so why should ARs be banned and not other rifles?
because of the velocity and the intent to unalive people quickly and multiples at the same time.
So let me ask you
Move
this:
on.
27 to 3,600 feet per second.
Is a
2,700 to
30.6
3,600 feet per
more or
second.
less
Okay, hold on,
potent than
Brendan.
AR-15?
Can you tell
Go.
me? Can you tell me the specs on a 223?
Is a 30-06 more or less?
Sir, a
potent than
30-06 is not an
AR-15?
Armalite. An AR is not a 30-06.
I'm aware.
Okay,
That's
so
why I'm asking her.
what are the
Listen, Gator,
stats?
she doesn't
What are
need
the
your help. She doesn't
what
need your help,
are
Gator.
what are the
She's fine.
specs on a
She's a strong,
223?
independent woman. She'll
Sir,
be fine.
sir, answer my fucking question, you fucking ankle biter. What are the specs on a 223?
Ankle biter.
Yeah, the 223 is the same caliber as the AR, which usually is
The 223 and a 5.56 are the same
So my
fucking
question
thing, you
is-
idiot. So
my
you have no
question is-
idea.
my
You have
question
no
is-
idea how this fucking
Jesus
works.
Christ.
What is the velocity at which a 223 exits the muzzle at? In comparison to a 9mm.
30-06
We're not talking
potent
about a
than an
30-06, you idiots. A 30-06 in most cases is a bolt action rifle.
Correct. Is it more
Right.
or
So
less?
a semi-automatic,
Is it more or less? Jesus Christ.
the semi-automatic at 2,700 to 3,600 feet per
Because they
second
can't answer
is
questions
absolutely a weapon
When
of
you go
war.
ahead
And
and
if you
challenge
cannot,
something that
if
someone in
you
the blue
can't,
team says,
you're not even
they
fucking
have to
listening to
come
me
up and
because you're a
dodge
fucking punk.
every single
You're not
question.
listening.
Because what it does is it
Let's talk about
Nothing else.
let's talk about the actual specs of a
This woman
223
brought it up.
versus a
Trying to take a
30-06.
position, and
Okay,
Vader
a couple
came
of
in and
facts
white
just
knighted
for
her.
fun.
So
because she can't answer the question.
I'm
The
pretty
man
sure
brings up a ridiculous question and
the
dodges
They're
the potency of the questions that I had to give.
Okay, I'm pretty sure an assault rifle is generally something that you can select between semi and single pew pew. Is
That
that
is
not?
correct.
Wow, look at that.
That's been my
depends.
understanding of it.
It depends. It
Can I
depends on
say
the.
something
It depends
here?
on the
'Cause I
manufacturer.
really have a lot to say here.
Well, I mean, but they can also colloquial be used as anything that is a rifle and semi-automatic could be considered assault rifle.
Correct. So can I say something here? If he wants to know the definition of an assault rifle, go look at the military definition, because they do have a definition of what's an assault rifle and what isn't. And the 223 is probably the worst case scenario for a cartridge, because when it leaves at various times, when it leaves the barrel, it will tumble. And when it tumbles, it just wrecks everything.
Excuse me.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Excuse
I
me.
mean,
Vex
only
Media.
in certain cases does it.
Can I
Go
drop
ahead.
for
Go ahead.
Vex?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I drop for
Vex?
Vex?
Sure, he hasn't
Yeah.
requested. But I mean, sure, you can drop if you'd like.
Oh,
No one hunts with ARs. because it destroys the
Thank you, Paula.
okay.
I'm sorry, Shearing. I have to disagree with you on something. Just remember, if you're left for all the people who are on the left, just remember Dylan Roof went inside a black church and pew-pewed and deleted 9 of my people with a handgun. So, as
With a
someone
clip,
who
yes,
would be
I
adverse,
understand that.
no,
I do.
but as someone who would be affected if they try to take ARs, do not go against that because I.
It's not the same. I don't think you're understanding
Don't try to come for
what
what
an AR
they
does
have in
to
circulation.
people.
Make sure we have leverage. All I'm saying is, do not try to take away my leverage against someone who would be hostile to me and my people if we ever had to really bunker down, come together, and get down and have some level of equalizers. These
Fine,
things
whatever.
are in circulation.
You can. I have
Don't
to interrupt
try to
here
take it away.
just real quick. You can have as many ARs as you want, and you are not going to win against our military, dude. You are not.
We were not talking about the military. I would never. We already know that. I'm talking about people who are openly hostile. Like, did you see what happened in Ohio and south of Cincinnati? There was a town where the schmazzies came, open schmazzies came, and they were carrying ARs. My people who had a town there, they came there to intimidate. My people who had ARs came and said, "We're ready for this. If you want to," this was not the government. We know better. Of course, the government is the military. They were way too advanced. Got the F-22s after. No. We know it's common sense. No one's talking about having, trying to fight against the government, ma'am. Why do you want to cripple me as a black man against someone who is hostile towards me and my people? When they come with their ARs, I need to have mine. They come with 40-round mags. I need mine.
Diesel,
So
I have a question.
The blue state laws are crippling legitimate, hardworking black gun owners who have gotten their guns legally.
Stop.
Diesel,
I
I have
am
a
in an
question for
open
you.
carry state right
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Right
go
here.
ahead.
Wait a minute.
And
I have a
they
question for
carry.
Diesel.
If you carry in a store, I'm leaving because there's something wrong with you.
I wouldn't
we
open
do
carry.
not
No,
live
I don't want to be open carrying.
in a war
No, I don't.
zone. You do not need
I
that
prefer
here.
You conceal carry the AR. You put it down your pants and nobody can see it. That's how that works.
You
shove it down your pants.
Somebody had a question for me.
I got a question.
Is that an AR, or are you just happy to see me, Lib?
Highbray's trying to get in here. Lib.
Okay, so we have new people now. Highbray, I don't know if you've spoken since you've been on the panel.
I haven't.
Let me bring in the timer real quick, so I can get to everybody because I think everybody wants to say something. Go ahead,
I got
Highbray.
a quick question for Diesel. Diesel, do you pack when you go to church?
No, it's been a minute since I've been in church, so that's not, but if someone who is a member there and they're entrusted to pack in the church, they should be entrusted by the pastor and whoever else. When you're entering a church, you're entering a private property. If the pastor, the deacon, whoever else,
and Vex, I'm going to come to you next.
To carry,
dude, this is my minute. I just asked you a quick question. It was yes or no.
Yeah,
not a speech.
No. Oh, my bad. Oh, whoa. Okay.
So you don't pack in church. You're going to trust somebody there. So now you're talking about crossfire. He's going to be opening fire at the people that person or persons that may be firing their pew-pews. You're going to have pew-pew fire going everywhere. You're going to have all sorts of crossfire. And the other question is, I keep asking on Libs Live, what kind of society do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a society where you have armed guards at the door of your church, where you have metal detectors when you go to?
Apparently, they want to.
Okay,
apparently they
but
want
I'll tell you what, if they already have these things in circulation, they're not giving them up. So why do you want me to give mine up? You're putting me at a disadvantage. I'm being a realist. Here's the thing. If they're already in circulation, they are not the people you are in opposition to. If you're on the left, they are not giving them up. It's about having an equalizer. Y'all can be weak. If you want to be disarmed, more power to you. But
I'm fine with it.
Take the chance of protecting myself and my people. My people need them. Have needed them. We every time these pew pew laws get passed, they make a beeline for my people. So no, I'm not for it. I just recently got mine's like 2020. So we ain't no.
Okay, well, let me move on to Vex. Vex is new on the panel. Welcome in, Vex. Go ahead.
Hey, so I'm mostly, or like I kind of ride the middle of this. A lot of you guys probably.
Who is that?
Diesel. Bro, mute your mic.
Diesel.
Somebody trying to break into like a sandwich container. Yeah, I work in the field here. I got a bunch of this stuff. It's all well and good. I am not a pro 2A like absolutist, but I generally lean toward regulating people and people's ability to acquire certain things rather than just an all-out ban on certain things, whatever they might be. And part of the reason for that is what y'all were discussing before about like what is an assault weapon. So when these bans have happened, like I live in California, it's ineffective to ban the things for a number of reasons. And I'm not saying that there ought not to be any type of limitations or any type of regulations on these. I'm just saying why the certain bans on things tend not to work. The definition legally of what an AW is varies depending on the legislation, and it gives manufacturers and it gives parts manufacturers a guardrail to basically say, like, as long as it's within here, people can just have them, and then it's all good. In California, people have them still. They just need to look a little funny. There's
to look a little
I
funny.
see my timer's ticking down, so I don't want to take up too much more of my time, but there's a lot of shit just generally around like the technicalities of this stuff that I hear people on the right saying like it's not a weapon of war. It was literally designed for the purpose of filling a military replacement of the M14,
M14A, yeah.
M1, yeah. So like one of the design requirements of this was to penetrate a standard USGI helmet at 500 feet, or it might have been yards. I don't recall which.
It's
but
not 500 yards. Definitely not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. I think it was 500 feet. I just remember the number 500. But back when Stoner was designing the thing in the first place, like the requirements were specifically to be used to replace a weapon used by the military. So when people say it's not a weapon of war, like it's just a disingenuous or ignorant comment to make. It doesn't necessarily change what the argument can or should really be about, but it's just a dumb, like, just know that when someone tries to make that argument, they're making it from a place of either being totally disingenuous or just straight up actually not knowing the true origin of where this platform was designed from.
And I mean, like Vex, like let me ask you a question since you're a little bit more of an expert on it. Like when we talk about like the 223 and the 5.56, the velocity of which that in the amount of grains that are put into the cartridge itself is astronomical compared to something like a 9mm or any of these others. Like the 223 and the 5.56 have an extremely high FPS.
Yeah, but Vader, that's disingenuous. The basic difference there.
556 millimeters is 21.89 inches.
Wait,
hold on.
The difference there is primarily the difference between pistols and rifles. The vast majority.
Right, I understand that. Okay, so
rifles, yeah.
So let me amend it. So let's take it against a 30-06. Like a 30-06 is a bolt. Most 30-06 platforms are bolt action. We're talking about a semi-automatic that can fire at, if not more than some 30-06 rounds. Like I think a 30-06.
Let me answer this because Peter, I get. God damn it,
the most widely produced 30-06 in history.
Okay, Beach. Let me answer this because I think we both know where he's getting with this. I'm just going to answer it in good faith, right?
Okay.
So the question you're asking, it comes down to essentially the lethality of the round. One of the things, first and foremost, don't take my word for it. Ask yourself, why did this platform become the most ubiquitous platform in the U.S. military, essentially? Like, not quite the world, but it's, there's the adage of like, oh, the AK is the most, ubiquitous platform around the world, and people would respond being like, yeah, but which one won the Cold War or some stupid shit like that. The point is, it's incredibly effective and it's incredibly easy to shoot. So when
Correct.
someone picks up, say, like an AR-10 that is a 308, which is it's similar to a 30-06, but it's a 30 caliber round. It's harder to control. The thing that makes the AR platform as attractive as it is to people who are genuinely just looking to have a rifle for whether it be hunting. Yes, they do use AR platforms for hunting, sport shooting, whatever it might be, is that it's an easily controllable, highly adaptable and configurable platform that gives you lots of options within just one system. So when someone says, "Oh, but the bullet's smaller and there's bigger bullets out there," the effect that has, meaning like how many people one person would be able to easily injure, it's disingenuous to say that the 223 or 556 cartridge coming out of a standard AR platform is not something that would be way easier to injure more people than if you were trying to do the same thing with, say, a shotgun or with like a 308 caliber platform that was still semi-auto. It's just disingenuous to make the case that it's not more deadly.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you for putting it into better words, Vex. Right, and this is coming from somebody who owns 3 ARs, but like whenever we're talking about these specific situations, I do believe that any individual should be able to own one. It's the means at which they're able to obtain it is usually my issue. But saying that just trans people, because they are trans, should not be allowed to own one is absolutely against anybody that's, even if you claim to be a proponent, not an absolutist of the Second Amendment.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Now, and for the record, Beach, you are a firearms instructor, yes?
Yeah, retired. And Vader, the most widely produced 30-06 in history is the M1 Garand, which is a semi-automatic main battle rifle that the United States used in World War II in Korea. It's the predecessor of the M14A that the M16 would later replace. So,
but that being said, Beach, like if we compare the platforms, like so an M1, you have, is it a 5-round mag? And it's only 5 rounds. One of my AR platforms.
Here you can use the term clip without sounding like you don't know what you're talking about, because that's what the Garands actually took.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't own a 30. I don't own an M1 Garand. The most exclusive weapon that I own is a Marlin 30-30. But that being said, like if we're comparing the two platforms, like if I have even my Marlin, like obviously it holds 10, but it's a lever action. But like the ability, like Vex is saying, to unalive more people at one time, like the M1 stands zero chance of competing in that against the AR platform, right?
Well, and that also begs the question.
AR has a 30-round mag.
Like, what is the limit to like people that you can pew at one time that we say, okay, that's the cutoff for things like, have they determined what degree where we say, because you can't own a nuke, you can't own, certain things, right? So where is that delineation?
So here's something I'll say about that. We hear about these events a lot, and there's attention on this rifle. The math doesn't really track to suggest that inherently these particular rifles make someone more likely, or like are more I don't want to say like they are more deadly as a platform, but I don't think it's fair to say that they make someone more likely to commit something with them or what have you. I think like the math is actually, as far as mass events go, it's not done with rifles usually. It's done with handguns. That being said, though,
for concealment purposes, to get to the location without alerting somebody. I mean, right?
I mean, like sort of. Like there's a lot to unpack with like why that might be. I mean, a lot of it, yes, does have to do with the fact that people can't hide a handgun on their person a lot easier than a rifle. Like if you're going with a rifle, chances are you're one of those people that this was the last thing you were going to do. They expected that they were going to go do this, and they weren't coming out of it. So the point here is, I don't necessarily think that if you're going to try to make the case that there's a statistical thing you could point to suggest that the proliferation of these makes it so that there are more mass events with these, because way fewer deaths by gun happen with a rifle than do with a handgun. That's just
true.
Interesting.
That's true.
So, like, the
I
majority of people that are unalived in one setting has come from handguns, not rifles.
Well,
is that true?
As far as events, but the most heinous of them have been from rifle situations, like what was it?
Like at Vegas,
yes,
for example. That was fucking.
Well, Vegas is different. Vegas is different because those were fully automatics.
They weren't. They were.
Oh, they were bump stock.
I was gonna say I thought it was a bump stock. Yeah, but I mean, fuck, it sounded the same to me.
It sounded like it. Yeah.
I mean, God, I remember that shit.
I think what they found out that guy had was what's called a trigger crank, because a bump stock, it didn't sound like a bump stock to me. It sounded like what's called a trigger crank, which is more like a consistent, like steady kind of cadence. If you know this stuff and you listen to that, most of us were like,
there's less delay between that in the trigger crank than the bump stock.
Yes.
Okay.
Which either way, that's one of those situations where, again, I don't think a limitation on the things specifically would have stopped that event. It would have just been whatever, unless you're trying to get rid of guns entirely. There's certain events that I don't think we could have possibly legislated a predictable prevention for. Because if it wasn't an AR platform, the guy might have used a Mini 14, which is very similar to the AR platform. It's just, doesn't fit the description of what you might call an AR or like an assault.
Doesn't really look like one. Yeah. I know what you're saying.
So, but I think like Vader and I would probably agree generally on, like, I've said this openly. I think under 25. No semi-auto at all, period. I'd be happy. I think that's a perfectly reasonable line to draw. And I'll say that with my full chest. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but I needed to go squirrel hunting. God. They all scatter. I got to get them all. It's like Pokemon.
Squirrel hunting. Squirrel unaliving.
I got them all. I got them all.
Very, very funny. Hey, Vex, can I ask you a question?
No.
Could you explain to me why the left is so keen on criminalizing the ARs while ignoring firearms like the Barrett 50 cal? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, because they don't. I mean, I don't speak for the left, but I would assume it's because the 50 cal is already banned in a lot of places. 50 caliber anything in some states. I know in California, just is banned.
And Illinois, I can tell you in Illinois they're banned too.
Yeah,
well, that being said too, Vex, like, when was the last time someone perpetrated one of these crimes with a Barrett 50 cal? Like, people that are using a Barrett 50 cal are shooting elk
at
like
expensive platform,
5,000 yards.
Yeah,
like,
the bullets themselves are, I think, probably pretty pricey. Yeah,
they are.
Yeah,
about $7 a piece.
God.
Yeah, $7 a piece.
That's insane.
Finding them too. Like, not everywhere. You don't walk into Big Five and go, "Hey, can I grab a couple of black tip, 50 cal rounds or whatever the."
You got to pack us 100.
Dude, you're going on a list.
You're going on a list.
The correct answer is ignorance, Vex. But thanks for playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stupid game to play. I wasn't necessarily playing it, Brendan, but yeah, I don't think that the correct answer necessarily would be ignorance when I pointed out to you that half of what you're asking about is already being done in certain places. I think you might also not realize the degree with which you're proving the point that the left is actually more reasonable about how they want to control guns than you might make them out to be.
Oh, no. Like, I'm as left as they come, and you heard me, right, Brendan? You heard me say that I have 3 of these, right?
You know how many times I've asked leftists what is a more potent round, a 5.56 or a 50, and they always say 5.56.
When you say potent, what do you mean by potent? Brendan,
when you smell it, it's like potent. Brendan, is that right?
The caliber of the round, I mean, all of it. They don't squat about ballistics. So what they do is they just regurgitate what their other smooth brain leftist friends say, which is make the AR-15 illegal.
.556 equals what it is.
Yeah, but I say 556 or 50 because they have to actually know
because
about it.
you're trying to trip them up. You could say 223,
Well,
and
no,
it
it doesn't matter. It still succinctly illustrates that they're absolutely ignorant, but still confident to talk about something they don't know about, which is
kind of like you with trans people, Brendan. You're completely ignorant, but you keep speaking about it as if you know.
I guess we'll see, huh, Loudmouth?
But
Now, what about hollow points and green tips? You think anybody got anything against? Well, we know the left is already. I'm sure people on the left. But my point is, if they're in circulation, it's good to know the science behind this thing. But the point is, if it's in circulation, things cross state lines, like marijuana. Marijuana cross state lines. Why is that illegal in the red states? Can you answer that, Brendan? Not to get off topic, but if it's legal in one, it's cross state line. It goes cross state lines. I promise you, I'm not transporting nothing across state lines. That's not. But if it cross state, it crosses state lines, it's in circulation, then everybody, especially the vulnerable group, should have access to it. Can we agree on that?
You
Can we?
seem to think doing nothing is doing something. Like I'm not okay with living in a country that children can't go to school, can't go to the theater, can't go to church. I want to do something about that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
doing
but why do you want
nothing
the
is
police?
doing
Why do you want
nothing.
authorities to come after other black people? Well, I'm just saying. I'm giving you a hypothetical. You want the leftist authorities, because that's what you want. You want these policies to come after vulnerable people. Why do you want what? Because the right will not give up their
Diesel.
They are
what
not.
do you think
okay.
Do you think there's a line that we should say? Okay, you shouldn't have this. And what is that? What is that line?
If they got them, we need them. That's it.
The government
like
or
said, we can't own.
The government
We can't own
has
the
nuclear
military.
weapons.
We can't own the ships.
Should we have them?
We can't own warships. We can't own warships. Those are not in circulation. We can't own tanks.
Should
Anything
we be
that's
able
in
to?
Civilians.
Yeah. Actually, with an FFL, you can own tanks.
My question was what you think the line should be, not what is the line, because as we know, the government, makes things illegal that shouldn't be.
Whatever anyone else, here's the line. Whatever anyone else has access to, that's where you draw the line at. Whatever they have access to in mass. Now, when I say in mass, I say if 1,000 people got access to them or already have them, then fine. But I would think with a tank, you got to own some land. That's a obvious heavy.
There are people that own tanks.
Yeah, Tim, if
You're
I may
not going to
speak.
drive up and down the interstate.
Beach, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, given that you're kind of involved in that.
I would go to the text. Yeah, I would go to the text of the Second Amendment itself. The right of the people to keep and bear arms.
Yeah, I gotta drop down, guys. My reception's shit here right now. I want a couple bucks.
Is that Vex? Is that Vex?
Yeah, Vex.
Well, Vex, thanks for coming up. I've heard of you, but I have never met you before. It's good to meet you.
Thanks,
Vex is awesome, especially when it comes to issues of specifically like firearms and having open, genuine conversations. Like, y'all should definitely give Vex a follow. Definitely kind of like me, down the middle. Like, we can talk about the subject and disagree, unless you're Brendan, because Brendan's an ankle biter. But
ankle biter. Yep.
But yeah, definitely. And then Beach
ad homs like Vader needs.
Yeah, if I may finish my
yes,
thought
please do. Yeah, Beach.
Yeah, the original text, the Second Amendment itself, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I think the limit on that right is what could be personally borne. If a man can't carry it, it's off limits.
So I agree with you.
Okay.
Just to be very clear, Beach. But at the same time, I think where I draw a delineation is to when I read the Second Amendment, and especially when I read it in conjunction with Article 1, where it speaks on what militia is definitely defined as. I don't think necessarily that the Second Amendment was written for people to be able to oppose their government. It's to oppose an invasion as per defined as like a militia. So if like a state needed to call up as many people as it needed to and actually form a militia, they were able to be armed. But that's from me reading, like, so militia defined under Article 1, like Article 1 says that Congress has the ability to regulate that militia. So like, I'm not an absolutist, but at the same time, like, I do feel like the people, to Diesel's point, even the most impoverished should be able to own a firearm, but there are limits to what that can be. Because
Agreed.
because the militia can be supplied by Congress.
But Vader, don't
Sorry
you
to
think that
interject.
they perverted the meaning of 2A for intentional corporate profits? Like, they fed these people this line, well, it's time to overthrow your tyrannical government. Instead of voting, here's your AR, you know? That is the mentality here. And again, it goes back to we're not a democracy kind of bullshit. That people
Wait a
are
minute.
being
Let's all read this Second Amendment
informed
together.
of our actual history.
Ma'am, do
Let's
you
read
even
this.
own a gun? Have you ever? I mean, do you own a pew pew? Have you shot a pew pew? What's the difference between 10
A
rounds and 20
well-regulated
rounds?
militia
Okay.
being necessary.
What do you own one, ma'am? Do you
To
own
the
one?
security
Yes,
of
you
a
own
free
one.
state, comma, hold on, stop. Free
Comma.
state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And let me tell you this.
And I wasn't
argue this all the
reading it.
time.
I just know what it says.
Vex and I, what's up, Loudmouth? How you been, bro?
Yeah, what's up,
It's
man?
been a while. So I would like to point this out, that not the right of the people shall not be infringed. If you want to continue to regulate it, I suggest you argue with me on parchment and quill and go to the town square, and then we will shut down all media, and we will do the same thing with the First Amendment.
Can I respond
Because
to that?
it was about, at the time, it was about weapons of war. So weapons of war were the only weapon available at the time. There was no differentiation between any weapon of war or the weapon that you hunted with and protected your home with. There was no delineation at the time. None.
But
Zero.
that being said, Patriot, if we're also going to take that approach, then we should also store the gunpowder in a central location at every township, and you're only allowed to actually have the munition itself, the actual projectile.
Would that have applied to dry powder in every single home that hunted across the country?
You would have had to go down to the actual center and gotten some gunpowder. Yes.
Show me where that. Show me.
It's the South Carolina law. Let me look it. I'll look it up.
Vader, you know I trust you, but hold on. I also know that I'm a Texas boy, and I can assure you it didn't happen in Texas like that.
No, it did not. It did not. I'm
you're
just
a
going
Texas
by.
boy too.
But here's the thing.
To clarify, hold on, really quick, just to clarify, Patriot. The only reason I brought that up is because you said the paper and quill thing. When we're talking about the First Amendment, so it's the history and traditions test. So, like, obviously, I don't think that's a reasonable thing. I was just arguing against the argument. I am very pro Second Amendment.
Just for fun, 18th century gunpowder was manufactured in the home. There was something only produced by individuals that was an integral component in manufacturing 18th century gunpowder. I'll let you guys look that up.
Well, I would just like one.
Well, I want to point out, guys, I've been trying to say, I want to point out that back during that day, we didn't really have standing armies. The people were the militia. They were the army. And in fact, we had laws in place that required that anybody 16 and up have powder and ball at the ready and to be ready to be called up as militia in the event that there was an uprising, an insurrection of some kind. So the time was a very different when that was written, right? This was a completely, we didn't have the military that we have now. So an argument can be made in the opposite, that because we don't have that militia, that unless you've joined one, for example, the National Guard, something similar to that, that you had no right to a weapon. That argument, I think, can successfully be made. It just hasn't yet in the Supreme Court.
The right of the people, and you think that would possibly be argued?
If you look at what it was written for at that time, the people were the militia. The people, anybody 16 and up, had to have, powder and ball.
No. Let's
They were
read it
part
again
of
together.
this.
You one more time, you and I.
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Just you and I. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma. The militia is now one entity, comma. The right of the people to
You don't
keep
get
and
to
bear
separate
arms
those
shall
sentences,
not.
though. It's one
well,
sentence.
It's well punctuated in the Second Amendment. Well punctuated.
Sure.
The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I would also suggest we have an attorney on this panel. And I will, it's not a discussion. Him and I have already had this. We've already looked it up together in different panels.
Attorney.
There is no amendment, none, zero, that has more scrutiny, more local municipality laws that are imposed every single year than the Second Amendment. In fact,
and there's also no other amendment where they take an entire chunk of that amendment, crumble it up, and throw it away, and don't ever talk about it.
So
that's the only one we do that to.
I'm not an expert, but I am. Hold on. I do hold 4 different FFLs. I am not a retailer. Vader knows this. I think I've talked to you about this. I'm one of the largest AR fan, a white label, which does not mean I have no name brand, white label AR manufacturer in this country. It's what I do for a living. I have one of 3 FFLs that no one else in the country has. Many FFLs are available. I have one of 3 that only 3 of us in this country carry. I would say that, again, the weapon of war mentality is, at the time that we had just gotten out of fighting a war, that was the only available firearm. I would also point out that I have yet to see, and I've been to war twice, I have yet to see someone carry a civilian version of an AR-15 into a battle. Just letting you know.
So what's the difference between an AR-15 and a M16?
Burst fire, also it depends.
Select fire.
Gas impingement. Yeah, there's a couple different freaking points.
So as we're talking here, what you're saying is it's an exact copy of an M16, except it doesn't have an auto lever on it, right?
Yes and no. The impingement is a little different.
Pretty much so.
That's an overgeneralization.
No.
Fair generalization.
It's a generalization. Yes, I will do that. But what I will also say is that I went to combat twice, and I certainly didn't carry an AR-15 either time.
Specifically when the gas return modification, if you're going to convert it into anything like the M16, you would need that, and it's that not only is that addition almost impossible without replacing the receivers, you're you're gonna go on a list for that.
I mean, direct impingement versus gas or versus piston impingement is they are 2 different things. Direct impingement, DI, is different than the other. But that's a stupid argument to make on my part. So I don't mean to make that argument. By the way, that's a bad argument on my part.
Either way, it's still difficult to make the civilian version into the one that the military uses. So I agree with you, is what I'm trying to get at, Patriot.
Yes, it is. I mean, it is for the most part. But actually, when we say military grade, I'm a huge collector because I've been doing this for a long time. And I would say that military grade is the cheapest possible option. So I assure you, military grade is usually garbage, guys.
I can verify that.
We can agree, Patriot, that a transgender, they're good. If we're Patriot, transgenders, back to the discussion, transgenders should be, they shouldn't take their guns away, right? Because that starts to get into other groups.
No one should have their PPS. I'm even an advocate. Watch Vader go crazy. I'm even an advocate that if you are a felon and you have gone through all of the necessary items to do, that means probation, whatever they require of you, work relief, whatever the end of your payback to the state, I don't care what it is.
I agree.
If you've paid back everything, whether it's financial, whether it's your prison time, whether it's your probation or what's the other parole? I'm sorry, I don't know the other one.
Yeah.
Parole, or what if you've completed everything? I'm an advocate for you getting your rights back. My personal
You're a true
opinion.
Texan.
I agree.
My personal
You're a
opinion.
true Texan.
Now, maybe unless you were, running guns or pew-pews,
unless it's
they're a
violent.
foreign,
hold on.
country or something like that.
I'd like to ask. I always like to refer to Vader on this, even though him and I are on different sides of the aisle. Other than if you were convicted of something that specifically was violence regarding a weapon,
right?
I would be an advocate for it.
Okay.
I would agree.
So
That would be my primary delineation. Would be, yeah, like if you've done something, but then again, usually individuals that perpetrate those style of crimes, unless it's just like armed robbery or something like that, they're not getting out. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. I would be a proponent for an individual being able to keep their rights.
Does
as long as
anybody
they
on the
accept
panel
that.
disagree?
Including their voting rights.
Does anybody on the panel disagree with what Anyway Patriot had said?
Voting too.
No.
I'll give you that too.
All rights returned. All rights
But
returned.
blue states return your right to vote faster
That's
than
true.
So,
your right
and here's
to
going to
a
be
pew.
sorry.
I'm an advocate for that, but liberal.
I think you
here's
should
where-
be
here's
able
where
to
I
vote
change.
while you're in prison. I don't think your vote should ever be taken from you.
Ooh, no, I don't
ever.
know
Ooh, I
about
like that. I agree.
No, why?
I agree with that one.
Why?
But liberal loudmouth,
we're
let
agreeing
me
on
ask you a
something?
question.
Yeah,
Let me tell you. Let me not change my statement. Let me modify my statement.
Sure.
If after you've restored and you again become a felon, then it's gone. It's lifetime.
Fair. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I can't get it done.
Now, if after what did you say? If after what now?
If after you've completed and you've paid your debt to society in full, whatever that may be, and you violate again and you become a felon a second time, then it's a lifetime.
Oh, damn, we're 2 strikes and you're out. Didn't we do something like this back in the 90s?
Dang, that's that 2 strikes and you're out thing.
I don't know. I don't understand the deal with wanting people to not be able to vote. Every U.S. citizen in this country over the age of 18 should be allowed to vote, and it should be easy. In fact, I believe I say we go with Australia's model and fine your fucking ass if you don't vote.
Agree, but if more people vote, Republicans lose.
Diesel, we're coming after you next, buddy.
So can I say something real quick before I have to drop? Because I have to drop.
Sure. Go ahead, Dewey.
Okay, so not everybody qualifies to get a gun. As a matter of fact, I don't qualify for a weapon, and I couldn't get one because I have Parkinson's, and with that, I take psychotropic drugs. So, not everybody should, including myself, because aiming is really difficult when you have Parkinson's disease. Should own a weapon. Now, do we agree on that?
Well, what I would say is that if you start getting into the medical end of it, while I agree with you in heart, here's the thing. I don't want we start getting into HIPAA laws that are scary, because then someone makes a decision. If you can pass a 4473, which goes through NCIC and the FBI, oftentimes, not every state does this, but also goes through your state law enforcement agency. Not all states do the state as well. Most of them are just NCIC and it'll catch it, or it's through the FBI. What I would say is I don't believe in that. The reason I don't believe in red flag laws, me specifically, is it unfairly targets veterans at a point of over 65% of all red flag laws are directly affected combat veterans.
Well,
I don't believe in that.
I'm a veteran.
But there is a mechanism
What does that mean?
for you to fix that.
Yeah, like what Patriot, when you say affected, what's the effect?
They are red flag laws specific, not denial, where they absolutely come back and come and get it, including my own home state right now of Florida. also has
Right.
red flag laws on the books.
Yeah, so just
this isn't a red flag thing.
Walk me
It's a
walk me
medical
through the
thing.
claim here, though, because like when you say veterans are affected how?
Well,
What exactly
they
plays out?
are unfair. They are certain. So, Vex, would you not agree that every person that has served this country certainly deserves their right to bear arms, or no?
I want you to
No.
make your claim because I know how you're trying to make this sound. So I want you to tell the whole story here. When you say they're affected, tell us
They are
what is the
they are
effect you're talking about.
affected by red flag laws unfairly, Vex.
I
Unfairly
heard that claim. Tell me the effect. What is the
veterans
effect?
at a whole. More veterans
Patriots,
are victim.
tell me.
More.
Tell
I'm
us.
telling you again.
What is the effect?
Vex.
Not the amount.
I know you think you're good at this, but I'm going to say this to you.
I promise you I am
Veterans
good at
are
this.
unfairly targeted with red flag laws because the first thing they say is he was a veteran. He was a veteran. That's the first thing they say.
Patriots, please.
Oh, I see what you're
understand
saying.
the question I'm asking you? The nature of the answer should be like they are affected by having this happen to them. Tell me what the effect is.
Like it's a negative connotation to that person if they're a veteran. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Anyway,
No,
Pedro?
that's-
Yeah, like
that's not
almost
what I want.
discrimination is
That's not
what
what I
you're
want.
getting at.
No,
But
what I
let's
want
talk
because
about
I
the-
know what the effect is, and I want Patriot to say it out loud because the effect.
What do you mean?
is
What's the
not
effect?
as
The
bad.
effect is they get their firearms removed, summarily removed from their possession unfairly, and then have to
Permanently?
beg for them back.
But they get them
But
back,
what
right?
about due process?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, Vex.
Yeah, and if they don't, why is it that they don't?
Because someone, some decision maker made that decision.
Yeah, because they
Vex,
couldn't
Vex,
afford
Vex, let me ask you a question.
$10,000
Should
in
all
attorney's
firearms
fees.
be? Should you get your HIPAA laws violated because of in order to own a firearm?
Who said anything about HIPAA laws?
Who said anything?
If they are gone up by a board, that means there is one person at the end of the board that makes the decision whether or not they can continue to have their Second Amendment rights.
Temporarily.
Okay, so here's what I have to say.
Temporarily.
All right? Wait. I have to give up my Second Amendment rights, and I don't think it's wrong. And it's not a red flag law. It's just the way things are.
Well,
And real quick, guys, real quick. Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because technically the live ended like 20 minutes ago, but I'm continuing. So if you like this content, please gift the panelists and myself to support it, and let's keep this going. And please keep tapping. We did manage to hit 100K, which is awesome. If we could get to 115K, that'd be even more awesome. So please keep tapping, and if you're able, please gift myself and the panelists for the job that they're doing up here, entertaining everybody and informing you guys. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Wanted to interject
if I could
really
speak
quick.
to Dewey's point directly, when you choose, along with your family and your healthcare provider, that certain activities aren't safe for you, you're not giving up your Second Amendment rights. It's your right. You're making a conscious decision that that's not a good thing for you, and you're making that decision in consultation, being of sound mind, if not sound body, when you make that choice. That's entirely different than the government saying you can't do something. That's a personal choice.
So let me ask you a question. Before we go on, let me ask you a question. All right? So are you asked on the form to fill out for registration? Does it ask you if you're taking any medication or drugs?
Yes. There are two questions, or three questions relevant. One of them is, are you unlawfully, using controlled dangerous substances? And the other one is, are you taking medication for a mental condition?
So I'm taking medication for a mental condition. Parkinson's disease is a mental condition. I'm taking psychotropic drugs to control it. So
Thank you, Laddie.
I can either lie and take the chance that somebody's going to come and find one, or I can answer it correctly and get turned down. So tell me, which is the best to do?
You've given me some information that I did not have. I didn't know that Parkinson's was considered a mental condition. forgive me. I'm going to look into that, and I will be
That's
more
okay.
well informed the next time we speak.
But I just want you to know, not everybody, including myself, because if I aim at something, I'll be lucky to hit it. I'm shaking so bad. You see what the problem comes to?
Well, here's the question. I'm going to give you. I'd like to point this out if liberal would allow me. I'd like to tell you the drug question that's on the 4473. If you don't mind, I just grabbed one. Ready? It is: are you an unlawful? Let's make sure that we hear that again. Unlawful user of, comma, or addicted to, comma, Mary Jane, which I can't say on your live, or any depressant, comma, stimulant, comma, narcotic drug, comma, or any other controlled substance. The use or possession of Mary Jane remains unlawful under federal law, regardless of whether it has been legalized or decriminalized for medicinal or recreational purposes in the state where you reside. That is the only drug question. Now, below that, the next one says, have you ever been adjudicated as a mental defective, or have you ever been committed to a mental institution? Those are the only two that would be specific to drugs or mental issues.
So we agree they're not sticking up then, right?
And it's bullshit.
Okay. So I have a mental condition.
It's not in the DSM-5. Parkinson's is not defined as a mental illness in the DSM-5.
Yeah, I'm
it
pretty
may
sure
be
it's
treated with psychotropic drugs, but it's a physical condition that's treated with psychotropic drugs.
Yes.
It manifests in more physical ways, right? It doesn't alter your acuity, does it? I'm not so familiar. It does.
Dementia and Parkinson's disease go hand in hand. So
I see.
So
There's
by
a
the
strong
time I
correlation.
get down the line somewhere, I'm not going to even know who I am. So
that sucks.
That sucks, and that's a reason why I should not be allowed to carry a firearm.
That should be a decision between you, your healthcare provider, and your family. I don't think that's something that the government should be deciding for you.
Well, I think it is. I think anybody who has Parkinson's disease or MS or any of those other type diseases like that, ALS, I don't think they should own around them. I don't think they should be able to get a gun. They're on psychotropic drugs. I actually have, I actually see things that aren't there. I have hallucinations. Should I own a gun when I have hallucinations?
That should be your decision. That should be your decision. It's like a woman should be able to choose for her own body. You should be able to choose for your own house.
It should be a decision for
Come
everybody.
on, man, be reasonable. If he has a health issue, come on, man.
Dewey,
Let
me ask you a question with no disrespect. Because Dewey, with no disrespect, absolutely, I'm just asking the question because I don't know.
Sure.
This is not a gotcha. This is I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
So under F on the 4473, is the prescription that you take, is it an antidepressant or a stimulant?
Yeah, it's an antidepressant, and the other drugs I take are
Okay. I didn't know. No. I swear I was not. I was just looking at the question again and trying to understand what Parkinson's prescriptions were. I was unaware. It was not a gotcha at all. All right. I just didn't.
I understand it's not a gotcha. I just want to make it clear that there are some diseases and some things that people shouldn't own a weapon.
Dewey, I want to applaud you for having the introspective at least to know that you've made a personal decision to not put yourself at a potential risk and that you've weighed that out, because there are I think hopefully anybody attached to in any way the gun community can admit that as an American culture, we are far too cavalier and irresponsible
and violent.
Generally speaking, yes, specifically when it comes to guns. Specifically. Like, as a patriot, I don't think you would disagree with me if you rounded up 100 people off the streets, generally speaking, and you brought them to a range, or you put a gun in their hands. Most of them are going to be recklessly irresponsible with them, whether it be because they just don't know, or they think they know and they actually aren't. This is something that is, I think, uniquely American in culture, and it's why I've landed in the positions that I have, is because the reality, not the
You're
fucking
a freaking firearms
hypothetical.
trainer.
Right. Let me finish the point. Is the reality is that people think they live at the very tip top of that Dunning-Kruger curve, where they think if we just all had guns, everybody would be able to use them and make the world safer, because an armed society is a polite society. And it's just a big fat fucking fallacy, a fantasy.
It is a
I
fallacy.
don't believe that.
Well, if that was the case, we'd be the safest fucking country on earth. What are you talking about?
Too many guys are trying to go out and buy a
Also,
big
I
fat
want to
fucking
ask about
solid signal.
capacity limit real quick. Capacity limit. Sure. What's the difference between 20 rounds versus 10? Why do you want somebody like me criminalized for what I legally acquired in one state? 20. I mean, what's the difference?
Because
Too much regulation. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, when they've had mass pew-pewings, when he has to reload a magazine, people live. People can tackle him. People can get away. That is the point.
Yeah, I'd like to bring you to Jerry McClintock.
Okay.
Hold on. Watch this.
Well,
Watch this.
every gun has every pew pew has.
I love
a
that name,
capacity
McClintock.
limit, okay, every pew pew has a capacity.
Well, Vex knows who
limit.
I'm talking
Point
about.
is, it's manufactured the way. Okay, so CZ, they're manufactured. They have to manufacture differently per state, and then it's like if you're a traveling person, and you got to go from state to state. It's like, well,
that's reciprocity. Yeah, but that's a reciprocity law.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Yeah,
that's just the way it
Yeah,
is.
you don't care. Yeah,
state by
you
state.
don't.
If
But there's
you
other
want
people.
a federal
You're not the
pew
only-
pew law, then I would be for that. But you don't want that. You've always
Why do you
everyone's
want
been for states' rights.
Would you be
No,
okay?
whatever.
Hold on, would you be okay?
Hush
Would you be
it.
okay with a federal? Would you be okay with a federal law about free speech?
We do have that. It's called
No,
the
no, no,
Constitution.
no. Much more restrictive.
Why would it be restricted from the
Well, I mean,
Constitution?
the First Amendment. The only time that you could speak would have been pen and parchment. So if you want to, what is?
I don't.
Oh,
speak
that's
with my
funny.
mouth.
That's funny to you. That's funny.
I
to
don't.
You?
I don't talk. I mean, but I did want to talk to you, Annie, just
And-
real quick here about
And
the red flag
soapboxes,
law
parks, streets,
affecting
corners.
military more, and I agree because you guys probably have way more trauma, and you are more likely to own them. But don't be disingenuous about the process that red laws have to enact. It's usually your family members and your loved ones who are standing up and saying, oh my God, we see a problem coming and we want to help him. It's not just being punitive and punishing
What
people.
did your statement start with?
And then also,
What was the word your statement started with?
we can have red flag laws
Usually.
federally. I don't care. But
I know
the
you
point
don't.
I was making is
Patriot,
there's
what's
also
up,
a
bro?
way that you can go and get your rights back. You can reclaim those rights. And it's called due process, and it's in front of a
Wait a
court
minute.
of law.
Did you
And
just
if
freaking
people
advocate right now for guilty
lie
until proven
about
innocent?
that, stop
Did you
Guilty
just
until
wait a
proven
minute, Did a
innocent.
liberal just hold on this panel, liberal loudmouth? You just had a liberal advocate for guilty until proven innocent. Your panel, your side of the aisle.
Okay.
You just had somebody say guilty until proven innocent on
It's
your side of the aisle.
Okay,
I love
okay,
it.
pause real quick. Okay, hold on real quick
Love
because
it.
I was dealing with some housekeeping bringing Florida in, and I missed part of what she said. What are you talking about anyway?
She literally just advocated for guilty until proven innocent.
No,
and I
that's
love it.
your
Thank
that's
you
your
for saying that.
reinterpretation and paraphrase of what she said.
of the red
Sherry,
flag laws.
go ahead and
It
explain what you said.
I know Patriot
You can
is
get
being
all
rowdy,
your
but I
right,
kind
you
of
can
did
get your
hear that
rights
too.
taken away. She said you can get your
Hold
rights
on,
taken away,
Patriot.
and then
Hold on.
get them
Hold
back.
on. I missed it. I'd like to hear what she said. Go ahead, Sherry.
Oh,
Please
gonna
repeat.
word
the
it the
point
same now.
is, red flag laws have mechanisms they have to work through. And the people who are waving the red flag law are usually their family and loved ones. They see a problem, they want to help them. You act like we're just willy-nilly going around and
Show me that
snatching up
data.
pew-pews.
Show
We're
me the
not.
data that
And if
supports
a
what you're saying.
person goes and says, we need to take away the weapons because he is deranged and they're lying, there is a mechanism to punish them for that lie. There is due process here. You are acting like
It's reverse due
sheriffs
process,
just
ma'am.
show up at your home and confiscate everything, and that is not what happens.
That's exactly what happens.
It
Pretty
is
sure I
not.
seen Kamala on TV saying she wanted to take all the ARs.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, ma'am. In a red flag case, can you short? Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Can you
ARs
show
is
me
not
the
even that
data
great.
that says it's usually family? Because that was your claim. First of all, usually already dequantifies your statement, but it's okay. I want you to show me the
It's a
data that says that it's
description.
family.
Wild how they hyperfixate on the AR. Like shoots it pews 223 556. That ain't even that crazy, dude. Like you can get 76
They don't
roll
know.
launcher, and
It's
that
people
thing
who've
will take a deer
never
down
had them in
so
their hands.
So the guilty until
Again.
proven innocence was her talking about red flag laws that do exist? Is that
No,
what you're...
he's claiming
Right.
all red
What she
flag
said
laws
is there's
are
a
that.
mechanism to get your rights back. That was her
Can I
exact
slip in
statement.
here and just Patriot,
After
please,
you go
dude,
to court.
You already do this. You already do this, Patriot. When someone is suspected of a crime, what happens to them?
Right, they get arrested.
You need RAS.
They get arrested, right? Is
Yeah.
that them being found guilty of something?
Hey, no, you already messed up, Post. You need
Florida man,
RAS.
you're not bringing.
Sorry, bro. I got to clarify this. You said if somebody's suspected of a crime, so you need RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion.
Right. Correct.
Suspected of a crime.
Uh-huh.
Suspicion is not. What is suspicion? Is that a felony or misdemeanor?
Yeah, but you
Florida
get
man.
arrested
Let me
before
explain to you why you're getting a little
conviction.
ahead of yourself.
I just got here, by the
Out of
way.
your
so-
element here, buddy.
Yeah,
Hey,
but the difference
when
is
does
that...
a guilty finding come down?
Right.
When does a guilty finding come down?
For what are we talking?
Comes down to
Scenario. I
choice.
just got
First
here.
of all, Florida man, I wasn't talking to you. I was
Sorry,
talking to
buddy.
Patriot.
Sorry,
So,
yes.
Patriot, you said guilty until proven innocent, right?
Right.
When does the guilty concept come into play in any other situation with the law?
Ask me that question one more time, Bex.
Let me ask you a simple way. Before you've been determined to be guilty of a crime, you wind up sometimes being arrested and put in jail, right? Being held,
And
right?
then held for bonds, correct? Go ahead.
Accused.
So
accused.
why-
At that
why-
point, you're only accused.
Correct.
Go ahead.
And why then is it so crazy to understand that if somebody has some degree, let's just grant that it's some degree of a plausible risk of being at harm to themselves or others, that we take their guns, and that is somehow you saying that they're guilty, even though it's the same thing that we do with
What's
a
the
person's
crime they
body.
committed?
Okay, so let me say something.
That's the point. That's the point.
What's the crime
Patriot.
they committed?
Patriot. That is the point.
That's why they go in front of a judge.
That's the
crime
point.
are we talking
Yes.
about?
No, not in front of a judge.
It's the
What's
same.
the crime? What's the crime that enacts a red flag law? What's the crime?
You're making
CT, give me some context
don't
here.
even
What's
realize
the
you're doing
scenario
it.
we're talking about?
What's
You
the
have
crime?
to go in
If
front
there's
of
a
the
crime
judge.
Okay,
alleged, they
that
can't say that
checkbox.
they've been found guilty of something.
You, Patriot, that checkbox that you just read off said that if you are what? Mentally defective? Right? And that would preclude you from having a firearm? Right?
That has to be
That is
self-diagnosed.
correct, and that's why you go through the process, and then you get your shit back. It's the same.
So you're
it's the
okay
same
with, wait a minute,
concept.
I want to make sure I
no,
get
no, no.
all of these
It's
liberals
the same
on this on recording. I want to make every liberal on recording. All of you are okay with no due process and eliminating
Jesus
a right.
fucking Christ.
Nobody said that.
Eliminating a right.
They
Let me
do
finish.
have due
Eliminating
process.
a right
fucking go
and
in
then
front of the-
earning that right back. You're all okay with that, right?
What happens when
You,
you're arrested, Patriot?
sir,
You have to-
you realize you have
have
to.
to earn your rights back.
Okay,
Bro,
you
I'm just
listen.
because I'm black. Please forgive me. Don't. I agree with you on a lot, man. Just don't lump me in with the lady above me, ma'am. You know, we can agree on a lot, but
Okay, whoa, no, hold on. No, we're not going to let that one slide. Patriot made a fucking crazy claim that anybody up here, and we're not going to pivot away from that. We're going to go back to that. Nobody here said what you just said. We said, not one person.
Verbatim what you said.
No,
it's funny because we actually.
I want you to go and read the definition. Would everybody shut the fuck up? Holy shit. I want you to go and look up the word verbatim, and I want you to read that to me.
Yeah, thanks. I know the definition of verbatim.
Apparently you don't.
You say that you keep using that word, but I do not think you know what it means.
Nobody said what you said. Dude, it is my understanding that you petition a fucking court before they can take your pew-pews. Is that wrong? Is that wrong, Beach?
Absolutely.
That is wrong with a red flag law.
No, that
is
red
part
flag
of it.
law is.
Red flag law.
It's like a restraining order almost.
A red flag law, you will not have a judge can sign the red flag law in certain states, not all, and absolutely without your knowledge, they can come to your house and require you through a court order. Missouri would be one.
Wait, through court order. You just said through court order. No.
Guys,
you're not privy to that.
Patriot, would
You're
that
not
be local
privy to that.
PD or like ATF?
You're not privy to that.
Guys,
wait.
He's right about this. He's right
Hey,
about this,
Sheriff,
but it's not as strong of a point as I think he thinks it is.
Right.
Because at the end of all of this, you got to look at like what are the two outcomes once an ERPO has or EPRO, or red flag law has been initiated. So you go to some magistrate or whatever, and you bring some degree of evidence. It's not just simply like, I'm afraid of my neighbor. He has a lot of scary things, and they go, okay, we're gonna go take him away. That's not what happens. You make a claim, and under penalty of perjury, you make this claim. This isn't just like, oh, you said this, and then if this was all a lie, then it's just no big deal. So you make a claim, and then somebody looks at this and says, does it seem like it would be, if we're weighing out the options here, we have what is supposed to be, hopefully, a credible threat of harm, whether it's to themselves or someone else. Is it, at this point, better to step in, take away the guns, and figure out what's going on? And then if it's like, oh, this was all just blown out of proportion, they get them back. Or is it better to just be like, well, let's see how this plays out. And then we hear another one of those stories like we do about these many women.
Wait a minute. A court. You're justifying again.
Is required for this.
You're
right.
Hold on. What
in the hell are we arguing here? A court, Patriot, you even acknowledged that in order from a judge to go and take your pew-pews.
Without knowledge of the red flag recipient. That's a fact.
It doesn't matter.
I know when they
So you earn your rights back. Wait a minute.
A court decides this.
I'm recording this, liberal, just because I love to hear liberals do this.
I want you to go back and listen to how ridiculous you sound.
I love to hear liberals say that people can get their rights taken away and have to earn it back. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than laughing at all of you right now.
While we're saying, hang on.
Okay.
If we're just saying ridiculous shit, Patriot, can I get you to say again how you can hit a golf ball at 1,600 yards?
I can hit a golf ball at 1,600 yards. I've done it
Oh,
more
you
than
can,
once.
huh?
Okay.
Patriot has figured out a way.
Have y'all ever dealt with a vindictive woman that lies? That's the problem with red flag laws for men in relations. That's one of them. Patriot, I'm sure you would agree.
Okay, I got
Patriot.
Wait.
Oh, it's not misogyny.
Okay.
If you're ever in Florida, just a firearms instructor, I've hit out. Hey, how about this? I've hit sub 2.
I can't believe you're going to do this again.
He's doing it again.
Patriot, dude, the problem that you have here is I understand the physics that you're claiming. I understand the mechanical precision you're claiming to have in order to have this not just be a broken clock effect. If I shot 30 times at a very small target 1,600 yards away, I'm sure one of them would eventually hit it. But for you to be like, I can hit a golf ball, we could all hit the golf ball the same way you can hit a golf ball at
1,600
yards.
You only get the coin. Hold on.
what-
You only
what-
get the challenge coin, Vex, if you hit it inside of 8 shots. That's the rule.
What are we using to hit
Great.
it?
Okay,
Congrats.
I don't give a shit about golf.
He's talking about hitting a golf ball sized target at 1,600 yards away. At least that's what I'm assuming.
With a bullet.
Yes, that's the claim.
Okay. I thought you were literally talking about a golf ball.
Hitting
a golf.
What are we using as an
If it's
instrument
golf
to hit
ball
that
or a
target
golf
that
ball
far, bro?
sized.
You ain't hitting that with no AKAR, any PCC.
What was it? A 338 Lapua? I think you said, right?
Nope, that was not a Lapua. That was a 6.5 PRC.
Patron,
6.5
do you have a
PRC.
video?
So
Do you have a
have
video?
managed. Hang on. What
hang
the
on.
rifle you're using? Like,
I mean, he
what
he might
is?
be able to hit that shot. I don't know.
No,
It was a
dude,
Seekins.
it's
It was a
the mecha-
Seekins.
I have a
Exactly
simple
Seekins,
question for Patron. Do you have a
26A.
video?
Yes, we have video.
Okay. Is it
Not
on
just
your
me.
TikTok
we
page?
have multiple videos. Hey,
No. Of you hitting the
Vex,
golf ball
Vex.
from the distance that you claim.
Absolutely.
got a
We have
few
multiple
range videos.
videos of
TikTok
multiple
don't allow
people
them
doing
up,
it. Hold on. We have multiple videos of multiple people doing it. Here's the rule. You get the challenge coin, which is just a joke at what we call the farm, our range, if you hit it inside of 8 shots, because that was who hit it first. It wasn't me. And then if you do it in 8 shots, you get the challenge coin. I've got the challenge coin, buddy.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm saying that this isn't a skill set that you reliably possess.
Consistently?
Bullshit.
No, I don't think that it's a possibility consistently.
Right. So okay. So dude, if I throw a basketball from across the court and I sink it one time out of like 20 or even 8, I don't have the skill set to sink a fucking skyhook across the fucking.
If you
Like, I'm
want
not
to
a
go long
globetrotter.
range with MOA to MOA, I will go at it with you anytime you want.
All right, so you have I just want to make sure I understand. You have a .1 MOA rifle that you've managed to create, that Seekins has managed to produce for you.
I wish I could show my arsenal.
Say that again. Hold on. Say that again. Nobody has a .1 MOA rifle?
At 1,600 yards.
That's what you would need to have in order to be able to say that you can hit a golf ball.
Okay, I'll
at
show
that
you
yard.
the videos. I'll pull the videos
I
up.
got
right
a
now.
drop, so thank you, host, for having me up.
Thank you, Dewey.
Hey,
I
Dewey,
appreciate
you
it.
don't have to.
Vex, just because you shoot.
Thank you, Dewey.
all day
I
and don't know
appreciate you
anything
being
about
up here,
long
man.
range, It's okay.
Dewey, bro, you don't have to.
Do you
own a
want me to
freaking
show you
Fury.
my Tika? Do you want me to go get my Tika and show it to you? My 6.5 Creedmoor Tika that I do shoot out to 1,400 yards?
What are you, a
Vex.
freaking
Are
yuppie?
we
You a
having
Creedmoor?
like a pissing contest on the panel? Is that what's happening here?
I'll show you my
It's just
toys.
like to
I'll
sit
show
here
you
and
mine if you show me yours.
Rifles that accurate do exist. They're not Tikas. Rifles that accurate can weigh like 18 pounds.
Beach,
Hold on,
Beach,
hold on, can we
They
go-
do
can we go back-
exist.
Hold on,
Beach.
can we
Do
go
you
back,
want to?
though?
Do you want to bet they're not Tikas?
Hold on, I'd like to go back to
No,
the
no,
fact
no,
that,
No,
like,
now
point
maybe
one,
with a
point
solid ass
point one
sniper, you could hit a
MOA.
basketball
God damn.
target from 1,600 out. But a
Yeah,
golf
if
ball,
you're solid, yeah.
bro, that's crazy shot. The wind involved there, the golf ball size 1,600 out. That's tough, bro.
6.5
Basketball size, I
PRC.
think
Where
you
where
could
does
do
that
it.
go transonic? By the way, anyway, where at what distance in your rifle? What distance are you going transonic with your PRC?
What did you just ask me? I'm sorry, Vex. I'm trying to pull up videos.
At what distance do you go transonic with that round? You know what transonic is, I'm assuming, because
no
you know
idea
you
what
do
transonic
long
is.
distance shooting, right?
I have no idea what transonic means, and I've been shooting for 30 years.
So you just said to me, "Oh, I know that you do all the gun instruction things, but you don't know a thing about shooting long distance. You don't
Clearly
know
you
what the
don't.
term
What the
transonic
fuck
means."
does transonic mean? I've been shooting long range for 30 years. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
That's kind of embarrassing. So
Well, it's not
transonic,
embarrassing
Florida
to me
man,
at
I don't
all.
know if you know this. Transonic
Do you
is the
shoot-
point
do-
where it
do you
goes.
shoot
Heard that word in my
suppressed?
life, Vex.
The point is the
Do you
transonic.
shoot suppressed?
I have shot suppressed. Yes.
No. Do you out of your long range?
You got to have
No.
a suppress in your house. 'Cause
Okay.
Your ears are going to be ringing if you
What's
home invasions happens. Like it's very critical. And if you
Once-
have a dog, it's like I would never want to.
once a round goes below the speed of sound, that's where it's called going transonic, meaning it's gone from supersonic to subsonic. At that point,
I only shoot with freaking cans because we don't ever use protection on the farm.
hold on, you're not going to try to say to me that you shot a subsonic round to 1,600 yards and
It was
managed to
not a
hit a
subsonic
golf ball?
round. It was
Okay.
You're not going to listen to me. We only shoot with suppressors at the farm.
That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not
It
a
is not a
round
su-
is
not
coming
all
out
of
at
them
a
are
speed
subsonic.
faster than 1,140
Not all
feet
of
per
them are
second.
subsonic rounds. I am well aware of that.
Hey, host, I'm not going to do it, but you think you're probably going to drop me and this should get taken out if I pull out one of my toys and show you guys? That's pretty
You
sick.
can't do that on TikTok.
I feel you. TikTok.
If you do that, TikTok will drop you and Banana me.
What if we set it to like an airsoft or a squirt gun?
You can't. You just can't do it, dude. I accidentally showed a picture of Christy Noam holding a rifle up next to a dude, and they banned me immediately for displaying. Ironically, for displaying unsafe firearms practices.
Yeah, I can't even like instantaneous banana or ding whenever I show a smoke. Like a stove.
I'm gonna just. I don't mean this to be a fucking physics class about long range shooting, but it's just the degree with which this is a bullshit claim. Patriot. I'm sure this works when you don't have people that know what they're talking about.
I've absolutely done it.
I'm sure that it happened. I'm saying to you, you can't say that I'm good enough with a rifle, and I have a rifle that is capable of shooting a golf ball at 1,600 yards. It's the broken clock effect, my friend. Even you'd have to strap the thing down into a bench vise, and you'd sit not bench vise, a bench rest, and you would still end up having to guess to hope that one round hit, even if you did nothing.
Vex, over the court, we've had the farm running for about 19 months now. Okay, 19 months. This is not a public race. It is. Let me finish talking before you.
Did I not say I don't disbelieve that it happened?
Okay, well, I'm telling you, we've had it for about 19 months. There is literally 13 or 14, there might be 14 now. I think I heard 14 hit. 14 guys out of 19 months. We only get the coin if you hit the golf ball at 1,600 yards, your choice of caliber, if you do it within 8 shots. Because the standard was set at 8 shots. So then after that, everyone else had to do it inside of 8 shots. It's
at that
absolutely
point.
been done. Hold on, let me finish. I'm not going to say at my first attempt, I did it. I'm going to tell you at my third attempt it happened. So if you want to technically say at 24 shots, right? Then if that would be your subset, then okay, I did it in 24 shots over 3 different sessions over 3 different weekends. I did not theoretically do it in 8 shots. I did it over 24 shots. Does that make you feel better?
I don't. You're sure, dude. Yeah. At this point, you've made enough of the point that I'm trying to make, which is this is not a flex. This is you eventually did something that anybody would be able to do with your rifle in the was this certainly wasn't offhand, right?
No, and I can put you behind it, and you would understand if I brought you to this range why you would probably.
I promise
be able to
you,
do it.
Why do you think I've not done? Why do you think I was able to call you out on this claim? Do you think it was because it just sounded like bullshit to me, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about?
You didn't call me out though.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I don't think you. Maybe you don't remember. Months ago,
last
year, when you initially made this claim, and I was in the room, and then I called you out directly about this claim. Why did I remember to bring up this claim?
I have no idea, Vex, but I've absolutely done it.
Without going on another lap on this, I've said what I needed to say.
The reality of it too is like if other than a military combat situation or at a range, if you're in a scenario where there's like threats on our homeland and you have to hit a target 1,600 yards away, world's already fucked. That's a bad situation.
That was.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, watch this. Watch this. Guess what? I'll definitely hit a watermelon at 1,600 yards every time. Every time I'll hit a watermelon. Every time.
I mean, even
want to bet me that, Vex?
I do want to bet that. I do.
And Patriot, me and you, we both one of the same. We love these things. We love this topic. But even hitting a deer at 1,600.
Vex, I don't know where you're at, and all of our animosity aside, Vex, I would absolutely bring you there. Although you would be disgusted at who owns it, which would make me even fucking laugh harder. But, I would absolutely. We have the best private range, I would argue, in the country.
What part of Florida?
I don't know why you think people want to hang out with you.
I can hit a grain of sand at like 2,000 yards.
I don't care if people
no
hang
joke.
out.
I've got plenty of friends.
Patriot,
I've already golfing. I already drank this morning. I have plenty of friends.
You do it all the time. You're always like, I will fly you out. And I'm like, why do you think I'd want to hang out with you?
What part of Florida, Patriot? What part?
Whenever I want.
This is the second time I've been invited to fly to Florida to hang out with a conservative on TikTok.
Oh yeah,
I can't wait.
It's Florida, man.
Hang out. They play some blackjack.
No. It's a very specific range, and
It's
it will
Florida,
make you
man.
fucking crazy who's there. That's
Appreciate
all.
you bringing me up.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich, dude.
Have you seen that
keep bragging
show?
about it.
It's Florida, man. Have y'all seen that shit?
Yes, great
Well,
show.
no, we go up to
Fucking
alligator.
hilarious.
Good dog, good dog.
That shit was crazy.
Oh, the new one, right? With all the different stories
Vex,
of
Vex,
Yes.
also,
Florida,
Vex,
man.
Like that,
Vex,
the first one, the guy wanted somebody to like eat him.
I would also
Oh,
like
yeah,
to point
yeah.
you out to this, Vex, just so you know.
What?
There is a shooting school. It is in, oh my God, Alabama. The name of it is Barber Creek, Barbur Creek, and they regularly, at 1,100 yards, hit golf balls with 6.5 Creedmoor, not even PRC.
Did you say 1,100?
1,100 yards on a regular occurrence. I'd like you to look up the school. You can see everybody on the wall who's hit the golf ball from a string. That's where we got the idea, but we were going to step it up, and so we stepped it up. They are friends of mine. Mark owns that school, my buddy Mark.
Thank you,
You're
Eric.
more than welcome to look. If you ever want a discount to go to long range hunting school, it is not long range sniper school. I happily hook you up with that. It's in Alabama. It's a 3-day school. You stay on property. It's beautiful. You'll love it.
Yo, Patriot. Two questions for you. What part of Florida is this range in you're talking about?
We are in Vero.
I grew up.
You know where the
side.
Vero? You know where the Vero Beach outlets are?
Oh yeah, I grew up in
So-
Jupiter, but I'm on the West Coast now. Construction brought me out here fucking 8 years ago. But second question, imagine hitting like a 1,100 yard, 1,200 yard, and y'all got to imagine 1,200 yards. That's 12 fucking football fields. That ain't short. Imagine hitting that with like an Ironside, like not a fucking badass scope. Like that's a freaking.
I'm a Night Force, Florida man. I'm a Night Force freaking junkie, dude. I have a freaking Night Force. Fuck, I have so many Night
You got
Forces.
an ATAC-R, don't you? You got a 7-35 ATAC-R, don't you?
I don't even know you guys are talking about.
Vex, now you're scaring me.
I have no idea. It's like it's a
real
pissing
quick.
contest.
Just guessing here, because I don't know anything
Let's
about
break
long-range
out the-
shooting. Remember, Patriot?
Speaking of
Real
Alabama,
quick, wait,
Space Force moved to Alabama, by the
Nice,
way.
Harry.
At the outdoor range, at these ranges, Patriot, because I'm bringing I would come in my semi truck, and gotta find parking there. But I would love to,
You guys know what
when
this
I'm
is,
in the
right?
States, go to some of those ranges.
If we're down here,
Outdoor range.
Can we bring it back out to like
I
30,000
am the
feet?
only motherfucker who never paid $1 for the property or anything, and I am the only one.
No, I want to know, do I have to wear a headset? Because I like, when I'm at an outdoor range, I tell them, I don't like to wear the ear, just so I can hear the sound.
I like my eardrums to get busted.
Right?
I want my eardrums
What the fuck is wrong with
to
you,
get
man?
busted. I love it.
I don't, because I like to hear the sound.
Fuck my shit up every time. Please.
I'm accustomed to hearing the sound. When I practice
Accustomed
with my
to
firearms,
hearing.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm accustomed to the sound of it.
Okay.
I don't
boys
want
overseas don't wear
the
no
sound of it
earplugs.
doesn't startle me.
Okie dokie.
What I own can startle somebody if they're not, if it's their first time.
Diesel, is that why you're yelling the whole time? Because you're deaf?
You're right.
Oh,
That's funny.
oh, my bad.
That's
My
kind of
bad.
funny.
I'm going to tell you,
Yeah,
until I
my
started
bad,
hanging
my
out with
bad.
those guys, Diesel, I never knew that they consider anyone who doesn't suppress things like you're a peasant.
You
I
mean
did
like
not know
Donald
that
Trump is
until I
trying
started
to
shooting with
suppress
these
the
guys.
Epstein files? That kind of suppression? Are you all about that?
We want them released too.
You all about that?
Hey, liberal loudmouth. Let me ask you a question. Did you watch the MSNBC interview?
No, I don't watch MSNBC.
Okay.
Well, now I don't know what to do with my argument if I can't first establish that a liberal is watching MSNBC.
Guys, I haven't watched mainstream shit. I mean, if there's something
Shit.
going around, you can sift through all of the various corporate media to figure out what the fuck's going on, but it's all bullshit.
The only time I see it is literally on debate panels when people bring up the videos. I'm like, oh, okay, that happened. Cool.
Yo, Diesel, I meant to ask this first right when I got it, and I can only see a little sliver of your photo there. That old Peterbilt?
Peterbilt.
Oh no, this is a freight. That
Freight?
was a Freightliner. Yeah,
Old
I'm
freight.
currently in a Freightliner. Yeah,
Nobody
Freightliner's got
cares
good
about your guns,
Peter.
guys.
Yeah, I
Well,
agree. The
that's
comment
what
section,
Trumpy. What are
the
you talking
comment,
about?
the comment section has
That's right.
spoken, and they
Nobody
want
cares
us
about how
to
big your
move
gun
on.
is.
They do. They want us to move
And I
along.
say that with love.
We're
I
here
say
for
I
the
just wanted
people.
to say real quick, back in 2014, the NRA advocated for blind people having pew-pews.
Awesome.
That's
Lord.
crazy.
What the fuck?
And a true story. Yes.
Awesome.
And yeah, who believes Trumpy's an FBI informant on the e-files? Who
Mike
believes
Johnson. Mike Johnson.
Yeah, MAGA.
Mike
Those
Johnson.
those files go so deep, it's crazy. There's a reason why no administration prior to Trump released it either, because it involves mega wealthy elites that are global.
And who has the power right now
Oh,
to
trust me, we want
unleash
them
it
released.
all?
We want them released.
It makes you wonder, like, why spend all this energy trying to make people think that it was all just a Democrat hoax? Where's Dan Bongino
Democrats
and
are all
Cash
over
Patel?
that freaking list too. It's
By the way, if anybody
Maybe
needs
they are.
if anybody needs
Okay,
a signed
sit
copy
up.
of the new Eric Trump book, Under Siege, just let me know. Message me privately. I will get you a signed copy.
How many golf carts you have to park to get that one?
Yeah, I park them all the time. That's what I do, Chad. I
Eric
didn't-
Trump's book. Speaking of that, did you guys hear about that Joseph Schnitt Project Veritas interview?
No.
Where the guy said that that they plan. He's the acting deputy chief, Office of Enforcement Operations for the DOJ, and he said that they were going through redacting all of the conservatives to leave all the liberals on
The
in the
interview
Epstein
was
files.
okay.
Yeah.
So that wasn't like it was an interview-ish, but if
Well,
I
I mean,
remember right, wasn't
she
that
was
it was like
asking
an
him
under
questions. Yeah, it's Project Veritas.
like a hinge date or something.
Yeah, but dude,
I
those
don't
guys are
consider
hey,
Veritas
loudmouth.
credible.
Those guys are fucking wackos, bro.
I mean,
Wait, isn't that James O'Keefe?
yes, it is. The
No,
people that they
and
pointed
James
to
O'Keefe?
claim that
James
Democrats were
O'Keefe
doing.
out.
Yeah,
James
that's
O'Keefe
James
brought
O'Keefe.
down Acorn. Remember that? I mean,
Yeah, but
he
they
was
kicked
totally
O'Keefe.
conservative
O'Keefe
then.
was
So
such a
what
whack
happened?
job that they kicked him to the freaking curb.
Did they?
Yes.
Well, is somebody in the DOJ, Trump's
Somebody's
DOJ,
still funding
saying that they're doing this stuff? You know, whether you believe it or not, of course, the guy could have been trying to flex for this. It felt like they were on a date or something. It was kind of weird.
That was the claim.
Yeah, I mean, it's so the guy's probably. Yeah, I know all of this stuff.
I'm pretty far right, and
but
James
still.
O'Keefe is a fucking whack job.
Yeah, was he a whack job when he was going after Democrats?
Yes.
Did you
He's
post
a whack
that?
job.
Baby
Loudmouth.
parts, yeah,
He's a whack
he's not
job.
credible.
What is your Twitter handle?
What is my Twitter handle?
Yes, sir.
I don't even know what my Twitter handle is. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. I'll be happy to pull it up. I
Sure.
don't know what it is.
I'll
Wait,
go dig through.
X
I'll
is
go
Twitter,
dig through
right?
your
X?
shit and see if you've ever commented on a Project Veritas piece.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can look up. I definitely have because I don't comment on shit. So hold on. How do I look up my own?
Yeah, I don't. You go to X and then go to your profile, and then at the top it'll say your name and then at something.
Can I just get the conservatives,
Oh
or
shit!
rather
No, that's
just
my
the,
real. Hey, nope. That's my real name. Nope. Not telling you.
Oh,
Never
okay.
mind.
Okay.
Wait,
All right.
you're using your real name on X?
Yeah,
I
don't.
just looked at it. Yeah.
You-
I just
you
Yeah,
looked
you
at
need
it.
to change.
Yeah.
You need to change that shit.
Yeah, I just looked at that.
What's
Fuck.
there to
I
be
don't go,
afraid
but I
of?
don't ever go on X. I do the gram, and then I'm an old man, so I do Facebook, and then I do this. But
An
I don't
old
ever
man.
Go on that.
we knew you were an old man because you said
Hey,
the gram.
hey,
The
we
gram.
don't, there's no ageism in this room, boys. No ageism.
The gram. That's
Do
funny.
it for the gram.
I just realized that's my real name. I should change that, huh?
Can I at least get the
change
Trump
your name.
supporters in the room or the panel, wherever you may be, to admit that it is obvious that they are hiding the information in this file because they are protecting people from being held accountable for doing the terrible shit that we all now know that they
If you
did.
if you concede that it's left and right, I'll agree.
I
Otherwise-
absolutely concede that it's left and right.
Okay.
This is
More
the
than left
wildest
and
thing to
right.
me is
It
that like
traces
only
overseas.
only the right is saying, well, as long as there is partisan equity of guilt in this ring of fucking child traffickers, then fine. I guess I'll admit maybe Donnie Trump did something bad with this. Like,
and otherwise, nobody gets held accountable.
Otherwise there should be no accountability.
It's No Way Patriot. I have a second one. I just realized.
No Way Patriot?
Yep.
Okay.
I do.
I'm not going to do it live because it'll take me too long, but I can get AI to go through your shit.
Yeah, I would never fucking like those wackos. I don't like any of that fucking.
We'll see.
I know you think I'm hard for the right, and I am.
I don't know. I don't know if you are or not.
I know you think I'm hard for the right because I said it.
I know you think I'm hard for the right because I have Peronis.
Patriot, what do you mean by hard
We were
right?
talking about that yesterday.
As a certain type of American, I have a certain feeling about the hard, quote unquote, hard right. I guess you already know that I'm a black man. I don't care for those those blacks on the right, but
I didn't know you were black, Diesel. Sorry.
Couldn't make a difference, frankly.
Were you not?
Sorry for him being
He's
black.
agnostic.
I just want to know.
I mean,
what
I
do
just
you
didn't
mean by
know.
hard right? No, it's good.
He means
I just
it's
wanna know
hard
what
and it
you
leans
mean
right.
specifically by hard right, because
Oh my God.
yes, as you can
Sorry,
see, I'm all
inappropriate.
about show.
Anyway,
I'm trying to be loud with it, but as you can see, I'm in disagreement with a lot of people on the left. You should have been here earlier. Everything sexism or what's another term?
Bigotry.
that you,
Misogyny.
Just bigotry.
I'm very dismissive.
Ignorance.
He called the good liberal here. He called me an asshole today. I've been called
an
so
asshole.
much, and I'm just
Yes.
like, but what?
I don't want you to feel
right,
bad,
because you know how
Diesel.
hard right could ring a bell with
Asshole is a term of endearment. I'm serious. Ask my husband.
Say what?
Sherry, you from the East Coast?
She put the MAGA spin on
That's
that. She's
called
like, no,
verbal
it's a good
abuse.
thing.
Sherry, I will
That's
assure
called
you.
verbal abuse.
No. If there's two people on your panel,
endearment.
if there's two people on the panel right now that vehemently disagree with each other and will proudly wear an asshole T-shirt, it's CT and I.
Yeah, we're not shy about it.
No, and we will absolutely. I want it in all caps on my shirt.
I gotta get going for real now, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
By the way, hold on. Liberal Loudmouth has some merch. If
See
you
you all.
guys are in the
What do you have? I'll buy it right now.
shopping
How do I
for-
get there?
See you, Vex.
Go to his link.
Wait, what does it say though? Does it
Oh
say
yes,
liberal on
for
there?
capitalism.
It says Liberal Loudmouth. And
Does it
if you
say
ask
that on his hat?
nicely, he might sign it for you.
Hold on. Liberal loudmouth. Does it say it on your hat? Liberal loudmouth.
On this hat or the ones that
No,
are in
on the
there?
hats that I can buy. Does that
No, your merch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
it
can't
says
buy that, bro.
Too loud to cancel.
Oh well, too loud to cancel. I would wear, but if it said liberal loudmouth.
Well, think about it this way though. Liberal doesn't mean Democrat. It doesn't.
There'd be so
What
many
way
people
about
Patriot couldn't get in if you wore that hat, though.
For
It's
example,
a great way to support the live. If
It
you
is.
guys, really good prize. I'm just saying, and it is made in America.
And actually, you can. I think we put the underwear on there. Baby, did we put the underwear on there?
Yeah,
Did we put the underwear on the shop?
But see, I'm not.
Let's
the liberal
put that up
Lord
there. Okay,
conservative,
so you can get the
I got you,
branding.
I buy both.
You get the branding, and it's right on the front. That way, you can wear it with pride.
Hey, Diesel, you only
Nobody
big
has
rig
to see it.
Diesel pickup trucks too.
You say what?
You said you only a big rig kind of guy,
say,
or you a
pardon me?
pickup truck diesel kind of guy too?
I didn't. Yes. Oh, I'm driving real trucks, not no wannabe semi trucks. No, not those wannabe pickup trucks that are pulling
No, that was
something they
an
shouldn't
awesome
pull. Where I pass them up. No, I go cross
drive a
country,
Raptor.
bro, for a living. This is how I make my living, bro.
Yeah, I'm just talking for your grocery.
I've been doing
getter.
this for 12 years. Huh?
Pulling up in the big rig for the grocery getter. Yeah, that's kind of pimped actually.
For the I actually got pulled over and browbeat by a cop because I was bobtailing around in my semi, and I was off duty, but it was my only mode of transportation at that time, and he thankfully didn't give me a ticket or anything because you're not allowed to do that. But I had to take a trip 8 miles into town
I
from my
disagree.
house. Yeah, no, he
Where
was
this at?
not happy. It was in Locust Grove. Yeah,
Locust Grove. What
this
state?
was Oklahoma. Yeah.
Wow. Well,
Yeah,
now,
because
Brendan,
I
you're still in
yeah
Oklahoma?
because technically
Oklahoma's friendly.
yeah, but I was on sleeper time. Like I was on my break. You know, my reset. This was back when you could reset it. This was before they had electronic shit. I don't even
You're not still in
paper
Oklahoma,
logs.
are you?
No,
You're
not
still in
currently. Not right now. No.
Okay. I was going to say, because you
I'm
are a
surprised
freaking
you're a
pin
liberal
needle.
from Oklahoma.
You're a
What?
pin needle in Oklahoma for being on the left.
Yeah.
Now,
if you're Oklahoma,
now say what now?
You're a liberal?
Well, my
How are
best
you
friend
liberal
is a
out there?
conservative.
Yeah.
So
I try to keep my
people.
friends on both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, I have too much. I'm going to be honest. I'm in an elitist area. I live in a very
Oklahoma
elitist
blue,
area,
yay!
and it doesn't happen. Nobody is.
Nobody is what now? I'm sorry.
I mean, it's virtually almost not out of trying, but it just so happens that every single person that I associate with, and I don't just mean my close personals, I mean even associates, just all seem to be on the right.
It's because we're afraid to admit it when we live in a red place.
Not where I live. No. I live in the most elitist place that you could pretty much live.
Vero ain't that elite, bro.
No, I'm not. I don't live in Vero. That's where that is. I live in Jupiter Farms.
That's where I grew up, bro.
What state is that in?
But where I grew up, but where I lived before this is Wellington, and almost all my friends are in Wellington. And
Wellington.
Yeah, all of those horse people
sounds snooty.
Hardcore, snooty, right
Well,
wing.
that's probably true.
Jupiter Farms is lit, man. That's fire.
We like it out here, but I didn't realize before I purchased this, and normally I'm a smart person, that the taxes went up from Wellington to the farms. So yeah.
Property taxes need to be abolished.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. He's trying right now. It's probably going to happen.
What state is that in?
Florida. It's about to happen. I'd suggest that you listen to the video. He has every intention of abolishing property taxes. The cloture vote went in. I'm sorry, that's not true. It was not a cloture vote. It was an opinion vote, which I didn't know that existed in all of my studies, but apparently it does. An opinion vote amongst members. And they have it was over 70% for over 55, where people didn't have to pay property taxes. He's trying for the whole state. I don't think he's going to get the whole state. I think he'll get the over 55 vote, though.
Well, what would be their funding mechanism for state and local government then? Or at least local government?
Listen, I'm going to be dead honest with you. That's as far as I got. I agree with you. That needs to be. I need to look at that.
No clue.
We also don't hold on. We also don't have state income tax here either.
Right.
Well, they have a lot of tourism dollars, so that, in states that don't have that, they have to find it somewhere else. So there are states that are lucky that get that. A lot of outside dollars.
We already don't have state income tax. Nothing.
They'll use sales tax and user tax and stuff
Permits
like that
and
make up. All those will go up as a result.
Right.
How's that tourism money going this year?
But to me, if you buy something and the government, if you don't pay it in the future, can just take it, that doesn't. You're just leasing it from the government.
Yeah,
makes no sense to me.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because I don't live anywhere else and I haven't lived anywhere else. Do you guys have unique? Do you guys have unique county taxes? Hold on sales. I'll give you an example. Let me just hear you out. Hear me out. This is not a statewide thing. There are counties in the state of Florida, which Florida man will tell you, because we'll get like a half a penny or a penny more for whatever it is on sales tax, but then you go to another county and it's a penny less. Does anybody else have that, or is that unique to Florida?
In Oklahoma has that. They have city, county, and state, and
it's different. So you can be in one part of the county and pay 5%, and then go to a different part and be 6%.
You can go to a different city and it'll be different.
Okay.
Also, yep.
Because you're usually funding a fire district or something like that off of that money.
Yeah. And they'll put it to a vote
nationwide.
when they do that. They'll put it to a vote to increase.
we voted on it.
Hey,
we
so,
voted on it.
so what does the gas tax look like in Florida?
Our gas is fairly cheap, and I buy diesel. It's not too
we're
bad.
not very bad here. I think we're third or fourth. No, I think we're under the top 10 in gas prices across the nation. I think so. If I remember correctly.
Stop
When I
telling them
remember,
stuff, though. We don't
Oklahoma
need
has
any
the
more
cheapest
people here.
gas, right? If I remember. Does Oklahoma still have the cheapest gas out of
Oklahoma
all?
is like one of the best.
The cheapest fuel out of all of them.
All
I
I know
look
is
at fuel
Tulsa's
prices and
higher
I'm
than
like,
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma was.
All I know is Tulsa's higher than Oklahoma City, which is some BS. But I don't know if we're high.
I'm talking about statewide. Everywhere I go,
I hate to throw the liberal companies on the bus.
How's everybody's electric bills? Anybody?
Oh man, solid.
Hey, you guys need to move to Florida again. Florida FP&L national average, one of the lowest national averages in the country.
Oh,
FP&L.
Yeah,
bro, I own
is-
my house. It's a fucking 2-story, 2,510 square foot, 4-bedroom, 3-bath. Me and my wife keep the AC at 68, 69 day round, and our power bill, I think, $1.70. Like when it was in the chillier months, I was a 90. Like it's crazy. Solid.
My city has a municipal utility, so I pay 1 cent less than the national average, even though I'm in an expensive area. So
But Florida man's right, but we have not a county within Palm Beach County. We have what's it say on loudmouth? I can't see that. I'm fucking blind. Yeah, like I said, I think we're in the top 10. I'm just not positive.
There we go.
Now here over in the Tampa region, we use Tico.
But I would say, you know what's weird about Florida is there's some singular municipalities. For example, we have in Palm Beach County a city called Lake Worth, and they have their own utilities, which is called Lake Worth Utilities, as opposed to the
Diesel. What the hell?
FP&L, and they pay through the fucking nose. Like I had a rental property there. I don't have it there anymore. And I paid, like the people paid like, I have a fucking 4,400 square foot house.
Diesel, mute the mic, brother.
They had a 1,200 it was a 1,200 square foot house. They paid more for their fucking utilities than I did.
Yeah, utilities in some areas are going up. Electricity's going up, especially with the data centers going in. Supply is going to be reduced. Demand will be much higher.
Well, it's also Trump ending subsidies for renewables because they're actually cheaper than fossil fuels.
Who'd have thought, right?
Right?
Trump ending what, did you say?
Ending subsidies for renewables.
Okay, where's this? Show me this. I'm going to pull it up.
The Financial Times has a chart on their Instagram.
My question was, how does Florida fund their state if they have no state income tax? They don't believe in property tax. They want to do with that.
We still have property tax right now, Sherry.
I'm just saying, how do you fund your state?
I don't know, but listen, we're top
other
10
taxes.
in schools. Yeah, other taxes. It'll
There you
still come
go.
somewhere.
Yeah, you'll take it from somewhere else. The difference, though, like to me, it's like I'd be okay with that because, like, you're saying you can buy this thing, but in perpetuity, you have to keep paying the government, and if you don't, they put a fucking lien on your shit. Somebody can go in and buy that lien and then come and fucking extort money out of you. It just,
bear in mind, Sherry, bear in mind something. Florida had a net surplus for the last 6 years in a row. Just giving you a heads up.
A net surplus
California,
of,
although you can say, fourth biggest freaking economy in the world. Yep, net negative the last 10 years in a row. And
Yeah,
they're
negative
predicted
what?
to have a net
No,
negative worse than they've ever
Well,
had
I will
over the
say
next
this:
5 years.
that's not
if
true.
California left the
It's absolutely
union, we
true,
would
Drew.
no longer have the
It's
largest
not.
A
economy.
negative
So,
what? What is he? What are you
California,
Look at
talking
how
about?
high the taxes are in California. Like,
I think he's talking about the
California
deficit.
taxes are only high on wealthy people.
So it is, and that's part of why we were able to build up something called a rainy day fund. So it was not net negative for all 10 years. We just had a downturn, and we were able to run a deficit because of the rainy day fund. States can't run deficits. We can't issue currency.
you're
We have to
saying
save money.
we, I'm assuming you live there, and I'm sorry.
I love
California
living
is
here.
facing
I
budget
think
deficits. Projected gaps are
Why are
12
you
billion.
sorry?
Yeah,
12 billion and 68
people.
Why
billion
would you be
due
sorry?
to
I mean,
revenue declines. Florida
California
Right, so
doesn't
he-
have those mosquitoes like you do in
Florida
Florida.
is
Oh my
experiencing
God,
people
significant.
like you.
Well,
those
let me
mosquitoes.
finish.
People like you.
Our
I'm
budget
sorry.
surplus
I
is
know.
$7 billion.
I know what you were saying.
Sure, that's awesome, Patriot. I'm very
Dude,
happy
you're
for you.
ranking.
So
That's great.
people like you that lie
I do have
about
a
my state
question.
help keep my rent
Do
low. So
mosquitoes?
thank you for your service.
Again,
Do mosquitoes
again,
Ranking
it is
40
a
40 taxes in
seconds
deficit.
Florida?
in education.
Do
40
mosquitoes have
seconds.
to pay taxes in Florida? Because they're so fucking
States
Florida's
can't run
education is number
deficits.
10.
We had,
California's
like,
education system is
please,
number 26.
please get this memo. Please get this memo. States cannot run deficits. The only reason we are able to is because we were able to save some fucking money. We were net positive for several years.
I mean, like 80% of the country would put.
What years were those?
So
This is
Governor Newsom
2023
raised
for you,
taxes.
No. That's not what I asked you. Don't sidestep it. What years was California positive?
Let me inform you instead of you calling it sidestepping, because you need some context for what happened. Governor Newsom raised taxes on the wealthy to create the rainy day fund, and that was a few years ago.
So why are you still
is
12
so much better
billion
than
and
Gavin
68
Newsom,
billion due in revenue declines? Why?
The revenue declines are happening because there was a downturn. So I don't know exactly what caused it.
Then what caused Florida of a surplus of $7 billion?
There are people migrating from New York to Florida to escape New York taxes. It's a tax shelter.
Holy crap, dude. So you're not going to answer the question.
I did answer your question. You're just being ignorant.
Yeah, I'm being ignorant.
I've been
Because
building
you think
residential.
information doesn't count if you don't agree with it. You just shut it
No,
out.
I'm
That's how
not
MAGA
shutting it
exists.
down. You're making excuses for why you're in a deficit.
That's not an excuse. That's what's actually happening, my guy.
Our housing down
still
here
a
is so much
deficit,
more
correct?
affordable too for nice homes.
So I am talking about the fact that wealthy people in general, including ones from New York, are moving from blue states to red states to avoid a tax burden.
They
That
better not
doesn't
vote
mean
blue either. Fuck.
that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with blue states. They actually have higher GDP.
You're gonna flee a blue state because it sucks, and then come to a red state and vote blue.
It doesn't
That's moronic.
They actually have higher quality of life.
Hey, listen to me. Hey, Florida man, don't worry about it.
I'm just
Listen
saying.
to me. Don't worry about it, Florida man.
projects
They have had a loss
we
of
can all benefit from.
Okay.
They have had a
So
loss
that
of
is why I enjoy.
Hard to hear you guys.
I want to
Okay,
repeat.
I can't hear
enjoy
anything
living in
anybody's
California.
saying. I can't hear
nerds never
anything
shut up.
anybody is saying. So we
That's
need
why
to
I'm not
go
letting
one at
them
a time.
interrupt. Yep. So I enjoy living in California. We rank higher in quality of life indices, right? Life is better here. You might save more money living in other states, but it's shittier to live in.
Agreed.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
now,
that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Stay over there.
Happy.
Same.
Yeah, trust me, if we're going to put up a wall, we should do it around Florida.
Hell yeah.
Seriously
Florida's a
though, look at the
shithole.
water condition of our states. I'm in one too that has a problem with that. Our tax dollars are meant to support our communities, fire districts, EMS services. Like, how is Florida going to support itself if it has no income?
I am unsure of the mechanism. What I would say is Florida's number one in education. It's a fact. It's not discussion. K through 12, it's 10th. Let me finish. Overall, it is rated number one. I'd be happy to put it on screen. California is 26th.
Yeah, Patriot, you've done this before, and I understand when you like put up a graph and put in 38 different things to get it to where your state ended up at the top.
Oklahoma is
Overall
dead
ranking.
fucking last. Bro, you
Overall
go through the
ranking.
states. Go through the states.
Hey, liberal,
the
Overall
worst
ranking,
ones.
Liberal,
Florida
look up
is
the
number
top
one for
10
education. K
K
through
through
12,
12
it's 10. Again, nobody wants to listen. Overall ranking for education, it's number 1. K through 12 specific, it's 10th. If I do the same thing
we
in
heard you.
California is
Why are you
California
repeating
is
yourself?
18th and 26th.
Yeah, but it's just not though.
We
right?
heard you.
Hey, Patriot.
I don't know why you repeated that. We all heard that.
Because CT interrupted.
Hey, Patriot.
I waited till you were done talking.
You remember when like our state stood up and they didn't force us to wear fucking masks and shit, dude?
I know.
You remember that, bro? It's like
Yeah.
fucking awesome. With all those people like unalive, bro. For sure, bro.
Do you want to check out your state versus our state?
You want to go? You want to do Ohio versus Florida? You sure?
Yeah, for per capita. Sure, I'll do. Per capita.
Are you a Browns fan?
Oh yeah.
I'll do per capita.
What's that there?
Okay, so what are you talking about? The GDP per capita?
No, not GDP. Versus how many people unalived in the state of Ohio versus Florida per capita.
For what?
For the the C19. I don't want to say it on your thing.
I'm assuming all you guys have gotten the jab, huh?
No.
Multiple times.
No. I never got it.
I got a jab and a booster.
Nothing.
I keep going back. I love getting the latest
Me and
ones,
you both,
like
Patriot.
changing clothes.
I'm a pure blood.
Oh yeah, O positive as well. Apparently there's some shit with O
Pure blood.
Cancer blood.
I'm an O positive too.
A white person, when they say pure blood, I don't know, it just sends kind of cringe vibes at me.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's not what I mean, freaking.
I'm the lizard people. Everyone else is monkey people.
It's good to know, Patriot. Me and you can both give each other blood, and we can give everybody else blood, but we can't take blood from anybody.
I know we can't take blood from them.
There's nothing
but
in
that's how it is.
vaccinated
It's
people's blood,
I-6-8.
guys.
That's that muggle blood.
If you test the blood, there's no trace of the vaccine. It leaves your body in 3 days.
Hey, Patriot, go ahead and look up those numbers of unalivings for Florida versus Ohio.
But for what
Florida
point?
base their numbers?
Oh,
Florida
he was,
arrested a
they were
data
doing that thing
scientist.
where like wearing a mask makes you weak, and I was like, yeah, except for all those people that were unalived, you know. And he said, you want to compare
Florida
this?
arrested-
Yeah, go
That's
for
not
it.
the point, though. The wearing a mask, this,
Chat,
that, third. It's freedom
I
of
need you
choice.
to
We stand up
understand.
on our freedom to choose, and y'all guys
Before
were
we
fucking.
move on, I understand your freedoms, Florida, but I need you to understand there was a data scientist in Florida that had no freedom to report accurate statistics on COVID unalivings. She was arrested.
And that's a great
By the
example of
government.
when the Democrat Party silenced free speech on doctors giving their own opinions on that shit.
Democrats do not arrest people. Maybe you're thinking of cancel culture.
They arrested veterans and nurses who refused to get the freaking vax, and they're not arrested. They fired them. And they lost
You
their
don't get
freaking jobs.
arrested. There we go.
And you don't get
Thank
fired
you.
either.
Okay, it was
Okay.
employer based.
I worked in the medical field, and it has always been the case, long before C19, that you had to be vaccinated. Had to. They would not hire you if you were not. In fact, I remember my first week, I had to take so many fucking shots to get up to date for the shit to work in a nursing home.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
well, I
it's-
guess in the nursing home, you're around old people,
I mean,
right? And
yeah,
everyone's-
it's the same for a hospital too. They don't want the people that are taking care of people to be susceptible to those illnesses that they're treating.
And the kids in our state went back to school sooner than the kids in a lot of other states. How did that affect the freaking education system?
CT, this is from CDC.
Well, Oklahoma is last, so
CDC.gov. I'd like to point out Ohio, which is that color, and that equates to this right here, which is 40 per 100,000. And I'd like to point out to Florida, which is this color, which is 13 per 100,000.
Let's see here. Ohio's 14 per 100.
CDC.com.
Yeah, here,
CDC.gov. I'm sorry, .gov. .gov. Look right here. CDC.gov.
okay. And why are we talking about this? Because honestly, I just
Because
don't
we
give
brought
a
up a
shit.
point. It was just CT and I's point. It had nothing to do with this conversation, to be honest with you.
I just looked at Florida's income after federal transfers, federal money. Federal, you socialist, is sales tax. So you're sales taxing your people to death.
Look at this. Look at this right through the freaking corridor right here, CT. Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama had horrible statistics per capita. Oklahoma had bad. New Mexico had it bad. But funny enough, there's blue states that have it good, but Florida was part of that.
Well, in Oklahoma, I was there during C-19, and you would have asshole. I'm certain they were Republicans coughing in your face.
Oh, stop, loudmouth.
Bullshit.
Stop.
Every time I fucking went outside, and I was wearing my N95 mask because I bought it before they ran out.
Oh, God.
I would have some jackwad cough on me. I had one lady at a fucking checkout stand touching my fucking cart all over. Yeah. That's how y'all act.
Yeah, I had to stop my husband from kicking some dude's ass and Sam's for doing that to me.
Yeah, it's fucking real. Like, I literally happened to me, like, aside from just knocking the shit out of him for assaulting me. What do you do?
Two things on that topic. Like with all that whole preventative crap, they were trying to prevent the inevitable. That shit's gonna run its course. Natural immunity is gonna fucking develop. That's why us down here, I had the shit and it was really weak. My wife got it. She's asthma. It was a little worse for her, but not bad. When it was going crazy and everything, and you just get over it and you move on with your damn life.
I had it 3 times.
Preventing
I
the
never shut
inevitable.
the shop down. Hold on. I had it 3 times. I have over 20-something employees. I never shut down the shop one single fucking day.
Yeah, I went to work every fucking day, man.
Every day.
And you guys are lucky. You guys are lucky because you made an assumption about something you knew nothing about. And you said, we're just going to let this thing run rampant. This thing could have caused serious issues with people. And you guys were like, man, it's not true. It's not going to happen. You just happened to be lucky. You just happened to be lucky that it didn't do anything, aside from unalive, hundreds of thousands of people. No, it's
I
luck.
don't agree with him.
Because you made
It's
assumptions.
funny that Donald Trump got the shot, and a lot of conservatives, talk against the shot. But your Lord and Savior Donald Trump, he got the shot.
He's the one that pushed it.
Actually,
He's the one that pushed it.
Let's be honest. Every liberal should, including the world, he should get a Nobel Peace Prize just for Operation Warp Speed alone.
Wait, okay, so you want to give him a Nobel Peace Prize while simultaneously complaining about the thing that you want to give him a Peace Prize for?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Does that make sense?
Just because I didn't get it doesn't mean anything. What I'm saying is the liberals that are touting it and continue to tout it and continue to freaking be happy about it, the only reason it exists, the very reason it exists is because of Donald Trump's actions with Operation Warp
That's a
Speed.
lie.
No, it's not
That's
a lie.
That
It's
is a
not.
flat
No.
out lie. The vaccine was created.
Okay, we got
absolute truth.
Careful.
The only reason that the world has it is because of Operation
You
Warp Speed.
gotta dance around this topic.
Yeah, you got to kind of
Absolutely true,
skirt this issue because if you say certain things, it'll fucking ding you and drop
And I
you.
would ask, you're ex-military, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you took every jab they gave you, right? You
Yes,
couldn't say boo, right?
And they give you a sheet. I'm sure everybody who's been in knows this. And they will absolutely tell you everything that's in every one.
So, and you read that?
I absolutely did.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to point out that 8,000 service members, the bravest men and women in this country, were summarily fired because of your president made them get it. And then what happened when the new president came in? He gave them their benefits back pay, and offered if they wanted to rejoin, they could. So you're telling me in your freaking own mind that the bravest among us, the war fighters in this country, the bravest men and women, the ones that wear the uniform and say you get to sleep at night peacefully, should have been fired because they didn't agree with an experimental vaccine?
It was not an experimental.
Why don't you go ask the,
you have
training
taken
soldiers?
everything they ever gave you without saying boo, because that's the contract you signed.
Again, answer my
when
question. Stop
you
dancing.
joined the
You're okay
military.
with that? You're
Sure.
okay. So wait a minute.
Yeah,
so
I'm
your
fine.
thought process is that bodily autonomy does no longer apply if you wear the uniform? Is that your statement? Please say
no,
yes.
it doesn't,
Please say yes.
because you joined the military. You volunteered for that. No one made you do that.
And I'm gonna dance around.
So now they're not. So wait a minute. So now war fighters in this country. I'm a combat veteran twice, by the way. I would say. So now you're trying to say that I have to take whatever fucking medicine I'm fucking given. Is that what the fuck you just said right now?
I like how Petrie does it. Hold on,
you signed
real
up
quick.
for that.
Yeah, hold on.
Is that what you
Hold
just
on.
said? You know
Yes,
what? You
it
are the
is.
most
Am I
unpatriotic.
stuttering?
You are an unpatriotic
Sherry,
piece of shit.
Sherry, don't let him.
Oh,
Yeah,
Don't
it's
let him
just
do
such a
this.
Yes, you're a
bad way
piece
to
of
say
shit.
Hold on.
somebody's unpatriotic.
You're a piece of
dude,
shit.
Sherry, hold on,
calm
hold on.
down.
Yeah, he does this. So he creates an argument that he can argue against as a straw man.
Yeah, that I
Don't
win
let
because
him.
she's an unpatriotic
What?
piece of shit,
Don't
and
let
Did
him
so are
do
you
that.
you.
said
It's
so?
okay. Yeah, don't let him do that.
Dude,
Because
you're
here's
not
the
that
thing.
important.
Yeah, don't let him freaking actually make a real point that freaking makes you guys look bad.
Yeah.
You're right.
No,
Don't
Yeah,
let
it's
him
a
I'm
do that.
sorry.
straw
I'm gonna
man,
go ahead and
Patriot,
say
and you
it.
know
You
it.
being in the military didn't make me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You being in the military doesn't help anybody sleep better at night.
Well,
You took an oath to the
thank God.
Constitution.
Thank
You
God.
took an oath to the
Thank God. Hey,
Constitution,
yeah, and
and
you
your
didn't. So sit, little
administration,
kitty.
baby boy,
Oh,
take a minute,
Sit,
take
little
a breath,
kitty.
make a
I said
plan,
the
and try
Pledge of
your best.
Allegiance in
Don't
no.
hold
elementary
it in and
school. Does
catch a
that count?
bubble,
Hold on. Now,
okay?
Patriot, you know you lost
You
the right to
swore an
that saying,
oath.
right?
Yeah, I didn't lose
I'm
shit.
not going
Fuck
to
You
off.
sit
did,
here and
Mutt.
let the fucking men talk over me.
Suck
The
a dick.
fucking men have been talking this whole time, so the men need to take a fucking seat.
You don't
Thank
tell me
you.
what the fuck to do.
Good
Oh,
boy.
I was gonna
Good
say
boy.
Yeah,
yes,
you don't
ma'am.
tell me what to do, kitty.
So you
You don't tell me what. Hey,
Sexism,
and it
good.
doesn't do any
sexism,
good,
Good
did it?
reverse
baby boy. Take a
It did
sexism,
no
moment.
reverse
good.
Take a
sexism,
moment.
reverse
Take a moment.
Yeah.
sexism.
Take a moment.
Yeah.
You're gonna make it. I promise.
Oh, are you? I thought you were a strong, powerful
So,
woman. Why would you
anyways,
need to tell me to be quiet? Why can't you
taking an
engage
oath
in
to the
conversation like all
Constitution
the
has
men?
nothing to do
If
with
you're
me
a strong,
sleeping better at
powerful
night.
woman,
And
why
you
is it that
taking
you
an
need
oath to
me
the
to be quiet?
Constitution and then voting
Why?
for Trump is fucking laughable because the
It's
very
laughable.
same administration you voted for spits on the Constitution you took an oath to. You didn't
They
take an oath
expanded
to
VA
protect
by
me. You
16%. What
didn't
did you
take
do
an
for
oath
this
to
country?
protect my
Hey, what
rights.
did you do for
And
this
yes,
country,
you
kitty?
absolute
What
dumb
did
piece
you
of
do
hate
for this
shit.
country, you
When you
fucking
signed up
fuck?
to go to the
Yes,
military,
You called
ma'am.
me a
you
dumbass.
signed
What did
away
you
your
do for the
bodily
country?
Patriot, you
autonomy
served
What
in
have
like
you
the
Afghanistan.
done?
fucking cock you
What have you
are.
done for this country? I'm asking you the question.
You,
What have
when
you done?
you signed up to go to the
What did you
military,
do?
you
You
signed
haven't
away
done
your
shit.
bodily
Thank you for
autonomy. You
admitting
became a
that the only
puppet
thing
to the
you've done
government.
is open
That's
your
what
mouth and
you
probably
are.
open your legs.
Oh, there it
Thank
is.
you.
There it is. Imagine
Oh
that,
my
Patriot.
God,
Open your
put it
mouth
on
and
his
open your legs.
leg.
Only two things you
You're
know how to
Fuck
do
not.
to serve.
you,
Yeah,
you
hold
Bring
on.
out the
motherfucker.
The
best
only
in
two
me.
things you know how to do to serve is open your mouth and legs, never
I
to
always
fucking
bring out the
sign
best
on the
in
dotted
them.
line and then
La,
talk
la, la,
shit to
la,
me.
I
la.
want
to point
You're
something
an
out real
infant
quick.
That sounds like
motherfucker.
he sucked
Patriot,
1,000
the
dicks.
moment that a woman came up here and was speaking to you very directly and you know, arguably aggressively, you then start
Not
making
arguably.
misogynist and shitty comments, whereas you've been up on this panel for a very long time now and you haven't engaged in that yet until a
I
woman
bring
started
out the
doing
Because
it.
best
she
in them
came
Do
to
too.
you have
directly
an
attack,
issue
and
with
what I would
women?
say is
And she
modern day
did kind of
feminism.
I
downput
bring
his
Loudmouth,
out
service
the
to our
modern
best
day
country, though.
in them,
feminism is a
Tim.
joke.
Respectfully,
Hey,
though,
hey,
your
I'm going to tell
service
you a
doesn't really
story. I'm
mean
going to tell you
shit.
something.
Yeah,
Hey,
what
Light,
does
I'm
the
going to tell you a
service
story.
mean when you
All
turn
women,
around and
all
violate your oath?
Oh yeah,
Bro,
okay, that's what I
the
did.
Oh,
Hey,
only
all
I
all
want us to
women.
look like.
Kristen
Hey,
just sent to
Lightmouth. All
Galaxy.
women live at the grace of good
You
men.
think the
All women
Democratic
live at the
side
grace
He
of
supports
good
took
our
an
men.
oath to the
military?
Constitution and then
I
Kristen.
he
know, and I freaking
shit.
held it up.
And then he
I
turned
held it up.
around and shit
Okay,
on his
hold on,
I
oath.
held
guys.
it up.
Okay, hold on,
You shit
guys.
on it.
Hold on. Shh. Hold on. Okay. Galaxy was dropped for Patriot. Patriot, you've got 45
Awesome.
seconds.
Bye,
Oh,
guys.
If you well,
Love
hold
you.
on. Hold on. You got 45 seconds. You can say Patriot. It'll cost the Galaxy to me, not to Patriot. Let me get my timer going.
I
Clock.
don't need 45 seconds, loudmouth. Hey,
Don't leave,
Well,
bro.
those are the rules of the game. So you can drop if you'd like, but you know, either way. So if you want to save him, save him.
sure. Ready?
But
45 seconds? All right, here we
45
go.
seconds are
Hey,
yours. Go
Lightmouth,
for it.
the only reason you exist, the only reason that you feel safe is the roof that's over your head, the electricity that's running through your house right now is 100% all provided to you by men. So stop trying to pretend. Stop trying to pretend that because you pay a bill that the electricity and the freaking lines that are running on there
No.
are done by women. You are absolutely 100% a POS based simply on your statements about my service. I tell you what, the next
Mother
time you go to frickin' Starbucks, remember, I defended your right to do that.
shop at
You
Starbucks,
low
but
life,
I
no one.
By deploying
Bye.
to where? Vietnam,
don't.
Patriot?
I don't.
Okay, nobody saved you. Thank you, Patriot, for that. And I just want to say, hold on.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for
Great
having
movie.
listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
There you go, Patriot.
Mercy on your soul.
I think it's so dumb when people come up and they tout their service, like that gives them any higher like authority to talk about anything.
It
I
is
think
weird.
that's utterly ridiculous, especially when you talk about like you agreed to do this. You signed up to do it, you knew what you were getting into. It's the same thing with going to a public school. You agree to get your kids vaccinated to do it because you're protecting other people. It's as simple as that. You do not have to go to a public school. You can go to a private school. You could like teach your kids at home. You can do all of these things. Nobody is forcing you to do these things.
Or you could live in a state like Florida and go to public school and not have to be forced to take any freaking
And I'm sorry,
fast-paced jabs
Or you
that are
could
all
do it in
funded
like
by
what,
the same.
Texas, and then they have a resurgence of what is it,
Just
polio?
to-
Like this is ridiculous.
Just to dance
I
around
thought
it
it was
and not
pretty
open up the
hilarious
rest.
when he said that what, so your bodily autonomy goes away when you join the military? Yeah, you signed it away, babes. You quite literally signed your entire body and all of your rights
it
away
is
to
true.
the military. That's how it works.
Yeah, when people use their
It's
service,
true.
it's a defense mechanism to not engage in the conversation.
But here's my thing, guys, is I think Animal Farm. Some pigs are more equal, and I feel like a lot of military think they're more equal because they did serve. I do appreciate service, 100%. All of my uncles served.
That's awesome.
It's changed now, though. It has. And I do feel we failed our military when we didn't stand up and put a stop to Iraq. We didn't put a stop to wars based on lies. We failed them.
Well, we tried, but the Republicans were just warmonger and fucks, and they wanted to do it.
For what it's
And-
worth,
And
Democrats
like the
and
way-
Republicans
the-
are warmongers. They
And
all
I'm
are.
just,
the
I'm
same
just
thing
an
every time.
everyday American.
Standing right next to
Well,
me, and
I
my
lived during
husband
that time,
is a veteran.
and I can tell
And
you,
my husband just said,
it wasn't the
My husband's
Democratic.
standing next to me. My husband is a veteran, and he just said people like that, the people in the military that are like the respect my authority kind of people, the amount is growing, and it's a little ridiculous.
Well, here's the way where I stand with that whole kind of angle of conversation is, fucking put red, blue, Democrat, Republican, conservative, put all that bullshit over in a goddamn trash can. We all, as a fucking country, we gotta respect and appreciate our veterans in general.
Yeah. Well, you should just respect people. You should just foundation, like you should respect somebody because they are a
100%.
person.
Stand on three
Not because,
words.
like, you don't deserve more respect because you're older than me. You don't deserve more respect because you're a veteran. You deserve respect because you deserve respect. You don't. It doesn't entitle you to shit. You're not entitled to more respect than anybody else. Don't be a piece of shit.
They get entitled to like governmental benefits and shit after
Yes,
that.
it entitles you to
made a
that,
really
but it
good
doesn't
point.
entitle
My
you to
husband-
shit from me. I don't know
in
you
that
anything.
he just said,
Yeah, that's kinda
his
lame,
creed,
but-
like the soldier's creed that my husband took, and he just made this point. He said, my creed was to serve the American people, not tell them to lick my balls for what I did.
Correct, and that's why I say, like, president in office aside, like, fuck all that noise, throw it away out the window. Just we gotta respect our vets in general, like. I don't give
Okay.
a fuck who's in
I
the
agree.
Oval Office.
When they're pissing on the Constitution and they vote for a fascist, we're supposed to respect them.
That's
Well, veterans are entitled to whatever benefits they were promised when they signed up. That's what you're entitled to. That is all you are entitled to. I do not owe you anything. Fuck off. That it's as simple as that. So when we're talking about they deserve respect, like no, they get the respect that or the entitlements from the government that they were promised. That's what they get. And if we're not giving them that, then we are failing our
They do
veterans.
deserve respect,
Anything
though.
else than that, though, we are not failing veterans.
They do deserve respect, though. That's
I
kinda
believe
sad.
of all
No, they
people
don't
should
deserve
get,
more respect
free
than
health
anybody
care
else simply because they
for the
serve.
rest of their
I
life
do not
should be the
believe that.
veterans.
If one turned out to
And
be a
the
P3DO, Florida,
respect
do
on
they deserve
gangsters.
respect?
What? They turn out to be a what?
If one turned out to be a P3DO, would you be like, they deserve respect, they're a veteran?
Oh, I know you go. No, anybody like that needs to be 6 feet under dirt.
Okay, so they don't just automatically get it, is my point, right?
Case by
Their
case.
actions,
Opinion on
yeah,
dudes
their
who, like,
actions are very
physically hurt
important
children.
to whether or not they get
What's your
respect.
opinion on dudes who
Sorry,
like
when you're gonna tell me
unalive
you're a
children?
veteran and you
Well,
voted for
Pyre,
a
hold
Nazi
on.
and you talk like
Well,
Yeah,
y'all's side doesn't necessarily support the military.
Chief was talking. Chief, what were you trying to say?
Yeah,
What's that even mean?
if you think that someone who abuses children should be put 6 feet underground, how do you feel about people who 86 are unalive children?
Probably the same way, buddy. These are not like crazy controversial topics for your average person. What are you talking about?
Right. So, what's your opinion on
Oh,
Israel?
do you think people that smack children and everything? Oh, should they go to? Yes, duh.
was
I
talking
mean,
to
if we're
Florida
talking
man.
discipline, like they don't discipline like they did when I was a kid. The belt comes off, and they don't do that no more, which is bad
Is
in
it okay
itself.
for me to spank you, Florida man? Can I spank you?
Depends on the scene.
I'm kidding. Take him out to dinner
You
Touche.
first.
set me up for that one, bro. I had
And
to
why
take
do they
advantage.
call you Florida man? Why is it called Florida man? What the heck? Is he the worst kind of American, like most craziest kind of man in America? Florida man? It's because he eats gators or what?
No, spit
I
it
mean,
out.
I've been to Florida
You talking
several
about little
times.
swamp puppies? Pulled a few out.
Real quick, Dangerfield. I tried earlier, but you just kept buffering. You never showed up, and I just now saw your request again, so I'll bring you in. But
Florida
I'm
ain't
about
for
to shut
everybody.
the show down anyway, guys.
No.
Technically it ended like
about Florida, man.
2 hours
We're
ago,
all netizens, right?
or an
We've
hour and a
seen the
half
Florida
ago.
Man videos.
Hey,
right?
thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's like
I've
all of
been
the
trying for
headlines
over an
read out of
hour.
Florida.
Yeah,
Florida man
I
removes
brought
secret
you up
space.
earlier, and it just
Yeah,
buffered, and then you
it
dropped.
disappeared. Paula came
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
We're
Anyway,
all
you're here now.
unruly.
All right. Well, real quick, okay. We were talking way back then. We were talking about the Second Amendment, and the Second Amendment was based on the first constitutional, the First Continental Congress's definition, which was exactly a well-regulated, well-disciplined, and properly trained, organized, and now I can't even read my handwriting.
Did they write that down?
Man.
Yeah, no, this was the under the First Continental Congress, and it said that it would be established by the government and governed by the government. In other words, it wasn't everybody could just carry a gun. They just a shmun or whatever you want to call it.
Pew pew.
A pew pew.
Pew pew.
Y'all were saying the root word not too long ago.
Basically, it was regulated, and these people had to be trained, and they had what they called these ball firing gunpowder
muskets.
and
Musket.
and
Black
pieces
powder musket.
of cloth.
You're referencing the style and development of what we had back then when they
what
wrote it
was
versus what we have now.
handheld and the musket, and
Yes.
that's what we had. And then all of a sudden, everybody is allowed to carry one without being trained, without being anything.
Y'all's mind would be blown. You just go to Shark Coast Tactical downstairs. So
But the whole list of what the definition is a hell of a lot longer than the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was based on that particular paragraph. And unfortunately, people look at the Constitution and they don't read what happened before that and what the Constitution is based on.
So when they were writing the
Absolutely
Second
friggin'
Amendment
agree.
back in the
Absolutely.
day, when they were writing the Second Amendment back in the day, they weren't stupid individuals. Do you think there was a fragment of their thought process thinking, hey, we're going to write and put it into our Constitution, and 100 years from now, these are going to develop by like a big stretch, and
because they thought they had more sensible
there's
people
no way
in the
they would
public.
have known.
No,
what
I'm saying
was
why
coming
wouldn't they have
soon.
known?
Of
course, shit develops.
Well,
Gets better.
of course.
Yeah, but
at the time, that was the most advanced we had.
Yes.
But anyway, all right. That's
Can you
enough
imagine
of
loading
that.
a musket?
I just wanted to.
Not at all. It
From
actually
now
made war
on,
more fair.
when you refer to the Constitution, look back at the First Continental Congress's definition of a well-regulated militia. That's
Agreed.
what
People
they
should-
meant.
People should just go back and read the Continental Congress.
Was a bunch of schmetophiles and slave owners.
talking?
Like, why do we care about them?
Why?
Sorry,
Because
when everybody like, oh, the founding
they-
If that factor in
founding
history
fathers
didn't
were
happen, we wouldn't even have a
That
country.
was
We wouldn't be
basically our
talking
first
right now.
Constitution.
schmetophiles and slave owners. They were not good people, and they were not smart.
Yeah,
they were
we're
not educated
not
men.
saying they're good
They
people,
were all
but if
dumb as
that
fuck.
fragment of American history
No.
developed,
Yeah,
it
George
didn't happen,
Washington
we wouldn't even have a
divested
country
us
right
from
now. We
the
wouldn't be
territory.
talking right now.
That's funny.
Both of
But
these
everyone
things
needs
can
to
be
go
true.
back and read the Continental Congress writings. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to a bunch of white men that had sex with children
Gotta
and
bring
owned
race in.
slaves.
But that's
This
what
is
we have to
not
go
gonna
from.
happen. Like,
So
Well, I'm
you
not gonna
don't
sit
have
here
a
and listen
First
to an
Amendment right?
empty egg carton of a white woman who sleeps with mercenaries.
What are the 5 factors of the First Amendment? Go.
Mercenaries.
think about a mercenary. Clear out your ears, bro.
Nobody.
I'm not gonna sit here and listen to
I'm not
women.
here to do
Clear out
quizzes.
your ears, Chief. Nobody said anything about mercenaries, dumb fuck.
I'm not gonna sit here and listen to women.
Fair
You
enough.
know,
Wow.
No, we know.
Well, if you don't
But
like the
misogynists, they're
writings
in.
of the founders
They're
because
thick.
of their behavior at that time, and that's engaging in presentism, let's be honest about that, then you would disregard all of your constitutional rights, would you not?
Presentism?
no,
That's a thing? I'm asking
just the
genuinely. That's a
definitions.
thing? Is presentism? Is that something? Is that genuinely a thing? And I'm really
Yes.
genuinely asking.
Yes.
Yes, it's when you apply standards that you have
Of the
today
past to the
of the
present.
right.
Or vice versa.
Oh,
Well, all of these things can be true at the
pedophilia
same
and
time where,
having
like,
sex
oh,
with
the
children and
founders were
owning
bad
slaves
people.
shouldn't have been good in any generation.
we can acknowledge that they were bad people for doing these things, and also like acknowledge that the standards at the time were completely different. These can be like both true. They are both true at the same time.
But
Right.
isn't what modern Republicans wanting is a return to strict originalism? Like, get away with the amendments that we put on. They don't want women to vote. They don't want people of color to be citizens.
There's quite a
Are
few
you serious? Because
amendments that they are
whoever said
looking
what?
to.
She's being 100% serious, and she is correct.
You
Yeah.
Did I
forget.
mishear you or something? That sounded ridiculous. What did you say? Say it again.
May I say something? All
Well,
men
let-
are created equal. It didn't say women. It didn't say black people. It didn't say Puerto Ricans. It didn't say anything else. All it said is all men are created
So I
equal.
combat that with
What
they
did it
call
mean?
our
All white
species
men.
and they reference our species on this globe, mankind. All men are created equal. Does that not the
Yeah,
same
all people.
stigma
No.
apply where it's all human beings?
Women
that
aren't
create-
people in there, dude. We weren't people. We were
No.
cattle.
If you really think about it, women have never really been seen as like full people, really, in the United States, in the history of the United States of America. We've more been property than anything.
Literally,
That can
cattle
also be
in
true at the
Wyoming
same
have
time.
more rights.
I mean, not nowadays. But
Yes.
yeah, I'm not negating the old
I'm
American
gonna go
history.
ahead.
Back
Hold
in the
on,
day,
hold on,
shit
hold
was
on.
fucked up. I
I
understand that.
I literally said women are considered property, and somebody said two things can be true at the same time, and I need to know
Yeah,
what that.
because they can be.
Historically,
Because
that
think
can
about
be
it. We're
also
looking at
true,
that from
and it
today's
is also
perspective.
true. Like, again, if we're talking about it in the context of like, oh, the founders were bad people, and like, oh, they didn't consider women as like people. Yes, that can also be true, and that's a
Right,
good defense
women
against like the
are
Republicans
considered
trying
all
to
the way
revert
people.
to
In the
the
year of somebody's
standards
born
of the past.
2025. I'm not talking about the fucking founding fathers. I'm talking about today, bud.
Yeah, and that
Sorry.
can still be true today. That's the point I'm trying to make is you can be against Republicans and saying like, oh, they want to return to like the values of the past and like they want women to continue to not be people. And yeah, that's a bad thing.
We need all men to support the ERA amendment. We need to be mentioned in
Yeah.
the Constitution, period.
19th
Yeah, I
Amendment.
still can't believe we don't have one.
Well,
It needs
you realize
if you read
that
the history of it, it'll make sense.
DEI affects YT women more than anybody else.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Well, those guys that rely on their wives making all the money are going to find out, and maybe they won't vote for Donald Trump again, or another Trumpist.
When you think about it, a lot of the men that have working wives, they're really not where you're going to find them on the right. Right? I mean, like, we're talking, if we're talking, I'm not blanketing the right, but a lot of men on the right have this very, like, trad wife yearning where women should be seen and not heard, and women should not have the right to vote, and they should stay home and be
Like
barefoot in the
Patriot
kitchen.
That's what they want.
I don't
That
agree with
may
that.
not be what they have.
True.
I think they play that, but they are not that. In fact, that is why
Right.
they wish that was their life, because it's not their life.
I don't agree with that.
I know a few of them. House husbands, their wives work, they make good money, husbands stay home, and they are conservative.
I've seen conservative wives.
There's 360 million people in our nation. I'm sure there's some fucking people that do that. I'm not saying that.
Hey,
I do
that's
live in a
why
red
I said
place.
I
So.
wasn't going to blanket people, and I used
Well,
the
generalizing is no good.
quantitative word. Some people. Hope it helps.
All right, but there are also some sad stories. My wife left me for 6 months, and I had to earn a living by myself. I made $3,610.10. My wife says, "How did you do that?" I says, "I had to sell my body." She says, "Who sold you? Who gave you the 10 cents?" I said, "Everybody."
Can't you get like 50 grand for a friggin' testicle or something?
I didn't think
I
of
think
that.
that's a real thing.
Those are kidney
I fully
prices.
respect your right to sell your body as I respect anybody's right to sell their body. So you go off and make your money.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to
A
sell
testicle
our body
transplant?
parts here?
Yeah, I mean, people do it all day, every
In
day.
other
Look at like
countries.
OnlyFans,
What?
you know, or OF. I don't know
No,
what
I
the fuck you
mean
can say
like
on here.
real
They sell their body.
organs.
Oh, you're talking body parts.
Yes, like
You
in
can sell
India,
blood.
you can.
You can sell blood. You can sell a kidney.
Yeah.
You can sell fuck. What else? What other organ can we make half and give it for
Get on
money?
the dark web, man. It's
Can
a
you sell ovaries? I
smorgasbord.
think you can sell eggs. Eggs. You can sell your eggs if you're
Yeah,
a woman.
the problem with that is finding a qualified doctor to do it.
Well, egg harvesting. So egg harvesting is pretty standard, like especially if you're gonna give them to someone. The only problem is it's a longer recovery for a woman than obviously sperm donating is for a man.
I was gonna ask, do dudes get paid when they
It
donate to a
takes me
sperm
30
bank?
minutes to recover after I donate.
Yeah.
Well, if you did eggs or sperm, isn't that like human trafficking to Republicans?
No, life begins at conception, right?
Beach Geek, are you the guy that has Parkinson's?
No, sir. I was
Ah,
talking to
shit. I
somebody.
missed him.
Yeah.
I had something to tell him, and I missed him. Just so you all know, Penn State in Philly,
boo,
they have a treatment plan.
I thought you were talking about the college football team. My bad.
No,
Yeah,
and I
watch your
brought
mouth.
my aunt to it, and guess what? They put these sound things all around her head, and it just hit certain parts of the brain, and voila, no more shaking, no more. It seemed like she didn't have Parkinson's anymore at all. So I'm supposed to go because I have inherited tremor. I'm an old guy. Okay, and after Vietnam,
Hope not soon, Danger.
well, I have to go get it done because I can't even screw in a screw into the wall because my hand shakes too much.
That's what
That
I
sucks.
So how are they doing
medical
that?
position.
He meant he was gonna go get the procedure, not gonna like the big go.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
You can't
It would
sell.
have to be black market.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't call it the dark web for nothing. But to answer Dangerfield's comment, yeah, I have tremors too from a medical condition, but I think my girlfriend appreciates that about me.
Oh my god.
Let us
So-
know
that's
if
funny.
it's successful, Dangerfield.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
sorry?
wondering, are they doing ECT, electroconvulsive therapy?
No, they shave your head and they put all these
And they put
little
leads,
sonic
right?
things, and
Mhm.
they pinpoint certain areas of the brain. I forget what it's called.
Gotta
Damn it.
love science. God dang.
Yeah. Because I know that ECT is electroconvulsive therapy that helps with tremors a lot. And there's also another treatment that they can do, I know, where they use magnets, like electromagnets, like in an MRI machine, but it's basically focused, really low field magnetic just weak magnets, and they run that through your brain in specific spots, and it helps with all of
Hey,
this.
did you
Yeah,
just
but
call
I
those
saw
sweet
this thing
maggots?
work on my aunt who was 93 years old.
But they
That
tear
was, supposed to be a joke. It didn't land.
That's
And
all right.
speaking of like science and gotta
Neither
love
did the
it, and
Challenger.
innovation, I think that's another reason
Yeah,
this
valid.
administration needs to. Another reason I think we need to get rid of this administration as soon as possible is because of how anti-science and anti-innovation they are. Like, look at all
Oh
of these
yeah.
technologies and advancements that can cure things that we're talking about, and this administration is trying to set it back
They'll believe in
so
space
many
exploration.
decades.
Well,
What?
It's in the
who
science
got us into
category.
space? You know who did all
Yeah,
the
but we're talking
all the
about. I'm
mathematics
talking
to
about
get us
like
into space? Women.
Aquaman.
right. No,
How,
but I'm
how
talking
many
about
how many
specifically,
soldiers
right?
are
You have
there
to
in
look at
Space
like
Force?
I
look
don't
at all
fucking know.
these.
That's a good question.
Space Force.
Speaking
Almost
of
forgotten about
Space
that.
Force,
Whatever happened to that? Yeah.
It's a good
it,
They
question.
did
Ferguson
some
was
it
pretty
space.
moved. It moved to Alabama.
Because they're
He went
stupid.
down the
with a
green
bear
You,
on
I mean,
its
you
knee.
guys didn't
science
see?
developed. You
Yeah,
gotta admit it'd be
there's a
sick to be
picture.
able to. It'd be sick to be able to like hit a button.
Space Force moved to Alabama, y'all.
He moved it to Alabama because Colorado has mail-in voting.
That's Elon's cousin was on
What?
top. I'm going to Mars.
Yeah, even though he mail-in voted himself, he moved it because they have mail-in voting. Make it make sense.
I just want to advocate for mail-in voting for everyone because you have paper ballots, so there'll always be a paper hard copy left for them to look at.
What's funny is like, okay, we were just talking about veterans, right? I mean, that's how the entire military votes. They mail it in. If they're overseas, they do mail-in voting. If it's not good enough for our soldiers, is it not good enough for us?
I mean, come on. We all have seen the way this administration treats veterans and their soldiers. They don't
There's like
give
dot
a
points.
It's
that
a,
connect
they
to
use them
that
like a
topic
prop.
and the reasoning.
It's
That was
terrible.
the thing. I
We
can't
did that way
dance
back
around
in
it.
Vietnam.
I'm for tech, but backed up with no tech. Paper. You have a paper copy of your mail-in vote.
Just
Well, you
go in
want to
and do
laugh?
it
I
in
But
person.
if
What's wrong with that?
you
to
do
make
that,
sure I voted,
the paper
and they said
copies.
yes. And I said, "Who did I vote for?" And they couldn't tell me.
Well, the
My
paper
state can
copies
tell
should
me.
have to be counted before they certify the election. Because otherwise, you're just going to go back and there's no mechanism with which to undo a certified president. So if they're like, oh, there was shenanigans, let's go check the paper ballots, and it turns out it was fucked up somehow. What was the
Don't
point?
tell me y'all think that shit's like rigged or whatever the hell, huh?
Well, okay, so you got to be careful when you talk about that.
I know.
And no, that's not what I'm getting at.
All right.
But do you disagree with
We're trying
having
to
an actual
avoid the rigging.
hard copy
Hard
that
copy
is
sucks.
indisputable? Where I fucking filled this shit out, and this is my signature on this bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I voted in person. Went in, sent
you know,
the
here's-
ballot,
here's-
and put it in a thing, and it was
Well,
done.
mailing it in, you could mail it in. I don't know, like
You know, there's a couple potential issues that I see. One of which is secret ballot is an important aspect of our democracy. I don't think that it's necessarily going to be a great thing for how I vote to always be traceable back to me in an official fashion. That makes me begin to feel uncomfortable.
Hear me out. Ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
there you go.
Hey, we do everything online. Why not vote online?
We don't have the
I mean,
cybersecurity for that yet.
Yeah, I mean,
We're dumb and don't invest in it.
I don't hate
We
the
don't have the
idea.
cybersecurity for digital voting.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea where you could just fucking vote from your house or whatever, but the fact that it would be easily manipulated is just too risky. It's too risky.
We tried it for disabled people here in Iowa. I helped.
The voting
organize,
machines
like,
we
an
already
effort.
have are hackable by a 12-year-old girl. If we would just implement blockchain technology into digital voting, we could vote from our houses. And guess
Well,
what?
that's hackable too, though.
Even more secure than what we're doing already.
I mean, I
sense a crypto bro here.
Well, I read a thing today that thanked Trump for his sacrifice. And I thought that was a great idea. Maybe we should just build a bonfire and sacrifice him.
I'm for
No,
that.
that's aggressive.
Be
That's
careful.
aggressive.
Be careful. This woman named Dana, she got felony charges, and the judge had to fucking browbeat the Department of Justice in court. It's like,
And
as of September 4th, we still live in a constitutional democracy. This judge tells them.
and in late July, there's a live on TikTok. It's on there. It's a public news article. It's a live on TikTok where some guy got on spewing horrible rhetoric just because he's mad about our commander in chief in this moment and saying bad things, and then labeling and talking to the specifics of a basically. Trying to say it lightly, incriminated himself, and the next day, feds were at his door. So,
Well, at least he wasn't driving a
listens.
motorboat.
And that's the crazy thing too. Like when the whole thing when Biden got the cancer and everything. Like if you flip, like all of us that aren't like crazy radical fucking idiots, because that's not me. I'm just a Republican conservative, right? I'm not insane mad. My wife's more MAGA than I am. But when that happened to Biden, we all felt bad and we're like, damn, I hope he gets good. If you flip the script, y'all would have been having a freaking fuck that guy, he deserved this, that, the third, blah blah blah.
Nah.
I might throw a steak on the grill.
Biden also wasn't a fascist.
Bro, come on now. That's
Sorry.
such a silly
Joseph
fucking
Robinette
analogy.
Biden Jr. wasn't a goddamn
just saying.
Nazi.
Like
He wasn't a traitor.
Country, like you look at 1940s Germany, like dude, that's not what we're in right now.
He didn't bend over and tell Putin to shove it in hard.
Yeah,
it's
more
more
like
like
1930s
It's a silly freaking analogy to draw. I don't understand that when you guys say that.
Take a look at Mussolini.
Not an analogy,
You
it's
gotta
comparison.
understand the historical
comparison, yeah, my
context and the slow erosion of like a society. We got to understand that stuff, and that's why we make the comparison.
Okay, I'd like you all to read a book.
I'm sorry, people who don't make the comparison have quite literally no knowledge of what that time in history was like. They have never read about it. They
Tommy,
know
I'm a history nerd. I know.
They know what they learned.
Real quick.
Right, they know what they learned in school, and then that's about it. You can't see the similarities. You're quite literally out here caping for a Nazi, and who the fuck capes for a Nazi?
That's exactly what you just said is a good big reason on why the Democrats lost, because Harris went on TV and literally told half the country that they are literally Nazis, and that's horrible.
Yeah, I must have missed that interview.
She literally
I missed that. I
missed that one. So
No,
you're
and
reading.
actually-
So you're reading from
It
your
was
wife's
on live
script.
freaking
I got
TV.
it.
She referenced us as freaking Yahtzees. That's fucking horrible.
Yeah,
You're reading from your wife's
I don't
script.
remember that one at all.
Okay.
Can we pull that up?
No, I freaking watched
Yeah,
it.
I'm looking it up right now. I've
You know-
never heard that.
Hillary also
No.
called.
I'm sorry. I
called
would
the-
like to point out that women.
She
for
called him
Trump
a
are like
fascist.
slugs for fucking salt.
No, Hillary
She called him a
Why did Trump
fascist.
get why did Trump get
Fascist
record
is
numbers of
different
black
than
votes,
Nazi.
women votes,
Yeah.
Hispanic votes? Why did that happen?
Fascist is different
I
than
don't know.
Nazi. And
Yeah.
actually, Trump's rise to power and the things that he's doing right now are all actually a little more like Mussolini. I've been saying that
Yeah.
since the dude started
Agreed.
running.
And
Yeah,
You look
I mean,
at
look,
Mussolini,
brown
and
shirts.
The tie-ins
it's
were
parallel.
dope.
It's crazy.
and, well, look what he
Everybody
did
just
with
uses
with
Hitler.
Intel and fucking Nippon Steel, and
Oh, he's
now
a
he's going
Maoist.
after
that's a fucking
Lockheed.
socialist
It's
move.
literally socialism, and he has shrouded it with ultranationalism, which turns this shit right into fascism. So I don't know what you guys are saying. It's not.
It's
It is
Oh my
what
God,
it is.
yes.
for oligarchs, which is fascism.
Okay, has anybody read Trump's Mein Kampf?
If I may share,
I don't think you can say that word though. Danger.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
the
you
name of the
just
book.
My story. in
MK.
German.
Yeah, or just say my story. Sorry. Go ahead, Beach. What were you gonna say?
I was just saying it's oligopolists, not oligarchs in the U.S.
We're making up new words now.
No, it's oligopoly.
It's-
That's the right word.
It's Papadopoulos. Okay, is what it is.
Papadopoulos.
That whole point in time.
When I came back from
respect our
Vietnam,
fucking veterans. dude.
Oligopolis, the thing, Sherry, and I'm gonna fucking say it, that you have to remember about men across the board is they always need to be right about something, and they're always gonna fucking play semantics. They always need the well. They always need to toss a coin into the fucking well. Actually.
Oh no!
No, they just gotta
Sometimes-
kiss
It's
the
almost
wall.
like being
not a
correct
Semantics
and
matter.
knowing what words mean matters. What a
Semantics
fucking
sometimes
concept.
matter.
Oh, stop. Hey,
All right,
I
can I
agree.
say-
No,
we
that's
need to
true.
agree on language so we can speak better and clearly. And I did not know that was a word, so thank you. But I have
It's-
to say, we are in a modern day fascism. You can't say it's not fascism. It is a form of fascism. We have oligarchs. This is how we're going now. We're authoritarian now.
We also have a king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Did you going back to the Trump
That's
buying
funnier,
or
y'all
using
think.
the government's using taxpayer money to buy shares of companies? Like, did you guys see that weird like it wasn't even an interview. He was having a meeting, Trump was, with all of these billionaire tech company CEOs, and it was just a line up and kiss my butt kind of thing. They just went around
It
the
was
table and they
North
just
Korea stuff.
showered him with all sorts of compliments and thanked him for all of the beautiful things he's doing. And it's like, this is the largest group. Have any of you seen that many billionaires in one spot other than when he's addressing a whole industry? It's
I had him
insane.
over last week.
Bah.
Right. Yes,
What
he does.
scares
Exactly.
me?
That whole section of the world can fucking sink into the ocean.
Ooh, I think I know what clip this is.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh gosh. I mean, I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in
Yeah,
the
bro,
US.
let me get 50K.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
Like the 600 billion in the big scheme of things. Literally nothing. They just print our dollar. It's disgusting. Our dollar just gets printed on a mass
Okay,
scale.
when I got back from Vietnam,
Whoa. Yeah, did you see the very end?
oh
Yeah.
I
yeah,
did.
Yeah.
We're
That's
making
a
up
lot of money.
numbers.
I didn't know what number you wanted to go with.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
Sorry, I wasn't ready to do
That's a lot.
He said I wasn't sure what number you wanted to go with. How much are you spending?
Inaudible. The dude's pulling numbers out of his ass in order to simp for this fucking fascist dotard. This is disgusting behavior,
Trace
y'all.
it back to the deep state, my friend, and I can't go into freaking shit because it'll TikTok not be friendly with it. But
No, you
Fucking
can't go
the
on
shit's
the
way
swamp
bigger
monster.
than
you
the
can't
shit
go
is
on the
way
deep
bigger
state
than our
shit because
standing
you're fucking
president.
stupid for bringing it up in the first place.
Regardless
Because
of who holds office, that whole shit is so much deeper than whoever the fuck's in office. It's
Yet
crazy. And I'm gonna leave
Donald
it there
Trump
because I don't
said
want to
he
freaking
was
get
going
TikTok
to.
out when it's all sensitive.
Donald Trump ran on draining the swamp, and he is leading the fucking swamp creatures right now.
He's
Can
made
you
$5
The last
acknowledge
billion.
that?
president that tried to drain the swamp was it started with a J and ended with a K, and you know what happened to him. So
Not really. But the
Okay.
what
I
we're
mean, what
saying
is
That
the
had more
point?
to do with
the
Israel.
same thing
I
that
mean,
never
yeah,
even
I mean,
tried
like,
to
I'm a
happen
Trump.
to Trump.
I'm a Republican. I support Trump, but our
Is that
last
what you're
true
talking
American
about? Because you
president
said
was that guy.
JFK. Somebody said JFK, right? We all know what happened to him. You mean the same thing that never even attempted to happen to Trump? Yeah, we know.
Roy
We know.
Cohn's
Okay,
Donald Trump's
Pyre,
network
we
is what
can't
happened.
talk
Definitely
about
did.
that.
Oh man,
It'll ding the shit.
not down
We
that.
can't.
Yeah,
we
We
agree.
can't
Okay.
do it.
very touching.
Can I just say one thing? When I got back from Vietnam, the rate on the top 1% was 70%. That was the tax rate. From what I understand, before that was 80 and 90. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like a jackass, because I thought Reagan was a good cowboy, I voted for him twice. Seriously, because he made a good cowboy. And that's what I knew in those days, and that's all I knew about politics. But now the effective rate after deductions on these top 1%ers and companies is 8.25%, going down to 7.8% after the big beautiful bill comes into effect. Okay? This is the discrepancy. This is why we don't have money for Medicaid, why we don't have money for this, we don't have money for that. Because these
You can point
guys,
the finger at
they
oligarchs
are
all you want.
making 10
Okay, I
times
will.
what they made 10 years ago. Is anyone here making 10 times what they made 10 years ago?
Nope.
No,
Hell
it's
yeah.
because I'm
Yeah.
lazy. That's why it's the only reason why I'm not a billionaire is because I just don't work hard.
According
Pull
to the
yourself up by your
Republicans and the
bootstraps, brother.
conservatives.
I got to get my bootstraps. I got to make them
Crack me up
first
when they y'all.
because
Does
I don't
anybody
have
have
any
a bootstrap?
bootstraps.
Just stop being poor.
I know.
What did
It's
I
a
think?
choice.
Bootstraps. You can't make bootstraps out of leather anymore. They have to be vegan.
DuPont will give you a discount on bootstraps, I hear. I want to say, though, danger to you, Ennis Del Mar was a good cowboy.
Who?
I never quit you, Ennis Del Mar. For those who know,
Dude, that
you
movie-
know.
That movie made me fucking ball.
I fucking love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies.
It's great.
And if you are from it, my wife is back there laughing.
What is that, Brokeback Mountain?
It is. If you
Damn
haven't
straight
seen
is.
it, you need to watch it. It's fucking phenomenal. Minus the
I
10
wish I
scene.
could quit
Could
you.
have done without the fucking 10 scene, but it is what it is. Take
I want to do the robot to this.
You'll get ideas.
It was the spitting that got me, I guess.
Yeah, that part. Is that one? It's just a little like, I get it. I understand.
But it's okay. It doesn't ruin the
It was
movie. I'll
passion.
just say yep.
Passion unbridled.
Yes, unbridled
Almost like
passion.
Dangerfield. As far as you voting for Reagan, like I did the mwah, I did the little womp womp sound. Like my thing is though, Reagan is where it all started, right? And so I can look at people who like were alive in that time and wanted to change and thought that he was really going to bring it in. And I can say, okay, like I see you and I get you. But when Trump came onto the scene, we had gone through Reaganomics. We all knew, we'd all seen the effect of it. We'd all seen the effect and the horrible effect that conservatives have when, whoa, put that away, dude. Are you crazy?
Oh, what is that?
Are you
Does
insane?
that say J6Y?
Oh my god.
Dude, I've heard that so many times, bro. I don't give a fuck if y'all see that. Come pay me a visit. We'll go gamble. I'll
Was that accidental or on purpose?
No, I was trying to stir up controversy for the freaking style license plate. So everybody gets up
I don't give a shit about the
Wow.
I don't know why I put my hand
Oh,
over it.
no,
I ain't
you're
no
a
fucking
sob
coward.
sieve.
Don't fucking
Are
buy
you
it,
able
y'all.
to
Fucking
fit,
smoke
are you
some
able
meat.
to fit the whole boot in your mouth?
Say what now? Sorry, I wish
Gee.
I heard that. You said boot in the
Bro,
mouth.
wait.
How's that bootstrap
wait.
taste?
Wait a minute. Isn't that a sovereign citizen thing?
No,
There's
you
no
gotta,
such
you
thing
gotta,
as a sovereign citizen.
Oh my god. Sovereign
Bit of a
citizens
process.
to me are like flat earthers. I fucking can't.
The
I
viewers
fucking
are
can't.
so fun to laugh
Put on the
at.
cats
Here's
and
the thing.
dogs.
Here's the thing.
Oh
Is that
my
there's like
God.
1% of sovereign of like what you call sovereign citizens that are actually sovereign people, like actually sovereign like individuals, not citizens. They're not citizens. They're sovereign, right? You can't be sovereign. Like you can't be a
That's
sovereign
funny.
person and a citizen at the same time. That is
That's a good
physical
point.
impossibility.
It's an
Right,
oxymoron.
but they're also referencing the
It's an
Moors.
oxymoron
which-
brought about by a bunch of morons.
I like to
am a
think it's got me out of a
corporation.
win-
I'm
I like-
incorporated.
I like to think it's
No,
got
if
me
you
out of
do
a
it the
fucking
right
tin
way,
ticket.
if you do
I am
it the right
traveling,
way,
sir.
you can
I am
actually
not-
become a sovereign person.
I'm traveling, sir.
God.
Engaged in
I'm
commerce.
traveling engaged in commerce. You can't with those people. There's nothing that you say. It's like
Well, here's
the
the
lights
thing.
on, nobody's home.
Yeah,
Here's
they're kind
the
of like
thing,
maggots.
is that with the cops though, if you say the right thing to the police, they don't give you a ticket. They leave you alone. They let you go.
Some of
pain
them
in
may
the
find it
ass.
amusing,
No,
but
I've learned a lot from those guys. Let me tell you, I've gotten so many cases dropped from what I've learned from that community.
it's fucking
You
crazy.
fucking would come in here caping for sovereign citizens. I swear to fuck.
All you
You
gotta
get
do-
more and more ridiculous every time you
Those
fucking
guys are heroes. Those guys are American heroes. Y'all don't
American
understand yet.
heroes.
Ah.
every time. You get dumber and dumber every time.
The only
Chief.
reason that they win their cases is
I don't
because they go to
feel that.
court.
Chief, are you a sovereign citizen?
It's impossible to be a sovereign citizen.
Are you a sovereign?
I am not.
Okay.
Sovereign.
I didn't think you were.
Do you observe natural law?
I do.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I went up randomly
So-
one day. I'm flipping through the FYP and I click on this thing and they're talking about legal shit and I'm like, oh, jump on the panel. And within like, I don't know, 10 seconds, I'm like, holy fuck. I'm in like the den of the fucking sovereign citizen movement. And it was the most ridiculous
brother.
fucking thing ever. It's,
You gotta find a smart one.
oh, they were.
That shit sounded like that guy.
That's
Oh, if you ask them, they're the
flavors.
smartest people on earth. What are you talking about? They know everything. Back
That-
in
that-
17 so and so, there was this statute passed. Blah blah. I don't fucking.
That
It's
just know
crazy.
your immediate rights and apply to law
Well, guess what?
enforcement as a citizen.
The judges don't know either. So when they're confronted with it in court, they don't have any game to play, and they're out of moves, and they got to drop the case.
I mean, yeah. Hey,
really.
hey, if you can't convince them, just confuse the fuck out of them,
Yep.
and they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, I knew that. Yeah, no, totally."
Well,
Like,
Reason why they do that so
I'm an
they can buy
expert.
them time and they just
You can write an
dismiss the
affidavit
case
to
because the
the-
judge
I'm
doesn't
sorry,
want
but
to hear any
outsmarting
more
a
bullshit.
police officer isn't a fucking flex. You don't have to get like you barely have to graduate high school to be a police officer.
Not about outsmarting
a
them.
That's
police
true.
officer
That's
isn't
just
a
knowing your
flex.
immediate rights.
Yeah, one
I
time
live
a
in a
cop
police
walked up to
state.
my
Like, you don't
window.
gotta tell me. Florida's a police state.
Here we
A
go.
cop
I'm gonna
walked up
ask.
to the window of my truck, and he says, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" I said, "It's because you made C's in high school."
You gotta like jokes aside, you gotta back the blue, right? Like,
Oh my god.
Dude, my mom had the best one ever. She got pulled over one time, and she asked the cop. She's like, "Aren't you supposed to be at the ball?" And he's like, "What?" She's like, "The officer's ball. Aren't you supposed to be at the officer's ball?" And he's like, "What are you talking about, man?" She goes, "Oh, that's right. Officers don't have balls." And he just laughed and let her go. He let her go.
Yeah, we're here all week. Try the veal.
yeah, we're here all week. I forgot about that.
Try that next time.
I just asked ChatGPT to write a paragraph in the voice of a sovereign citizen explaining why they're at the DMV. I'm not here as a U.S. citizen subject to corporate statutes. I'm here as a free man traveling on the land, compelled under threat of unlawful fines and seizure to acquire this so-called license. I do not consent to contract, but the state insists on attaching obligations to my natural right to travel. So I stand here making it clear that this interaction is under duress. I retain my sovereignty, my God-given rights, and I'm the only at this Department of Motor Vehicles to avoid further harassment and unlawful interference with my liberty.
And he videoed that and put it on TikTok.
That's
If you were to send that in an affidavit, if you were to send that in an affidavit to the DMV, he would have he'd have a case.
Oh my God!
Which they would immediately. throw
Yeah,
out.
you'd have a
Waste of time
case, all
with it.
right. It'd be a mental case.
Yeah, we'd be talking about red flag laws about now.
But it works.
Like, in their defense, doesn't almost everyone go to the DMV under duress?
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely
Heck,
true.
I once went wearing a dress.
To the bedroom.
Oh
Pictures or it didn't happen.
It's my driver's license
Second
photo.
that. I don't second that. We
Oh
don't
my
have
God.
to second that notion.
I'll
The-
second that notion.
The first
Did I get
step
most
is
of
to
those
get
last
on
names
Bumble,
once?
Grinder.
Grinder.
Is the RNC in town?
And not to change the subject, but does anybody know what the value of the dollar is?
Down.
What do you mean by the value? What supports the value of our dollar, or what do you mean?
What is it worth compared to, let's say, January?
Down.
Oh, I'd have
Down.
to look it up. I know
26.
the European pound. We are not as fucking up to par with that shit.
Okay.
But go to Mexico at
just
100
so you
bucks,
know,
live like a
gold is
king.
up almost $900 since January. Went from 2,700 to 3,600.
I saw that.
Okay.
Because
So,
of
does
instability
anybody
in the,
know
in the
what
market.
That's a
happens
20%
if we can't-
increase. That
if we don't-
20% means that since the dollar is no longer tied to gold since 1971, that means that the dollar is worth 20% less, and that doesn't include inflation.
It does.
Here we go.
No,
It
it
actually
doesn't.
does include inflation.
It doesn't because the reason the gold is going up is because our trading partners no longer want to be paid in dollars. They want to be paid in either gold or their own currency.
Well,
So
part
we're
of that
trading
is
all
what
over the
deflated
world
the dollar in the first
in
place. Is
gold.
people taking
Well,
dollars for trade.
If I were to give you a pound of feathers and you weighed it, how much would it weigh? A pound. If I were to give you a pound of gold and you weighed it, what would it weigh?
It still weigh a pound.
No, it does. It
I love
doesn't.
these kinds of quizzes.
It doesn't.
Yeah, but except for one thing. Let's say I cash in my gold, okay? I'm gonna get dollars that are worth 20% less.
Yes, that's why you hold real assets.
Why are you getting 20% more dollars?
You invest in
No,
Bitcoin.
that's not how it works.
That's exactly how it works.
Oh, no, you'll get 20 more dollars, but it won't be worth 20 more dollars.
It's worth more in dollars. But like the idea is that gold is your hedge
My only
against
point
inflation.
is you guys better start saving gold because you know what? The dollar's going to shit.
Yes.
It's like
And it's probably DXY.
All
So
right,
does
old
anybody know
timer.
what
Ain't no
happens
saying
if
no good. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
so what happens if the government doesn't fix our deficit? Does anybody know what happens when we have to pay the debt? Because there's a way that the government does not handle debt the way that you and I handle debt as individuals. Because the government always has a way out of debt. Does anybody know
That's
what that
because
way
the
is?
government
they print
never
money.
dies.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
hyperinflation.
All
So when
revenue
Well,
Republicans
is
tout the
with
big beautiful
interest.
bill and they tout, oh, like, you know, we say we're going to handle the deficit and we never do, the solution is hyperinflation if you don't handle it.
Okay, the gross national product is so far this year is $30 trillion.
People
Of
look at
that,
GNP.
maybe 5% is taxable. Okay. How does that pay off the $40 trillion debt?
What?
We don't pay off the debt, we service the debt.
We service
Right.
it. And guess what we're being charged interest-wise?
About 3 or 4%.
Try 10.
I think it's like $8
No.
billion.
Not 10%.
$8 billion
It's 10.
a day or something like that.
And
It's crazy.
And 10 years from now, it'll be 26%.
Well, here's my question. Why is it
No,
not
that's
important to
wrong.
pay down debt when our monetary policy is nothing but debt? That is my question, is why do the working class still vote to suppress their wages for the wealthy people to keep interest
carry-
rates down? Okay, because
and carry most of the tax.
interest rates to
tax burden.
billionaires on their debt is a massive amount of money. Interest rates on my piddly credit card debt, it doesn't affect me like that. But still the economic policy is to suppress my wages and my earnings and my power to buy. So their inflation will stay in check.
Well, the mega wealthy utilize our loopholes in the tax system and just move their money around. That's why I crack up when you hear the people eat the rich. It's like, all right, impose something and we're going to tax them. The mega wealth, they're just going to move their shit around and they're going to avoid it because our tax system.
You can get them anywhere they go.
It's
We
literally
currently
physically
tax
impossible
people.
to eat the damn rich.
So, like,
No, it
respectfully,
isn't.
I don't think you get what "eat the rich" means. It doesn't mean take
Make
their
them
money.
pay their fair share is how I interpret it.
It means to invite them to the barbecue.
Like, why?
Bring
I mean, I
steaks
don't understand. What
and
does
beer.
eat rich mean to y'all? I'm thinking like make them be held liable for proper tax input.
Well,
Versus
some people are talking about
moving their money
offing
and
them.
avoiding
Strip them of
paying.
everything that they have and make them fucking grovel for everything that they've done to our nation and the world for pretty much the inception of
But
them.
you all not believe or support the idea somebody comes up with like a country or global changing product, software, etc., and that generates a shit ton of money that person doesn't deserve to.
Well, you know, I'm
Is that wealth?
wealthy. I'm like, you know, regulated emotionally, so I'm not a, you know, massacre them type of person. I'm a make them pay more taxes type of person.
Make them pay.
But
Impossible though.
But you
It
think
isn't.
that some of these companies would give back to the government because they actually receive subsidies
they're
in order
usually
to.
in that. I'm sorry if
Man,
you
I
can't
give up.
fucking. I'm sorry if you don't have a sense of humor, but yeah.
Well, that one went
That's
right
a
over your head.
My bad, Queen.
Did you know that GE paid no taxes this year? 0. And got back $600 billion back from the government?
Exactly. They
You
get
know the little
subsidized.
fish like us that are
600 billion.
can utilize the
Yo,
tax
no
system.
offense, bro, but you are saying some crazy numbers, and I need you to check.
600 million, I meant to say.
Okay. That million versus billion is a big difference.
Yeah, but why?
That's a
I
lot
mean,
of
they
zeros.
didn't pay any taxes at all, and they still got back 600 million.
I mean,
I'm hypersensitive when we're quoting
could it be
false
because
finance
they had
information.
losses in 2021 and 2022, and they're carrying those losses
Well,
forward to
that's our
offset
tax
current
system.
profit. Okay,
Well,
but
the
if
interesting
you
thing
lose
is,
$100 billion one year and you make $100 billion the next year, you made $100 billion this year, but your net profit over the 2 years is zero, which is why corporations are allowed to carry losses forward.
And yet,
no.
But
and
yet they're
yet,
getting
if I made $1
subsidized to
million
start.
last
You're
year,
right and
I
you're
had to
wrong.
pay the taxes on it. If I
No,
made nothing this year, they don't give me 10 cents back.
no, but
Beach, you're
if your
right and
net
you're
profit
wrong in
over
the
2
sense that
years is
you can't
zero,
tax them on their losses and
But
it's like a
you
net
see,
negative. But it's more than that because it's just like depreciating and accounting rules that allows them to do this.
but see, I'm a corporation, and therefore I must be able to roll over my debt.
Stop it. Just stop it. No.
That's true.
Them being able to
Us
like,
regular
oh, we
citizens can
depreciated our
utilize
assets,
traveling
well, technically.
to our
under
benefit.
commerce.
Either way,
What I'm
Because these
saying is,
corporations are making money, but
It's not
they're not being
impossible. We
taxed on
just
it
don't
because
do
like
it.
accounting laws allow them to claim it as a loss, but it's not an actual like free cash flow loss. They still made money, but from like an accounting perspective, they didn't, and that's why they're not paying taxes. You have to
Okay.
remove those loopholes.
depreciation,
It's the same way with
depreciation.
the deductibles on private jets. If you purchase a private jet under the big beautiful bill, you're allowed to fully depreciate it in the first year. So you basically get a tax write-off for purchasing a jet. That's ridiculous.
And a yacht.
Could have utilized our tax system
And
and
a
gotten that
tanning
jet
bed.
fucking 10 years ago, and it would have been the same process. And claiming it under these taxes, then you get a massive refund.
Yeah, the tax laws have to change to close these loopholes so people aren't like if you're not paying taxes, it's because it's an actual loss and you're actually losing money, not because you're taking advantage of accounting loopholes.
but it is taking advantage because you are penalizing actual ownership of property. You are not penalizing debt. And that's how these private equities are buying up companies. They're using debt to do so and not actually own it. So therefore, it's an accounting loophole.
That's what I'm saying is you have to close those accounting loopholes.
That's why I crack
Okay.
up when the people say eat the rich, because you can impose any sort of tax. They're just going to move their money around and avoid it.
We can
They
tax
won't.
them.
They
Florida,
can't.
Make it
Florida.
harder.
It's silly, bro.
We can tax people worldwide. We already do it. No matter where they go, they pay taxes to the U.S. Yes, it's true. And I would argue, if you own a corporation and you are doing that as a way to avoid taxes, nationalize the fuck out of that. Take it, put it up for auction, and sell it to the next person who won't do it. They'll stop that shit real quick. They'll stop that shit real quick.
3 ways to finance a big corporate project, right? There's debt financing, there's equity financing, and there's profit financing. Either you have to sell
Crowdsourcing.
stock, borrow money, or spend your own profit to finance your next mission. Is there any other way to do it?
For regular
Those are the
fish
main
like
ways.
us, it's they don't have to go that extreme. It's so simple, dude. I'd fucking do it.
Well, the problem is like why like the wealthy are avoiding paying taxes is because you have because they can take out loans against the equity that they own. So like Elon Musk doesn't actually ever sell any of his shares of Tesla. He just takes out loans against them.
Yeah.
And you don't pay taxes on that.
They should be taxed on that.
Yeah, the problem is like how do you
Interest
actually do it
loophole.
feasibly without
Lightning.
If
the
you take a
interest
loan
loophole is more to do with like
with-
private equity like
Yeah, if you
bonuses and
take a
crap.
loan and your tax rate shows 0 and you take a loan against your assets, tax it.
But they're buying shit for I don't know about the mega wealthy, but if people like us, you take you can literally, a simple fish like all of us can just literally spend a few $100, open a bullshit ass LLC, spend another 100 or something, file an EIN with Uncle Sam, go to the bank, open a fucking business fucking banking account, get a business credit card. Every time you go to the grocery store, every time you pay an electric bill, every time you fucking pay a water bill, every time you fucking get fuel, every time. And then you put it on a credit. It's money we're going to spend regardless if we didn't do it. And then you put that on this card. You pay it off with your money. And you're paying. The year goes by. And then you fucking get an accountant. And they backlog everything. And you get a fucking crazy refund.
Okay, but the problem is that
the
like
tax system. And then at the end of the year, the business you open can claim 0 fucking revenue.
Okay, but we play by the same rules, but we don't actually play by the same rules because we don't have the resources to play by those rules.
Correct, and it's not
Your
on
average
that
person
major
can't
scale.
do this.
Yeah, you're right. It's not on that crazy big scale. I'm talking Joe Schmoes like all of us are just citizens that are working.
Yeah,
Go
your
to work,
average
That's who
come
person
you
back,
can
eat
can't do
dinner,
it, so it
audit.
sleep.
doesn't
Go to
help
work, come back,
us.
eat dinner, sleep. You know, just regular
And
people.
all those expenses that you claimed on that credit card are not going to fly. They're not.
Depends. You can't buy certain things, but paper towels,
You got to
soaps,
do it by the
laundry,
book, or you get
electric shit.
audited to
You write
hell.
off a square footage of your house, a portion of your water bill. And you got to go through the internet shit. You know, it's just
Yeah, you've
and
been
that's why it
watching
takes an
too much
accountant
Grant
because an
And
Cardone
when
accountant
you
show.
knows how to
fuck
fucking
up
do it.
and you're the only one on that LLC,
Yeah, you're
you'll go to
cooked, bro.
jail.
You're watching too much Grant Cardone.
Nah.
For a while.
I'm telling you, it fucking ain't. You're literally
Okay.
utilizing our tax system that the fucking millionaires use,
Yeah,
but
you
they're
got to
on. It's on a
utilize
small
it, but
level
like
for us regular
again,
people.
your
But
average
that's
person
the
can't
thing
do
is
it.
they're going to come after you because
Nah,
you
because
don't have the
it's under a
money to
business. It's under a
hire an
business.
attorney and fight it.
Nah, it's
Like
under a business.
like
'Cause they,
Trumpy, he can put this off and delay for 10 years because he has the money to pay the attorney. As a small business owner, I don't have the money to pay a tax attorney to fight against the IRS over something that any accountant would tell you, oh no, that's not going to fly.
And yet you were arguing for reverse due process before that somebody
No.
should have to pay a lawyer $10,000 to get their
No.
pistol back.
10 grand. You
But
can't
but
no.
file these
you
taxes
don't
and
you
backlog.
shouldn't have to be able to pay
Oh,
for
no.
representation
It's not
when
rocket
it's
science, guys. I was just trying to
really.
help. Tell me I'm crazy, but
Peace out.
it's real.
You're not wrong, Florida, but the problem
I
is just your
never
average person can't do it.
That's
I
why.
never heard Barry argue for reverse due process, and I've been here, and unfortunately, I'm going to say maybe it's me who has to touch grass because I've been here for a while, and I quite
No,
literally
no,
did
no, no.
not
It's a
It was
quiet
about
hear.
the red
Saturday.
flag laws. It was about the red flag laws. They can seize your guns, and then you can hire a lawyer and
Nobody
Pew
take the
sees
pews.
government to court
Calm down,
and pay
Beachy.
$10,000 for lawyers and get your guns back one day, maybe.
You don't need
They're
an
Can I apply the
attorney.
same
You can just
logic?
show up
Season
to the
tickets.
hearing. You don't need
Ain't
a
nobody
lawyer for
seizing
something
Yeah.
no
like
hole.
that.
Ain't nobody seizing any hole punchers around here. You got us so bent. That ain't gonna happen.
He's just arguing that red flag laws are unconstitutional because it presumes guilt. Is that what your argument is, Beach?
Well, if they seize your guns under a red flag law before the hearing, there is a presumption of guilt. Yes. If they
I don't really
seize
like red
something
flag
Okay, stop
laws.
right
before
there.
the
Stop
hearing,
right there.
I'll side with
If
him
they
on red
have a
flag laws. I don't like
procedure,
those.
they have a procedure in front of a judge before they do the seizure. Okay?
it's an ex parte motion before the judge.
But there is a procedure and it's in a court of law.
Do you know what
And
ex
how many
parte
states
means?
have red flag laws now? Over half, I would
You
say.
know,
30, 40.
Red flag laws probably are unconstitutional, and I also think they're dangerous because
They are
they're
not
ex
they
parte.
invite
unconstitutional.
confrontation.
It's
I
If
already
think
it's
they're
been
before
ruled
a
on.
dangerous.
judge, but I don't have representation there, then it's not due process.
But
Ex
it's not
parte
permanent.
is not due process.
It's not permanent.
Only if
That's
I
why I
hire a
love Florida.
lawyer and
This is
sue the
never gonna
state
happen.
later. It's
You
Right.
not
don't
an
have to
automatic
sue.
hearing. I have to hire a
Hey, can I
lawyer
ask a question?
and bring it into court myself.
Go for it.
It's a
I don't
hearing.
know who you're asking
Is
because
it okay
it
if I
doesn't
jump
seem
in,
like
ask
Tim
a
is
question?
there, but sure,
Yeah,
you
jump
can ask a
in.
question.
So I came in and someone said any accountant will tell you that. I didn't catch what that was, but I'd love to hear that again. But also, like, if that's like presumption of guilt before, trial or something, are you also against like the general theory that people should have to pay bail?
Well, Jen Kitson here in the comments says it's no different than an arrest warrant. And I will tell you, if I am arrested, that I have to be brought personally before a judge for a bond hearing within 72 hours. And that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't happen with a red flag law. They just take my guns and I can hire a lawyer
Pew
and sue
pew.
later to get my guns back eventually.
Pew
They
pew.
don't have to bring the whole issue before a judge within 72 hours for a hearing on the legitimacy of it. And if I could post like a couple $100 bail, do I get all my guns back before the
Pew
full due
pew.
process takes place?
Standing up for that First Amendment. I love it.
So,
I
so
know.
do
I
you think
hate
people should have
language.
to pay bond or post bail to get out?
That's our system.
Well, you
But
got certain cities where
if
people will rob convenience stores for X amount of dollars, and it's a specific level of crime, and then they'll get taken or whatever, and then they'll bail out for free. It's no charge, and that isn't correct because then it's a cycle, and then your stores are
Let
closing
me
down
ask
because
y'all.
they just keep getting licked. And
So I
it's
think we all agree that bail is necessary, and some people are denied bail or a chance to be bonded out because there's overwhelming circumstantial evidence that that would be bad for the community, right? In the case of red flag laws, if
That's
they have
okay. The key word
overwhelming
is
evidence,
overwhelming.
yeah. So
Overwhelming.
yeah,
Okay,
so
and he gets a
that's.
bond
Please let me
hearing.
finish.
He gets a
Yeah, please let me
he gets a
finish.
bond hearing where he has
Or
a
not.
lawyer representing him.
Okay, so if there's overwhelming evidence that someone is a threat to the community, to their spouse, to whatever, would you support red flag laws in that case?
After an adversarial hearing where everybody is represented by counsel.
Do you
Yes.
get that for bail?
Yes, you do. For bail, you get an adversarial hearing where everybody is represented by counsel. You absolutely do get that.
So when you go into the magistrate, you have counsel there when your bail or bond is set, and there's also a prosecutor, and you're afforded a defense attorney at the time bail is set.
That is correct. In
In
Louisiana,
all
I believe that you're
instances.
in.
First, you're charged.
Yeah, so when you get charged and you get taken in for something, then you'll go see the magistrate when the court next opens. At that
Yes.
point, you don't have an attorney usually, unless you have an attorney on retainer and have
No,
used your one phone call to
I
call
have
them.
been appointed a public defender at the bail hearing. Within
No,
You
72
can't have
hours of
bail
my
before the
arrest,
That's if
charge.
you
I
don't have
go
the
through the
money.
arraignment
no,
in the bail
no,
hearing.
no.
this whole
That's
I
shit
not
of
have
how
even
it
getting that
attorneys
far
works.
really
waiting
barrels
for me.
down to state laws too, because it's a touchy. My neighbor, and in Florida, there's something called a castle doctor, and I can walk around my house with shit in my hand, and it's totally fine. Now, say a threat to the community, if they're posting stuff and being, and it's very obvious, that's different. But you can have a Karen neighbor who says, "I see this guy walking around with a freaking thing in his hand," and then they call the cops. Like, there's no shot they're gonna come and try and that doesn't happen in states like this. It's you're allowed to. I can have it sitting in my passenger seat of my truck, and it's legal. One in
That's
the
fine.
chamber.
What I'm saying is you cannot get bail before you're charged. You have to be charged because your
Correct.
crime is your bail is going to be contingent on your crime. Okay,
Correct.
Right.
that's it.
They have
That is
72
your
Correct.
hours to
first.
do that.
That
They
is
have
your
72
first
hours.
facing the judge. You don't have an attorney or any of that.
You do.
You don't need an attorney to even post bail after he has been notified of the charges against
I've
him.
never had a bond hearing without an attorney.
Good for you.
That might be
Therefore,
specific to your locale. That is not the standard across the U.S.
So to stay on the same like genre of this topic, but just grabbing a different fragment. I don't know what state y'all live in, but whatever state y'all do live in, what's the process and how difficult is it to just go and buy whatever hole puncher you want?
easy.
Oh, I'm in Virginia. You just look at one the wrong way and you're taking it home.
I want.
You go to a store and they got them lined up. It's like, which one you want, son?
I live in freaking
Believe
Pennsylvania.
this?
Like you can, there's
This
just
has been going on for a while.
I wanted
So yeah,
Florida
I can
Man
go in.
to explain to everyone's what his business advice was with a company credit card.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear that.
I gotta
Please.
mouth vomit that to you guys again.
Yes.
Just as a normal everyday citizen, to gain maximum refund via when you file your taxes, you can literally spend a few $100 and open a bullshit LLC. You could call it Everyone's LLC. What's his last name? Right? Everyone's LLC. Yeah. You can call it some bullshit thing, and you got an active LLC, and then you fucking get your EIN filed with Uncle Sam, so you're a taxable fucking business that's fucking operating. You can go to your normal job, and this is an open business that they assume is going to generate revenue. You could literally put it to the side. After you get the EIN, you go to a bank, you bring that fucking information there, you open a separate, it's a business account, and you can get a business credit card because they want to throw money at you to fucking splurge this new business because they think they're going to make it back. You get that all set up, and then when you comes time for just general goods that can be written off, like I said, paper towels, soap, toilet paper, electric bill of a portion of the square footage of your home that makes sense for an office. You can't write off your whole electric bill, but you can segment a fucking structure in your home that is an office. You can write that square footage off. You can write off a portion of your water bill. You can write off fuel. You can write
Okay,
off.
but what interest rate are you paying on that credit card?
But
It doesn't fucking matter. Pay your credit card off.
it's irrelevant because
Hold on, hold on,
in
hold
a
on, hold on.
normal
I
day
get
of-
the gist.
Pay
if you
my
follow
credit
what-
card off?
Let me
Would
ask
you
you
like
a
to
question.
do that for me?
If you
No,
follow
bro.
what I'm saying,
Be more
all
fiscally
those goods that
responsible.
all those goods that I just named, if you follow what I'm saying, all that shit, if you didn't even do what I'm saying, you're still buying that shit with your liquid money. Put it on
You
this credit
qualified
card.
it
You put
this
it on
So
this
hold on,
card,
hold on,
and then
hold
you
on,
pay
hold on,
this
hold on.
fucking
Florida.
what?
Florida. Let me ask some questions. What's your revenue for this
Oh
business?
my god, dude, that's the thing I was getting at. At the end of the year, the business doesn't even have to show any fucking profits, nothing, and you file it's zero. It didn't make any money, and then all
So
this
you're showing a
expense that
loss,
you're showing a
and then you
loss, and
get
all
to
the
transfer
expense
that to your personal.
Sorry, I was screaming. What'd you say?
Well, and
So
there's
you're going to
there's
show a loss
rule.
on your
I mean,
business.
Yes,
can't
Through
correct.
your
lose.
And then
fake
all these
business.
expenses you've paid through via the whole year, and then tax season comes around, and you get an accountant for a few $100s because you paid an accountant $250, $300, whatever. You're gonna get a few $1,000s back, worth it,
Florida
and they
man,
can
but that
Sounds
backlog
like
all that
embezzlement to
information.
me.
Yeah,
It's
It's
legal
not
though. That's
embezzlement.
the problem.
It's
It's
not
legal,
embezzlement.
bro. It's our tax system. It's legal.
Loudmouth, it's not embezzlement, but it is the dumbest way I've heard to commit
If you're
tax
paying your
evasion yet, and I'd recommend that you don't do that.
Well, and you
it,
can't
But it's
lose
an actual
money.
business, and you just
You can't have
you
deductible
didn't fucking put
losses
any
for
work
more
on
than
it.
It's not an
literally
actual
legal.
business.
It's legal.
So I can tell you what's going to happen. Let's say
It's
you set up an
illegal until you
LLC,
mess
right?
up.
Nothing's illegal until you get caught, just to be clear. But you're going to set up an LLC. You're going to name it everyone's LLC. You're talking about running all your personal expenses through your LLC, claiming them
Not
as
all of them, but
business
yes, a
expenses.
portion that you can write off because you can't write off everything, right?
You didn't say
Yeah,
that
well,
the first time, though.
whatever
You
amount
did
you
not
run
say
through
that.
there,
Yeah,
technically
yeah.
you
Go to
can't write
Sam's
any
Club,
of them
get
off
paper
because
towels.
it's a fake business, right?
Yeah.
It's a fake
Well, it's
business.
a real
You're not
business.
actually in pursuit of profit.
It ain't
You're
a
in
fake
pursuit
business.
of
It's a
evading
literal,
taxes.
real business that is filed under our freaking tax system. It's you got to everything's filed with Uncle Sam. It's a legitimate
Okay,
company.
so I sit down with you as an IRS agent. I say, what is the revenue for this business? What are you going to say?
Well, I get with my accountant and he deals with all that shit. I don't fucking deal with that.
Your accountant's not
You
going to
get
take this.
the-
I mean,
That's
he
not-
might.
yeah, it's
A
not
dumb
even
accountant would take it,
He deals with my
Dude,
taxes.
but you're going to
it is
continually
legal, but
run
you
a
have to
loss.
do it right.
He gets
Yeah.
access
You have
to
You're going to
accountants.
continually
in
run a
pursuit of
loss and
profits.
transfer to your personal income
Yes.
taxes. You're going to get a smidgen of that
Y'all are
back.
like so second guessing that this is literally a little fragment of the fucking coin that the little guy, us citizens, can get maximum tax refund, and it's the way the billionaires do it in a massive scale, not LLC related, because they have
That's
fucking.
not the
you
way
still
the
have to
billionaires do
file
it.
personal taxes, though.
Correct. Yes, 100%. My real job, I'm filing a W-2. Yes.
Right. So you're paying
1000%.
taxes. So what did that do for you?
But you
Nothing.
get a huge refund from the fucking
So
business.
let's say he makes
It
You're
allows
saying
you
the
to write off.
corporation is getting a refund check. That's what you're
That's
claiming.
because you haven't been audited.
Let's say
deduct
he
your
makes
business losses 3 out of
$100,000.
5
This is how
years.
it would hit his personal
so
income
interested in
taxes.
this.
If he made $100,000, he ran $30,000 through his LLC. He's going to get a maximum loss, I think, of $5,000-6,000. It's been a long time since I've actually done taxes, but that would be transferable to his personal income because it's a pass-through entity, the LLC.
Because it was a
And then
loan.
he would get to. No, it's not loan. If he's committing tax evasion like this, that loss he's creating with his personal expenses, not his business expenses, would pass through to his personal income, and he'd get to claim that business loss against his personal tax liability from his W-2 wages. So if he's paying 10% and he passed through 30,000,
Oh, I see.
It's capped at
It's all
5,000.
legal.
So
All
You
legal.
apply
He
it
would-
to
he
your
would-
personal
he would
income
say,
tax.
yeah.
It's all legal.
I
When
see.
you open all those
Basically,
accounts,
it would lower,
they expect this
it would
business
lower
to
his
make
tax
money.
liability by about $500.
Excuse me. What's it called? An LLC? That's what I did wrong. I filed a la.
No. No, regardless, I mean, yeah. I tried to fucking just give pinpoint shit on how to just get extra money from the goddamn government that takes all our money via taxes, and it is what it is. You know, take it with a
I'm
grain of
literally
salt,
a
people.
CPA,
We're talking
and
to
that is
79
tax
people.
evasion,
Take it with a grain of salt. You know.
No,
It
take
works.
that with a grain of salt.
Please
I'm a
don't listen to this
CPA,
advice,
and that's
people.
tax evasion.
But
Don't
yeah, I
do
may have
that.
known
It's
it
not
was.
necessarily tax evasion because it's
It
an
is
actual
tax
business,
evasion.
and the business is not
It's
making
not a real
money.
business.
But it
Yeah,
is because
The
if I
point
got
is
a
not a
job
there are
real
like
ways
this,
to
business.
pay. There are ways to pay less taxes. You are right
It's
about
not a
that.
real
There are things you
business,
can do to
guys.
do this, but your average person is completely incapable of doing this legally.
Guys, it's
Yeah,
not a
if
real
your
business
intention
if
is
it's
to
not
reduce
for
your
pursuit of
taxes
profit.
through subterfuge, it's
Right.
tax evasion.
It's
You know,
It's
tax
tax
are
evasion,
evasion,
plain and simple.
and you
regular
Setting
have to
up
have a
a
real
shell company
business.
to evade taxes. It
So
is
how
the
what
literal
is the
basic
minimum?
definition
What
of
is the
tax
minimum
evasion.
that you have to do to prove that there is profit motive involved? Could you apply
You
that
have to
to,
have a
for
real
example,
business and it has
your
to show profit and
hell,
loss.
my bad, Dangerfield. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has to
No,
be a real
liberal, you have a
business
good
and you
question.
have to show a profit and loss.
Yeah,
you
so
could
in
literally,
between a
it's just a
tax
fucking cutting
evasion,
grass, bro. Cut one
in
lawn for
between
the whole
like
year, and
this
then buy all
schema,
that
which
shit.
is tax
Write it
evasion,
off.
the next
Write it
step
off.
up would be considered hobby income.
Like
right?
it's so simple.
So liberal
It's
hobby
not so
income
simple,
is
bro.
something
You're wrong.
you can claim your expenses up to the income of your hobby. So you cannot create a loss with hobby income, but you can break even.
I mean, to make it a business, not just hobby.
I mean,
What's
there'd
the
be some
minimum?
ways, like if you wanted, I mean, the only way I could think of is if you could find an employer that was willing to pay you 1099.
Okay,
to
well,
your
I wasn't
business,
done talking
which
when
is
Dangerfield jumped in there, so maybe I should finish
Sorry.
my statement. You could, for example, take like DoorDash and use your DoorDash stuff as a contractor and claim that's the business and then write off all your fucking losses through that and then offset that with any personal income tax that you have at the end of the year. Is that legal?
I mean, as long as those expenses are related to the business. So like gas you're using,
Only,
yeah.
right.
That's why
What's
you
going to
open that
happen?
business bank account.
What's
going to
happen is you're going to create a running loss year over year. You're going to get your account flagged for an audit, and you're going to be audited, and then you're going to get fines and penalties.
And that's
that
when you
will
don't run
more
that
than
same
offset
business
any
for a fucking
savings.
10 years straight. You fucking jump around like
Florida.
Donald Trump does, and you fucking maneuver through our tax system.
Florida, you're in Florida, right?
I mean, of
Because
course.
the IRS
Does Florida
Social Security numbers.
Does Florida allow felons to vote?
It's not illegal. Y'all are fucking thinking it's not illegal,
Does
dude.
does Florida
Bro, if
allow
you do
felons
it
to
wrong,
vote?
you go
Because
to prison.
I just urge you to keep going.
I'm
think
just
they
trying to
do
help
down
you
there,
guys.
don't they?
Just with a little trick. That's all I was trying to do, bro. Anybody can do it. It's a few $100, and then you get an account at the end of the year, and you just structure it right, and boom.
Wait,
You're not going to
tell all of your MAGA friends. Tell all of your MAGA friends.
All right, let me tell y'all a
You're not going
surefire
to turn
way.
into a millionaire from
And this
this.
isn't
You're going to get a better refund than you do at the end of the year. Every year I pay
You're
taxes.
talking about a lot of work to like get you a $500 savings. Like I've got a better pro
It's
tip.
more than 500.
Get yourself a ski mask and get yourself a pew pew and go hit the gas stations.
Well, I
You'll
do
make
got
way
both of
more
those.
than $500.
Wow. That's
That might
funny.
actually be less illegal than what he's proposing.
I was about to say you probably do less. You probably do less time. Yeah, you probably do less time that way.
Get rich with this one little trick.
It ain't about
Take a
getting
ski
rich.
mask.
It ain't about getting rich. Normal people like us, a fucking extra $5,000 it's extra $5,000. Like, what
You
the
know,
fuck?
create a TikTok show and invite all of your MAGA friends there and teach them how to do this and get them to save
y'all
money too.
literally think this
No,
is
please.
illegal.
I
Not illegal.
I would
Because it
support that.
is.
I would push that on my show. Like MAGA, this guy is brilliant. Please go and take his
Now,
advice.
if I do this and I
I'm
get
sorry
in
y'all feel that
trouble,
way because it's literally not illegal.
Bro,
I'm
you're
going to set
committing
up an
fraud.
Only Dad's account and nothing dirty. Just going to sit there and tell people I'm proud of them.
There you go.
Somebody who doesn't even have a realtor, they can open a business and make no money and write shit off. It's literally
No, you
legal.
cannot. It is fraud.
no, if I do this and I get in trouble, I'm just going to tell them Florida man told me to
That's
do
right.
Well, I'm sorry I tried to help, guys. Y'all fucking.
Well, I tried to help
We appreciate you.
not commit fraud.
And it's,
okay?
you ain't getting
Don't
fucking
do
millions off the shit. I'm just every normal
Yeah,
normal
that's why
Joe
it's not
Schmo,
worth
you get
it.
extra
You're
few
committing
grand, dude.
fraud for like
That's
a couple
money.
$1,000s maybe.
No tripping, bro.
Any other business
I thought
ideas?
we
All
were
right, what you got to
friends.
do is you got to find an alligator first, right? Then you
No
put it in
swamp puppy.
people's pools, and then you knock on their door and tell them that you're there to get the alligator out.
I've pulled a few
That would make
alligators
you
out of
more
the
money.
garages on my job site.
What you got to do is find property that nobody ever goes to and just squat there and build like a fence or something, and then in like 10 years
Well,
you can
also get
claim
tax rebates on
ownership
fucking
of that,
owning land, bro. That's another fucking.
and then turn
thing.
around and sell that shit. Good shit.
Telling you can fucking
And write off the
loophole
real
our
estate
tax system like
taxes
all the
on
mega
your
wealthies do. and
personal.
it's-
There you go. But do it through your LLC.
Well, I'm glad I could provide
I'm
a
looking
laugh.
for an
but-
alligator with a shark skin suit.
Florida, I love you, man.
Somebody seen an alligator with a shark skin suit?
I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm an open
fucking
book.
with you, Florida. By the way, I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm just.
But that's the thing.
I'm just
I
messing.
wouldn't want you to get in trouble for that, you know?
Yeah, it's legal.
It's not.
The
It's
trick
not.
is,
fraud.
if you do this
the
enough
definition of
times,
tax
Florida
fraud.
man, you will get your
That's when you open a
retirement
new
taken care of.
business, bro.
He's gonna have a
that's true.
retirement
And when he's
plan.
in
Is actually
prison,
a way-
he'll
hold on,
teach
hold on,
Where
people.
north?
He'll teach people how to. There's guys when you get
Then,
out.
then I'm gonna
This
turn
is
it
what you
into.
gotta do.
And then I'm gonna turn
One
it into
man
I
figured
Creed
out how to get on
LLC.
universal
I'm gonna turn
health
it
care
into
is by being in prison.
Danger LLC. Let's goes on.
You don't pay
bro.
taxes when you're in prison, so he might be right on that.
No, we
this is
ain't
the
doing.
ultimate
What's the
tax
guy's
rule.
name in Wolf
Yeah,
of Wall
and you
Street?
get retirement. You don't
Jordan
have to worry
Belford.
about your
Yeah, I
food,
ain't Jordan
where you're
Belford in the damn
sleeping.
shit. That's like
Man.
I just love it.
That's
Like,
crazy.
what we're
Florida
gonna do
man
is
is
we're
just
gonna
fiddling
set
with
up.
us.
You're talking about
Guys, I
layering
have an idea
shell
to pay
companies
less
to
taxes,
evade
and it's
taxes.
just tax fraud.
Yeah, I have an idea. Whoa. I have an idea to pay less taxes. Quit your job.
Donald
There you go.
Trump, the motherfucking
You have to pay less
Smith some
taxes.
people.
I'm sticking it to the man. Look at my tax
And
liability.
it's for like
It was
fucking, and
zero.
the end result of things, it's for like fuck.
It was
Does
in the
anyone get
negative.
overtime up here? Overtime and complain about how much taxes they pay on overtime.
Yeah, I love that argument when they're like, "Oh, they tax overtime and extra." I can't tell you how many years I've had to listen to that stupid shit.
Well, they do, but it's funny why it happens. It's because the payroll systems that companies use are stupid. So when you get paid 40 hours, the system
Comes more
literally
tax fraud.
annualizes it up to 2,080 hours and says this is your tax rate. You have your W-4 you've submitted to say how many exemptions you want to withhold, and it gives you your tax rate. But when you get overtime, right, and you work 60 hours, and you're getting that time and a half from 40 to 60, right, it makes your annualized income almost double. So that's why they hold out more taxes. So the trick to combat that is if you're planning on working a lot of overtime, you can adjust up the amount of withholdings on your W-4, and that way you're not loaning the government money. But if you don't make that overtime and don't hit all those overtime hours that you're expecting, now you withheld too much and you're going to owe it at the end of the year. So it's a balancing act.
Is there
Okay.
a way to do that check by check? Like, say I have a check that's going to have 20 hours of overtime. I would need to go in and change my withholding just for that check. There's not a way to do it in an accounting program.
When I was working a
No,
job
but
like
I mean,
that,
you
I
could,
adjusted
but
my
Karen
exemption
in accounting
quarterly.
is going to hate your ass.
Well,
Yeah,
just tell me you have 14 dependents, and then just pay your tax bill at the end of the year and save the money.
No,
Do
no,
that.
because it's over like if it's over $1,000, they penalize you for missing it by too much. Because if you end up owing more than $1,000 at the end of the year, they're going to slam you because they wanted to
Do
use
they?
your money on it.
I hope the chat got a good laugh out of
Yeah,
that.
they do. But you get, if you owe more than a certain amount, there's a couple different exceptions.
Fuck that
And you
shit.
pay taxes at the end of the year last year, you can get penalized. But if you got money back last year and you owe this year, there's no penalty for under withholding.
Right, you'd have
That's
to abuse
bullshit.
it for a while to get really
Yeah.
penalized by
That
it.
is absolute bullshit.
So
I
everyone,
is.
I gotta.
calculated it quarterly and adjusted my exemptions quarterly. Because if going
Yeah.
into October, November, December, you're off a little bit, you see what's going on, you can make an adjustment so you come out unpenalized at the end of the year, but you have use of most of your own money all year long.
Hey, Papa
Yeah,
Chulo, I got a
anytime
question,
something
bro.
changes, you want to adjust it. And the IRS website has a withholding calculator. All you need is your your pay stub, your most recent, your spouse's most recent, pop them in, and it'll tell you if you're ahead or behind and how what your adjustment should be.
What I like to know is how to set up these trusts and these and foundations.
I hear trust.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
very
So
You
step
go
valuable.
hire
one,
a
step
lawyer
one,
and hire an accountant. That's how
step
you do
one
it.
is be wealthy. Then step two is hire rich people to set it up for you. There's no point like now there's very specific instances like if you have an aging parent and a history of dementia in your family, you should engage an attorney. It'll cost about $2,000 and set up what's called a Medicaid Asset Protection Trust, and that transfers all their assets into the trust. So once that happens, there's a 5-year look back period, and that helps you in the instance of like parents that don't have a lot of money but have some, getting them into a good memory care because memory care runs $5,000 to $10,000 a month.
Well, now they got their money.
Is the
They're
trick to
not
all of
here.
this is hiring an actual expert at this. Do
Yeah,
not
that's
do it
CPA
yourself.
and tax attorney stuff. That really is CPA and tax attorney stuff. Like everyone's mentioned, it's going to cost a couple $1,000s to do it right, but it's money well spent if you end up in a position where you need to or could benefit from doing that.
And
ChatGPT.
also, some of them live their daily expenses on foundations, but they may have to do a speech or something. But like it, I know that they like Bill Clinton and all these people. They travel around, they do a speech wherever they go, and then now they can write off the entire Florida trip or their entire Hawaii trip
Yeah,
or
it's a
wherever.
business trip.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
but-
absolutely.
but all
Because
the
they're
expenses are
actually,
paid.
it's a business, right? They're going getting paid a speaking engagement. Their revenue is going to be higher than their expenses.
Correct.
Like, for instance, any one of us could set up an LLC and call it, like, I don't know, Travel Photos LLC, take a camera on vacation with you, write off the entire trip, come back and sell the photos. That would be a legitimate
Well,
business.
not an LLC, a foundation. And
Well,
you
the
have your
foundation, are you talking about nonprofit?
Yeah.
I mean, most people aren't going to set up a nonprofit for like speaking engagements.
Well, you do it in whatever you're doing. You do it like Save the Whales or your kids or your
Yeah.
dog or something. You know.
Yeah,
Really-
that's like if you're engaged in activity that betters the community, yeah, then you can set up a nonprofit. But if you're like after a pursuit of profit without like bettering your community, then you're not going to get 501c3
No, you just use
status.
it to pay for your travel and your food and your housing. That just covers all that. But all you have to do is just do something. You just basically live your life to do something every day for your foundation.
Photo thing decent though. It's like, oh, we're going to Disneyland with the fam, but you're going there to, oh, I'm going to take some
I don't know if that would
pictures.
count
Yeah.
as a for the foundation going.
That
to
could be
Disney.
a hobby LLC, could it not?
Yeah,
But not
but
an LLC.
the foundation.
We're talking about LLCs.
Foundation
We're
would
talking
make
about
sense.
foundations.
Can I
Well,
just give
foundation would
everybody
make
Glad I
a
was able to
warning?
bring this topic up so everybody can get smarter on making more money.
Okay,
Bro,
forget
you
about making
did-
more money.
Bro, ain't nobody
Never
making
mind,
money
bro.
off of the LLC. And nobody, what are you
Can I
talking
give
about?
everybody a warning of what not
It'd
to
be
do?
weird if you didn't at this
Anything
point.
I say, Danger, do not do, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
What you do not do, we sold some buildings in New York. We've opened up an account with Morgan Stanley, me and my mother.
About to
I
say you're
figured,
Larry
well,
Silverstein,
you
bro?
know,
What the fuck?
it's in the same
Bullet.
account. I'll get the money. Except she got hurt. And for 17 years, I had to pay between $11,000 and $14,000 a month for her care at the nursing home.
Wait,
And
say
so
again?
when I had to pay between $11,000 and $14,000 a month for her care at the nursing home,
yeah,
plus her AARP insurance, plus her
yeah, because
Medicare
she
and
was on the
everything
account.
else,
She had assets.
Well, that's why some people said in the
because she had access to the account, as you said, okay, even though she couldn't
She
write.
had assets, yeah.
Okay, she had access to the account, so therefore it was her money to spend.
So let me
Okay.
ask you. She had access to the account, right? And you had to pay it out of the account, right?
Yes.
Like it just depends on how you're set up and structured. So like in that instance, like if you were an equal partnership LLC, right?
No, we weren't an
then
LLC. We had just sold the buildings and we threw the money into Morgan Stanley.
And the LLC is
oh
kind
yeah,
of
you're
That was your
screwed.
first
Personal
mistake.
account.
You can file as an
People
A
Personal
set up
corp.
account.
You can file as an
LLC.
S corp. Like there's different style businesses you can.
I filed as an S corp.
Someone said in the chat that foundation has to be funded. Well, that's why you do the speeches. That's why you do all those events, and it also
Get on
makes
that,
a reason
Kibi.
for you to travel.
Get
Well,
on
we
that.
thought
Well, all you have to do is
that
get out there. Wait, hang on, Danger. All you have to do is go out there and, like a church or something or whatever your foundation is about, you just go and you make your money and well, actually you don't. You just go and do your event. And it's all paid for by the foundation. So
Yeah,
and then
just
you just
it just
The
and
happens.
hard
ask for
part is getting
donations.
somebody to pay you to
Well,
show up and talk to them.
we
Sulo, I got a question for you.
we assumed that she owned 50% of that account and I owned 50% of that account. Turned out, the government looks at it as so long as she could sign. And what's funny is she couldn't even sign her name.
Well, that's why you gotta choose
Yeah, it was
your.
100% yours and 100% hers.
That's why you gotta choose a foundation
Exactly.
that's probably what everyone would donate to, like Save the Whales or something. Save the. Look into something that people would want to donate to.
There's
fuck the
different
whales.
ramifications when it
I'm
comes
looking
to
to
it.
do
What do you mean?
research into what kind of barbecue sauce tastes best on whale meat. Okay, we're eating the cats and dogs over here.
Speaking of saving
Doesn't
the
have to be
whales,
that.
China?
It could be
speaking of
anything.
saving the whales, here we go. Cheech and Chong, none of you have ever heard this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Save the
They don't
big
ring
fat
the bell.
funky whales.
Liberal, you could set up a foundation for helping the homeless.
But
There
I'm
you
not
go.
going to
Maybe
do
people
that.
would donate to that. What?
I'm not going to do that.
Why not? You say you're feeding the
Why
homeless. You
are
do
what do you? Are you going to do that, Kibi?
I'm
Why not?
I'm looking into a foundation, but
Do it. Why haven't you done it already?
Because I don't know. I'm not that smart, but
Because
I'm
it's
working.
hard work. Running anything is hard work. That's why people don't do it.
I mean, I have a business. I have an LLC. I mean, it really isn't. In Oklahoma, you can set one up for $25.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like nothing. Takes 2 seconds.
What do you do, Liberal?
I was gonna run my DoorDash and shit through it, but that stuff was too confusing for me. But if this starts making money, then I will use this as my business.
Dude, have you ever thought about gigoloing?
Yes.
Yeah, Sherry has it.
Yes.
Sherry has it right there.
In my younger years, I was
10 cents?
I was highly sought after. Okay.
You need to
I
go
just called that
outside
movie
more.
the other day. My favorite
Yeah.
line is, "That's one huge bitch."
Behemoth. That's fucking
You need to go outside more,
Waterboy.
Get that caramel skin back. Get that caramel skin back, and you'd be like prime time, man.
Shit, man. I
got
was
more
highly
emphasis
sought
on it.
after. I was highly sought after, but they kept asking me to pay them, and I was like, "That's not what this was for. What are you talking about?"
Dude,
He has more emphasis on it.
I'll Venmo you.
I mean,
Like,
everyone's talking. But
promise.
Sherry said she had a family member who created one. Between that and trusts, I don't know. That's what all the rich people supposedly do. So.
But he was a CEO dude. He knew how to do all that stuff. He set up this foundation to fund scholarships to nursing school in my grandmother's name. And what do you call that when you fully fund a foundation? What is that term?
Being rich.
Fully funded
Fully
foundation.
funded. I was.
Is that it? I thought there was a word.
I mean, there's not a technical thing. It's just fully funded. So you could also do that in like a trust if you wanted to.
Well,
But
here's
generally if you're doing donations, you're going to set up a foundation.
Here's what I'd like to do. I want to set up a local nonprofit, whatever you want to, whatever is best, to pay off all of the school lunch balances at the end of the year. at
Well,
the
I
that's
school.
would bet you that there exists one in your area. This is a problem a lot of people that are charitable have. They like set up new foundations and get it going. And it's a great idea, and the motive is perfect. But I'd recommend anyone wants to do something like this, look in your immediate area for a foundation that may already do it, because the foundations cost money to run, right?
So, well,
There
why
is
a foundation
overhead.
and not a nonprofit for that?
Well,
A
the foundation is a
a
nonprofit.
form of a
Next thing you know,
nonprofit.
we're all
Oh,
paying
I
more
see.
in taxes.
Okay, so I guess, I mean, because I paid it off myself last year. And so I don't know of any local nonprofit that does that because they still, had a balance.
Yeah, I mean, you could set that up fairly easily, honestly. And I would recommend maybe speaking to attorneys that specialize in that. Maybe they have some pro bono hours to fulfill. You might even be able to get it set up pretty easily. But yeah, that way you could get a tax benefit for donating that money, paying that money,
I figure
giving
out
the
a
money
way.
to the charity and then paying off the school lunches.
Liberal, I'd also find a way to like go so you don't have to use your own money.
Well, I would ask for donations.
Advertise it so people would donate.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
I
want
would.
big.
Yeah, I would have
Big.
donations. Well, I mean, look,
Hey, here's what-
if you get 100 people, giving you $100, I mean, you can pay off
It
that
adds
for a
up.
couple of years,
Yeah,
and it's
previous
ridiculous. It's
previous
ridiculous.
Organization. It's called the School Lunch Fairy. It's a 501c3.
Yeah, Quibi has found the secret to financial success. Use other people's money most of the time.
Yes.
That's what rich
And
people
labor.
do.
Well, that's
And
a good
labor.
movie. Other people's money.
Other people's money makes you money. That's what the rich do.
What's more important
Danny
to use their
DeVito.
labor.
Danny
Danny
When
DeVito,
you're
DeVito.
other
rich, you
people's
got
money.
to use other people's labor.
Yeah, no, I just because to me it's fucking absurd that we have, like seniors, for example, if they have a school balance, we're punishing them without, by not giving them their diploma if they have a balance of anything. And I say just pay that fucking shit off. Stop punishing kids for Cristiano. You got real bad echo, and I don't know what the fuck that is.
School lunch should be free nationwide.
Yeah,
It should be.
Wasn't free for
absolutely.
me growing
It's
up.
100%.
fucking absurd. Like you're
That's
Well, yeah, but
punishing
just because
the
we had
kid
it
for the
tough
parent.
growing up, just because we had it
Liberal,
tough
you
growing
could
up
also
doesn't
put
mean we
some of the
can't do what's right
foundation-
for the next generation.
Yeah, that shit pisses me off.
Liberal, you
I
could
had it
also
hard.
use,
Well, not everybody else
sometime
wants
get
that
a
hard, buddy.
lobbyist firm for the foundation. That I don't know. I bet there's a way to do that where that actually lobbies on K Street. No one talks about K Street. Get a lobbyist firm with your foundation so that could actually work for long term to try to get laws passed.
I don't know about
So,
K
there you
Street.
go.
I know all about 21 Jump Street.
I'm talking about K Street in Washington. K Street in
Yeah, top
Washington.
lobbyists
Oh,
don't
yeah,
work
yeah,
for
sorry.
free either.
The
Though.
lobbyist.
They have to be paid. You have to pay them, right? That's
Yeah.
Hey, you guys can pay me. I'll go to Washington D.C. and
Well,
bitch
that's
at
a
these
long-term goal,
motherfuckers.
Beef. That's a long-term goal to change the law. But, you have to start the foundation. Like, Liberal starts his foundation for, feeding kids. And then over time, once you have donations, you have to work with people, get people who want to donate, make the commercials for help us save the kids or whatever, Help us feed the kids. Then people donate $5 to $100, every day, every month. And that all goes into it, but he doesn't use it for personal. He just uses it for that. And the only time you use it for yourself is if you travel, but you have to do something you have to do something for that foundation in that area wherever you travel. And then you also set up, maybe after a long time, you just set up or work with one of the lobbyist firms to lobby Washington, and boom, done.
Yeah, it's just super simple. It's just like the easiest thing to do. That's why everybody does it.
Can I
It's
ask you
gonna take work,
something?
but yeah.
Why isn't it possible for you to do it right there where you're doing it?
Anything's possible. You just got to put your mind to it, people.
Where when I'm saying liberal loudmouth is there, he's got the audience, he's got everything. He could start a foundation right there.
To do what?
Yeah.
To raise money for whatever the hell you want to raise it for.
Yeah,
You can put
could
like a
literally
little
set it
ad
up and
right there in
have
the side.
lives about
Donate
it.
to my foundation.
You could set it up, have lives about it, and have a Cash App linked to your foundation saying, you know, if you want to give to this foundation, give them the mission, which y'all do, and then have the Cash App on your live and collect donations that way.
I don't know I don't know if you're able to do that though on TikTok.
Why not?
That soy
Because
boy
you're-
Dean does it.
Because
You're allowed
Yeah,
to.
Gene
Yeah,
and
you're allowed to.
Parker do it all the time. But they don't
I
do
put
it for the foundation.
okay,
They do it.
somebody asked me to explain. I got 12 people talking. Because
Well,
whenever
hurry
I
up.
put, okay.
I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Whenever I put my Cash App on the screen, it fucks my my shit up. And the rules, the terms of service, say that you are not allowed to direct people off of the platform.
Sorry.
Goddamn guidelines.
God damn it! I was going to ask him to
How
name
does
it
Dean
Dangerfield
get away with that?
51.
I don't know.
How does Dean and
I think
Parker
they have
get
it in
away
I
their
don't know.
bios.
Yeah,
keep
they
it in
say
their
go.
bios.
Yeah, so I can say you can go to my bio. You can buy me a coffee. You can do, but that's that's my TikTok bio.
And those motherfuckers are drawing
and
thousands
then you have
and
a
thousands
link
of
tree
people,
or
though.
whatever in your bio, redirecting them so that they can like put in your handle
Right.
over at Cash App. Well, you certainly could collect donations through this platform.
Yeah, you're very popular, and I don't see why. There's got to be some way to do it.
And instead of like galaxies to kick, just say it's 5 or 10 to the link in your bio.
Got 13,500 followers. I mean, I only got like 7,100, bro. They maybe make a little bent.
Well,
I have one.
I mean, there'd be one thing if I
Gotta start
actually
somewhere.
if I actually made money off of this.
Don't quit your day job, that's for sure.
Right. if I made money off of this, adding on to that might be one thing, but until I can actually validate this as a business, I'm going to take care of myself first.
Yeah. And don't like preach the political bullshit because statistically Republicans are a little more wealthy, so if you don't preach that, you could probably gain more fucking traction on getting donations.
Statistically, I don't think that's true at all.
Well, the best way to make
least-
money as a right winger is to call a child the N-word.
Yeah, that's true.
And then put up a
That's true.
GoFundMe.
Liberal, change your name
on.
to Mega Loudmouth.
Yeah, I mean,
No, it's
Change your
not
name
that they're
to
wealthier. Republicans are just generally disconnected from their money easier. They're better targets or
yeah, I mean,
software
Or they
targets,
could buy
I
a
guess.
boat.
It is. I mean, that's true. I think that's generally true because I mean, like that guy that was knocking door to door. He worked for the utility company, and they just changed some shit over, and he was handing out like informational packets. He gets to this fucking white supremacist guy's house. He starts screaming at him, threatening him, saying he's going to hang him from a fucking tree, calling him the N-word.
Yeah, he brought out the lynching and shit. That's fucked up.
That dude only raised like 80,000. And that
darn, only
woman,
80K,
and well, I mean, he had to quit his job because it freaked him out.
Yeah, I mean,
And
that's
Oh,
hard.
yeah, another
So,
thing is,
but compare that to the right wingers, where a woman calls a fucking child the N-word and she gets 800,000.
I mean, us right wingers, all we do is walk down the street with an American flag, and we get called a fucking Yahtzee. Like, what the hell is that?
Has that ever happened to you?
Hey,
like
man, that's
actually
amazing.
happened to you?
I know people that it has. That hasn't happened to
It's
me.
only because you deface the American flag with Trump's ugly mug.
Bro, you don't bring a flag down, burn it, stomp on it. Like, what the deface America? Get out of here.
Look, here is
Technically,
it.
that's free speech. So, do you believe
It
it's
is,
free
and
speech?
the vets fought for the ability for us to do that.
well, they call you
As I said
fascist
before,
because
dude, I don't give a
basically
shit
In
about the
what
vets. They're
war?
not entitled to dick.
call you
In what war did they
basically
fight for
acting
my
like a
freedom?
fascist. Your government.
I mean,
is Trump.
quite a few, but I would say the most
Which one?
the most compelling would be World War II, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were fighting for our freedom?
If our
Alive
flag
from
fell
World
then,
War II.
our country wouldn't exist if our flag fell, and
They were fighting for
World War
our
II fought
freedom.
on
be
American
America.
soil?
America wouldn't be America. It's
Was
literally
World War
It
II fought on
wasn't,
American soil?
It wasn't the Americans
It was
that
very
really
close
took
to
out
being the most
Germany.
pivotal
It
battle
was
in the Pacific.
communists in Russia.
Midway?
So the
Oh,
Americans
fuck
came in at the
yeah.
end. So America didn't do shit really.
Okay, back up 1 second.
Okay, back up. Yeah, that's
America
real
did do a
quick.
shit ton in that
Heads of
conflict.
It's the
Foundation.
Russians, the communists in Russia that actually did more the damage.
The Russians wouldn't have been
So-
able to do
Yeah,
shit if we
because
didn't
they
apply
were like an
pressure on the Eastern
actual
Front.
physical.
No, it was the Russians.
The
Stop
war was
taking
fought
credit
in
for
The
Russia.
Russians won that
The
war.
Ruski. They did.
They would
Can-
not have won
can
the
we
war
just
without
put
the
this to
Russians. They would
rest?
not have won the war without the U.S. Holy shit!
I know
this is
we
not
got-
that
No,
bad.
the only
see
war
the-
we ever won in the
We have a
past
mixed
100
panel,
years
right?
was against Japan, and that's because we cheated.
We
Listen
We have a
cheated.
mixed
to
panel,
the
right? We have
song.
liberals
We had the
and
cheat code.
conservatives up here. Because I just want
Yeah.
to say something real quick. I think we got a good mix on the panel. And the reason liberals give so much shit to conservatives is because we won the Civil War. Next time
You
when there's a Civil
did?
War, you guys win, then you can, give us shit.
Yeah, I would argue.
I don't
I would
remember
argue the Civil
conservatives
War
winning
never
the Civil
actually
War.
ended. They just kind of went in hiding, and they've now emerged as Trumpists.
You know a fun fact about the Civil War, guys?
Oh, please say it. Please
There's
say it.
there's
It's
loads
fucking-
of fun facts about the
I like
Civil
it,
War.
but it relates directly to me. I fuck with it. If y'all don't, I don't give a fuck either way. Ulysses S. Grant, my 6th cousin. Fucking sick, right?
Make
You
me
got
sick.
like 15 degrees of separation from like Genghis Khan too.
I'm related
he
to Kevin
he was
Bacon.
a drunk and shit after the war, but you go through all that and you see your buddy get blown by a cannonball and shit, I'd be a drunk too. What the hell?
We're all related to Kevin Bacon. You don't know it yet, but it's true.
Yes.
I just
I'm
want
being
you
dead
guys
ass,
to
though.
listen to the
That's real.
song "Tear the
I
Fascists
mean, my family's
Down."
been here since 1600s. I'm in Richmond, Virginia. You can imagine my ancestry.
I love
It's not
history,
Grant.
bro.
It's not
so
Grant.
fascinating.
Listen to the song "Tear the Fascists Down" by Woody Guthrie.
They already
And he
did.
talks
Germany
about
lost.
how Russia and China are our buddies, tearing the fascists down. How times change.
Yeah, we were
You
once
have more in
Antifa.
common with like your average
Holy shit, I
Chinese
didn't
person
achieve
than
that
you do
goal.
Elon Musk.
I didn't achieve my confetti goal. I'm
gonna
gonna
say
I'm gonna
confetti goal.
reset another one.
Both sides.
Sorry. That was just
Liberal,
a fitting
it's weird that-
with the conversation. That was very fitting. I apologize.
Hey, liberal, it's weird that Putin is playing both sides. He goes out there and is friends with Trump, and then he also goes with the president of China, and they're having that big summit and that parade.
There were 17 of 17 world leaders there, and
Did you
their
see the latest-
mission was basically to avoid us in trade.
Did you see that latest event that happened in China?
What event?
With all the world leaders.
Thank you, Red Knight.
Oh, yeah, the Trump bash that they had over there.
Thank you, Red Knight, for
They had a
meeting that
parade
goal.
that showed
That
up.
makes me feel better. No, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Kibi.
They had a
They were-
Trump bash over
Look it up.
there.
There's a latest event that happened where they had a parade to kind of show off that that was actually better than our parade with all of our military. They showed off all the weapons and they invited like Kim Jong Un and Putin. And they
Where they took the
talk-
picture together, Putin,
They were
Xi,
walking
and
down
and
and
Kim Jong Un.
What was y'all's
together.
opinion?
Yeah, what about it?
Sorry, go on.
I mean, they were like all having meetings and they're talking about how I think they said that Trump was like a what was that word? I kind of lost it.
Dotard?
Pansy
Yeah.
ass.
What was
Yeah.
y'all's opinion on the fucking absolute flex when Putin and Trump walking down the mat and he flew the B-2 over? How do y'all feel about that?
I really like the part
Dude,
where
that
you had
wasn't a
active
Totally
service
meaningless.
military
That
Man,
wasn't
that
a
was
flex,
such
bro.
a
Like,
flex.
That
What-
was not
what-
a
the flex
we
was-
don't do flyovers.
Yeah, the
We weren't
flex
to
was
flex.
what?
We do 'em
It's
to
like,
honor.
hey, I will drop a
That was
boom
to
boom on my
honor
own self.
That
Florida,
was to
do you
honor
think?
Putin. We
do you
only do
think that
flyovers
the-
to celebrate.
Do y'all
Think about
not
it.
think
At
that
the
America's
baseball
the strongest
games,
military
parades.
power?
Florida, I have a question. Do you think that it was really honorable when you had active military members in uniform unrolling a red carpet for a foreign dictator?
Fuck no.
I don't get
Or
into
did
the
you not
nitty-gritty.
catch that part?
I don't give a fuck about either of them. That shit over on that side of the fucking globe. I don't need to get started on it because TikTok gonna be.
Well, that happened here though.
Interesting,
I
because it happened
could
in
give a shit
Alaska.
about both of them damn countries.
I think they're
We do
working on a trade
flyovers
deal
at the 4th of July baseball
to
game.
go over the Arctic, so that they can go from Russia to America. That's probably why they did that. So since the ice melted up there, they're just thinking, hey, we could use that as a trade route to just go over the Arctic.
So y'all had answered my question. You didn't think it was a flex, so it's okay.
No.
What
So
what
here,
was
please,
really
please,
heinous
please.
was the
No, we're-
flyover in September in
When
Washington,
do we do
D.C.
flyovers? When do we do flyovers? We do flyovers
No.
at like 4th of July baseball games, celebratory sessions. Wait, have you ever been at a 4th of July baseball game?
You get
and
like
they,
some
they do a jet
F-14s,
flyover.
maybe a
Did they
Raptor.
do that to like intimidate the people? Like we don't do flyovers.
No,
to
that's
intimidate.
America though. Hell yeah. Have
We
you seen
do
a
it to
European
celebrate.
flyover
Wait a
on
minute.
football
We
game?
did a
It's fucking-
flyover
the goddamn
while the
commercial
Epstein
fucking airline.
victims were
What if
giving their
Trump is
testimony.
going to show off our 5th-gen fighters? I think they're called the F-22s, and give
Those
the plans
ravioli
to
Give them
put
the schematics too.
Did you hear what I said? We did
Yes.
a flyover
Too
when
silent.
the Epstein
Wait a minute.
victims were giving their testimony.
Yeah. Was that a flex?
What if
Exactly.
Was
what
that
if
a
Trump
was it
is-
if it
use
was
that
a
event
threat to
give
Putin?
away our technology?
Was that a threat
What if
to
Trump
those
used-
victims?
Yes, it was.
Speak out, and we will boom boom you like that boat in the Caribbean.
What, the USS Liberty? Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that. Go on.
No, I'm talking about the boat that Donald Trump just dropped on, 11 people in the Caribbean.
There was a Coast Guard
But no,
cutter.
I get the reference though.
Okay, there was a Coast Guard cutter
Well-
less than an hour away.
Yeah, but don't interdict it. Just blow it up.
I don't know why you guys in Florida are celebrating that boat incident. That could have been your direct supplier.
Ah, it's Florida, man.
I'm confused.
It's Florida, man.
Hey, you know what? You know what
that
they
reminds
call.
me of that joke from God, that one comedian who's no longer around.
I
What's
guess
his name?
it
He
didn't
said,
remind you of that joke.
No, you
Robin Williams?
No, the other guy. Yeah.
I think we have
The
like
guy
4
who
different
swears a lot.
conversations going on here.
Yeah, we do.
I think, but like multiple people are like thinking the other person is listening to what they're saying. I don't think anybody's listening to anybody right now. Ireland?
He said
There's actually a MAGA
Ireland.
contingent in Australia. You know what they call their MAGA contingent over in Australia?
Kangaroo con men?
No, this is great. They call them methers.
They call them the
Australia's
gimpies.
like fucking Canada.
The gimpies.
Soft ass, but sorry. No, I don't want to be ignorant.
To change the subject.
My
a little bit,
bad.
liberal-
TikTok.
It's a
we
little
love
late for
TikTok.
that,
We don't
Florida.
want to disrespect TikTok. We love the shit. Next subject.
Hey, liberal.
Buy your
to change
tax
the
evasion
subject
in
a
the
little
TikTok
bit,
shop.
guys. Liberal. Remember you talking about the brain implants and stuff? They've done some research. They're now working on small monkeys. So they created like over 100 billion neurons for a computer. So for the neuromorphic chips. So they're getting closer. He said you wanted a brain implant.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Not nipples, brain implants.
I know. I just random shit. Yeah, no, I mean, that's cool. I know you're going to get one the moment that you can. Have you already reached out to Elon to see if you can be a...
No, I'm not touching his.
Oh, you won't
No,
touch
no.
his shit?
No.
So what's the company's name?
It's all universities right now, but you know.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of neat, though, if you had if you could pull up a screen in your fucking eyeball.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, they wouldn't need to be in your eyeball. They, just transmitting that data to, your
The brain,
occipital lobe.
Fuck that, dude. I would never sign up to do that, dude. That sounds crazy.
I mean,
They have
eventually,
glasses that do that.
transhumanism is coming.
It's like that shit putting a chip in your wrist or whatever, and you can like pull up fucking data, and you're like, that's fuck that.
Well, China
Eventually,
uses,
they'll make you.
Hell no, they can't.
China's
make
using
Never mind.
a company China's using like this headset that monitors every kid's and some employees and to monitor their alertness in class or the job site.
See, fuck
So
that.
this little thing you wear on your head that
But see,
monitors.
if MAGA
our
put
alert.
a thing on their wrist and it had a gyroscope in it, they would be contacting them. Sir, you're not allowed to do that. We see the vibrations coming from your right hand. This is the level of shit that these people are going towards. First, it was
like that one dude
first
and
it
his
was
son, they
Cornhub,
keep
and
each other honest.
yeah, next it's we're monitoring your corn
We don't
habits.
follow big government and putting anything in our body willy nilly. So I don't know if it's MAGA following that. Just out of respect.
If you're
If it said
well,
Trump
you got
2028 on it, it would be immediately.
It'd be a bunch
Take the
of
mark
people
of
on
the
both
beast.
sides. Let's be real. It'd be a bunch of fuckers on both sides.
Wait till
You know what I don't
get? Red hat.
You know what I don't get about global warming or climate change? I don't understand
Everything.
why MAGA isn't all over this. Like, Mother Nature's literally turning to Daddy Nature. You would think they would be all up in arms over that shit.
That's
No,
funny.
the EPA needs to step off, dude. I got to put DEF fluid in my damn fucking diesel.
You say
The
Mother
production of
Nature's
that DEF fluid
trans?
pollutes the environment more than the black smoke that comes out of my damn truck. And then we go to our tanks are fucking this shit. It's
You're
just
a coal
joke,
roller,
dude.
aren't you?
You
Like,
guys
what's
see
good
what
for
happened
thee,
in
but not for me.
Said that
Louisiana?
Whatever
shit
the
like
hell
a
they say it
slur.
is.
You guys see what happened in Louisiana? The lubricant factory went boom boom.
No.
Was
that
that
a
after?
idiot
Was that
reference?
before or after Grinder came to a halt?
You know, they
Oh, wait, my
say
grinder's turned up.
correlation isn't causation, but no, it just happened like yesterday.
No,
like,
I didn't
look it
see
up.
that.
It's on the news. It's
Man.
on the news. Like
Correlation
black
doesn't equal causation,
smoke.
but it's almost a meme. It happens so much with conservatives.
Right.
I mean,
I personally celebrated Trump's infrastructure plan, rolling out more servers for the next RNC, so they might not crash Grindr a third time. Dude, it's just crazy because Grindr knew it was coming, and they're like, we have stood up more cloud servers to handle the influx we're expecting. Still crashed it.
Right. Pretty soon they're going to
Shit
have
just writes
to
itself.
have it go the way of Craigslist.
Tesla do not save the environment.
Yeah, can
I
we?
mean, I get the whole like tea thing. Like they don't want tea. I get that. They don't want the tea women in women's bathrooms. They want them back in the men's bathrooms.
And then all of a sudden you see a hand come underneath the stall.
No.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Are you interested? Because I'm interested. And Grinder's not working right now. Let's do
Don't
this.
ask, don't tell. I'm
Okay,
married.
my daughter is a project manager for a big electrical company, and she went and she inspected the steel plant in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. And she told them, if you don't fix it, you're going to get an explosion. Guess what?
What?
Explosion?
Explosion.
It blew.
Paula.
Hey, how did it go?
Yes, I'm still
Well,
on.
Zach, you said you were about to get off, and that was like 2 hours ago.
I've been trying to. I've been on for almost 8 hours now, and I really
won't
should
let
get
him.
off here. Yeah, they just
How
keep
did-
talking.
How did Mr. Patriot fare?
Well, he ended up crashing out on Pyre, and he got galaxied.
Ooh,
who
you had
galaxied
Patriot
him?
up here?
Kristen galaxied him.
Are you talking about Anyway Patriot?
Yes. Yes.
He a little bit more aggressive
That
than I
is
am.
that guy is devoid of value. I saw him throw his heart out to a granddaughter of H-call survivors.
Oh my
he,
God.
got banned for a little bit for dropping the hard R. And just look at his name next time. He can't even spell fucking Patriot right. His literal name, if you look in there, is Anyway Patriot. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you. Can't make this shit up. Go look at his profile. Anyway Patriot.
Wow.
Good time.
But no, he crashed out pretty hard. I mean, because she was, you know how Pyre is.
I
and
mean,
he-
yeah, she's got special powers.
Oh, he was not having that at all. Like you could tell the fact
Well,
that
when
a
I
woman
left-
was talking to him like that. I think he really had a problem
Yeah.
with that.
I,
Florida, I know you're on the right. Do you agree with my assessment that dude kind of turned when she started coming at him?
He is slightly aggressive.
Well, he's
For sure.
back. Hey, Patriot.
Oh,
No,
Yeah.
he's just like when I left, I heard him say something about
Is he
opening your
back?
legs, and I was like, "Oh
He's
my
on, he's
god!"
on a different live right now.
Yes,
I
no,
just-
yes, open, yeah. I was like, holy fuck, dude. You've been sitting here this whole time for like hours, and he was generally fine. And then,
Yeah. I think mostly he's fine to debate with.
yeah, I got, of course,
I mean, he's kind
Pyre,
of an idiot, but
rubs some
I
people the
mean,
wrong way.
she can get under people's skin pretty
She,
fast. She's pretty good
she
at it.
can, yeah. Well, I think she knows
Pyre.
that. Light my pyre. Yeah, light my pyre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's been a mainstay around here. I always love when she comes up here and does her thing. But in see,
Hey, there's Patriot. Hell yeah, brother. Get up here, bro.
is he? Oh, here he is. Oh no, it's spelled right. It's spelled right.
Yeah.
Here, let me see.
I
Who's
was on
gonna?
a live the other day, and he said that I was a reasonable Democrat. And when he left, everybody was like booing me in the comments, like, "What? What are you doing, Paula?"
Okay, who wants to take one for the team here?
I will. I'll drop.
You can kick
I'll
me
drop.
down. I don't share a
Paula,
panel
you
with
just
that
got up
guy.
here.
You can
No,
drop
that's
it.
okay.
me down.
Let
I
me
don't
drop.
share a
Y'all got
panel
scared
with
real
Okay,
quick.
well,
Hey,
whoever
fine.
drops first gets it. I'm not even gonna decide. Everybody
One
has
folding
said they.
laundry, kick
whole
me
panel
Oh,
down.
there we go.
gets
All right,
All right.
there we go.
Yeah, like I said, whole panel drops.
There,
How
wow,
you
look at
been, brother?
that.
Oh, it's
What's
everyone's
up,
daddy
man?
crybaby.
So,
What's up,
for
Loudmouth?
the record, the galaxy
What up, baby
technically
back bitch?
only lasts 30 minutes.
Crybaby.
Saw you
What'd you
crash
say?
out on RPs or RJs. That was pretty
RJ
funny.
RJ kicked me from the fucking live, dumbass.
You ran.
Yeah, I don't run from freaking gun topics. It's what I do for a living there, everyone.
thought you were
No
an
one
insufferable
Technically,
prick
you're
for a
no one
living.
liberal
saw
said
it.
you had a half
Anyway,
an hour.
Patriot, welcome back.
Hey,
What's going on? I only have
I've been holding it down, Patriot. I've been holding it down.
You've been
I have
trying.
a 7 o'clock dinner reservation, so that won't be long. So,
Nice. What kind of food?
I think they booked Italian.
Patriot, you familiar with Taylor Road, in front of the farms?
Taylor Road. No, I'm not
The
familiar with
first
that
street when you're driving out to Jupiter Farm, first street on the right.
road. Still not familiar with it, brother. But I will. You know what? Now you got me. Now you got me wondering. So I'm gonna be looking for it.
I'll inevitably end up back in my hometown off that road at one point in the future.
Yeah. No, I understand, bro. It's
Jupiter the best, though, man. Fuck.
hard. It's hard to want to leave this area. It really is.
And everybody listening doesn't even know.
Y'all think
Y'all
they-
don't even know.
Bro, they don't understand the access and what we have here. It's okay.
The fishing is incredible.
Just like
Wow.
when Governor DeSantis wants to get rid of property taxes and they live in their blue shitholes.
Huh?
Dude, fuck property taxes and fuck old people. They should pay it.
I have a 2-year plan to move to China.
Hey, Creed, you also said fucking veterans, so you can fucking sit down. And
I'll say it again if you want. You don't. It doesn't entitle you to shit, brother. I don't
You're
give a
right.
shit
It
that you
doesn't.
served.
No.
I
You're
appreciate
right.
it.
No. You're 100% correct. It doesn't entitle me. I earned. There's
No,
a
you
difference.
You didn't earn anything
I
from
earned.
me.
No.
I don't owe you
No.
anything.
I earned with 2 combat freaking deployments. You know what I earned? I earned
What?
A military
I
pension.
earned.
That's
I
it.
earned all of the benefits that
College
I used.
tuition.
Guess
Yes,
what?
you
I don't.
Healthcare.
earn your
Guess what? I don't
military
use.
benefits.
Hold on.
You don't
I
earn
don't
anything
use my.
from
I
me.
don't use my VA. I don't use my VA.
Okay. But you earned that, right?
Yeah, man, I don't
But
get how
what you
property
don't,
taxes
what you
ain't
That's
didn't
not. That's not
earn.
entitlement. It's earned. There's a difference.
Yeah,
An
you made a
entitlement
contract
would
with the
mean-
government. That's what it entitles you to. That's what
No,
you earned. You earned your government benefits. You
Well,
don't
my
earn
Wi-Fi
anything
shut
from
off, so-
I
Okay,
anything
gave
so-
7 years of my life to this country so that you could
Yes.
open your stupid mouth and
You didn't
sit
do
on
it
the
for
keyboard.
me.
I
did
did
not
it for
do
you.
it for
I
me.
absolutely did it for you.
I do not owe
the
you
corporations,
I
anything.
did
not
it for
the
you.
countries.
I do not owe
I
you
absolutely
anything.
did it for
You
you.
sacrificed
I
for
do
the
not owe
corporations
you
and rich
anything.
people. You didn't fight for the for
Like
the
Creed's
I
company.
absolutely did it for you.
You
Creed,
did
I
not
did it
do
for
it for me.
everyone.
I
You did
do
it
not
for the
owe
rich
you
people.
anything.
If
I
that's
did
what
it
you
for you.
believe,
You
You
owe me
did it so you could
respect.
throw
No, you
it in our
didn't.
face because you can't
Yes.
engage in a
You
polite
owe me
conversation.
respect.
Hey,
Yes, you owe me
Patriot,
I don't owe you
Patriot.
anything.
If you knew a veteran that was
I'll
a
owe you
P
anything. This is
was a
America.
P3DO Do we owe them respect?
Fuck no, set them under the fucking
Okay,
jail.
so there is a fucking
Are you
line that
accusing
you
me? Wait
can
a minute.
draw.
Liberal loudmouth, are you accusing me of something so vile?
Is that
you're
what
about
I
to do?
said?
Yeah, I've seen you
No.
do some pretty.
Is
vile
that what I
shit.
said?
I'll accuse
No,
you.
it's not.
All
So
right.
don't even entertain that. Yeah, you understand the point I was making. The fact of the matter is, just because you did
Fact is, you're not
deployments
entitled to shit
doesn't
from
mean
anybody.
that
You're right, I'm
anybody
not
has to treat
entitled.
you any certain special way.
I
Oh,
earned
let me
the right
rephrase it.
No.
You didn't
respect.
earn anything from
I
anybody other than what
earned
the
the right
federal
to
government
respect.
promised you.
I
The federal
earned the
government
right to
promised
your
you
In
respect.
stuff,
what way?
and that's all you're
Patriot,
entitled to.
Patriot.
I earned
Let's
the right to your respect.
okay.
I
In
did
what
not.
way?
You did not
Do
earn
you
the
know
right
what?
to
Do
my
you know what?
Okay.
I tell you what. I tell you what. I
All
tell you
right.
what.
Here's what I'm going
This
to do.
is so
Patriot, you have
easy
earned
to
the right
do.
to lick
This
my
is
balls.
so
That is
easy.
about
Go ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You know what's funny is when I hear these crazy things and stuff like that. Not a one of you, and literally I mean it. And this is going to be the tough guy thing. Ready? Not a one of you would say
Here we
that to my
go.
face. None of you. None
Patriot,
of you.
I would say
it to your face.
that you're
Oh,
not
no.
entitled
None of
to
you.
Oh,
anything
trust
from
me,
me.
sir. I would say it right to your
Wait,
fucking
I've
face.
I
seen
will
you
dox
on
myself.
camera.
Hold on one second.
I
I've seen you on
guarantee
camera.
you.
I wouldn't say it to your face. You're right. I wouldn't want you to break a hip.
I would dox myself. I'll be happy to give you my business address. I'll
Do
happy
it.
to give you one of the home addresses. Let me finish.
Do it.
Or
I'm
we
not gonna
can
let
meet
you
it.
dox
We can
yourself.
meet
That's
where I
against
train. Hold on.
TOS.
Or we can meet where I train 3 days a week, and I will be more than
Do
happy
it.
to let you say that to
Because
my
what are
face.
you going to
Period.
do?
Patriot
What
has
are you,
threatened physical
Patriot?
violence
Here's the
because
thing.
he's
What are
so
you going to
fragile as
do?
a man.
Listen. What are you going to do, sir? What do you
mean,
think
liberal?
What do you think you're going to do to
I'm
somebody
going
that
to
tells
be
you to
court-
shut the
Do
fuck
you know
up,
what-
bitch?
Do you know what?
Let me
course-
tell you something. You aren't owed a motherfucking thing. You haven't done shit for me. And in fact, you voted for somebody who is unaliving this country. I owe you fucking nothing. Don't sit up here and tell me that you're going to do anything if I tell you to your fucking face that I owe you nothing. What are you going to do, bitch?
This shit wild.
What are you going to do?
He's going to invite you to
What
his
are you gonna
property
do?
so he can
Send me a message,
That's what he
motherfucker.
wants to
Send
do.
me a message.
That's what he wants
That's
to
like
do.
going to a veteran cemetery.
Send me a
He's
message.
like, come to my
Bro,
place of
that's like just
business
an
where
ain't
I
right.
I don't owe you a motherfucking thing. I don't owe you
None of you would say
anything.
that to my face.
I promise
I
you.
would say that to your face.
I promise you. I fucking promise you. And you won't do a fucking thing about it either.
Hold on. And
You
then would
wouldn't.
have
No,
course
no,
correction.
you wouldn't do a fucking thing about it.
I
You
know
wouldn't
exactly
do a
what would
fucking
happen.
thing
If
about it.
anyone said this to your face, you'd say, well, now you've said it to my face.
Now you said it to my face. What are you gonna
That's
do?
what would
Punch
happen.
somebody? What are you gonna do?
No, he wants to bring you onto his property so he can use castle doctrine and stand his ground.
No. I'm going to give
If
you.
he thinks people are
behavior
stupid.
modification.
Yeah,
Behavior
you're
modification.
threatening violence because you're a coward.
I'm going
You
to
think
give
The
you
level of
behavior
entitlement of this guy.
Dude, he's just an old time.
You made the military look shameful.
You didn't earn
Oh my
shit.
God, everyone's talking at once.
Hey, Florida man, don't you love this? That I rile them up like fucking bees. Hey, I would give you all course correction.
Or if you don't want to say course correction, I would be happy to give you an attitude adjustment. Either way.
How are you gonna do that?
What do you mean? I'm going.
It's just
to
me and
use
you right now
these-
because I'm sick and tired of screaming over everybody. What the fuck are you going to do when I say to your face that I don't owe you a motherfucking thing? What are you going to do?
I didn't say you didn't. That's not what I said.
What the fuck are you going
Very
to do?
careful, loudmouth. That's not what was being.
What are you going to do?
What he said. I'm not. You don't owe me anything. I would not say a word.
I don't owe you
That's
a fucking
not what
thing.
He said.
That
That's
is
not
what he said. Yes,
That's
you
not what he
you
said.
aren't
What he said,
entitled to shit.
Bring him back up. Nope,
You
that's
aren't
not what he
entitled
said.
to shit.
He said, "I would tell you you're a fucking punk ass bitch." That's what he said.
Is that what he
That's
said?
Yes.
Who's that? I Creed?
Yeah, the guy in the top left. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hold
Creed.
on. Is that what you said,
That's
Creed?
not what I said. That's not what I said.
I didn't hear
But
that
it is
either.
true. It is true about you, Patriot.
What'd you say, Creed?
See,
That
Patriot,
you-
what I said is you are not entitled to anything because
No. I'm not
I
talking
do not
about
owe
that.
you
I'm not talking about
anything.
that. I don't care about that anymore. I care about what you said. That I would tell you you're a fucking bitch. That's exactly what
You're
you said.
putting words in my mouth the same way I put my
Verbatim
balls
what
in
you said.
yours.
I would suggest you go
I did
back
not
on your
say that.
recording. There's a difference between saying I
Right,
don't
you
deserve
can go back to the
anything.
recording
I
and
would
you'll
not
see that I
react to that
didn't say any of
loudmouth.
that.
Loudmouth, I would not react to that in any way. I would not react to that in any way. That's what
he said I would react to. There's a difference.
I did not say that.
I didn't hear that.
Verbatim did not say that.
Was
I
that
said
this
if I saw
time,
you,
this
I
last
would
time?
say, in the last 5 seconds, I did say that to him.
No.
What
I mean
said
before.
The first time, before what I said before. If you're
Okay,
like,
hold on.
oh, what I said.
Yeah, they just keep talking. Open. Yeah, I was like, holy fuck.
No, you're right.
it.
No, you're 100% correct. It doesn't entitle me. I earned. There's
No,
a
you
difference.
didn't. Okay, let me go back. Who wants to take one for the team here?
I will. I'll drop.
You can kick
I'll
me
drop.
down. I don't share a
Paula,
panel
you
with
just
that
got
guy.
up here.
You can
No,
drop
that's
it.
okay.
Kick me down.
Let
I
me
don't
go.
share a
Y'all got
panel.
scared real quick.
Okay,
I'll
well,
go.
whoever drops first gets it. I'm not even going to decide. Everybody has said they.
Whole
Oh,
panel
there
gets
we go.
nuked.
All right.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, like I said, whole panel drops.
There,
How
wow,
you
look
been,
at
brother?
that.
Oh, it's
What's
everyone's
up, man?
crybaby.
So,
What's up, Loudmouth?
for the record, the Galaxy
What up, baby
technically
back, bitch?
only lasts 30 minutes.
Saw you
What'd you
crash
say?
out on RPs or RJs. That was pretty.
RJ kicked me from the fucking live, dumbass.
You ran.
Yeah, I don't run from freaking gun topics. It's what I do for a living there, everyone.
thought you were
No
an
one
insufferable
saw.
prick
Probably
for a
no
living.
one
Liberal
saw.
said you had a half
Anyway,
an hour.
Patriot,
was a good
welcome back.
singer.
Hey,
What's going on? I only have
I've been holding it down, Patriot. I've been holding it down.
You've been
I
trying.
have 7 o'clock dinner reservation, so that won't be long. So.
Nice. What kind of food?
I think they booked Italian.
Patriot, you familiar with Taylor Road, in front of the farms?
Taylor Road. No, I'm not familiar
The
with
first
that
street when you're driving out to Jupiter Farm, first street on the right.
road. Still not familiar with it, brother, but I will. You know what? Now you got me wondering, so I'm going to be looking for it.
I'll inevitably end up back in my hometown off that road at one point in the future.
Yeah, no, I understand, bro. It's
Jupiter the best, though, man. Fuck.
hard. It's hard to want to leave this area. It really is.
And everybody listening doesn't even know.
Y'all think
Y'all
they-
don't even know.
Bro, they don't understand the access and what we have here. It's okay.
The fishing is incredible.
Just like when Governor DeSantis wants to get rid of property taxes and they live in their blue shitholes.
Huh?
Dude, fuck property taxes and fuck old people. They should pay it.
I have a 2-year plan to move to China.
I agree.
Hey, Creed, you also said fuck fucking veterans, so you can fucking sit down.
I'll say it again if you want. You don't. It doesn't entitle you to shit, brother. I don't
You're
give
right.
a shit
It
that you
doesn't.
served.
No.
I
You're
appreciate
right.
it.
No. You're 100% correct. It doesn't entitle me. I earned. There's
No,
a
you
difference.
You didn't earn anything
I
from
earned.
me. I don't owe you
No.
anything.
I earned with 2 combat freaking deployments. You know what I earned? I earned
What?
A military
I
pension.
earned.
That's
I
it.
earned all of the benefits that
College
I used.
tuition.
Guess
Yes,
what?
you
I don't.
earned your
Guess what I don't
military
use?
benefits.
Hold on.
You don't
I
earn
don't
anything
use my.
from me.
I don't use my VA. I don't use my VA.
Okay. But you earned that, right?
Yeah, man, I don't
But
get how
what you
property
don't,
taxes
what you
ain't
That's
didn't
not. That's
earn.
not entitlement. It's earned. There's a difference.
Yeah,
An
you made a
entitlement
contract with
would
the
mean-
government. That's what it entitles you to. That's what
No,
you earn. You earned your government benefits. You
used
don't
my
earn
wife,
anything
like,
from
so-
I
anybody
gave
else.
7 years of my life to this country so that you can
Yes.
open your stupid mouth and
You didn't
sit
do
on
it
the
for
keyboard.
me.
I
did
did
not
it for
do
you.
it for
I
me.
absolutely did it for you.
I do not owe
The
you
corporation
I
anything.
did it for
the
you.
country.
I do not owe
I
you
absolutely
anything.
did it for
You
you.
sacrificed
I
for
do
the
not owe
corporations
you
and rich
anything.
people. You didn't fight
I'm
for
not
the
into it for some reason.
for the
I
company.
absolutely did it for you.
You did
I
not
did
do
it
it
for
for me.
everyone.
I
did it
do
for
not
the
owe
rich
you
people.
anything.
If
I
that's
did
what
it
you
for you.
believe,
You
You
owe me
did it so you could
respect.
throw
No,
it
you
in our
didn't.
face because you can
Yes.
engage in a
You
polite
owe me
conversation.
respect.
Hey,
Yes, you owe me
I
Patriot,
don't owe you
Patriot.
anything.
If you knew a veteran that was
I
a
don't owe
P
you anything. This is
was a
America.
P3DO, do we owe them respect?
Fuck no. Set him under the fucking jail.
Okay, so there is a fucking
Are you
line that
accusing
you
me? Wait
can
a minute.
draw.
Liberal loudmouth, are you accusing me of something so vile?
Is that
you're
what
about
I
to do?
said?
Yeah, I've seen you
No.
do some pretty.
Is
vile
that what
shit.
I said?
I'll accuse
No,
you.
it's not.
All
So
right.
don't even entertain that. Yeah, you understand the point I was making. The fact of the matter is, just because you did
Fact is, you're not
deployments
entitled to shit
doesn't
from
mean
anybody.
that
You're right.
anybody
I'm not
has to treat
entitled.
you any certain special way.
I earned
let me
the right.
rephrase it.
No.
You didn't earn anything from anybody other than what
earned
the
the right
federal
to
government
respect.
promised you.
I
The federal
earned the
government
right to
promised
your
you
In
respect.
stuff,
what way?
and that's all you're
Patriot,
entitled to.
Patriot.
Earned
Let's,
the right to your respect.
okay,
I
in
did
what
not
way?
do that.
Do you know what?
Okay.
Do you know what?
Okay.
I tell you what. I tell you what. I
All
tell you
right,
what.
here's what I'm going to
This
do.
is so
Okay, you have
easy
earned
to
the right
do.
to lick my
It's
balls.
so
That is
easy.
about
Go ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You know what's funny is when I hear these crazy things and stuff like that. not a one of you, and literally I mean it, and this is going to be the tough guy thing, ready? Not a one of you would say that to my face.
Okay, right there. That is where we got to the point where you said you wouldn't say that to my face. And he never fucking said what you just said he said, sir.
He's not done yet. He's not done yet.
No. That's not what you were referring to when you said you wouldn't say that to my face. At no point up to that moment, and I can keep playing if you want.
He said, lick my balls.
He didn't.
Will you?
He said that.
Do you want me to shower first?
Did he not say that?
What did you say he said though? Before I started replaying it.
You said that I said that I would come up to your face and call you a punk ass bitch.
That's what. Yeah, that's what you said.
Let the chaos finish.
Okay.
Let the chaos finish. None of you.
I would say it to your face.
None of you.
Oh, trust me, sir. I would say it right to your fucking face.
Hold on 1 second.
I guarantee you.
I wouldn't say it to your face. You're right. I wouldn't want you to break a hip.
I would dox myself. I'll be happy to give you my business address. One of the home addresses. Let me finish.
Do it.
Or
I'm not gonna let you dox yourself. That's against TOS.
Or we can meet where I train 3 days a week, and I will be more than happy to let you say that to my
Because what are you going to do? Patriot, here's the thing. What are you going to do? Listen, what are you going to do, sir? What do you think you're going to do to somebody that tells you to shut the fuck up, bitch?
Do you know what?
Let me tell you something. You aren't owed a motherfucking thing. You haven't done shit for me. Wow. And in fact, you voted for somebody who is unaliving this country. I owe you fucking nothing. Don't sit up here and tell me that you're going to do anything if I tell you to your fucking face that I owe you nothing. What are you going to do, bitch?
This shit wild.
What are you going to do?
He's going to invite you to
What
his
are you going to do?
so he can
send me a message, motherfucker. Send me a message.
That's like going to a veteran cemetery.
Send me a message.
Like, come to my place of business where
I don't owe you a motherfucking thing. I don't owe you anything. I promise you.
I would say that to your face.
I promise you. I fucking promise you. And you won't do a fucking thing about it either.
Hold on.
You wouldn't. No, you wouldn't do a fucking thing about it. You wouldn't do a fucking thing about it.
If anyone said this to your face, you'd say, well, now you've said it to my face.
Now you said it to my face. What are you going to do? Punch somebody? What are you going to do?
No, he wants to bring you onto his property so he can use castle doctrine and stand his ground.
No. I'm going to give you.
If he thinks people are stupid.
You're threatening violence because you're a coward.
I'm going to
the level of intelligence. Okay, again. He never once said that. Do you do this? Do you do this a lot, Patriot, where you literally claim somebody said something? I just fucking played it back. Are you serious? You have said multiple times you wouldn't say that to my face. Already.
Patriot, if you'd like to know what I would say to your face, I'll tell you right now.
I love this guy. We're just playing. You made the military look shameful.
You didn't earn.
Oh my God! Everyone's talking at once.
Hey, Florida man, don't you love this? That I rile them up like fucking bees. Hey,
and
I
this
would
is
give
when
you
I
all
started dropping people.
Correction, or if you don't want to say course correction, I would be happy to give you an attitude adjustment. Either way.
How are you going to do that?
What do you mean? I'm going.
It's just me and you right now, because and that's it. At no point did that man ever say that to you. You literally made that shit the fuck up, sir.
It's not done.
No, that is done.
Everybody.
I kicked everybody. Everybody at this point is off the panel, and it was just me and you. That is when you then made the claim that he said what you said he said, and I pulled his ass back in, and then we started reviewing. You're a fucking liar. You're going to sit up. Liar. Yes, you're a fucking liar, sir.
That's what I heard.
You literally made that shit the fuck up.
That's what I heard in the chaos, my friend. That's what I heard in the chaos.
Okay, acknowledge that he didn't say that then.
I will acknowledge that that's what I heard, and it was not from him.
I didn't hear from anybody, though.
I mean, again, I would say one more time, directly to you, Creed. I think that I agree what I've said to you and we were arguing about, but you were not listening. I don't deserve anything. I earned. There's a difference between those two statements,
and I don't think you know the difference.
I do, and let me elaborate on my point. Is you earned the benefits that you get from the government. You did not earn anything from me. I do not owe you anything. You are not entitled to my respect. You did not earn my respect. You have earned jack shit from anybody outside of the federal government.
So the reason that you can spew your rhetoric and hate online is because of the service that I did and the men that didn't come home with me did.
I didn't realize that there was a war fought on the United States soil that
was not on the
really
United
put my
States soil.
free speech at
Hey,
risk.
Zoe,
I don't
you
really
can
care
fuck
that
off
you
too,
shipped
Zoe,
off
by
to
the
the
way.
Middle East to
I hope you
protect
fuck
oil
off to hell.
companies.
Anyway,
I'll see you there.
Would you say that to his face?
Yeah, he
I
wouldn't
would say to
shit
his
my
face that he is not
No, I
entitled
was
to
asking
anything
Patriot.
from me.
Would I
if
say
he would
what?
say what you just said to him to his face.
Say what to I said to him?
The hell,
What
no,
I
I
say
don't
to
even
him?
remember.
I didn't say fuck off to him. And I wouldn't say anything to anybody's face.
Okay.
I have zero
Well,
fear.
the
I fear
fact
God.
that-
I fear my mother and my maker in that order.
Well, the fact, though, Patriot, that you sat up here and made with your full fucking chest these accusations about this dude, and I just fucking played it to you, and you still won't admit it. You're like, oh, that's not what I heard.
Not what I heard.
Okay, do you acknowledge that it wasn't said?
I will acknowledge that Creed did not say that.
Okay.
Will you acknowledge that nobody said it because we were all here listening to the replay?
Fucking hell.
So, fill your panel back up, Paige, brother, because I only got 6 more minutes, and my wife's going to make me freaking leave.
It's wild, man. I guess you didn't think that I had this shit on a fucking loop, did you?
I absolutely know that. Hold on, wait a minute. I have lives, so you know I completely understand how to freaking play my recordings. I don't know what delusion you're under.
How do you play your recordings?
Well,
while you're currently
I'm
live.
on TikTok Studio.
I'm on TikTok Studio. How do you play your recordings live that just happened while you're still
live that
on
just
the
happened?
live?
You're right. No, hold on. You're right. I don't know how to play them live. No, you're right. I know how to do it afterward, after the live is
correct.
Hold on. I do not know how to play them in real time.
Because you can't.
You're correct.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, this pains me to say it, but Patriot is right on one instance. I think serving in the military, regardless of why you join, does entitle you to some level of respect. The problem here, Patriot, is like respect's given
You're an
until
entitled
it's
prick.
shown that it's not warranted. And I think you have this habit of going around showing people that the respect isn't warranted to you.
Well, if
That's a good way to put it.
Hold on. And everyone's dad, I am a big believer in everybody's morality is different. There's not one person on this panel, either left nor right, that has the identical morality to the letter. And so my point would be is that is your opinion, and you're absolutely entitled to it, as I fought for that, and I want you to have that opinion. What I would say is that your moral compass may not be my moral compass or someone else's. Would you agree with that statement?
100%. And we may not respect each other for our difference in compasses. Would you agree?
I would agree with that as well.
All over politics.
Okay.
Before,
now, just so we're clear, if we're face to face, I will tell you to lick my balls.
Anyway, Patriot is a piece of shit.
Yeah. Before you
And
go,
and you will get course correction with that. That's fine.
That's
You
fine.
have to threaten
You'll break a
violence
hip on the way
because
down,
you're
I'm sure.
weak.
I don't
You
know how
cannot
old you
take
think I am,
people
bro.
thinking
He's like,
that
I'll give you course correction.
Dude, I saw you on RJ, and I don't know how old you are, but however old you are, that is a tough that age to be.
I am 54 years old. I weigh.
God damn, you look like you're 62 or 63.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It's probably
I
you're
am,
not wearing
that is a real
sunscreen.
picture. Hold on. The picture that you see is a real picture that was taken last year at Polo.
I thought that was Vanilla Ice.
That was
No, that's definitely not you last year. I saw you on live today, dude. And that is
Here, I'll put the same hat on for you. I'll put the same hat and the same sunglasses on, just for you.
Nice.
So who are you? But like, my question would be, you said you fought for people's rights, right?
Actually, I have a way better hat just to fucking make this fucking panel go.
The second generation children.
Dude, it's gonna be a Trump hat, and then he's gonna pretend that
it doesn't surprise us
emotionally reactive.
that a MAGA has a MAGA hat.
I told you. I told you.
Beautiful teeth. Look at that.
Those are veneers. Those are veneers.
That's
This is what veneers.
I'm 6'1".
Those are
I'd be happy to
veneers,
take
brother.
anything you
You
want.
can't.
Not
You
the
Dude, I'm
can't
fucking
6'1"
veneers, dude.
too.
He
What
got
does
them
that
fucking
prove?
Muppet veneers.
got
Not even the good
veneers.
ones.
Nope.
He went to Aspen Dental and got them hoes.
I'll even bet you
Holy
money.
Aspen
shit.
Dental.
My mouth. Hold on, I'm going to show that too. What are you going to say then? I don't have a veneer. I've only had one cavity. I've been using Japanese toothpaste for 20 years.
No.
Show me a veneer.
Japanese.
Hold on,
There's
show
no
me a
Yeah, that's
veneer.
not made in
no
Show me a
gaps
America.
in
veneer. Hold
between your
on.
teeth.
No. Show me
There's
a
no
veneer.
gaps in between
Show me
your
one.
teeth, buddy. Those are veneers.
Show me.
The definition
We
of
can't
That
see
that's your
anything
nostril
on
hair,
It's your
sir.
big ass nose. Nobody
That's your
can see
that's your
teeth, dude.
nostril
You're looking
hair,
at your
sir.
lips now.
Dude, just start with the sunscreen, or you're gonna get that.
So
get
this
that-
just
Big
happened.
ass nose, Uncle Cracker. Come on, man.
I should have put that on the big screen and clipped that fucking shit.
Holy.
I mean, just start with the sunscreen and
We got the
avoid that.
schnoz
Whatever
Here's
it
the
is.
funny thing too.
POV shot of
If I
getting hit in
did
the
have
facial.
veneers, the
Aspen
difference is
Dental.
I can afford them.
Oh, not the I can afford.
Well, if you can afford it, why didn't you drop a galaxy to save yourself?
Would you guys
That's a
pay for
good
those?
question.
They look like shit to
I
me.
don't have
You can tell
anything
they're fake.
monetary attached to TikTok either. I
Well,
give
shit,
every
man.
coin I get.
Support
Hey,
the show.
liberal.
I'm gonna ask the panel, would the
Loudmouth.
panel pay
Every
for
coin
those?
I get, I absolutely go dole back out. I have nothing financial attached to this lab. Nothing. Not one thing.
Again, though, like, would anybody else on the panel pay for those? Because they look like shit to me. I wouldn't pay for those, even if I could
No,
afford
they look
them.
pretty good. They look pretty good. My uncle has veneers too.
Well, no, but you
he
should
got
get
his
ones
too
that look
big
a
and
little
said
bit more
that.
natural, a little bit
Are
less
important,
white, you know, because
right?
everybody's
Yeah, I
gonna
mean,
know.
If I get
bright.
dentures,
So many more things important in
I
this
will
world
get
than
them
veneers.
custom with my gap.
Get gold-plated ones, you know, so you look like Jamar Chase or something.
Jamar Chase. I would never get
Hi,
gold plated teeth.
What
I
about
don't get that.
diamonds?
I don't get that.
VVS's.
I'm ready.
Maybe like a clip
Hey,
on.
loudmouth. I told you I had
Yeah.
to go, right? I did tell you.
You did. You
I
did
gotta
when you
bail.
first got up here. Yep, you did.
All right. I got to
So
bail, man. I got
for the record, he is not running. He did
Yeah,
say
no,
he
I
had
have
to
a-
go.
His wife's got him on
Yeah.
a ball and chain. He's got to go there.
Well, enjoy the
Yes,
lobster,
yes.
and I hope
Hey,
you have an
enjoy
allergy.
your Italian
wait a
food,
minute,
sir.
hold on. Now you're really gonna fuck up. My smoking hot doctor wife, who is a PhD and
Nobody
an
gives a
EDD,
fuck. Go on and get
is
pussy
gonna
whipped
make me
somewhere
go
else,
home.
man.
Yeah,
Come
you're
on,
right.
man.
A
You're right.
PhD
Nobody
in
cares.
ED? Did I hear that right? In
EDD.
ED?
Do you know what EDD?
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Oh my God.
the
Maybe she-
dysfunction.
Yeah, I got a PhD too, but it stands for something else.
That's an
How long
education
has your wife
doctorate.
been a woman?
She's a doctor in ED.
No.
She's an ED doctor. Maybe you should go to her, man. I think you can
I'm
have
just
some
fucking
issues.
with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. You're good. Hey, go enjoy dinner.
Loudmouth.
Don't forget to tip.
Slightly known. I've shown her 100 times, so it's not a big deal. But it's okay.
Oh,
You guys have a good night.
I mean, yeah. Take it easy, man.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me up.
Hello.
This is my first time. And I can wait, just so you know. I will wait for you to direct me. I just don't want my silence, right, to be seen as something other than, you know what I say.
Go ahead. Your floor's yours. Take it.
Oh, bless you. Okay, thank you. I've watched you. I've listened to you and people. The reason I requested up is because we recognize the injustices that have been happening. Right? I'm 61 years old. One of the issues that was difficult for me is access to truth, access to true documents, right? The Freedom of Information Act didn't come out when I was a young girl. Internet, right? I was a mother, right, before internet was even out there, right, for us to see. But we see it now. We have the accessibility to truth and to what is really happening, what is really, really happening. And I'm asking you to see what is happening. I'm an older gal, right? I have followed the Supreme Court rulings, the different judges throughout the different states within the United States. I am indigenous, following different rules that have been put upon. Sorry, I get emotional, I guess, and forgive me for that. Forgive me for that. Today's the anniversary of my son's passing. And so forgive me for that. I'm struggling. But it's also what gave me the courage to request up, right? Because We must see what is happening in front of us. Right, we must see the Supreme Court has said. Do you know that the Second Amendment has now the authority to be removed or changed by the executor without having it go to Congress? Do you know that that was a Supreme Court ruling that passed? What makes anyone here think for 1 second that they won't use that against all of us? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Now, what court case are you referring to?
I could pull it up. I could get the name versus who versus who, and I could, and maybe I'll do that for us, right, so that we see that, because we have to know that that is happening in front of us.
It needs to.
Because it is. We are seeing fascism being implemented in front of our eyes.
Good luck convincing people deep-throating Trump of that. It's just not going to happen. Look at all the pups, and Tammy, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, that sucks.
100%. Yeah, I did hear something about it in like a meme or something earlier today, but they made it seem like it was referring specifically to the T community, but I don't know about that, so I'm not.
Now, what is the?
It was in May.
So explain the ruling so I can look it up myself, and I'll pull it up.
And I'll pull it up too of where it is. It's where it doesn't have to go through Congress, right? So
what doesn't have to go through Congress?
Pulling your rights or implementing your rights for the Second Amendment. Meaning they have the right today. The administration could say, look, everyone's Second Amendment is gone. It doesn't have to go through Congress.
I feel like you're talking about the thing with the T's.
Okay.
No, can we talk about that one time Trump was like talking about how like if you had like a court case or some shit, like they could just actively go and take it like without any justification or clause.
Not a court case. A court case wasn't required. A court case isn't required. And you are right in if they label it as T-ism. But are you going to, do you think for 1 second? For 1 second, we're going to sit back and go, oh, they're going to label things correctly and appropriately?
Okay, so I'm not sure what ruling you're referring to.
I know, and maybe I should have had that up before. Because I am writing about it. I have some different things I'm writing about. Let me pull up my data, and forgive me for that.
It's fine. I just,
compelled, right?
Supreme
Court.
If this is something that I haven't heard of, I'd like to know because I'm a curious fella, and I enjoy legal shit. Sorry, go ahead.
I would love to read it too. I just think it's I can't let the moment pass without just pointing out once again how Anyway Patriot served his country and still cannot spell patriot correctly.
Oh my God!
Sorry, I just have to put that out there. So, kudos for Detroit and his service for this country.
Yeah, and one more thing about that whole like, oh, well, I served you, so I serve for you, sir, for you, because that's always their excuse, and I'm so tired of hearing that, like saying like, oh, I serve for all Americans, so you have to respect me, when they genuinely want a certain group of Americans just based off of their skin color, whatever else, to be fucking out of this country. People that were born here, people that are 100% citizens, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, you have to respect me because I serve for all of you.
Yeah, it is weird that level like of entitlement because look, I respect everybody as people. I like somebody who, and generally speaking, most of those people joined up so that they could get college paid for, and or because they just wanted to be part of the military. It wasn't some grandiose gesture to save America from communism around the world. I don't know.
No, you're 100% correct.
Some people just joined to be able to get veneers.
It was education. It was
To the
survival.
host, I just want to thank you all that are veterans and the families that have sacrificed so much, and the veterans. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, I think it was remarkable when Donald Trump attacked John McCain and a Gold Star family in his first campaign, and it just always stuck with me.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, like, it just makes no sense how he's going to talk about how we got to respect veterans and shit like that when his own president doesn't. His own president hates veterans. He thinks they're fucking idiots. What do you call them? Losers and
Suckers and
I have a
losers.
big problem. I have a big problem with anyone voting Republican in the past 20 years saying that they're pro-veteran when we consistently see the Republican Party votes down time and time again stuff that would benefit our veterans.
Like they make them
Literally,
pay when
and
they're TDY or out. They pay for their damn meals. I
yep.
just don't think they need to be paying for anything. They don't get paid very much money. There are families that are on food stamps. That's how shitty we pay our service members.
You know, and like literally, like, you know, I'm Puerto Rican, right? So I'll bring
Pardon?
as a veteran, I think he was a Marine for over it was over like 10 years. He's been living in without power in Puerto Rico, because this is a lot of Puerto Rico like this. But specifically, I'm bringing up because he's a veteran and they denied him when he applied for, I forget what it is. You can apply for something because it's a huge problem in Puerto Rico where the power is constantly going out because the power company over there is completely corrupt and they don't give a fuck about the people over there. Specifically
Same thing
him,
with
he applied
Texas.
for something. He applied for something to try and fix it, and they denied him because he served in the military. They literally denied him because he served in the military. Because he's a fucking veteran, they denied him. So it's like this country has never given a fuck
So what?
about our
Wait,
veterans.
hold
So
up.
to sit
Can
here
I
and
ask
like
you?
preach,
I need to ask you a
It's
question.
just a talking point.
Did not Donald Trump in his first administration award a big contract to repair the grid in Puerto Rico after the hurricane?
no. What Donald Trump and not Americans, but political figures who do shit with Puerto Rico in general do. Whenever we need FEMA aid after a hurricane hits us and all of us are out of power, drowning, this, that, and the other, we have to sell off our public beaches because that aid that's free for every other U.S. citizen is not free for us. We have to sell off our fucking lands to pay them back for FEMA aid. So, no, he didn't do shit. All he did was go over there and then throw a bunch of paper towels at us
I
like we
do
were animals.
remember that. That was crazy.
Yeah, so that's all he did. He doesn't do
That
anything,
was
bro.
fucking wild.
Yeah, he threw toilet paper and fucking not waters at us like we were animals. That's all
I
he
just
did.
remember them awarding a contract to some company. I
Even
want to
if
say
he did, and
Wyoming
that's
called
Daniels, by the way,
Whitefish,
right? The Supreme
and
Court
Whitefish actually
ruling
turned out to
is
be a.
Daniels.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to have the severity to
Go ahead,
start
Paula, and
talking.
finish, and then
No, I
Tammy, I'll
jumped in,
come back
love.
to
I
you.
jumped in.
Yeah, I'll come back to you,
That's
Tammy.
okay. It doesn't
Paula, go
matter.
ahead, finish your
No,
point.
I was just going to say that the administration awarded a company in Whitefish, Wyoming, I think, and it turned out I think it was the secretary of. Uh, anyway, I can't remember the name of the guy, but yeah, he had no experience in getting the contract, and it was all over the news. I don't know whatever happened,
Yeah,
but
Whitefish Energy is
thank you, Tim.
2017. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'll let it get back to Tammy in a second. But unfortunately, like, no matter what president we have, no matter what administration we have, the power company in Puerto Rico is extremely corrupt, and they take millions of dollars in government contracts to fix the shit that they've been promising to for decades, and they just don't. They just take the money and run with it, and nobody ever does shit about it. Because it's only the poor areas that are affected. It's never like any of the, like beachfront villas and shit that are affected. It's only ever the inland areas where poverty is at a high.
Yeah, and Ryan Zink was the fucking guy.
Yes, thank you, Tim. I couldn't remember his name. And wasn't he the Secretary of the Interior or something?
I think so. I'm pretty sure he did work for them. I'm not sure if he did at that time. Let me
It's
see.
just so gross. I mean, it's so.
Yeah, Interior Secretary. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, and then because the only previous contract that company had was like 1.4 million, and then they got a fucking contract for 300 million, and they weren't set up for it. It was a big fucking joke. Now, Tammy, you had the name of that court case that you were talking about. What was that?
Yeah. So it was versus Daniels.
Friction Daniels? Say it again.
It was versus Daniels. And so you have and so where is Rahimi? If it started under Rahimi, right, was under the Fifth Circuit, And that came up, and then Daniels was the initial lawsuit that is now, you've got
Oh yeah,
several pending. United States,
that's the
Hamani, United States versus Cooper, the Daniels, Sam, Baxter.
yeah, that's the one about
Hey,
rug
y'all,
See what I'm
use.
saying?
That's the one
I gotta
about
drop
rug.
for the fam.
That's who is that?
Smith versus the United
It's me,
States.
everyone's dad. Thanks for
Okay.
having me up here, liberal.
Yep.
Y'all stay weird, just not MAGA weird.
Yeah, man. You have a good one.
See you guys.
See ya. Yeah, that case,
Have a good one, everyone.
Daniels v. U.S. is the one about the rug use, the habitual rug use.
But tied into our Second Amendment.
Well, yeah, because they're
and-
going to strip pew-pews from anybody that has used or is a habitual user of rugs. Yes, that's what that case is.
on that particular one. So, but then
Yes.
so many have been put before it, right? So we've got ones right pending. We've got so many ones right now that are pending, which actually, because of it is, and forgive me for not having and I'll pull my research to make sure that I come here factually, right? But to where our current administration, the president, right, has the authority to actually pull our Second Amendment without having it go to Congress.
Well, I mean,
And granted, they have to say that, oh, we think it's T-ism, right? But they look what they called Mandela, right? Anyone that they disagree with is going to be called a T, right?
so you're
Yes,
you're
right.
saying that you're saying that I'm sorry, I guess I'm not following that they
George
can
versus
strip
United
your
States.
right to own a pew-pew by calling you a T
Correct.
and just without any other basis.
Correct. No due diligence, no court
Process.
hearing, no verification of proof, just them saying it. Same with ICE, right? Look at those guys who have 100 miles radiance around the perimeter of the United States. You know that ruling, right? We've known that ruling, right, for I think what 16 months now, to where that they have the right to not have to have a warrant, not have to have any proof of anything within 100-mile radius of the border of the United States. That's a Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, I mean that's been in there for a while. Extrajudicial, right, enforcement that they have, Border Patrol.
Right.
The problem is that something like 90% of Americans lived within 100 miles of the fucking border.
Right, exactly.
But didn't the administration remove that, didn't they?
But when we scream, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking us.
Trump did.
And
I'm
forgive me,
confused.
but that's what I'm asking us, my brother. Right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking us. When we know those rules, when we see those rules that are out there that give them permission to do that, why are we still fighting and arguing over what should be the correct rules when we're seeing what the rules are?
I'm
We're-
a little confused.
Florida man just said that fucking Trump doesn't disrespect our troops. Hold on, real quick. Did Trump not say about Vanessa Gillian, who was unalived at Fort Bragg, that he's not going to pay $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican, or did he not say that? Did he not call our troops suckers and losers, or did he not say that?
He
I don't
did.
know.
It's recorded.
Exactly. So I don't understand why I'm being called delusional for saying that maybe I shouldn't have to respect our troops because that's our leader and he's representative of us. He doesn't respect them.
I guess
I
I'm
said
asking the same question. I'm asking, why do we think for 1 second that the horribleness of horribleness isn't happening, isn't coming down on us? Why we think that there's something protecting us from absolute horror, really, right?
Well, I would
Okay,
say.
did I hear you say that you don't have? I'm sorry, Paula.
Go ahead, Hybray. Go ahead, man. You haven't spoke for a while.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask AK quickly. Did you just say that you don't have to respect the troops because the
No,
president
I'm being
doesn't?
facetious. Obviously, we should respect
Okay,
our veterans,
okay.
but
Cool, man.
I'm just saying that.
I'll come out
Yeah.
and say that you don't have to.
Yeah, I just
like
wanted to make
obviously,
sure.
obviously, I shouldn't have to bow down if you have a disagreeing opinion with me just because you are a veteran. But I'm not just going to be like, "Hey, fuck you," you know. Like,
Fair enough.
'Cause
Fair enough.
I'd like to clarify that whole respect thing is I don't think you are entitled to respect because you served. You did not earn more respect because you served. You earned respect by being alive and being like a person. That you are everyone is entitled to respect. You are not entitled to more respect because you served. Thank you for your
Yep.
service. That is it.
That's it.
That is
Right.
all you are entitled to.
I think we kind of lost the plot like in between Vietnam and fucking the Iraq war, because like Vietnam was not voluntary, so them people did deserve respect for what they went through. They was not voluntary. They were pulled into that shit. The Middle East was completely fucking voluntary, so I don't understand why people are acting like
Hey,
because of the
mute
choice
up.
they made, it somehow makes them morally superior to everybody.
Fuck.
That's just gross. Mute up.
Particularly with a guy like Patriot, where he comes in and he just acts like he's entitled to more simply because he served, despite being a
Exactly.
terrible person. You're not entitled to anything, and in fact, I respect you less because you think you're entitled to that respect.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's probably some bravado going on there.
He's
Yeah, no,
just
he's
not
just
not
insane.
enough
If you
of a
look at his
man.
page, his entire page is just like Facebook memes like all day. But then he claims that he's triggering libs, even though like all he posts about like 60 times a day is liberal. So it's like he's a walking contradiction.
Is there anyone here on this panel that thinks Pakistan was justified? What we did?
No.
Thank you.
What did we do in Pakistan?
What happened in Pakistan?
Sorry, what's going on? I'm sorry.
What happened in Pakistan? Did I miss something?
Well, I'm older, so it's a little while ago, right? But the whole weapons of mass.
The WMD thing, yeah,
I thought that
WMD.
was Iraq.
Oh,
That was
we-
Iraq, yeah.
Who
Yeah,
led
but
us into that
what did we
conflict?
do to Pakistan in that whole region? That
I
whole
don't know.
region.
What did we do?
Yeah, you're confusing with Iraq. Iraq and sorry, not Iraq.
And probably
Pakistan
Afghanistan, not
and India had a conflict where it was mentioned, but the U.S. did nothing but just say, "Hey, quit that."
For who?
Well, I mean, we funded the Mujahideen.
Right. Oh,
yeah,
that,
we've done
back,
a lot
back then.
of messed up shit over there.
But
and that's connected, right, brother?
Well, I mean, these are the same people that we would then later call T groups.
Why do we ever
Right.
get
The ones that
involved
we fund them, and then the moment that we're it was the same thing Netanyahu did with the H group. It's all fucking bullshit for this. And I'm sorry, but the United States has been using and it's generally poor kids that go into the military.
Yeah.
They're using them as a fucking corporate mercenary group. That's what they're using them for. And so, somebody demanding respect. And this is why I asked the guy, I'm like, what does this entail? Of course, everybody was talking over each other, so he never actually answered that. I don't know what the guy expects us to do. I'm certainly not going to kiss his ass. And I'm not going to agree with him just because he's a veteran.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what he thinks he should get from us.
Well, he was probably in Desert Storm based on his age.
Right.
Or the Gulf War. So it's like, dude, like these were not like, it's one thing if you were like a World War II vet or something where it's like, you actually really fought for something.
It's not like,
but like
it's not like
everybody's a badass until a bullet flies past them and hits their brother next to them. So,
yeah, that's why I didn't sign up for the military.
Well, it's not like
right here
shoot for
on
every
US
foot, my
soil.
friend.
I don't need to go be a mercenary for this
For an oil
corporation that we call
company.
America to do that. I can get
That's
right
that's what we are.
See, and I guess that's why I asked up. The reason I requested up is, what do we do? Right? We see what's happening in front of us. What do we do? What can we do? How do we hold on to each other? Help us.
I just think it's so corny to come in and be like, oh, everybody's a badass until a bullet's whizzing by their head. Nobody up here is pretending to be a badass, bro. My whole thing is I don't want to do that.
Where's the VA benefit for the children that are survivors of
It's not true. Right. My work, right, part of my work, I contract with the government, right? I know, because I have to be certified in study. I know the benefits that are being pulled away from our veterans, right? I know what's coming down, and most of us see what's happening anyway. And why do we not learn from history? History has shown us.
We never learn.
Right? History has. We have waited until we can no longer breathe. When will we learn from history? When will we learn that the writing on the wall is actually the writing on the wall?
When people hit rock fucking bottom and everybody is in a shit fucking way, that's how we got the New Deal. Without that, I just
so
don't
we
see
suck
these
then.
racists. Correct. Yes. It's going to have to get worse before they fix it because they fucking own and operate everything in this country, these rich fucks.
I know. We're an idiot then. See, we're idiots. We refuse to learn. We refuse
speak
to
for yourself.
recognize what's happening.
Yeah,
100%.
don't lump me in with the idiots.
100%.
Try to
We're going to sit here and wait till we can no longer breathe.
Well, what do you propose?
What do you want us to do?
I propose that we stand together, that we create community coalitions, that we collaborate with each other, that we stand
Were you
together,
MLK in
that
a
we walk
past
away
life?
from needing government. We don't need those efforts. We walk away from needing that. We come to community.
So what are we actually going to do? Because we get unalive for doing that. The Black Panther leader got unalive for giving free school breakfast to kids.
Right?
So,
So we don't fight them. That's what I'm saying. We don't fight them. We just ignore them. We create our own shit. We do our own thing that doesn't require them.
That's what Chief talks about. That's
We're
what
getting
Chief,
a little far
Chief
away from reality.
Chief talks about creating parallel structures where you just do exactly what you said, which is do your own fucking shit. And you say, fuck them. Y'all do what you want.
Just Miles Morales.
There's more of us than them, brother. We can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
I come from Iroquois.
What the fuck is going
And maybe
on?
that's part of what passions me and drives me, right? But
That shit
it's
is
there. It seems simple to me. When we surrender to their control, we surrender ourselves to their control.
well, we're not surrendering though.
Yeah, nobody really surrendering.
Aren't we, my brother?
Nope.
No.
How are we
are,
not?
not us.
No, I promise you, I'm not
Their rules that they
surrendering.
apply to us.
Are
Our
we?
politicians do, not us.
Are we?
They are. The tax rules, what are your cost of eggs versus my cost of eggs? What is your cost of gas versus my cost of gas? What is your health care versus my health care?
Okay, produce your own eggs.
Choose a better state to live in.
Get with the local family that owns a
Kind of
farm.
the point? Isn't
Buy
that kind
a
of what
cow.
I'm asking us to do?
I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't want to know how much my eggs are.
Because, my dear friend, right? When it gets to the point that we cannot breathe, we will be going to our neighbor's house who has eggs and saying, "I have tomatoes. Will you give me some eggs for your tomatoes?s?" We will be going
back
in
to
that direction
bartering,
already.
baby.
Donald Trump would be like, "You're going to have to remit 15% of that back to the government." He's going to send people around to gather up your eggs. They're going to take a percentage of your eggs because they're feudal lords and we're the serfs.
But we're not going to tell them. We're going to just do it.
Well, Mo,
Hide the chickens in your closet. Hide them in
I
your
don't know if
closet.
you've ever like.
Yeah, are we
been
gonna
part
Anne
of a
Frank the
get out
chickens
the
and hide them in our
vote
fucking
effort
attic? How are we
or
gonna do that with drones
helped
and shit?
canvass in a campaign? But that's what you do is you find other like-minded people and you try to get the people elected that represent you. That's what we do.
Politicians are all
I know, Paula.
My thing is not everybody.
And if
But they're
that
all
doesn't
kind of
work,
the same. They all buy into the same program.
Not everybody can do that. I mean, I raise my own eggs. I raise my own beef. I raise my own crops. I can do that. I have 20 acres. But how do you do that in the middle of a city?
Yeah, you can't do that. I
Move to
mean,
the suburbs.
everybody moves to the
like,
country.
even-
I guess
I know,
we're going to
it's
Andy.
hard.
we're
It's
going to
hard
your
for
house.
us to. It's hard for us to
We're all
even do
going to
homesteading in
Andy's.
general because
You
I
gotta
forget
get
what
over the wall.
species of caterpillar it is, but like literally the government genetically engineered a fucking caterpillar to eat tomato plants because they caught people trying to grow their own tomatoes. So it's like, you don't think they're gonna do more shit to stop us from doing that if we all just collectively said, yeah, let's start
Well,
homesteading, fuck the
I
corporations?
live in the state of Washington. Do you know it's illegal for me to collect rainwater in the state of Washington?
What?
That's illegal.
It's
in Kansas,
illegal
too.
for me to collect rainwater.
No,
Wait,
it's
what?
not.
It is.
Yeah,
No.
it's illegal to
Look it
collect
up.
rainwater in Kansas.
Seriously?
Well, I mean, if you dig into it, it actually makes sense because this is the natural environment that will eventually run off, and that water does not just solely belong to you because it ends up elsewhere. That's the point of that.
The water
it makes
cycle.
some sense. Yes, it does make some sense.
Well,
No,
I
it
don't
doesn't.
think
the water coming off my
I
roof.
cannot believe what you're saying, host. I
No, I
can't
don't think
believe what
he's
you're
not
saying.
endorsing it, Mo. He's just saying that he's
He's saying the
agreeing with you.
truth,
Yeah.
right? Because they, the Amazon guy, right? How many people went up and bought all the natural water resources?
I'm
Bezos or
I'm
the
like
one
fully
from
lost,
the
host,
Wonder
dude. I'm
Woman
probably
movie?
just chilling now, bro. I don't fucking.
I'm
What's
gonna
going
pull up
on?
my Canadian excuse card because I.
Are you
Who's that?
Oh,
Canadian?
Creed?
Canadian,
Was that
bro.
Creed?
Boo. No,
Wait.
I ain't
Fucking
doing
Mo, are
nothing.
Oh, was
you
Canada,
that
eh?
Florida?
Hold up. Mo,
Checking
are
Yeah,
you
out?
coward.
Canadian?
Yeah, dude. I'm fucking lost. This shit whack.
Mo, are you
It was fun
Canadian?
while it lasted, though.
Yes, I'm Canadian.
Ooh, Canada,
Boo.
eh?
Yep.
Hey, buddy. Didn't know my buddy, guy.
What's that all about? Did I hit the nail
Don't
on the
worry,
head
Mo.
there,
I'm
Highbray?
I'm here.
Was that
That's
good?
pretty good.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'll
next
stick up
time.
for her.
I'm
Bless
one
your
of you
heart.
now. One
Be
of
nice.
us.
Be nice to my
One of
sister
us.
there.
Oh, Florida. He's like, fuck it. I'm out of here. It's Florida, man. You can take more. Come back.
Where are you from, Mo?
Nova Scotia, Canada. And I'm sorry for
All right.
I'm sorry for chasing out your
God
last guest, but
No, that wasn't you.
no, it was me actually because the last time he paneled with me, he learned the definition of fuck around and find out.
Oh, please don't be
I
corny
don't
right now.
believe it was you. I'll just say.
Oh no,
Nope.
I was not very nice.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Eh,
that's
two
what,
things can
nobody
be true.
cared
Two
that you're
things
not
can be
nice.
true.
Right.
So I have a question for you guys since you're the. Why is Donald Trump seeking to abolish 2A from transgender community and to either this is hearsay because I'm just getting on secondhand information. And that he wants to lock them up, institutionalize, and studying them because why do they unalive children? Now we're talking about the 4 people in the United States that are transgender who committed this crime in the first place.
Only 4. Yep.
So is there any truth to that, or am I just on some sort of
So
hyper dream?
the DOJ was mulling over. They haven't proposed a policy or anything like that, but they are talking about removing pew-pews from trans people, calling them mentally defective.
Okay, so that should work for every other defectively United States American in your country because there's a lot of
is
them.
every MAGA.
Hey, watch your mouth. Maple liquor.
Maple liquor.
Deer friendly.
What the? Yes, I think so. I don't know. I don't check anymore.
Oh, and if you calling me a leaf licker is the ultimate insult you can throw at me, I suggest what you do is go to GBT and actually ask them to construct you one, and even then, it wouldn't even come close to bothering me. But I welcome you to.
I thought Trump legalized comedy, man. What the fuck's going on?
No, that's the first thing, brown country, and judging by your profile picture, my guess is because your arms look like that, you were a potato left behind the counter that grew eyes.
Bro, that is Mort
that
from
grew-
fucking Penguins of Madagascar.
That's funny. Well, guys, I do need to jump off
Talking
here.
about-
I hate to cut it short. We were almost at 9 hours. Sorry. But no, I will be off the next
The
2
writing on the
days.
wall, though. I want us to see the writing on the wall, my brother.
Yes. Okay. Well, I've been on
Sorry.
for almost 9 hours, so I'm going to jump off here. I appreciate all of you and everybody for supporting me. I will be back live on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. So if you'd like to come back, you're welcome to come back at that time. I appreciate all of you, and we will catch you in the next live.
Thank you for
See
having
y'all.
me. Thank you for
Have a
having
good
me.
night. And I'm sorry, Dan.
Bless you,
Dan,
bless
I'm
you.
sorry that you came in right at the end. My apologies, but I
No, I'm just letting you know I'm alive. This is proof of life.
Thank you.
I am a living human being. I am
awesome.
alive.
No, I was glad to see you. I appreciate it, man. But hopefully you come back. Please come back the next time, Tuesday, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. I'd love to have you up. All right, man.
I just came in to check on
Thank
you.
you, host.
Okay, after the game last night.
Oh yeah, it was pretty fucking rough. We lost Xavier Worthy on the 3rd fucking play of this game.
Yeah,
what
I
a
cried
fucking
pretty much the entire 4 quarters.
fucking. Oh, I'm sure you did. Are you a Chiefs fan?
Oh, dude, I live
35 minutes away from the stadium.
Chiefs fan, thank you. It was rough, was it not? It was, but hey,
I was a Chiefs fan back when Steve DeBird played.
Mahomes did what he could do. I mean, the guy's a fucking magician.
Oh man, he tried to carry the whole team.
He did. Yeah, he almost did too.
I think we had him.
Yep, he almost did. So I will. Yeah, Andy Reid will figure that shit out. I trust he'll figure that shit out.
But I guarantee Veach has already got more receivers come in today just to try.
Yeah,
out.
they'll have a different game plan ready, and it'll be a different thing next week. Fingers crossed. But I am getting off, and I appreciate it, guys. We'll catch you later, and I'm glad you're a Chiefs fan, Andy. At least there's something we can agree on.
Heck yeah.
Go Chiefs. All right, see you guys. Peace. And to the YouTube out there, thank you all so much, and we will catch you next time as well. See ya.